Chapter 1. The Beginning. Fong Delic stood on the second floor of the manor, observing the early risers of farmers already toiling in the fields below. The golden rays of the morning sun were so dazzling that Delic squinted his eyes against the brightness. What a pity it is not my turn to relish this splendid day. Delic felt a twinge of regret. It had only been a few days since he traversed into this world, and he had begun to adjust to his new identity. In a realm governed by nobility, where resources were as scarce as in the Middle Ages, the lives of the aristocrats remained quite comfortable. As a scion of a baron, Delic was, by all accounts, a member of the nobility. Alas, as the second son of his family, such privileges were not meant for him to inherit. The manor before him was of no relation to his lineage. For the sake of his future, and even the slightest glimmer of advancement, Delic's father had sent him to serve as a squire to the local Count of Perez. As a powerful local lord, the Count was capable of maintaining a fully armed knightly order. It was customary for nearby independent nobles and vassals of Count Perez to send their second sons to serve as squires. This was twofold: to foster connections and to seek a promising future. Upon completing a series of knightly training, one could either join the Count's knighthood or leverage this experience for other ventures, both excellent options. Even returning home to assist his brother would be worthwhile, as knights trained under the Count would hardly be deemed ineffectual. Naturally, the preferred route for someone of Delic's former self would be to join the Count's knights, seizing opportunities to accrue merit and ascend to the ranks of landed nobility. If judged by Delic's current standing, this did appear to be an impeccable choice. That is, of course, assuming he had no external advantages. Delic withdrew his gaze. The tasks at hand had only just commenced. The final lesson in knightly training involved independently training a batch of militia. A knight's proficiency in martial skills was essential for establishing a foothold. However, one could not afford to be ignorant in other areas, lest they become mere muscle for hire throughout their lives. Panel. As Delic uttered this thought, a unique luminescent screen materialized before him. Fang Didik. Occupation: Knight level 5, 11,100. Experience pool: 0-100. It was starkly simplistic, almost shockingly so. If this was the extent of his data-driven abilities, Delic mused that he might as well return home to till the soil. In reality, after several days of exploration, he had grasped the general function of this golden finger. Firstly, it provided real-time feedback on progress. Training could enhance knightly experience, and daily practice would yield surplus experience points that could assist in leveling up. The most immediate effect of leveling up was the enhancement of personal abilities. Moreover, it was not exclusively beneficial to himself. After a brief wash and savoring the breakfast delivered by the manor servants, Delic made his way to the training grounds. This site, belonging to the Count of Perez, was one of his properties. The entire estate was cultivated by serfs, numbering 400 to 500 individuals. Due to the rampant banditry and various dangers of this era, a standing guard was always at the ready. Yet, the manor housed merely 5 professional soldiers, with the remainder being temporarily conscripted militia and farmers armed with pitchforks. Delic's task was to conduct militia training. The duration was set for 1 month, with a mere 10 individuals comprising a small squad. Upon his arrival, the disheveled militia finally assembled. Despite having received ample nutrition over the past few days, they could not quickly build their strength. As for their morale, that remained an enigma. Fortunately, Delic possessed ample patience, approaching each individual with a short staff, correcting their posture with a gentle tap to those who stood askew. Stand straight, line up. Delic's training regimen was remarkably straightforward. The ability to form ranks, discern left from right, raise a spear for thrusting, followed by physical conditioning. Any further training would be a waste after all. They were merely a squad of militia. Nothing more complex was required. The tedious and monotonous training continued, yielding only average results. Even a knight who had completed a full training course could easily accomplish this. The rare talent lay in the ability to discern an optimal training rhythm during the process. However, Delic discreetly opened the data panel. The initial page remained as rudimentary as ever. Yet upon flipping to the second page, he found the military section. Farmer Squad, Militia Squad. After several days of training, the panel finally acknowledged their existence. Furthermore, upon expanding this section, the faces of each militia member sprang to life, complete with names and basic statistics. Of course, the experience pool was of utmost importance. Initially, the term militia appeared somewhat vague, but as training progressed, it gradually became clearer. Ultimately, their professions were firmly established. Delic focused on the most diligent militia member, eager to unveil their information, and a modest panel appeared before him. Pitchfork. Occupation. Militia Level 1, 2100. Experience Pool. 1100. The standard experience gain from normal training was 2 points, with 1 point stored in the experience pool. He attempted to add the surplus experience to the level, and the panel transformed instantaneously. Pitchfork. Occupation. Militia Level 1, 3100. Experience Pool. 0100. He closely monitored the situation of the militia member named Pitchfork. There was scarcely any observable change, nor did he react to the added points. It seems without a panel, there will be no special response, Delic mused, though he pondered whether a substantial addition at once might yield a different outcome. Yet, considering his cautious nature, he would only proceed incrementally, ensuring no traces of his actions were revealed. As for employing the power of the experience pool for trickery, in a world reminiscent of the Middle Ages, religion was a double-edged sword, and one could easily face backlash. After all, this panel did not grant him omnipotence. It was wiser to develop in a low-key manner. The militia trained for only a brief period each day, merely in the mornings. They were provided a coarse meal of barley at noon, which, though lacking in richness, was sufficient to satiate hunger. With Delic's intervention, they could accumulate between 10 to 20 experience points daily. Under the influence of supernatural forces, their training progressed at an astonishing pace. Although the experience gained became increasingly harder to attain as time went on, a month's time allowed this batch of militia to reach levels 3 to 5. Based on Delic's experience, the results were comparable to those of militia who had undergone 6 months of full-time training. In fact, many village guards were inferior to this squad of militia. After all, they were capable of executing maneuvers with relative cohesion, with both skills and stamina meeting the requisite standards. Should they engage in a few skirmishes and continue training for several months, they could rival seasoned veterans with 3 to 5 years of experience. The attributes within the panel were not without limitations. For example, a level 5 militia member, while proficient in spear thrusting, might easily fall to a farmer's pitchfork in an unknown encounter. Moreover, becoming a militia member did not mean one could forsake farming. Thus, the panel served merely as a point of reference. In truth, Delic believed the panel's capabilities were already quite extraordinary. Excluding combat experience and willpower, it had accelerated training efficiency by 4 to 5 times. After all, ordinary individuals would experience fatigue. During training, one could not simply double the training volume to achieve double the results, nor did they possess the panel's ability to repurpose surplus experience points. In summary, Delic felt that he had a chance to make a mark. Chapter 2, The Assessment. On this day, the sun rose high in the sky, yet the training grounds were devoid of the usual practice. Even the manor's militia and steward had gathered. Though they were right under his nose, to be frank, no one paid attention to Delic's training. Training the militia seemed like a substantial undertaking, yet it was merely a small assessment. No one had ever failed at this checkpoint. Lacking strength was inconsequential if all else failed. One could always enlist a few capable farmers to pass through. No one would deliberately create difficulties at this juncture. After all, upon graduation, one would merely receive a knighthood title, and all assessed were noble scions, automatically bestowed with the honorary title of knight upon reaching adulthood. Delic understood this well, which only served to bolster his composure. As the sun climbed higher, the sound of hooves finally echoed, prompting the stewards, who had been seated in the corner of the training grounds, to rise. Sir Cloya, the captain of the standard-bearers, had arrived to oversee the assessment. The captain nominally commanded between 50 to 100 knights, a position of minor authority. In reality, the knightly order was the primary military force under the Count of Perez, making the captain's identity more esteemed than that of an ordinary centurion. This position was perfectly suited for overseeing the knightly graduation assessments. Delic smiled. Although he would encounter no trouble, it was certainly preferable to meet a familiar face during the final assessment. Indeed, this individual was well acquainted with his father, Leandro Ferreira. To be precise, his full name in this identity should be Fong Delic Ferreira. Fong was his given name, Delic denoted his knightly title, and Ferreira was his original surname. Accepting the name Delic signified his lack of interest in vying for family assets. Otherwise, he would not have so hastily adopted the title Fong Delic. Though the two were on familiar terms, their demeanor revealed nothing of their friendship. Declining the steward's pleasantries, Captain Cloya commenced the assessment with a firm demeanor. The evaluation encompassed militia skills, physical fitness, and the ability to march in formation, as well as retreat and advance upon the sounding of the trumpet. These were fundamental aspects, and the squad of militia performed commendably. Had it not been for the knowledge that Derek had no need to deceive here, Cloya might have suspected him of cheating. However, he quickly dismissed this possibility. Fong, who had already submitted his retirement application, had no reason to engage in such antics. Thus, you truly possess remarkable talent. Cloya, the captain of the flag team, swiftly completed the scoring and announced, "Congratulations, Derek, your performance is exceptional." Derek smiled as he dissolved the militia and approached Cloya, finally regaining his relaxed demeanor. "Uncle Cloya, I did not expect it would be you conducting the assessment. Since I had to make the trip, I thought it prudent to see you," Cloya explained, then suddenly inquired, "Are you preparing to return home after retiring from the knightly order?" His inquiry reflected the typical choice of most noble knights. Departing from the fiercely competitive knightly order to return to familial matters was indeed a commendable path. However, to Cloya's surprise, Derek shook his head and replied, "No, you are well aware of my family's circumstances. I have too many brothers to be missed. I intend to become a wandering knight." Wandering knights, officially termed free knights, awaited the patronage and titles from nobles while roaming the world. It sounded quite impressive, did it not? In reality, they were merely mercenaries. No noble would recruit an outsider wandering knight. Even a grand noble like Count Perez had enough knights within his family and retinue. Why would he extend land grants to outsiders? Baron Ferrera's family, for instance, found their own holdings insufficient. With brothers aplenty to form a flag team, there was little room for outsiders to shine. Except for a fortunate few, opportunities were scarce. As a wandering knight, one would assemble a small band of mercenaries to undertake tasks such as armed escort duties and bandit suppression, drifting from place to place. When war loomed, they might choose to take a gamble, perhaps securing land in the process. Yet the instability, danger, and numerous disadvantages were daunting. Cloya was somewhat astonished. Derek was a relatively exceptional young man, and having witnessed his prowess in training the militia today, it was puzzling why he would opt to become a wandering knight. After pondering for a moment, he offered, "Perhaps you could assist in my territory should you wish to vie for a title in the future. I could sponsor a troop of soldiers for you." This offer was exceedingly generous, particularly the sponsorship of a troop of soldiers, a costly endeavor indeed. To be frank, Derek felt a flicker of temptation. However, casting a glance at the data panel, he swiftly regained his composure. "Thank you for your favor, but I already have plans." Cloya did not find this awkward. It was natural for young individuals to have their aspirations. "Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out." Having exchanged the emblem representing knighthood, Derek had effectively acquired the title of knight, complete with surname, insignia, and triangular banner. Nothing was amiss. Thus, what Count Perez could bestow was merely a knight's badge, symbolizing his service as a knight, albeit he had served as a knight apprentice. This faud lent an air of respectability and made it easier for those not chosen to find a suitable path. Had he joined the knightly order, the transition would not have been so rudimentary, and he would have had the chance to meet the Count during the conferral ceremony. Of course, there was also direct reluctance to attempt joining the knightly order due to the requirement of pledging fealty to Count Perez during the conferral ceremony. It is vital to understand that the bond between lord and vassal was exceedingly strong. Betrayal, or seeking alternative paths, was nearly impossible, as survival in such a realm would be arduous otherwise. Lacking absolute strength, Derek was disinclined to pursue this route. Instead, he preferred to roam freely, forging his own path. After bidding farewell to Cloya, Derek packed his belongings and said his goodbyes to the steward of the estate and the militia he had trained himself. "Farewell to my life as a knight apprentice." Under the sun, Derek felt no sense of nostalgia. He was aware that a splendid future awaited him. Chapter 3. Homecoming. Homeward bound. The first destination for Derek upon his retirement was his family estate. Although he had no intention of continuing the family legacy, being a member of the Ferrera lineage would undoubtedly provide him with some assistance, financial aid. For instance, Derek stood in the study, gazing at his father, Leandro, the current Baron Ferrera. From a young age, he had undergone the family's rigorous education, honing his martial skills, and had spent 3 years as a squire under the tutelage of Count Perez. The formal training of a knight typically spanned 12 years, an endeavor not without considerable cost. Derek, his father intoned, as the head of the Ferreira family, I cannot endorse your choice. It risks rendering our family's investments futile. As your father, I too disapprove of your decision. The world beyond is fraught with dangers and hardships beyond your imagination. Let me confirm once more. Are you truly prepared to embrace the life of a wandering knight? With unwavering resolve in his eyes, Derek replied, Of course, I have made my decision. Very well. The Baron rose and tossed a pouch of coins to Derek. This is my financial support for you. Should you find it challenging to survive, return home and repay your debt through labor. A smile spread across Derek's face. This was indeed one of his reasons for returning. Without money, one cannot move forward, not even in this world. He unceremoniously opened the pouch, his eyes gleaming at the glittering gold coins within. Upon counting, he found a total of 50 gold coins. Was this amount substantial? Indeed. A professional soldier earned merely 1 gold coin per year. Was it insufficient? The Ferreira family collected approximately 700 or 800 gold coins annually in head taxes, alongside other estates and businesses, sometimes amassing as much as 2,000 gold coins, and at times, merely around 1,000. However, after accounting for the expenses of maintaining a guard and family expenditures, what remained was hardly significant. 50 gold coins were indeed a considerable sum. The average commoner would struggle to amass such wealth in a lifetime. While he could not afford heavy armor, a decent suit of half armor would suffice. If he lowered his standards, a suit of iron-plated armor could be procured for just 1 or 2 coins. This sum would enable him to maintain a fully equipped squad of professional soldiers for a year. Should he succeed, he would continue. Should he fail, he would return home to repay his debts. Thank you for your generosity. I shall make something of myself and strive to expand the Ferreira family's noble lineage. Let us hope so. The Baron's tone betrayed a lack of confidence in him. Perhaps he feared that his third son would either perish in the outside world or return in disgrace. The life of a wandering knight was indeed fraught with challenges. Derek understood his father's skepticism. Had it not been for the data panel, he would have undoubtedly settled down at home, seeking a stable position like his uncle's. By the way, father, I require permission to recruit a few soldiers on the family estate. Derek reiterated his request. That is acceptable. I will have the constable assist you. You may stay a while longer to train before setting off. Recruiting soldiers on his own estate would provide a certain level of reliability. After all, they were familiar with each other, and their intentions could be reasonably assessed. Furthermore, there was ample choice, allowing him to select some trained militiamen. After enjoying a few meals at home, Derek eagerly departed the castle. The Ferreira family held dominion over 2 villages and a castle. Situated in the heart of the kingdom, the castle was surrounded by a burgeoning populace, serving more political than military purposes, with 2 modest estates and a few enterprises in the nearby city. Their strength was considerable. My Dui village, located at the northernmost edge of the Ferreira estate, was where Derek presented the Baron's order at the local constabulary. This village, home to over 1,000 inhabitants, boasted a permanent squad of regular infantry and an additional 20 temporary militiamen who formed the core of the local security forces. Derek had visited numerous times and was well known there. He could have easily bypassed the need for an order, as the constable was none other than his uncle Andrew, a middle-aged man who had barely passed his knightly training and was now somewhat of a ne'er-do-well. Upon seeing his uncle Andrew again, Derek couldn't help but envy his ability to cultivate a modest paunch in these times. Observing his uncle's gait, it was clear that his youthful agility had faded. Despite his shortcomings, he still bore the blood of the Ferreira family and had received a complete education, making him a rare talent. My dear nephew, I heard you achieved outstanding results in your knightly studies. You ought to have stayed there, Andrew exclaimed, embracing Derek warmly. Andrew understood well what outstanding results implied. It indicated competitiveness. Derek was not surprised that his family had quickly learned of his performance. If one were the local big fish, such news would spread swiftly. He offered a casual explanation. You understand the relationship between Knight Cloya and my father. However, Andrew was not so easily deceived. Having undergone knightly training himself, he knew that merely passing was not sufficient to avoid hindrance. Outstanding results were not easily attained, and a wise man would not delve too deeply into such matters, and he astutely sidestepped the issue. After all, the current Baron Ferreira was named Leandro. Holding Derek's arm, Andrew referred to him as nephew repeatedly, showcasing his position to others, an act both superficial and necessary. The family legacy was waning, and by this generation, it was nearly depleted. Derek had many brothers, and significant positions would undoubtedly be reserved for them. Andrew had to consider his own son's future. Derek, I hope your decision is the right one. How many men do you require? I can introduce you to the finest lads. After a moment of hesitation, Andrew decided against pushing his son onto Derek's team but generously offered, I have prepared some gifts for you. I hope you will find them to your liking. Money would not be presented so overtly, given their familial ties. Instead, Andrew gifted him a finely crafted iron longsword. This is a piece from my collection, though I regret I can no longer wield a sword. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Andrew lamented, patting his small belly. This exquisite sword would have taken a blacksmith several days of labor to forge, valued at 5 or 6 gold coins. Derek, being the third son of a baron and choosing to venture forth, found this gesture to be laden with familial affection. Otherwise, a few iron spearheads would have sufficed. Derek, upon receiving the sword, unsheathed it with one hand. The intricate patterns of the forging were mesmerizing, and the glint of the blade indicated its superior quality. With a flourish, he demonstrated his swordsmanship, showcasing impressive skill. Andrew's eyes widened. Your level of skill surpasses that of most knights in our family. After a brief display, Derek sheathed the sword, further demonstrating his adeptness. A splendid gift, thank you. Chapter 4. Selecting personnel. Following the warm welcome, Derek expressed his intentions. I need to recruit 10 new soldiers, 1 squire, and 1 blacksmith. Andrew was somewhat taken aback. The first 2 requests were straightforward. But what need did Derek have for a blacksmith? He couldn't help but remind him, Derek, the village blacksmith can at most repair farm tools and forge a few spearheads. The quality of a simple iron sword cannot be guaranteed. If you only need repairs, there is no need to specially recruit a blacksmith. Uncle, do not worry. I have other purposes for him. Very well, there happens to be a group of young lads who have completed their training. Ive inquired, and we can recruit 20 of them, which should suffice. As for the blacksmith, the old blacksmith's son is about your age and should possess some skills. Andrew was indeed thoughtful. He had even prepared in advance. I also need to acquire a house and would prefer to borrow the training grounds. What need do you have for a house? The training grounds are fully equipped and located on the outskirts of the agricultural fields. You can stay there, saving me the trouble. With a grand gesture, Andrew dismissed the concern, considering it trivial since it was all part of his father's estate. Derek realized that any savings were worthwhile. He could not completely sever ties with his family, so he might as well take advantage of their assistance. With the local authority aiding him, Derek's preparations progressed smoothly, and within a day, everything was arranged. Bedding, furnishings, and daily necessities were all provided by Andrew. He even sent over several bags of wheat, ensuring that food was taken care of. Other relatives were not idle either, sending various gifts, practical items indeed. His third uncle contributed 30 spearheads, his fourth uncle sent 3 sets of simple leather armor, and his eldest aunt dispatched 5 iron swords. In the blink of an eye, Derek had spent not a single coin, and his equipment was nearly complete. Glancing at the 12 strapping young lads, he nearly burst into song. It was a far cry from the days when he had started his own band of warriors with little more than, well, never mind, that would be too ostentatious. Such was the joy of nobility. How could a knight of common birth comprehend it? These relatives, their gifts ranged from 1 to 3 or 5 gold coins in value. Had he not chosen to venture out, he likely would have received even less. With a solid foundation laid, Derek's first task with the new recruits was to construct a blacksmith's forge. Indeed, a blacksmith's forge. Young True, the son of the blacksmith, officially joined the ranks, now listed under the military section of the panel. True profession, military blacksmith level. 1, 22-100, experience pool. 0-100. The panel's coverage extended even further than anticipated. This newfound functionality provided Derek with even more options. Compared to the perilous life of a soldier, engaging in the arms trade proved to be far more lucrative, particularly with high-value weaponry and equipment that promised substantial profit. A full suit of heavy armor could command 60 to 70 gold coins. How long would it take an ordinary person to earn such a sum? While the other 11 recruits began their training, young blacksmith True embarked on his forging journey. Indeed, the profession of blacksmith can adequately support a family. The reason young True finds himself in the military camp is, of course, due to volunteering. The young master of the Baron's household has taken a fancy to you. How can that be anything but voluntary? Believe it or not, by tomorrow, your entire family may find themselves tragically knifed in the back, committing suicide. Young True had even prepared to transition into a soldier, but upon arriving at the training ground, he first constructed a rudimentary forge and set up a platform. Then, a hammer was placed into his hands, and Lord Derek spoke to him with utmost gentleness. Young True, your family has been blacksmiths for generations. Do not hesitate to take what you need from home. I shall cover the expenses. I can only forge some farming tools and repair damaged weapons. Young True nearly wept, fearing that the Lord might expect him to craft weapons and armor. If he were to produce subpar items, would it not lead to his own demise? I know, start with spearheads. I'll use them for training. You want to be held accountable for any quality issues. Lord Derek was remarkably accommodating, yet Young True remained skeptical. The nobility's reputation? Well, the Ferreira family does uphold their honor. That very day, upon returning home and recounting the situation, Old True promptly packed up his equipment and sent it over. Were it not for Derek's refusal, he would have gladly taken on the punishment for Young True. Indeed, it was akin to punishment. Expecting Young True to accomplish what he himself could not was nothing short of torment. Derek offered no further explanations. He merely displayed the authority of the Baron's heir, and the True family fell silent. Before departing, Old True, with tears in his eyes, urged, "Son, you must endure. You are my sole heir, and I rely on you for my old age." Young True, too, was filled with tears, apprehensive about his uncertain future. Turning away, Old True returned home and promptly shut the door. "Child's mother, let us hasten to conceive another." It is said that for the next few days, Old True closed shop entirely. Young True commenced his iron smelting and began his forging career. The following day, new recruit training began. Thrust, recover, thrust, crack. The spearhead shattered. Young True's spearheads were critically substandard. Lord Derek maintained a stoic expression, continuing to command. "What are you staring at? Did the spearhead break give you permission to relax? Enemies on the battlefield wait for you. Continue thrust." Training persisted. During the training days, Andrew occasionally dropped by, observing Derek's adherence to protocol. Unable to find fault as for the results, they were not immediately evident. However, he had some reservations about Young True's performance, having advised him several times to no avail. Ultimately, he thought it better for his nephew to learn through a painful lesson, as it wouldn't lead to significant losses. Time flew, and within a month, when the panel was reopened, due to the increased intensity of training and Derek's stricter demands, all 11 new recruits attained at least a level 5 militia rank. Young True's progress lagged slightly, reaching only level 3. Beyond level 3, the rate of experience acquisition slowed once again, the current pace. It would take at least another month to level up. True profession. Army Blacksmith level 3, 11,100, experience pool. 0,100. Crafting weapons and equipment is limited daily, far less than training. Moreover, as one advances, the difficulty of acquiring experience only increases. By level 3, Young True spearheads were sufficiently adequate, costing merely 20 to 30 copper coins, easily fetching 70 to 80 copper coins in sales. Daily, Young True could forge 3 to 5 spearheads, with profits fluctuating around 200 copper coins. The official exchange rate was 1 gold coin for 10 silver coins, and 1 silver coin for 100 copper coins. However, the so-called official rates were often irrelevant, as the unofficial rates fluctuated continuously. 1 gold coin could roughly exchange for 15 to 17 silver coins, while 1 silver coin could yield 120 to 130 copper coins. Thus, a competent blacksmith could earn over 1.5 silver coins in a day. In a year, that could amount to 2 to 3 gold coins, 3 times the income of an ordinary soldier. Should his skills further improve, his earnings would increase even more. Yet, Young True was bound by a contract of servitude, leaving him no means of escape. Chapter 5. Expanding horizons. Young True felt as if he were under divine assistance, his skills progressing at an astonishing rate. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. Each day brought new inspiration. He continuously improved, progressing so remarkably that he felt he had nearly reached his father's level. Could it be that his father was simply inadequate, hindering his own development? Rapid skill advancement naturally led to some inflated ambitions. Fortunately, as progress began to slow, and with Derek intentionally keeping things in check, he avoided complete hubris. A month was still a short span. Even the family members did not expect him to achieve much in that time. However, Derek believed that it was only a matter of time before he ventured out to explore. With the data panel at his disposal, a month's progress could rival others' 6 months. Remaining cooped up was simply unfulfilling. Moreover, without opening new revenue streams, how could he expand swiftly, relying solely on Young True? Earning 1 or 2 gold coins a year was far too meager in recent days. He had managed to amass around 20 cast iron spearheads, a quantity entirely insufficient for trade. Having previously been cautious, he now sought to convert his gold coins into tangible strength, retaining a portion for expenses. The new recruits each earned 80 copper coins monthly, below the customary rate. Young True currently received 1 silver coin, as he was considered a follower. Monthly wage expenditures were around 8 to 9 silver coins. Alongside provisions and various losses, 1 gold coin sufficed. Retaining 10 gold coins for emergencies, he could access at least 40 gold coins, a substantial fortune. Should he recruit another 20 individuals? Andrew believed his nephew had lost his mind. How long could his limited funds sustain dozens of people, including their wages and provisions? Derek, you must first train a group of warriors before seeking ways to earn. Trust me, recruiting soldiers is easy, but maintaining their livelihoods is crucial. Otherwise, loyalty cannot be sustained. Andrew imparted his insights. The Ferreira family was indeed powerful. Their regular guard exceeded 100, with 7 to 8 knights, supplemented by the ability to summon militia at a moment's notice, easily assembling a force of 500. Yet, this relied on vast industries to sustain it, with thousands of serfs and numerous estates. Otherwise, one could go bankrupt overnight, losing everything. Derek was well aware, yet he remained steadfast in his convictions. To circumvent Uncle Andrew's interference, he even concocted a benign falsehood. Uncle, I have received a long-term escort assignment and will be departing shortly. I need personnel. These soldiers will train here before being taken away. You haven't been deceived, have you? Andrew questioned, incredulous. Such good fortune is rare, on my honor. I assure you it is true, Derek replied. It's a matter involving Count Perez. Derek feigned mystery, revealing just enough for Andrew to envision a promising scenario. You truly have talent, making connections with reliable allies outside. Although Andrew's spirits dipped, he no longer doubted, recognizing that his nephew did not appear to have lost his wits. Tio, speak frankly, the nobility's rule has its pros and cons. In the territories of the Perez family, without the cooperation of a constable, conscription remains a distant reality. Frankly speaking, young True would not have volunteered without Andrew's influence, swiftly sweeping away the village's best young men. Should he wish to conscript again in the future, he would need to lower his standards. After arranging training, 2 apprentices were assigned to young True, explicitly instructing him to cultivate new talent in this era. Skilled trades are family secrets. Young True would surely be reluctant, but with a sword at his throat, he had no choice but to comply. Derek understood that initially, young True would not invest himself wholeheartedly. But that was acceptable. Time would teach him how to perform adequately. The data panel would only provide him an edge over others. Everything else required learning through practice, allowing for more opportunities to err than others. After several days of incorporating everyone into the panel's statistics, Derek set out with a squad of new recruits, while the remainder continued to accumulate experience. Their destination this time was Watchtower City, the largest nearby urban center and the second largest city in the northern province. Managed by officials dispatched by the kingdom, it even housed a contingent of royal troops. Naturally, Derek did not embark empty-handed. He brought along a cart loaded with 1,000 pounds of bran. Here, bran fetched a maximum of 2 copper coins per pound, with acquisition costs even lower. However, transporting it to Watchtower City would yield a profit of half a copper coin per pound. A full cart would net 500 copper coins. Though modest, it was profit gained effortlessly. As for why he did not bring more grain, it was simple. Grain was the Ferreira family's business, at least within the family territory. None could compete with them. This 1,000 pounds was a collection of odds and ends Derek had gathered. Were it not for being the son of Baron Ferreira, his corpse might well have been found in a ditch by now. Derek's primary aim was not profit, but to accumulate experience. He first hired a carter and purchased a cart, establishing a fixed asset. Thus began this rather makeshift trading expedition. Soon enough, news of Derek's endeavor reached Baron Ferreira's desk. He cast a brief glance at it, then returned to his affairs. Throughout the journey, Derek hoped to encounter some bandits or robbers to hone his skills. Regrettably, the escort standards were somewhat excessive. No one was foolish enough to risk their lives over a mere handful of silver coins worth of grain against a dozen soldiers. The journey meandered along, taking 10 days to finally arrive at their destination. Watchtower City was the first proper city Derek had ever laid eyes on since entering this world. It may sound pitiful, but it was the truth. Even the castle of Count Perez appeared diminutive in comparison to the grandeur of Watchtower City. The guards at the city gate, upon seeing the merchant caravan, naturally recognized the triangular flag symbolizing noble status. They collected a 50 copper coin entry fee, allowing Derek access into the city, and then, who the hell is urinating indiscriminately? Derek stepped into an unknown pile of excrement, feeling utterly revolted. The unsanitary conditions of the countryside had already made him uncomfortable, and on his own turf, he held himself to high standards. However, that first step through the door shattered all his illusions. This world had irrevocably changed. Adjusting his mindset, Derek began selling grain at a low price to the Ferreira family shop and found a place to settle. His purpose for coming here was twofold: to broaden his horizons while simultaneously engaging in training, and to seek a reliable source of iron ore. Chapter 6. Iron ore. Derek departed from the base. Yet the training continued unabated. Following the established methods, the new recruits were led by the previous militia, albeit with markedly reduced efficiency. However, bolstered by the data panel, their progress was not entirely sluggish. Conversely, progress at Little True's was sluggish indeed. The blacksmith apprentice initially fared well for a few days, but once Derek left, their pace plummeted to less than half. Nevertheless, thanks to the data panel's support, the overflow of experience had elevated them to the level of official military blacksmiths within 10 days. Little True soon realized that the new apprentices were equally brilliant. No, he recalled Derek's words. Genius? No, with sufficient materials, even a pig could become a competent blacksmith. He had once secretly mocked Derek, but now it seemed he was the foolish one. In an instant, his attitude shifted. Since the blacksmithing skills could not be a closely guarded secret, he resolved to be obedient to avoid repercussions. This was a reflection of Little True's youth. Had it been Old True, he would not have been so easily persuaded. If the data panel had a loyalty metric, Little True's loyalty would have surged by at least 50% at that moment. From his vantage point in the City of Watch, Derek could surmise what transpired. Thus, this method of manipulation appeared to be quite effective. To toy with the son of a rural blacksmith clearly lacked a sense of achievement. The next day, Derek began scouring the streets. The City of Watch, with its dense population, was home to a multitude of nearby nobles. An array of shops flourished, and resources were abundant. Derek could not afford to offend any of them, as his knightly title merely served as a ticket of entry. Reputation, strength, and pricing were all matters requiring his consideration. He did not intend to purchase an excessive amount of iron ore at once. Little True consumed only 7 or 8 pounds daily, meaning short-term demand would not be substantial. As the largest city in the vicinity, the City of Watch was bustling with various trades, and iron ore was not scarce. Recently, with no active conflicts, prices remained stable. A pound of iron ore cost merely around 10 copper coins, yielding approximately 1/3 in iron. Thus, a pound of iron effectively cost 30 copper coins, yet market prices hovered between 40 and 50. One might think this a lucrative deal, but when factoring in labor, fuel, transport, and other costs, the profits were hard-earned. Purchasing a ton of iron ore would amount to roughly 80 silver coins. Bringing it back for the blacksmiths to practice would yield over 300 pounds of iron, sufficient to forge 700 to 800 spearheads, worth over 300 silver coins. Even with 3 novice blacksmiths, it would take 2 to 3 months. After deducting the negligible costs of labor and materials, around 10 silver coins, the net profit would still be around 250, possibly more. Derek understood that if he calculated it this way, he too would net 250. 3 months would yield a modest profit of a few gold coins, yet he had dozens to feed, with wages and maintenance costs amounting to 3 gold coins monthly, rendering 3 months effectively fruitless. Of course, sustaining dozens would necessitate other means of income. Generally, nobles would not maintain such a large entourage, but there would still be some profit. For Derek, money was merely a resource. Strengthening his own power was paramount. Commanding 3 squads of regular troops, even Baron Ferreira would need to take notice. Derek set his sights on a target and quickly procured a cartload of iron ore. This quantity was not substantial, so it attracted little attention. This visit to the City of Watch felt akin to being a mere henchman. No one noticed him. Yet Derek knew that would soon change. The convoy creaked back to Maydong village. But Andrew remained skeptical of Derek's insistence on cultivating blacksmiths. Derek seldom visited the training grounds, maintaining a suitable distance, which was crucial for preserving familial bonds. The back and forth consumed nearly a month. The soldiers at the base and those deployed did not differ greatly in level. The new recruits hovered around levels 3 to 5, while the veterans ranged from 5 to 7. However, the blacksmiths made rapid progress. Little True profession, military blacksmith level 4, 17,100, experience pool 22,100. The other 2 blacksmith apprentices had also achieved a level of 2. Upon their next meeting, Little True bowed even lower. How many spearheads can you forge in a day? About 10 or so. My skills have improved a bit lately, and with the help of the 2 apprentices, I can manage around 10 sets of spearheads daily. I'll try crafting a few iron swords. Feel free to use the iron ore I brought back. A good blacksmith must practice. You are correct. I have progressed more here in a short time than in 10 years under my father's tutelage. I have some ideas about the iron sword, but I may need to experiment a few more times. Little True brimmed with confidence. Despite recent slow progress, he could see improvement and believed that given time, he could produce a satisfactory iron sword. Derek nodded in satisfaction, yet he discerned that Little True's talent had likely reached its limit. His daily progress was marginal, sometimes even stagnant. Without the overflow of experience from the experience pool, he might remain a level 5 blacksmith for life, akin to his father. However, this was of little consequence. An iron sword required 3 to 5 pounds of material, costing a mere 1 or 2 silver coins to produce, yet it could be sold for 5 silver coins, even if he forged just 1 iron sword per day. The profit would be substantial. Of course, this presupposed a blacksmith level of 5. As it stood, that was a significant hurdle. Below that level, one was essentially a rural blacksmith, earning only 2 or 3 gold coins a year. Achieving level 5 was a mark of distinction, allowing one to generate at least 40 to 50 gold coins worth of value annually. This was genuine profit. Indeed, enhancing added value was the key to prosperity. Otherwise, 50 gold coins represented the yield of a modest estate. Once all 3 blacksmiths could forge iron swords, supplemented by several apprentices, they could earn 150 gold coins a year. This would be sufficient to support 6 or 7 squads of soldiers. Naturally, various other expenses would arise, making it challenging to sustain 4 to 5 squads. Having arranged for the blacksmiths, Derek resumed his diligent training. For the foundation of all endeavors was the presence of military might. In the absence of such protection, this lucrative business would surely attract envy. One cannot simply expand without limits in this feudal society. Where nobles controlled foundational resources, one must operate within established rules. A month and a half later, after countless failures, Little True finally mastered the art of forging iron swords. Compared to the inexpensive spearheads, iron swords held greater value. After accumulating dozens of iron swords, the iron ore was nearly depleted. Reflecting on the time that had passed, 3 months had elapsed, and his gold coins had dwindled to half. Remaining here would attract unwelcome attention. Derek needed to seek a more stable footing. Chapter 7. Establishing a base. There was no place more suitable than the city of Watch in the vicinity. With its dense population, direct royal oversight, and abundant resources, it was an ideal locale. However, the cost of housing was equally steep. In the city outskirts, a yard large enough to accommodate many would cost no less than 30 gold coins. Gritting his teeth, Derek emptied his liquid funds to purchase this property. Yet it was sufficiently spacious, covering an area of 1.5 acres. With a little renovation, he could establish a blacksmith shop at the front and a small courtyard at the back. Accommodating everyone, however, without a training area, they would have to make do. Fortunately, he had dozens of iron swords and hundreds of spearheads. Selling them would suffice to maintain operations. Money was not the most critical factor. As long as the structure held, he could await the arrival of opportunities. Although the northern lands had seen no conflict in recent years, enough time had elapsed. A simple renovation later, Derek's blacksmith shop quietly opened its doors. However, he could no longer remain idle. The training progress was slowing, and while it was possible to scrape by through the data panel, he feared that once on the battlefield, he would become a mere liability. He needed to see blood. Derek began seeking opportunities in the city. Merchant caravans and nobles always required the services of hired soldiers. The absence of war did not imply a lack of danger. Soon, he discovered a job escorting a convoy in a local tavern. He found a bulletin board displaying various local tasks. The goat trading company required a contingent of soldiers to ensure the safety of their caravan. Derek inquired about the location of the goat trading company and met the manager, Vincent. After introducing himself and stating his intentions, he learned that the journey from the city of Watch to Count Perez's territory would take approximately a month. "I can pay you 3 gold coins, with additional fees for any delays." The thin, wiry manager Vincent regarded Derek with a hint of skepticism. After all, he had no reputation to speak of. Had it not been for Derek's knightly background and family name, he would not have been afforded any opportunity. The annual maintenance cost for a small squad of spear soldiers, covering equipment wear and tear, provisions, and wages, was around 20 gold coins, plus about 10 coins for basic equipment. A knight, alongside a squad leader of spear soldiers, would incur an annual maintenance cost of 30 gold coins, not accounting for initial costs. 3 gold coins. It seemed a modest profit, but mercenaries did not find work every day. Were there any costs for medical treatment or compensation for injuries sustained during the mission? The wear and tear on weapons would also escalate. Besides, the point of venturing out to risk one's life was to earn more. Without hesitation, Derek replied, "Vincent, although this is my first job, I am not entirely ignorant. I will take on the task for 10 gold coins. Otherwise, you may seek another. I am an elite knight who has completed my training under Count Perez. And my soldiers are seasoned veterans who have undergone rigorous training. You will not find another mercenary as professional as I am." Steward Vincent hesitated. He preferred to employ newcomers, clearly attracted by Derek's status. He did not believe a word of the elite knight claim. If he were truly elite, he would have joined a knightly order. Nonetheless, a knight hailing from Count Perez's ranks carries more weight than other wandering knights. Given your understanding of the market, you must realize that 10 gold coins is out of the question. 5 gold coins is a fair offer. I trust you this once, as I have dealt with the Ferreira family before. Steward Vincent made a concession, deeming it a reasonable price. Derek wished to negotiate further, but Vincent grew increasingly irritable. It is 5 gold coins. Were it not for your status as a knight? I could offer no more than 4. The costs of maintaining a knight are high, yet they are also in great demand. Observing the situation, Derek was flexible. Then it shall be 5 gold coins. This is my first task, and I shall grant you this favor. Next time, once you have witnessed my capabilities, you must increase the offer. Vincent, exasperated by his persistence, finally relented, breathing a sigh of relief. If you prove your worth, the price will rise and opportunities for collaboration will abound. The two signed a contract, which was duly registered with the local guild, and the tavern that facilitated the arrangement would also keep a record. Should either party default, it would tarnish their reputation locally. Upon returning home, Derek had to consider a pressing matter. He needed a squire. Fortunately, he could select from among the new recruits. For a knight, having one or more squires to assist in caring for warhorses, maintaining weapons and armor, and donning armor during battle is nearly indispensable. It is akin to a knight's support system. For commoners, it presents an excellent pathway for advancement. Becoming a knight provides an entry ticket, after which one can aspire to achieve great deeds. Very few spearmen are granted noble titles and lands, whereas knights have a far greater chance, of course. Some squires remain forever in that role, either unable to complete their knightly training or hindered by their background. Derek felt grateful for his current physique. Otherwise, his starting point would have been the endpoint for many commoners. In terms of combat prowess, squires do not necessarily overpower knights. For most wandering knights and even those formally recognized, squires are often viewed merely as tools or higher-tier soldiers. They do not require instruction in etiquette or military strategy. They serve simply as subordinates or soldiers. For Derek, this was also the case for the time being. Selecting a suitable candidate was simpler for him than for others. Talent was less important than loyalty. With the assistance of a skill panel, even the least talented could eventually hone their abilities. However, loyalty, if uncertain, could only be entrusted to others. Fortunately, the soldiers selected from the ranks of farmers, though lacking in worldly experience, were generally honest and straightforward. They were even accustomed to serving the Ferreira family, making them easier for Derek to command. Derek's selection process was thus a fortunate dilemma. Ultimately, he chose a squire with a high degree of obedience. Simon profession, spearman level, 8 squire experience pool, 0-100. These were the first batch of trained recruits. Aside from experience, he could hardly be deemed a novice. An 8th level spearman, robust of build, donned in simple leather armor, wielding a short sword and a spear in a one-on-one confrontation, he could easily outmaneuver ordinary recruits. In formation, he could unleash formidable combat strength. Simon was a name personally bestowed by Derek, rewarding him for his obedience, loyalty, and diligent training. In reality, many possessed greater talent, yet he consistently ranked among the top tier. Opportunity favors the prepared. Derek outfitted him with iron-studded armor, an iron sword, and a nag. The equipment alone was worth 4 gold coins, and his wage was now doubled. The cost was not insignificant. Should he complete his knightly training in the future, the financial demands would be even greater. This is why knights typically refrain from casually training squires. The investment of years, even decades, is a considerable burden. Chapter 8. Departure. Before setting off, Derek personally equipped Simon with his new gear in front of all the soldiers. For these young men of peasant origin, this represented a significant leap across social strata. Thus, their gazes were filled with envy and admiration. In the name of Sir Derek, I bestow upon you the title of squire and grant you the name Simon. I hope that one day, you may possess your own illustrious surname. Simon knelt on one knee, mimicking the ceremonial gesture of knighthood. Yet, he appeared visibly awkward and nervous, lacking the grace one might expect. However, the others paid little mind to his discomfort, only feeling envy. I pledge my life and loyalty to you, Sir Derek, Simon vowed, his earnestness evident as he accepted the long sword. Derek helped him to his feet, allowing him to secure the sword at his waist. A few minor adjustments transformed him from a mere spearman. His subsequent treatment would also differ significantly. Seizing the moment, Derek turned to face the 3 rows of spearmen, rallying them. May Simon's present day become your future. Train diligently and fight valiantly, and I shall reward you with wealth, status, and honor. Serve Lord Derek, the morale sword. Painting grand visions is indeed a skill. and it was clear that Derek was more adept at it than many in this world. Derek then led his rejuvenated soldiers to meet at the Goat Trading Company. The Goat Trading Company had its own guards and staff. Hiring a contingent of soldiers was merely a temporary measure. After all, supporting a full company of soldiers incurs a significant annual expense, and as a trading company, they must prioritize profit maximization. Rather than laboring to save a few coins, it is often more prudent to undertake additional trade routes. In Derek's view, even these guards were inadequate. Though they appeared somewhat spirited, they were far from robust. Their weaponry was a hodgepodge of blades, swords, and spears with a bow thrown in, though it was unclear how skilled the archer was. The merchant caravan consisted of 30 to 40 individuals, with over 20 carts. Before Derek could inspect the cargo, Steward Vincent approached him. "Sir Derek, are these your family's private soldiers?" It was understandable for him to think so. After 3 months of training, coupled with ample food and, most importantly, the support of the skill panel, these soldiers had become as strong as inflated balloons. High-level soldiers could not genuinely appear as frail as weaklings. While their equipment left something to be desired, even Derek himself rode a common horse and wore relatively simple armor. However, they were well-equipped, and each soldier was robust. Compared to the guards of the Goat Trading Company, the contrast was particularly striking. No wonder Derek dared to demand a high price. He was indeed profiting. Vincent's smile became more genuine. After all, respect is earned through strength. Derek, however, did not directly answer the question, seizing the opportunity to leverage his influence. "Steward Vincent, I mentioned that I am worth a higher price. You must prepare for an increase next time." Of course, Vincent eagerly agreed. "But next time, I will seek different personnel. A gold coin is still a coin, and finding a decent group of mercenaries would suffice, especially given the low likelihood of trouble. With the caravan's guards and hired mercenaries totaling around 20 to 30 individuals, backed by an additional 30 or so staff and servants, they could generally handle any common bandit threat. Expecting merchants to pay more unless a knife were at their throats was unrealistic. Once the caravan was organized, they quickly set off. This was Derek's first time undertaking such responsibility, yet it felt familiar. His training as a knight apprentice involved similar tasks. From escorting merchant caravans to armed combat, long-distance pursuits, and battle commands, all integral parts of a knight's education. Thus, the cost of training a knight is substantial. They are never intended to be mere cannon fodder. In a knightly order, unless they are heavy cavalry solely meant for charging, most warriors serve as mid to low-ranking officers. Especially for noble knights, a formal knight leads troops during battle, commanding multiple units. In peacetime, noblemen often engage in armed duels, but when lives are on the line, they can quickly assemble a temporary army to ensure basic combat readiness. Therefore, Derek, relying on both his current training and memories from his previous life, managed to navigate the situation without panic. He arranged the march and conducted periodic inspections, appearing quite competent. The only drawback was the poor quality of equipment. Even his horse was rather ordinary. While serving, he had ridden the Count's warhorse, and at home, his family had prepared equipment for him. But in his current circumstances, he could only make do. Squire Simon was even riding a nag, rather pitifully, as they traveled. Derek trained Simon as a squire, even including the spearmen in the training sessions. From the skill panel, he observed that many soldiers' long stagnant data occasionally flickered with activity. However, the majority of progress came from the accumulation of experience points. A few days prior, they had been close to the Watchtower City, which was not a target for merchant business. Yet, upon entering Count Perez's territory, the Goat Trading Company followed a well-planned route. Though it was a detour, they passed through more manors and villages. Derek was familiar with these areas, having served there previously. Although he had never interacted with the Goat Trading Company, it seemed they were not yet significant enough to attract the Count's attention. True major trading companies, once entering the Count's domain, always traveled with military escorts, and it was during such times that Derek had accumulated his experience. As they spent more time together, Derek and Steward Vincent grew more familiar, exchanging a wealth of information. The Goat Trading Company primarily engaged in commoner trade, seemingly connected to someone of importance within the Count's household. The caravan, laden with burlap, agricultural tools, and a few assorted containers, was poised to fetch a handsome price. Once the carts were emptied, they would sporadically procure some furs and grains to bring back for sale. The round trip promised considerable profits, though the specifics of these earnings would naturally remain undisclosed to Derek. The journey proceeded smoothly, even encountering a patrol from the knightly order, during which Derek exchanged pleasantries with several familiar squire knights. The noble knights were largely taken aback by his choice to become a wandering knight. It was only after leaving the territory of Count Perez that a slight tension enveloped the caravan. Approaching the mountainous region, the occasional sighting of barbarian tribes crossing the mountains was noted. Yet the most significant threat remained the rogue bandits. Vincent, the steward, had taken the precaution of warning Derek in advance. However, Derek was far more acquainted with the dangers, having even participated in battles against such brigands. Reflecting on the surrounding area, Derek curiously inquired, this region should contain only a few scattered villages and bandit hideouts, not belonging to any noble's domain. What business does the caravan have venturing here? Chapter 9. The battle from the caravan's itinerary. This segment of the journey consumed 1/3 of the time. Yet the number of villages accounted for less than 1/10, with the population likely even smaller. Clearly, the caravan was not engaged in ordinary trade, for otherwise, it would surely incur losses. If they were involved in any illicit dealings, Derek would not hesitate to demand more compensation. Vincent hesitated for just a moment. Yet this was hardly a secret. This area was rich in furs, excellent material for crafting leather armor, and due to the connections of my master, trading with several villages was feasible, thus necessitating this journey. So, the majority of the dangers on this route stemmed from this? Derek understood. Perhaps this was the reason the caravan required hired guards. Bandits were not necessarily professionals. It was conceivable that those mountain dwellers, armed with nothing but a piece of cloth to mask their faces, or perhaps not even that, would seize their weapons and transform into bandits, ready to reclaim the goods they had just sold. However, to take someone's wealth and avert calamity was simply the nature of the job. There was no reason to fear. Having witnessed bloodshed, Derek was naturally unafraid of any mountain brigands. Ultimately, if your blade was sharp, the bandits could easily be rendered into hospitable villagers. Otherwise, they could not fault others for playing the rogue. However, underestimating the enemy strategically while maintaining tactical vigilance was essential. Derek meticulously orchestrated his arrangements, and the previously lax soldiers began to regain their alertness. The clientele for the goat caravan was limited. Evidently, the influence of their patron was constrained. Nevertheless, given their long-standing relationship, everything proceeded smoothly. As they prepared to return, there were just 2 more stops to make. Yet, Derek grew increasingly vigilant. He understood that the caravan could not afford to squander money, and there must be lurking dangers ahead, while they had yet to encounter any. The last 2 bandit hideouts were deeply entrenched within the forest. The seasoned members of the caravan, accustomed to this route, grew silent. The caravan's guards gripped their swords tightly to end such an atmosphere. The psychological pressure on the new recruits was immense. Derek recognized that appropriate pressure could accelerate growth, but excessive stress could lead to collapse. His subordinates were not seasoned veterans but rather a collection of inexperienced recruits. Thus, it was necessary to alleviate some of their tension. Relax a bit. Do not fear. I have slain countless bandits in my day, and the heads of those savages still adorn the walls of my home. Derek's language was coarse, and his boastful claims soared to the heavens. He had indeed fought alongside the knightly order against brigands, but the number of foes he had felled was but a handful. And he had yet to encounter any true savages. However, it mattered not, as others were oblivious to his embellishments. On the contrary, his status as a knight lent credibility to his words. Derek had been steeped in the narratives of web literature in his past life. And while he could not pen such tales himself, he effortlessly spun yarns to these fledgling soldiers, recently liberated from the fields. His vivid storytelling painted him as a legendary figure, with the so-called thieves depicted as mere chaff to be effortlessly cut down. The morale of the group gradually lifted. This was the optimal state. It would be far better than encountering a situation where they trembled in fear, unsure of how to respond. Whether the bandits were as formidable as Derek described remained uncertain, yet they were undoubtedly not of high caliber, especially the makeshift bandits, who lacked any semblance of organization or discipline. With a resounding crash, a large stone tumbled down from who knows where. The entire caravan remained unscathed. And then a disarray of bandits leapt forth. A few errant arrows flew through the air, lacking the force to harm. Aside from one unfortunate soul struck in the rear, the others sustained no injuries. However, the psychological pressure surged, for in a confrontation where the shorthand faced the longhand, the strain was palpable. Derek had long been prepared. As the bandits emerged, he disregarded their numbers and combat prowess, immediately commanding the caravan to close ranks and encircle the carts, urging everyone to take shelter within. The opposing side possessed few archers, and those that remained wielded short bows meant for hunting, lacking sufficient power. Under Derek's commanding shouts, the flustered caravan gradually began to regroup. Although Vincent, the steward, had traveled far and wide, he had seldom encountered such a situation. At this juncture, Derek stepped forward, assertively usurping his command. he was unconcerned, for such matters were not his forte. Vincent had already observed the sparse gathering of roughly 100 bandits. Judging by their numbers, they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. How could this be? He had sensed the journey to be perilous. Had he known, he would have hired more men. In truth, relying on certain connections with the Count Perez's household, the caravan had managed to carve out a more lucrative trade route. However, to say they had encroached upon the interests of others would be an understatement. Did not the other mountain dwellers feel envy? After 1 or 2 encounters, or even 10, they should be grateful for the mountain dwellers' sluggish reactions. Otherwise, they would have been assaulted long ago. Theo claimed that this day had not been anticipated would be a blatant falsehood. Yet, complacency, coupled with previous safety, had allowed him to overlook the inherent risks. Moreover, hiring more guards would diminish profits, and merchants were invariably driven by profit. Derek paid no heed to Vincent's regrets. In reality, he did not perceive the situation as particularly dangerous. Victory in battle was not solely determined by numbers on one side. He dismounted. At this moment, remaining on horseback rendered him a living target, and moreover, his steed was of inferior quality, leaving him concerned it might not heed his commands during a charge. Drawing his finely crafted iron longsword, Derek observed that the caravan had yet to finalize its arrangements. Time was of the essence. After all, they were merely an assembly of ordinary folk, not a professional army. And their efficiency left much to be desired. They needed to gather, to form a staggered line, and prepare for a charge. With firm commands, a resonant voice, and the benefit of rigorous training, the pikemen instinctively responded to the orders and advanced. Compared to the chaotic bandits, the combat effectiveness of the pikemen was poised to overwhelm them. Given a few more numbers, Derek was confident that a single charge could resolve the conflict. Yet at present, he too launched a countercharge. Over a brief distance of 20 meters, the angle of the pikemen's weapons allowed for acceleration, thrust. The front line's pikes directly struck their targets. Even those who wished to evade could not escape. As the momentum faltered, some bandits attempted to advance and fell upon the pikemen. Yet, the rear line's pikes thrust forward once more. Staggered formations, while diminishing the lethality of the charge, ensured stability and safety. Thrust, retract, thrust. Regardless of whether they struck home, their movements were as mechanical as clockwork. The results of their training became evident. On the battlefield, excessive skill was not a prerequisite. Strength, speed, and a modicum of technique sufficed. The advancing bandits, seeking to evade while brandishing their weapons in an attempt to sever the pikes, revealed the essence of their disarray. Some sought to flee, while others pressed forward. The chaos was devoid of unified command. A few bandits, resembling small leaders, shouted commands. Yet each individual harbored differing intentions. Chapter 10. Repelling the bandits, the tension among the pikemen remained palpable, yet their assertive display allowed their muscles to relax somewhat, at least alleviating some of their tension. Derek remained vigilant, keenly observing the situation as the bandits began to coalesce in their intentions, likely preparing to encircle them. The caravan formed a tenuous circle, with Vincent proving somewhat reliable by leaving a gap. Fall back in staggered formation, watch your step. The pikemen withdrew slowly. Their earlier ferocity had instilled hesitation among the bandits, who were reluctant to advance. A few small leaders cursed and kicked at their subordinates, urging them to pursue. Among them was a particularly fierce individual, who led the charge without hesitation. The mountain folk were indeed as fierce as their reputation suggested. Had it been a group of farmers, they likely would have crumbled by now. However, if Derek had to choose, he would still prefer farmers. Obedience was paramount. Combat prowess could be cultivated, yet instilling obedience was a more arduous task. As the bandits surged forward, threatening to disrupt their formation, Derek would not indulge them. With a decisive command, he ordered, "Halt, thrust." The pikemen instinctively ceased their movements and advanced. Thud, thud, thud. The quickest among the bandits was suddenly riddled with several puncture wounds. Blood sprang forth. This time, the remaining bandits completely recoiled, none daring to advance. Only then did Derek signal for the pikemen to retreat back into their rudimentary encampment. Vincent hurried over, having just witnessed the entire ordeal. Derek's performance left him in awe. He had collaborated with countless mercenaries, yet he had never encountered such a formidable and fierce group. Setting aside matters of combat effectiveness, the mere ability to execute a countercharge demonstrated a bravery that most mercenaries lacked. While a few elite might achieve such feats, the capacity to heed commands during a retreat and retaliate was truly unprecedented. Otherwise, those bandits would not have been so audacious in their pursuit. It was evident that martial strength was an exceedingly valuable resource, especially in Vincent's eyes. Derek, the knight, Indeed, you are a paragon of the elite knights hailing from the Count's order. I have never encountered a warrior of your caliber. At that moment, he believed Derek to be a true elite knight. Even the boasts he had previously dismissed now seemed plausible. Upon returning, one must certainly inquire about when the illustrious order of the Count Perez produced such a formidable figure. For the time being, Derek chose to disregard Vincent the steward, as he meticulously inspected the ranks of the spear-wielding soldiers. Fortunately, there were no injuries. The rudimentary leather armor had proven effective. One unfortunate soul had an arrow strike his chest, but the force merely penetrated the armor without breaking the skin. The others emerged unscathed, as the length of their weapons offered them a distinct advantage. Without closing in, the enemy could hardly reach them. Additionally, one must extend gratitude to the bandits. Otherwise, such a number of regular troops, even militia, could have resulted in catastrophic casualties. Derek tirelessly directed the defense, ensuring that everyone was armed. The guards of the merchant caravan were evenly distributed. With the servants sheltering in the rear, ready to strike opportunistically, he commanded the spearmen to prepare themselves slightly, as combat could erupt at any moment. The bandits outside hesitated, seemingly at odds with one another. However, having suffered over a dozen casualties, returning empty-handed would be a disgrace. Following their initial failure, the positions of these petty leaders would undoubtedly be contested. After a heated discussion, they resolutely decided to press on. Learning from their previous lesson, they briefly assigned roles and prepared to launch a concerted assault on the caravan's defenses. As for the obstacles presented by the carts, they hardly regarded them as significant. Observing the bandits' lack of a coherent strategy, Derek couldn't help but smirk. It was essentially safe now. Did this band of fools truly believe themselves to be an elite army? They seemed to think that using carts as shields would suffice. But without auxiliary equipment, even regular troops would flounder. Were it Derek in command, he would have prepared oil to set ablaze. Of course, bandits, driven by greed, would typically refrain from such tactics. Yet, charging in so brazenly, did they genuinely believe that sheer numbers would suffice? It was not that he underestimated them. Without several times their numbers and a readiness to face losses, they had no hope of breaching the defenses. Unfortunately, the bandits possessed neither. Sir Derek, should we negotiate with them? Vincent the steward asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice, demonstrating both the complexity of their situation and a willingness to part with some wealth to avert disaster. It was a viable option. If they could establish a connection, perhaps this trade route would become safer in the future. Patience. Negotiations must wait until we repel them. Otherwise, how could we satisfy their appetite? Derek responded, not even glancing back, treating the suggestion as mere platitude. He understood that if another wave of bandits were to approach, they might very well flee, leaving no room for negotiation. Ultimately, they were but a rabble. Derek recognized that this was merely a band of mountain folk masquerading as bandits. However, there was no need to disclose this to Vincent. Soon enough, the raucous bandits charged again, and this time, they appeared even more bewildered. Their chaotic thrusts with the spears were ineffective, as the few bandits who managed to breach the line were swiftly overwhelmed by a group of soldiers. The seemingly useless carts had transformed into the most formidable fortress. Vincent, not lacking in wit, recognized the situation. It appeared that there was no need to spend money for safety after all, so these bandits were merely bluster. As he listened to Vincent's lamentations, Derek finally felt reassured enough to turn away. If clients perceived their dealings as simple, then the business would certainly be less profitable. Thus, he decisively shattered Vincent's illusions. If it were up to me, I'd set fire first, then wait for them to come to us. Not a single one of the caravan would escape. Should they still desire wealth, a dawn raid would guarantee a surprise attack. Such a forceful approach, with a few prepared ramming beams, would soon dismantle the carts. Not to mention, the more insidious tactics of poisoning or ambush were not even worth mentioning. Furthermore, had these bandits been even slightly more professional, escaping today would not have been so easy. Vincent trembled at Derek's words. His gaze towards Derek shifting uneasily. Should this fellow change professions, what fate awaited him and his companions? Indeed, the distinction between the professional and the amateur was stark. He quickly abandoned any thoughts of economizing. If spending money could avert disaster, then so be it. A life lost meant nothing else could be salvaged. As more corpses were left behind, the bandits finally could not withstand the pressure. They had come to rob and improve their livelihoods, not to meet their demise. Thus, without needing to be called, they scattered in a flurry. Those remaining, upon seeing that their adversaries nearly outnumbered them, had no desire to engage further. The more honorable among them carried their fallen comrades, while the less scrupulous turned tail and fled in the blink of an eye. The bandits had scattered, leaving behind only a few bodies that were too cumbersome to carry. Many from the caravan exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Just moments ago, they truly believed they were doomed. Under normal circumstances, how could they have encountered such a large band of bandits? The caravan suffered losses. A few unfortunate souls were struck, and one unlucky individual was killed. Some carts were damaged, and a portion of the cargo was lost. However, compared to being plundered by bandits, the losses were negligible. Chapter 11. Warhorses having repelled the bandits. It was now impossible to continue traveling for the day. They settled nearby to establish camp, and the subsequent matters were no longer Derek's concern. Seizing this opportunity, he conducted a psychological debriefing for his soldiers. Following the skirmish, many had shed their fears of combat. The visible naivety had faded, and some were even excessively exhilarated, eager for action. After completing the psychological preparation, Derek finally accessed his status panel. Indeed, the experience of all soldiers had increased significantly, ranging from 10 to 20 points. This progress was a result of both experience and a shift in mindset. For spear wielders of level 5 and above, such advancements were already quite minimal. Beyond level 7 or 8, improvements were nearly non-existent. Thus, this sudden surge was not insignificant. However, opportunities of this nature were rare, and each instance seemed to diminish. He glanced at his own panel data. Fong Derek Profession. Night level. 7, 5-100, Experience Pool. 0-100 Not bad. He had gained 3 points. Even his knightly squire had reached level 4. Furthermore, he stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. Derek opened the lowest icon, clearly depicting something that was not human. Warhorse, unnamed, quality, ordinary, 46-100, Experience Pool. 0-100. A warhorse could also be included in the panel. Derek's spirits lifted. If the arms trade was highly profitable, the warhorse trade was undoubtedly monopolistic. The price range was vast, and one could not simply purchase them with money. For instance, this ordinary horse alone would cost over 10 gold coins. Truly trained warhorses began at several dozen gold coins. Derek quickly pondered what might have prompted the horse's inclusion in the panel. Was it due to the recent battle? Or perhaps obedience? Based on the example of soldiers being incorporated into the panel, he leaned towards the latter. However, if each horse required personal intervention to be accepted into the panel, the functionality would lose its value. Derek could only make a mental note of this, realizing that even if the functionality proved limited, he could still consistently cultivate several high-quality warhorses. That evening, Vincent the steward visited quietly, promising a reward upon their return to the city. It wouldn't be much, but certainly something. This was merely protocol, after all. One could not overlook the efforts put forth in battle. Reason and sentiment intertwined. Such was the way of dealing. At the very least, Derek felt satisfied, knowing future dealings would be smoother. After a brief stay, the caravan continued its slow journey. The remaining bandit strongholds were few, and the caravan was soon to return home. Vincent prayed for no further incidents. Despite having been attacked once, the caravan still stood to make a significant profit, especially during this latter stretch of the journey. The mountain folk were xenophobic. Without the goat caravan's presence, Derek would have found it nearly impossible to traverse their stronghold. He also instructed his soldiers to avoid provoking any conflicts. Merely guarding the convoy while observing the mountain folks' transactions, it seemed there was more than one stronghold, as various mountain folk from nearby regions appeared to be engaging in trade. Derek crossed his arms, his keen eyes fixed on them, ready to intimidate any who harbored ulterior motives. Could the medicinal herbs be offered at a lower price? We only have these rabbit pelts. Absolutely not. Those rabbit pelts can only be used for gloves and hold little value. The finest medicinal herbs are reserved for my personal use and will not be sold cheaply. A commotion caught Derek's attention. He turned to see Vincent arguing with a ragged mountain dweller. Approaching, he sought to prevent any escalation. Upon seeing Derek, Vincent's confidence surged. There are those who engage in lethal trades, but no one would willingly engage in a losing bargain. Though Vincent demonstrated restraint in Derek's presence, he felt no empathy for the lowly mountain folk. To incur a loss was akin to having flesh ripped from his bones. The mountain dweller seemed ready to lash out, but upon catching sight of Derek, he recoiled, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He hesitated to leave, reminded of his fallen brother lying nearby. Steward, give me the medicinal herbs, and next time, I will bring you 10 wild boar skins. 10 wild boar skins would be enough to craft several pieces of armor. A considerable value indeed. Vincent's eyes sparkled at the prospect, but upon assessing the mountain dweller's tattered appearance, he scoffed. Next time? You'd better not starve to death first. Get out of my way, or I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. The mountain dweller's veins bulged in anger, seemingly on the verge of violence. At that moment, Derek stepped forward, firmly grasping the man's shoulder. "My friend, you seem rather familiar," the mountain dweller gasped, recalling where he had seen Derek and exactly how formidable he was. He attempted to struggle, but Derek's grip was ironclad. The pride he took in his strength faltered under Derek's hold. The latter was surprised as well. This fellow possessed considerable strength, surpassing most robust men. Ordinary mountain dwellers were not typically built like oxen. Such innate strength was indeed rare. Naturally, he placed greater emphasis on another aspect. "I don't know you. Let me go. This is not a place for you outsiders to act with impunity," the mountain folk shouted, drawing the attention of many. Even with the backing of a goat merchant caravan, one must weigh the consequences before causing a ruckus here. Derek paid him no mind and turned to his attendant Simon, instructing, "Fetch my medicinal supplies." Simon hurried back and soon returned with a small package in hand. "And my friend, I harbor no ill will. I require 10 wild boar hides. These are for my own medicinal needs, and they are of far superior quality than what is available in the market, especially for puncture wounds." Derek fixed his gaze upon the man's eyes, seemingly discerning his thoughts. The mountain dweller instinctively turned away. Unable to meet his gaze, he was uncertain whether he had been recognized, but the life of his elder brother weighed heavily on his mind. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the package. "Outsider, I assure you that I shall procure 10 wild boar hides for you." "Very well, when the caravan returns, I shall await your arrival. In my absence, you may entrust matters to Vincent." The mountain dweller took a few steps away, then abruptly turned back, defiantly inquiring, "Knight, what is your name?" "Fong Derek, I am Wood. I shall bring you the wild boar hides." As the mountain dweller strode away, Vincent approached with a face full of regret. "Sir Derek, I fear your medicinal supplies may go to waste. These individuals possess none of a knight's virtues. No, I perceive him as a warrior. I am inclined to give him a chance." "What leads you to that conclusion?" Vincent asked curiously, to which Derek merely smiled in silence. "What makes you say that? The few mountain bandits who dare charge forth are indeed the most formidable. Would you not deem that courageous? Had it been another, they might have been overwhelmed by them. Such individuals are undoubtedly valuable among the mountain folk and are worth winning over. Why possessions are not so easily acquired." Chapter 12. The future Vincent ultimately received no answer, but with his years of experience in commerce, he surmised that this investment would likely yield no returns. However, Derek was not a merchant. He had no authority to interfere. On the contrary, such a vigorous young knight should focus on cultivating relationships. The caravan remained for 2 days, acquiring an abundance of furs before returning. The journey back was slightly different. As Vincent walked, he busily gathered various supplies, wishing to load the wagon as high as a mountain. Seeing the draft horses toil so hard brought Derek a pang of sympathy. Indeed, capital, regardless of the realm, is drenched in blood. The only distinction lies in the nature of the exploited. Derek could only remind himself to exploit others rather than be exploited himself. As they neared the city of Vigilance, another stroke of fortune occurred. Simon, the knight's attendant, had his nag join the roster, swiftly rising to ordinary quality. It is no exaggeration to say that the price difference from this back and forth alone amounted to at least 3 gold coins. The exorbitant profit was secondary. Having a source of war horses was of utmost importance. Heavily armored cavalry in this era of backward combat methods represented a decisive force, akin to the deterrent power of nuclear weapons. This was fundamentally reliant on exceptional warhorses. Upon returning to the city to hand over assignments, Derek recorded a transaction at the tavern where tasks were accepted, leaving a record for future reference. Should a caravan wish to hire Derek again, this would serve as a benchmark. If particularly outstanding, it might even warrant additional payment. For instance, this time, Vincent begrudgingly offered 2 gold coins as a reward. Once the handover was complete, Derek returned to the base. With limited training and his growing level, the remaining pikemen showed minimal improvement. Conversely, the 3 blacksmiths became increasingly skilled, with little True even capable of independently forging relatively high-quality iron swords. Derek, while accumulating strength, also took on various small tasks in the vicinity, allowing the pikemen to venture out for training. Over time, he garnered a modicum of renown, in the mercenary circles of the city of Vigilance. Word spread of a formidable group with an excellent reputation. Profits increased steadily, and their strength grew ever greater. Yet Derek continued to feel a sense of anxiety, perpetually gripped by urgency. Without land and population, what seemed like a flourishing enterprise inevitably faced limitations. For instance, the territory of Baron Ferreira housed only 4,000 to 5,000 inhabitants. Could he recruit soldiers without restriction? The same applied to other noble lands. The notion of freely recruiting soldiers was utterly fanciful. Moreover, most freemen possessed their own lands and industries, disinclined to enlist as soldiers. Those without land and industry were merely the vassals of the nobility, their mobility severely restricted. Not to mention, agriculture and pastoralism were entirely means of production. This feudal society had its upper limits firmly locked. Even with the utmost effort, one could not break through the barriers. Unless one could dismantle the class structure, true growth remained elusive. Currently, the output of 3 blacksmiths barely sufficed to cover expenses. If he truly wished to expand his business, lacking a powerful backing would only lead to being thoroughly exploited. Derek was acutely aware of the nature of nobles and would not take risks. Maintaining the status quo appeared satisfactory. A modest estate in the northern province would cost around 5,000 gold coins. If he labored diligently for 50 years, he might accumulate enough to purchase one. For a person of this era, being able to bequeath such an asset to descendants and family could be deemed quite commendable. Consider the Perez family who, over the years, had managed to amass merely 2 such estates, and that was under relatively prosperous conditions. Derek ought to feel content. Contentment, however, was far from Derek's disposition. Having traversed realms and grasped a golden opportunity, living a life of ease was not in his nature. What if unforeseen circumstances arose, preventing him from reaching the age of 50? This world provided no sense of security. The only way to seize control of his destiny was to take matters into his own hands. While minor conflicts might present opportunities, Derek was hesitant. The kingdom's politics were notably characterized by a dual monarchy, the vassal lords and the king. Nobles under the king's nominal authority had obligations to fulfill, yet enjoyed a degree of freedom. Those bestowed titles by other great nobles might continue to hold positions within the kingdom, yet political liberty was nearly non-existent. The stance of a vassal lord became one's own stance. Unless one rebelled, it was nearly impossible to refuse their requests. Moreover, the majority of political resources within the kingdom remained firmly in the king's grasp. Even the descendants of one's family would be subject to the whims of the other's progeny. Breaking the class structure and seizing power was exceedingly difficult through reliance on great nobles, and one faced numerous constraints. The optimal strategy remained to venture to the royal capital to grasp the core resources of the kingdom. However, the Ferreira family was merely a rural nobility, devoid of the political resources necessary to ascend to the rank of royal official. Even if such resources existed, they would not be afforded to him. Such political capital was the domain of the great nobles and the royal family. Thus, he found himself ensnared in a vicious cycle. Unless a significant war occurred, granting military merit and nobility, he could not hope to enter the king's sphere of influence. Nor could he avoid the necessity of vying for power and resources. Derek awaited the war against the northern barbarians, who had seized considerable territory during the kingdom's period of disunity. As the kingdom regained power, it would inevitably launch a campaign to reclaim its lands. This was the understanding of the astute, though the timing of such an event could range from the morrow to 10 or 20 years hence. Derek had once believed he could wait, only to realize he had lost that patience. Of course, all his impatience stemmed from the prying eyes that surrounded him, both intentionally and unintentionally. A business with an annual output exceeding 100 gold coins, particularly in arms, drew the envy of many. It was only due to his knightly title, the intimidation of the Ferreira family behind him, and his own martial prowess that the greedy gazes had temporarily retreated. However, should the scale expand, it would undoubtedly incite avarice. The first to act might even be his own patron, Baron Ferreira. Indeed, what did familial ties mean in the face of family interests? A business capable of consuming a considerable portion of the family's income revealed that Derek had underestimated the value of a competent blacksmith. Why is a blacksmith's worth so high? The skills of smelting and forging are exceedingly rare in this age. Most blacksmiths produce high-quality weaponry purely through intuition and experience. Therefore, they are scarce and yield substantial profits. Even the transmission of knowledge is approached with utmost caution and conservatism. Only a few factions that have summarized advanced techniques monopolize this industry. The existence of the roster serves as a cheat, transforming the element of chance into certainty. Any blacksmith, given time, can achieve mastery. What a coveted power that is! Upon realizing this, Derek was even hesitant to continue investing points. Yet, a fire burned within him. He was determined to find a place away from prying eyes to fully exploit the capabilities of the roster. He believed that with just one opportunity, he could swiftly ascend the stage of history. And he had already identified his target. Chapter 13. Friends. 4 months later, when the goat caravan once again invited Derek for escort, he readily accepted. Vincent, the steward, proactively added a gold coin to the commission, which was quite generous. Even Derek was permitted to smuggle some personal goods. Given their familiarity and the well-trodden path, the journey proceeded smoothly. Bandits were nowhere to be seen. Perhaps the previous defeat had scattered that particular group. These noble powers could not extend into the deep mountains, which could not sustain a large population. Upon reaching the final mountain stronghold, Derek finally grew serious. According to tradition, the caravan would halt here for 2 days. Derek felt a sense of anticipation, hoping his judgment had not faltered. Vincent, recalling the previous incident, jested, "You need not hold your breath. I suspect that Mountain Dweller will likely not show up." Though he profited from the mountain folks' wealth, he held them in contempt for their poverty and belligerence. Derek remained noncommittal. Should they breach their agreement? It would merely be a nuisance. However, he believed they would not, for he considered his judgment of character to be quite sound. The first day passed without a trace of the individual. The second day went by with not a single sign. Derek felt a tinge of disappointment, and upon noticing this, Vincent subtly shook his head, believing it would be beneficial for the young man to learn a lesson. Naturally, he refrained from irritating the youth at this moment, allowing him to tend to his wounds and experience the harsh realities of the world alone. Derek stood outside the camp, seemingly aware that the caravan was about to depart, as more and more mountaineers passed by, many of whom had hurried over from other villages. Could it be that he had truly misjudged the situation? Derek felt a flicker of uncertainty. While the nobility of this world looked down upon the mountain folk, he did not share that sentiment. There was a certain heroic spirit about them, or so it seemed to Derek. Heroic spirit is a neutral term. Perhaps such individuals might break the law, make mistakes, or even commit acts of villainy, yet they generally would not easily break their promises. Consider it a lesson learned. Derek shook his head, not holding on to too much hope. Just as he turned to leave, someone called out from behind, "Fong, I'm here." Derek swiftly turned around, just in time to see several figures rushing towards him, burdened with something. A radiant smile spread across his face, not for the 10 wild boar skins, but because they had come as promised. Before long, the mountaineer would arrive before Derek. He noticed that would have taken a half step back, while others instinctively positioned themselves behind him. Suddenly, a familiar face emerged from the crowd. Derek remembered very clearly that it was this very individual who had rushed to the front, only to be shot several times. He had not anticipated that he would still be alive. Thud! Several bundles of wild boar skins were dropped onto the ground with a dull thud. "Fong, this is what I owe you." I would never tell lies. Derek did not even glance at the skins on the ground, despite their considerable value. Indeed, he was a man of his word. Derek loudly praised him, and would puffed out his chest, shedding the appearance of desperation he had previously shown. Now, he resembled a true hero. The mountaineer Lloyd had been observing Derek all along. He was curious about the individual willing to extend credit for medicine to his kin, especially since it seemed as though Derek had ignored the skins on the ground. This did not seem like the behavior of a noble knight. Initially intending merely to fulfill a promise, Lloyd's thoughts suddenly shifted. "Fong, thank you for your trust. Dare you accompany me for a drink?" The invitation was unexpected. Wood could not help but exclaim, "Big brother." Although he held a disdain for outsiders, he felt a certain fondness for Derek, fearing that Lloyd intended to deceive Derek for ulterior motives. After a brief pause, Derek recognized this as an opportunity. Gaining trust could sometimes be remarkably simple, yet at other times, exceedingly difficult. To refuse might mean losing a splendid chance. The other party did not appear to be a fool and likely would not act foolishly. Of course, most importantly, Derek touched the sword at his waist, revealing a confident smile. "Why should I hesitate? But please, wait a moment." Derek beckoned Simon, who had been observing from a distance. The knightly squire was extremely alert. Upon noticing a group approaching Derek, he had kept a close watch on the situation. "And why, Lord? Do you have any commands?" Simon fixed his gaze on Lloyd, his robust physique emanating a strong aura of intimidation. He had become even stronger compared to 4 months prior. "Have someone take these away and bring my belongings." Not stifling Simon's hostility was also a form of intimidation, showcasing their strength. Indeed, upon seeing Derek's subordinates, the expressions of all present grew considerably more serious, clearly recalling memories that were not pleasant. Derek appeared oblivious to their reactions and turned to Lloyd with a smile. "You don't mind if I bring a companion, do you? In such a situation, what difference does it make if it's one person or two?" Lloyd nodded. If this man had the courage to accompany him, he could consider him a friend. Soon, Simon called for the removal of the skins, and before Vincent could react, he retrieved the contraband he had brought along. Simon approached with a wooden box in hand. ignoring the curious gazes from the others. Derek urged, "Let us be off." Lloyd silently nodded to his men and then led the way. The caravan was not actually stationed within the village, but merely on a relatively flat piece of land just outside the gate. Given that Lloyd's village was not close, they would not return home that night in haste. Nearby, they found a place to set up camp. 3 rudimentary leather tents had been erected, and a fire was already crackling in the center. Upon Lloyd's return, 5 or 6 individuals emerged from hiding. Derek observed quietly. This small group boasted 10 members in the mountains. That was not insignificant. Here, it was common for groups to number in the hundreds. While smaller families might survive alone, survival in the mountains was tough. Few would choose to linger here unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, for Lloyd to rally 10 robust men was quite an achievement, and perhaps this was not even all his manpower. After all, they were not out working, so there was no need to mobilize everyone. Upon seeing Derek, the remaining individuals did not seem to recognize him. However, their expressions were far from friendly, clearly viewing him as an easy target. Lloyd remained silent, seemingly preparing to deceive Derek and eliminate him. For the lawless mountain folk, killing him to vent their frustrations did not seem entirely implausible. Simon had already placed a hand on his sword. With a single command, he could strike down anyone at a moment's notice. Conversely, Derek appeared unfazed, laughing heartily as he found a tree stump to sit upon. This leader, there's no need for pretense. Let us sit down and converse. His demeanor suggested that one might think he was in his own home. Lloyd raised a hand to quell the agitation of his men and confidently seated himself opposite Derek. "Are you not afraid?" "Afraid? Why should I fear?" Derek countered with a hearty laugh. "I see you as a person of significance, yet the mountains constrain your perspective. The world is filled with more than just the scurrying vermin you have encountered. Should you harbor any other intentions, I can readily draw my sword and fight." Lloyd remained silent, but one of the mountain men could not help but speak up. "Outsider, don't be too arrogant. Do you believe I wouldn't slay you right now?" Derek remained unperturbed, while Simon threw the box to the ground, his right hand swiftly drawing his long sword. In the next instant, a flash of steel glinted. Buzz! The sword embedded itself right before the man's beast-hide boots, barely grazing the front and penetrating an inch into the ground. Such force, speed, and precision. All the mountain folk drew in a sharp breath. Unable to believe their eyes, they had seen formidable individuals capable of contending with tigers and leopards and running faster than elk, yet they had never witnessed such skill. Do not mistake me for the worthless nobility you are accustomed to. Heroes and champions abound in this world. Why was Louis crowned king? Why does the surname Perez endure in the northern provinces? While there are indeed some wastrels among the nobility, there are also true heroes. I, Fong Derek, am not one of those worthless individuals you have encountered. Derek sat there, embodying the steadiness of a mountain. In tandem with Simon's display of prowess, I have come to forge friendships. I would prefer not to encounter such tests again. Lloyd's face darkened. The humiliation was difficult for him to bear. Yet, as Derek had stated, he was no fool. Even some of the hidden disdain he had previously harbored evaporated. In this world, some fear power. Others worship wealth, and some dread death. However, all men hold the strong in reverence. Here, Derek was the strong. Lloyd lowered his head. Even he was unaware of how much his demeanor had shifted. "I apologize. Outsiders are never treated kindly by us. So, I am sorry. My name is Lloyd. I would be honored to count you as a friend." Derek did not persist in his display of dominance. Upon noticing this, he gestured to Simon. "Open my gift for Leader Lloyd to see." Simon first approached the provocative mountain man, who stood frozen in shock at the sight of the sword. He had not dared to move since, without courtesy, Simon drew his own sword, turning with arrogance, and pried open the box. Layer upon layer of wood shavings wrapped the contents inside. Simon peeled them away, revealing items wrapped in oil paper. He took them out one by one. Seeing that Derek did not react, he directly unwrapped them. A deep black long sword, reflecting the flickering firelight, revealed its metallic sheen. Clang! Gently pushing the sword from its sheath, the metallic blade glimmered, adorned with subtle patterns that wound their way along its surface. A splendid sword. For the mountain folk, any weapon was precious. Moreover, this sword appeared particularly exquisite. This was undoubtedly Derek's handiwork. Not only had Little Trull and the others honed their skills considerably, but he had also taken the time to polish it thoroughly. With such craftsmanship, quality, and packaging, could one claim it to be worth 5 silver coins each? No, it should start at 10 silver coins, and if the relationship were poor, he might not sell it at all. While Lloyd was stronger than the average mountaineer, His perspective was still somewhat limited. As Simon lined up 5 swords in a row, the weight of the atmosphere became palpable. His gaze was riveted to the swords, unable to look away. Even though he knew Derek had ulterior motives, he found himself unable to refuse. After a long moment, he managed to suppress his urge to seize them. Sir Knight Derek, what does this mean? You see, carrot and stick. Even the mightiest of heroes must bow their heads in friendship. I, Derek, may not boast of much, but I am certainly generous to friends. Lloyd nodded involuntarily, recognizing the generosity he had just witnessed. Yes, in friendship, you shall be my friend, Derek. If you encounter difficulties, mention my name. It still holds some weight in the mountains. Just as Lloyd was about to play the part of the benefactor, he quickly recalled Derek's formidable prowess and thought better of it. What did Derek truly desire? The fur trade? No, that was not sustainable without someone backing him. Even if he wished to pursue it, it would have to be a lower priority, perhaps even involving Baron Ferreira. What Derek sought were 2 things, land and people. Could a mountain dweller or bandit provide him with that? Legally, certainly not, but Derek did not require legality in this era dominated by affluent nobility and royalty. One must either integrate into their ranks or forge a new path. For the former, Derek finds himself without opportunity. As for the latter, it remains a possibility. He refrains from revealing his innermost thoughts too hastily. With the exchanged gifts, their interactions become markedly more amicable. As they roast a rabbit, they also contribute their supplies. Amidst their feasting, Lloyd cautiously inquires a few questions, mistakenly assuming that Derek intends to venture into the leather trade. However, his assumptions are swiftly dismissed. After indulging in their meal, leaving the others to continue their idle chatter, Derek invites Lloyd for a stroll, to which the latter readily comprehends. As they walk a distance away from the encampment, Lloyd's demeanor grows increasingly solemn, aware that his friend's request is imminent, though uncertain whether he can fulfill it. Lloyd, how fares your business of banditry? He had anticipated the revelation of his identity, thus maintaining his composure, barely surviving. This is no thoroughfare, and we primarily prey upon minor merchants. Resources are scarce in these mountains, just enough to sustain us, just enough to survive, I believe, given the scarcity of goods here. However, there must be more than mere small traders, no? Derek is well versed in the ways of the nobility and officials. All merchant caravans engage in relational commerce. Without connections, one struggles to progress. Nobles and officials do not require threats. A simple maneuver suffices, tolls at checkpoints. According to the kingdom's laws, they impose a 10% levy. Yet, they extract dues at every crossing and collect fees at every barrier. Often, nobles and officials establish their own checkpoints. As goods traverse a stretch, costs double, and as they continue, they double again. With such practices, what profit remains? But you have your cunning plans, while I possess my means of escape. The small and large merchants traverse mountains and valleys, utilizing hidden paths. Some clandestine trade routes constitute the core assets of certain merchant houses. There are indeed lucrative targets in these mountains, though they remain elusive. With just a few words, Derek renders Lloyd momentarily speechless. I suggest you consider expanding your operations. After all, these merchant caravans are unlikely to venture deep into the wilderness to trouble you. If you seek to offload goods at reduced prices, many merchants would be inclined to oblige. I can supply you with weaponry and even assist in proper military training. What do you say? Lloyd, taken aback, lifts his gaze in astonishment. You wish to recruit me? No, this is merely a gesture of mutual assistance among friends. Should you wish to seize a wave of prospective recruits, I would gladly invest. When you procure arms, it would be profitable for both of us. The training would stand as a testament to our friendship. Though we have only just met, I trust that our shared interest will solidify our camaraderie. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 15. Site selection. Lloyd finds himself profoundly tempted. He has never been content to merely hunt and farm. As a recluse, he lacks opportunities to venture beyond the mountains. Thus, becoming a bandit king appears to be the most viable option. Derek's proposal is one he cannot refuse, convincing himself of its mutual benefits. Ultimately, Lloyd nods in agreement, sealing their conversation as a secret. Derek will not tarnish his reputation by directly intervening in Lloyd's affairs. As for other speculations, which Noble lacks some unsavory dealings, as long as they remain obscured, all is well. Do you believe that notorious brigands operate without Noble support? Just before returning to the camp, Derek makes a modest request. I require a small parcel of land. A hillside would suffice. Ideally convenient for transporting limited supplies. Do you have any recommendations? The arable land within the mountains is already claimed, and the cost of clearing new land is exorbitant. No, I merely seek a place to settle. not to cultivate. That simplifies matters. I shall find you a suitable spot. Thus, a transaction forged under the auspices of friendship is concluded, and they agree upon a meeting place and approximate time before parting ways. Upon returning to the merchant convoy, Vincent, the steward, awaits him. Derek, I hear you met that mountain dweller again. Indeed, rest assured. I shall have these bundles of leather processed by you. I will not disrupt the rules. Vincent's expression softens slightly, genuinely advising, business is not as simple as you imagine. Rashly interfering in local commerce can lead to considerable trouble. If you harbor doubts, consult your father. Baron Ferreira will certainly offer you sage counsel. For Vincent to express such sentiments reflects the depth of their relationship. Derek expresses his gratitude, reiterating, I will certainly not recklessly meddle in matters beyond my purview. I am well aware of the noble's rules. Despite Derek's humble noble origins, he possesses a clear understanding of these matters. Satisfied with his response, Vincent refrains from further commentary. Deepening their acquaintance may not always yield favorable outcomes. Following this encounter, an air of temporary coolness envelopes their rapport. On the return journey, although both strive to act as if nothing transpired, a subtle tension emerges. Perhaps as time elapses, Derek will prove himself a non-threatening adventurer, dispelling any lingering discomfort. Upon arriving at Watchtower City, Derek reviews his accounts and begins preparations for departure. Provisions, weaponry, fine iron, and essential supplies. He readies 2 carts and quietly sets off. His actions do not go unnoticed by the attentive Vincent, who ponders whether Derek still intends to pursue dealings with the mountain folk. Vincent shakes his head, believing Derek is blinded by greed. It may be easy to venture forth, but what of the return? The mountain goods trade within the city operates on fixed quotas. Should it draw attention? The next venture could yield unforeseen complications. Just one misstep could lead to ruin. As a stakeholder in the existing system, he requires only a letter to intercept Derek's expedition. However, reflecting on their camaraderie, he deems it unnecessary to play the villain. 2 carts of goods are not substantial. Should Derek encounter misfortune, perhaps he could acquire them at a lower price. Such is the nature of social dynamics. What benefit is there in reporting him? Rather, it would disrupt the fragile relationship they have built, creating an adversary of considerable might. Should Derek escape, it would pose future complications. As a seasoned player in this game, Vincent exercises prudence. He instructs his men to keep a close watch on Derek's movements, setting this matter aside for the time being. Throughout the journey, Derek makes no stops, heading directly into the mountains at a swift pace. A mere 5 days until he arrives. Upon reaching the predetermined location, he indeed finds someone waiting. As he spots the 2 carts and a caravan of over 20 individuals, a mountain dweller emerges from the underbrush. Are you Lord Derek? Derek dismounts, looking down upon the individual, who appears somewhat familiar, having encountered him on that fateful night. Did Lloyd send you? Yes, my lord. The mountain dweller bows, unable to maintain his composure after witnessing Derek's prowess. Please wait here. I shall return to inform Brother Lloyd. He will come to meet you shortly. Thus, Derek sets up camp on the spot. Being merely on the outskirts of the mountains, prolonged stay is not advisable. The following day, Lloyd appears, accompanied by around 20 men emerging from the woods. Several of the bandits brandish new swords, suggesting a certain flair. They greet each other warmly, embracing enthusiastically, and Lloyd eagerly states, I have found you a place. Perfectly concealed and secure. Thank you. Once I settle in, I shall treat you to a fine drink. Derek is prepared for arduous travel, but to his surprise, Lloyd leads him on a winding route, ultimately following a small stream through the mountains for half a day. The stream suddenly merges with the main river, revealing a waterway. Lloyd's men nearby launch several wooden rafts. See? If we follow this river, navigating downstream is quite simple. The challenge lies in returning upstream, entering downstream, exiting against the current. There will surely be complications, Derek muses, yet he remains unfazed, as he does not plan to transport goods out of the mountains. Moreover, having a river simplifies the journey compared to traversing through the mountains. They travel for an entire day, placing supplies on the rafts while struggling along the riverbank. The path is nearly non-existent, with few signs of human passage. Suddenly, the landscape opens up, without needing Lloyd's guidance. Derek senses they have arrived. The river bends here, and due to the mountain's contour, a vast expanse of land emerges. Ahead lies the river, while behind stands the mountain. If not for the multitude of small stones littering the ground, it would undoubtedly be a prime candidate for cultivation. When it comes to land clearing, many presume it a simple endeavor. However, the soil's fertility is limited, and various stones and roots must be addressed. It relies solely on manual labor to gradually remove these obstacles. with large clumps of earth needing to be painstakingly broken down year after year. In this rocky area, the first decade would likely yield losses, and it might take 2 decades to become arable land. Should there be larger boulders underground, patience is required. Such a place is only suited for the mad. Even mountain dwellers would circumvent it. Yet for Derek, it is indeed an excellent location. Thank you immensely, my friend. Derek embraces Lloyd tightly, the latter releasing a sigh of relief. Satisfied with the arrangement, he refrains from probing into Derek's intentions, recognizing that friends require a measure of secrecy. Chapter 16. Derek's letter home. The following day, Derek commences construction. The soldiers are temporarily reassigned as laborers, and in this world, soldiers often engage in various tasks, so there is little opposition. Beginning from scratch, he soon realizes that all preparations are insufficient. He lacks everything. Fortunately, with Lloyd's assistance, they manage to hold things together. First, sturdy wooden houses were constructed, followed by a perimeter of wooden stakes to fend off any potential beasts. Lloyd even organized some rudimentary traps with his men. Next came the blacksmith's workshop, the core resource in Derek's possession. This bend in the river was ample enough to later clear a training ground without issue. The only regret was that the warhorses would struggle to run here. Even with the addition of horseshoes, they were prone to spraining their ankles. However, perfection is a rare commodity, and with the panel in place, progress could still be made, albeit gradually. With a preliminary foothold established, the next step was to ensure a steady influx of resources. In the city of Watchtower, as well as in other regions, there were fixed regulations, making it difficult to break through the established ceilings. Yet here, in the wild mountains, the rules were considerably weaker. Although a ceiling existed, it was sufficiently high for Derek. As the forge's flames ignited, it signified the gradual kindling of his ambitions. After sharing a farewell feast, Lloyd equipped himself with the weapons he had borrowed from Derek and embarked on a new journey. The labor during this time was not in vain. During his spare moments, he had accepted Derek's training and temporarily joined the bandits under the panel, achieving a level or two of improvement in his profession. Moreover, he benefited from Derek's expert military tactical support. With men, weapons, and fighting spirit at his disposal, the next step was to expand the ranks and grow stronger. A caravan from the Night Owl Trading Company traversed the winding mountain paths. Not supported by local nobility, they had to circumvent checkpoints whenever possible. Unless absolutely unavoidable, they would never pay the taxes. Consequently, their profits remained satisfactory. They transported high-quality armor and weapons from the Central Kingdom, intending to return with warhorses and leather armor. Even refined iron ore, over 100 individuals trudged through the mountains, most of whom were seasoned fighters. This route was familiar to them, having been traversed for many years. Any ordinary bandit who encountered them would choose to steer clear. As night fell, they set up camp. Lloyd stealthily approached with his subordinates, a line of well-armed bandits trailing behind. The swiftness of their movements surprised even Lloyd. Those nobles had indeed trained them well. After a month of rigorous training, each individual had made significant progress. Just a month prior, these subordinates had not been so formidable. Thus, Lloyd no longer underestimated the nobility beyond the mountains, for those with military training possessed an unimaginable strength in their hands. Consequently, he readily accepted many of Derek's suggestions. However, today, they needed to raise their banner first. In the distance, a flicker of flame signaled that Wood, who had scouted ahead, indicated there were no hidden sentries. How careless! Were these people so dismissive of the bandits? They exhibited no vigilance whatsoever. But then again, having never faced trouble, why would they care about a band of inconsequential bandits? Keep quiet, charge in, kill a few, and then leave. Soon, flames soared into the sky as dozens of bandits surged into the camp, unleashing a brutal assault. By the time the caravan reacted, a portion of their goods had been set ablaze, and several men lay dead, with many more injured. After a night of terror, the bandits released one of the captured caravan members. "What bandits are you? What message do you carry?" The caravan manager suppressed his fury. These bandits were utterly outrageous. They called themselves the Mountain Wolves and declared that henceforth, anyone passing through this area must first send someone to purchase a Mountain Wolf flag, or else, the statement trailed off. For the events of the previous night had already foretold what was to come. Paying for peace was not an issue. After all, it was not an unfamiliar practice. Unless they abandoned this trade route, they would suffer considerable losses from sporadic attacks. Gritting his teeth, the caravan manager thought to himself that if this were his territory, he would ensure these bandits learned a lesson. Alas, there were no if-onlys. How much? Judging by the scale, each cart would require 2 silver coins. This price was not exorbitant, at least significantly lower than the taxes imposed at the checkpoints. Otherwise, if they turned around and went back through the checkpoint, they wouldn't collect a single copper coin. The caravan manager chuckled in disbelief. He had no idea where these mountain wolves originated, but it seemed they had someone guiding them. Fine, we'll buy. There were designated points for selling flags both to and fro. Lloyd's strength was not yet sufficient to monitor all the mountain paths, but those willing to take the risk could choose not to purchase. Meanwhile, he attacked the caravan while establishing rules, forcibly incorporating nearby small bandit groups and creating his own regulations. Should anyone decide to buy a flag, he would also take the opportunity to market some goods. Do you need leather goods? Weapons? War horses? High quality at reasonable prices. There's bound to be someone willing to buy. He could even replenish some of his supplies, gradually growing stronger. Of course, all of this required time and a step-by-step establishment of order. Though he appeared formidable, the ceiling still loomed overhead. What was the number of caravans? For both Lloyd and Derek, it was sufficient for the time being. As supplies dwindled, Derek returned to the city of Watchtower with Simon. The blacksmith's workshop continued to generate profit, albeit with only one blacksmith remaining, resulting in lower yet inconspicuous earnings. Furthermore, they also refined iron ore here, eliminating transportation costs. After purchasing another batch of supplies, Derek hurried back. Manager Vincent had just received the news and hadn't even seen the man before Derek vanished. However, the absence of excess mountain goods in the market left him somewhat disappointed. After several trips back and forth, some weapons had been sold through the caravans, all without attracting attention. These caravans from outside had established partnerships with local forces, making their shipments inconspicuous. Moreover, purchasing weapons temporarily was cheaper than transporting them over long distances. Naturally, Derek relinquished a portion of the profits. For him, this was not the most crucial matter. Being able to convert resources into cash was paramount. Consequently, his manpower was still lacking. Even if he had managed to purchase a few dozen captives from the bandits, they could only be utilized as basic laborers. These untrained slaves required time to prove their loyalty. Faced with difficulties, Derek picked up his pen. Let us not forget, he had connections. While he lacked substantial assistance, he still possessed some networks. Dear uncle, my business has been flourishing recently, and I urgently require assistance. I have heard that Brother Adrian has completed his night training, and I hope to invite him to help. Derek rambled on extensively, but the essence was clear. There was money to be made, and he needed swift assistance. Furthermore, Adrian's night training was merely organized by the Ferreira family, lacking in prestige and of relatively poor quality. Within the family, he was not the first choice of the Baron. Rather than meandering aimlessly within the family, it was better to venture out and forge his own path. Chapter 17. Andrew's resolve throughout the entire correspondence. Derek did not utter a single superfluous word. However, Uncle Andrew was an astute man and surely discerned the underlying message. He needed people. Derek sent his squire Simon back with several soldiers, and they were not empty-handed. The soldiers carried back their wages, gifts for Uncle Andrew, and relocation fees. What purpose did the relocation fees serve? Naturally, they were intended to hire help. As the actual manager of Wheatstack Village, Andrew could discreetly orchestrate a few maneuvers without any opposition. For the sake of his son's future, he would undoubtedly be willing to take some risks. Even if his elder brother discovered this, he would merely scold him a few times. Could he truly be so heartless as to punish his own brother for subtly aiding his son? In the realm of human relations, Derek had clearly understood the intricacies. Simon was thrilled. Following Lord Derek had completely transformed his destiny. In less than a year, the farm boy had evolved into a robust knight squire. Moreover, his experiences had greatly broadened his horizons. And then there was Lord Derek, who was simply extraordinary. He had encountered members of the Ferreira family, yet none compared to his lord. In his eyes, it was only right for the Baron to pass the title to Derek. Accompanied by several soldiers, Simon returned to Wheatstack Village. He first delivered the letters and wages from the soldiers back home, a sum sufficient for his family to live comfortably, perhaps even allowing for a few more mouths to feed. Serving in the military had relieved them of one mouthful of food while providing income, which held significant meaning for farming families. In truth, many infants were abandoned and drowned each year, contributing to the stagnation of population growth. Simon's arrival naturally stirred Andrew's attention. As the sheriff, he interrogated all outsiders, especially those accompanied by fully armed soldiers. However, upon his arrival, he discovered it was all a misunderstanding. Simon? You're the lad who left with my nephew? Andrew had a good memory, and given the small size of Wheatstack Village, he recognized Simon at once. Yet upon seeing Simon clad in armor reinforced with iron plates, a dark sword hanging at his side, and his imposing stature, he might have mistaken him for a wandering knight had he not known him. Moreover, there was a robust warhorse beside him, a true warhorse, not one of those makeshift mounts. He remembered that when his nephew left, he rode an ordinary pack horse. The equipment alone must have cost a good 20 gold coins. Had his nephew truly made such strides? It seemed too swift to believe. Andrew found it hard to accept, but the Simon before him was no longer the farm boy he could easily scold. Fortunately, Simon understood that Andrew had a close relationship with his Night Lord. Upon seeing Andrew, he approached and offered a respectful greeting. "Sheriff Andrew, I have a letter from my lord for you, along with messages for Baron Ferreira and others, as well as some gifts." Derek had indeed written to Andrew, but he could not neglect to win over others as well. However, this was merely a courteous exchange, accompanied by some small gifts. Only then did Andrew truly believe that his nephew had made a name for himself. For a noble second son, finding a viable path is indeed a formidable challenge, much like his own situation. Observing the multitude around him, he took Simon by the hand and led him back to his estate. Inquiring about Derek's endeavors, Simon merely offered vague remarks about engaging in some business, declining to elaborate further. However, the current business landscape is not one that just anyone can navigate, especially not at a scale that even remotely resembles significance. Could it be that a prominent figure from Count Perez's circle is backing him? Andrew speculated, recalling his nephew's commendable achievements and his inexplicable departure from the Knights. Could it be that he has become the discreet agent for some influential individual? Once home, Andrew shed his reservations. He promptly tore open the correspondence, and being astute, he discerned the underlying implications of Derek's words. So, should he accept his nephew's invitation? Certainly. Andrew quickly arrived at his decision. Adrian, within the Ferreira family, would at best ascend to the rank of a standard-bearer, and even that seemed unlikely. The competition from his elder brother's offspring and those of other brothers was exceedingly fierce in the next generation. He might even find himself relegated to tilling the fields. Without a noble title and lands, sustaining the family's glory would be impossible. Moreover, that glory is not something that collateral lines can enjoy indefinitely. Rather than witnessing a decline after a generation, it would be wiser to join Derek in pursuing a more ambitious venture. Simon timely presented a gift, a standard wooden chest, containing a set of 10 long swords. The worth of these swords was comparable to the fine iron sword he had previously bestowed. Derek was indeed generous. Excluding labor costs, the total production cost was merely a single gold coin. Such gifts, whether for Andrew's personal use or for sale, would be exceedingly easy to trade. This further solidified Andrew's resolve. "Simon, you shall accompany me to the Ferreira castle to deliver the gifts and the letter." The two hastened their journey, and Simon was soon granted an audience with Baron Ferreira. However, he remained tight-lipped, divulging little information. The Baron did not press for details. After all, it was his own son who was embarking on a venture, which was a positive development. He also sensed Andrew's unspoken intentions, yet he thought better of it. The Ferreira family's considerable affairs required a semblance of fairness in public view, though it was only natural to exhibit some favoritism behind the scenes. Derek, after all, was the most outstanding son at present and thus more likely to receive preferential treatment. Little did he realize, Andrew wielded his influence with far greater force than he anticipated. Currently, Adrian was merely one among the Ferreira family's cavalry, lacking any official title or position. The so-called knight training amounted to little more than basic education. With the Baron's consent, Andrew swiftly took Adrian under his wing. Adrian felt a twinge of discontent. After all, the family's equipment, war horses, and weapons remained behind. Although he was venturing out, it was difficult to accept initially. In response, Andrew chastised him, urging him to face reality. "Your cousin shall not treat you unfairly. Serve him well, just as I am loyal to my brother. Derek is your lord now, though not return in disgrace. The family estate will be inherited by your brother, and when you come back, you shall tend to the fields." Andrew was indeed resolute, perhaps having bottled up his frustrations for a lifetime. While he could no longer strive for greater ambitions, his son still had a chance. He busied himself with recruiting personnel for his nephew, while imparting some practical wisdom to Adrian. Seizing the moment before Baron Ferreira could react, he urged Simon to hastily leave with the recruits. A total of 50 robust young men nearly emptied the village of Maid Stack. This would even have a minor impact on the upcoming harvest. Yet Andrew was determined. Chapter 18. Suggestions. When Derek beheld Adrian arriving with a throng of farmers, he was genuinely astonished. However, in a world where numbers are indeed an asset, population is a crucial resource. Even if some were disparagingly referred to as mere two-legged livestock, they represented valuable means of production. "Welcome, Adrian." Derek soon expressed his trust in Adrian, for he was of blood relation. Under the rules of this era, kinship might not guarantee reliability, Yet it was an unavoidable factor, at the very least. This cousin appeared dependable, devoid of scandalous rumors. Moreover, as the son of a village constable, he lacked abundant resources to exploit. He had at least received basic education, even being groomed in noble etiquette. He was industrious and devoid of overreaching ambitions. With a hint of familial ties, he could prove to be an excellent ally. Derek was confident in his ability to manage a subordinate like Adrian. He promptly arranged for Adrian to receive a warhorse and a set of equipment. Derek opened his interface and, indeed, Adrian's visage had appeared. In terms of obedience, he was evidently quicker than the other farmers, indicating that he was mentally prepared. Though conditions here were rudimentary and arduous, basic supplies were still available. My business requires some manpower, and your arrival is quite timely. Derek unified the farmers for initial training, subsequently assigning them to the military and the blacksmith shop based on personality and compliance. Alongside the 3 existing squads, they formed a total of 5. Among them were 3 spear squads, 1 swordsman squad, and 1 shield-bearer squad. Different types of soldiers had subtly varied functions. The blacksmith shop was expanded to 20 workers at once, and once they matured, the annual revenue would exceed 1,000 gold coins. However, sourcing iron ore and establishing a market would gradually become new challenges. From the previous soldiers, 5 were selected as new night attendants, and with the addition of stable hands, basic management personnel, and slaves, the small encampment had burgeoned to around 100 individuals. It resembled a micro-estate, surpassing even that in population. The output here far exceeded that of a miniature estate. Even the Ferreira family, while possessing greater latent power, would find it hard to match this in terms of pure profit. Of course, excluding expenses, profits would dwindle significantly. Adrian quickly acclimatized to his new life. Though monotonous, Derek's remuneration was substantial, and progress was always attainable. Furthermore, temporarily commanding the cavalry placed him in a position far superior to before. He firmly believed that Derek's future was far brighter than that of his other brothers. As Derek's enterprise expanded, daily weapon production began to rise, and consumption increased correspondingly. Each day, 300 to 500 pounds of iron ore were required, a quantity that could no longer be met through sporadic purchases. Nearby small mines yielded only this much. Buying in bulk would draw undue attention. With the output of weapons under Derek's command, he could equip a 1,000-man unit in a month. This would undoubtedly disrupt the market. Indeed, the prices of weapons in the Watchtower City had already begun to decline slightly. Adrian had come to understand Derek's concerns, and he proposed a highly useful suggestion. We cannot penetrate the market of Watchtower City, but there is one commodity that absolutely no noble would refuse. Adrian pointed to the warhorses trotting about. No noble would turn down an excellent warhorse. In reality, any smuggled warhorse would not be scrutinized for its origins. Perhaps this could serve as a stepping stone to expand business ventures. The northern provinces are considered one of the breeding grounds for warhorses. Many nobles and merchants keep a stable of these steeds. Even horses of ordinary quality can fetch handsome prices. A nag might cost merely 3 to 5 gold coins, while a standard riding horse typically exceeds 10 gold coins. Exceptional horses capable of bearing heavy armor could command prices upwards of 60 to 70 gold coins. Most cavalrymen, even knights, primarily train on riding horses, with only a select few equipped with true warhorses. These prices pertain to the northern provinces. It is said that prices could double or triple in the central or southern regions. Adrian was unaware of where Derek procured his fine steeds, yet with this as leverage, some business opportunities might arise. After all, nobles and kingdom officials are human too, inevitably motivated by mutual interests and the need for favors. While Derek was familiar with the rules of this world, he still bore the mentality of his former life. Although Adrian held no noble title, having been immersed in the political milieu of the nobility since childhood, he understood the dynamics well. Nobles and kingdom officials do not possess power and political resources merely to let them lie idle. If you can bring them benefits, they are open to exchanges. Derek had always been cautious, fearing to overstep, yet Adrian perceived ample room for maneuvering. We could initially conduct business with the family. If we have warhorses, my uncle would surely agree, Adrian suggested. However, Derek swiftly dismissed this proposition, as he had better trading partners in mind. Conducting business with the family was certainly feasible, but it required patience. Moreover, his previous 3 years in the Count's territory had not been in vain. He calculated that cultivating a low-quality nag to superior quality would take approximately 9 months. The cost of labor and feed was minimal, merely 10 copper coins a day for sustenance, amounting to just over a gold coin. Yet a nag valued at 3 gold coins could yield over 17 gold coins after 9 months. Profit was secondary. The primary goal was to exchange for other resources. Warhorses are a scarce commodity. naturally possessing the value for trade and other resources. Upon examining the warhorses at his disposal, he noted that, due to the interface, they were all specifically chosen nags, minimizing costs. Derek had recognized the profitability of warhorses, yet he considered it just another ordinary business venture. He even believed that the labor involved could generate greater value elsewhere. A few stable hands working tirelessly for a year might not earn as much as a blacksmith, and there were risks involved. With the interface for training, stable hands and blacksmiths held little distinction for Derek. Thus, his primary focus remained on rearing horses for personal use in his possession, aside from a few exquisite warhorses. There were a dozen ordinary ones. Fortunately, each month he was able to cultivate 3 to 5 top-quality steeds. Alas, it felt as though he had squandered a great deal of time. He dispatched individuals to procure a batch of riding horses, subsequently allocating a few from the slaves to the grooms. Derek swiftly adjusted his arrangements, anticipating that once this batch of riding horses ascended to the level of excellent quality, he could embark on a journey. This moment was not far off. Chapter 19. A visit. After calculating the days, Derek set forth with his knights and attendants, accompanied by 5 meticulously prepared excellent quality warhorses. It would take at least another year to elevate them from good to excellent quality. He could hardly wait, for excellent quality warhorses had become the prevailing standard in the market. Even the king's direct knightly order afforded no better treatment. Taking the steed he rode as an example, the details were as follows: warhorse, unnamed, quality, excellent, 45-100, experience pool, 0-100. This was the finest warhorse in his possession, with the remaining 55 points of experience requiring 3 to 4 days to accumulate even a fraction. While the horse itself only gained 1 or 2 points over the course of a month or two, it could be regarded as a mid-level excellent quality, yet it surpassed 80% of the warhorses available in the market. Derek had adorned it with a layer of leather armor, the robust muscle contours and smooth brown coat giving it an impressive appearance. It looked splendid, and for most knights, this would be the horse of their dreams. Truly exceptional grade warhorses were a luxury beyond the reach of the majority. The others riding alongside him were primarily horses that had just entered the excellent quality tier, appearing somewhat inferior in comparison. As they were all cavalry, their pace was brisk, and after resting for a night, they arrived at their destination the following day. This location was very close to the heart of Count Perez's domain, one of the few areas in the north densely populated and rich in farmland. The territory of Knight Cloya lay here, encompassing a knightly manor inherited from his ancestors, one of the earliest knightly fiefs in the north. Spanning a full 2,000 acres, sufficient to sustain 70 to 80 households for generations of the Cloya family. He could even form his own army, establish checkpoints for taxation, and wield a series of administrative powers. A mere knightly title had already conferred upon him a certain degree of authority, rights unattainable by the estates bought by merchants. Of course, Knight Cloya rarely exercised these rights, being so close to the Count's castle. Maintaining soldiers was entirely unnecessary. Establishing tax checkpoints would be tantamount to courting death, as most businesses flourishing at the Count's doorstep were likely his own. Nevertheless, through agricultural dealings, he managed to earn 200 to 300 gold coins annually. Coupled with his salary and some additional income, his life was better than that of 99% of the populace in this world. It is worth noting that the name of Knight Cloya includes the word Perez. Due to the proximity, without any holidays, Knight Cloya would return to his family estate. Derek had timed his visit perfectly, as it had been 10 months since he departed from the knightly order. Upon hearing of Derek's visit, Knight Cloya initially assumed he was there to seek favor. It was not uncommon for a young man who had faced adversity to return home seeking connections. The Count had intentions of expanding the knightly order, presenting an opportunity. However, the steward leaned in closer to Knight Cloya, recounting the situation before Derek arrived. Derek had come with 7 cavalrymen and a dozen warhorses, all impeccably equipped, exuding a sense of prestige. Prestige is the bare minimum of praise for a noble, yet not everyone is deserving of such a description. Knight Cloya thought to himself that perhaps he had misjudged the situation. When he saw Derek striding towards him with vigor, he became increasingly convinced that he had indeed miscalculated. "Uncle Cloya, I have come to request your assistance," Derek jested upon their meeting. The bond between their families could be described as long-standing acquaintances, as the current Baron Ferreira and Knight Cloya had fought together on the battlefield. Thus, familiarity was the correct approach. Indeed, Cloya smiled, a hint of indulgence for his younger counterpart evident. "As long as it is within my means, do not hesitate to speak. However, young Derek, you seem to have become much more open-minded after your travels. The Derek of yore would never have spoken to him in such a manner, always so serious and formal." Yet, after nearly a year apart, the young man's character had evidently changed, influenced by his surroundings. Derek, hearing this, smiled, appreciating the warmth in their exchange. There are those who believe that clarity and distinction are paramount. But such delineations are rarely so clear-cut. Just because one can achieve something does not mean all can. If even one person is unable, it presents a significant obstacle. Thus, Derek smiled, taking Cloya's arm and leading him outside. A row of brown warhorses stood before the entrance, and even the slightly inferior ones were difficult to distinguish from the excellent quality. The remaining 7 or 8 were all unmistakably fine steeds. "Good horses," Knight Cloya remarked, neither overly surprised nor delighted. His praise was casual. While these warhorses were indeed commendable, they did not evoke a sense of awe. He commanded a unit and was accustomed to interacting with horses, so such a sight was hardly extraordinary. However, it was evident that Derek had fared quite well to procure so many warhorses. "Are you here to show off, young Derek? Shall I take you back to the knightly order to relive the experience of training horses?" Derek quickly descended, standing before the horses. "Uncle Cloya, you asked what I came for, and this is it. This is my gift to you. How do you find it?" At this moment, Cloya was genuinely taken aback. He stepped down a few steps, closely examining the warhorse, inspecting its teeth, hooves, limbs, and coat. It was indeed a fine horse, standing patiently in Derek's presence, only occasionally shaking its head, indicating it had undergone some training and could be taken to battle at a moment's notice. "A gift for me? Then I shall graciously accept it. Please do. This one is a gift, but the other 4 I must sell to you at full price." Knight Cloya himself did not lack for warhorses. Yet the market was in scarcity, and even Count Perez was in need. Scarce resources always incite competition. How much? Taking the 4 as an example, these warhorses were merely of inferior quality, priced at 20 gold coins each. What do you think? Not too expensive, nor excessively cheap. It was roughly in line with the current market price. However, such items were often bartered for resources, and a price that was not exorbitant could be considered fair. Knight Cloya promptly decided, "I will buy them all. If you have more of such quality, feel free to seek me out again. 80 gold coins for 4, and with the 5th as a gift. If Uncle Cloya desires more, I can bring another batch next month." Derek tossed the reins to Simon. "Oh, this is quite generous. Your gift is too lavish for my tastes." The price of 16 gold coins was already significantly below market value. This was an immense concession, and such bargains are seldom encountered. While Knight Cloya desired them, he feared he might not be able to afford the cost. "Speak plainly. What is it you wish to achieve? Let me see if I can assist you. You see, this is the essence of human connection. In contrast, another individual might find it difficult to forge such paths even when presenting gifts. Those who are particular would simply refuse, while those who are less scrupulous would take advantage without hesitation." Chapter 20. Exchange. The two returned indoors, for certain matters were not suitable for public discussion. "Uncle Cloya, regarding these warhorses, they are not sourced from the north. In addition to this, I also deal in weapons, armor, and population. The warhorses from the south are more expensive, and those from the west are too far. Are these from even farther north?" Though the price was affordable, sending weapons and armor to that region would attract the ire of the capital's authorities, who would be eager to strip you of your skin. The monastery would also surely be incensed, making it quite difficult. Knight Cloya stroked his chin in contemplation. Hatred aside, business must go on. There were many who conducted trade with the barbarians in the north. If you can procure warhorses, there would certainly be a welcoming market. However, transporting weapons and armor in reverse would be fraught with danger. Without a significant figure to back you, it could be perilous. Derek seized the moment to interject. "I also sell weapons and armor. I seek only population, grain, and ore. That should not pose a challenge, right? I can understand the source of the warhorses, but where do your weapons and armor come from?" "From the south, some unexpected circumstances. Our trade routes overlap." "So," Derek spoke vaguely, yet Knight Cloya did not press further. "Such dealings are best kept under wraps. Then there is no issue. There are already many engaging in weapon trade in the north. One more will not matter. Henceforth, all my weapons will be sourced from you, provided the price does not exceed the market rate." Knight Cloya was remarkably straightforward. After all, it was merely a matter of purchasing from one source or another. He could even leverage his connections to help Derek open up some markets. The captain of the Perez Count's knightly order held a position of considerable influence. Derek expressed his gratitude once more. With Cloya's promise, many matters could now progress methodically. That evening, they indulged in a feast at the Cloya Manor, during which Cloya divulged much information. As one of the wealthiest nobles in the north, Count Perez not only held a title but was also a high-ranking official in the kingdom. He had access to an abundance of information, such as certain high nobles beginning to stockpile war supplies. With Count Perez himself expanding the ranks of his knightly order, of course, the pace was not rapid, indicating that there was no immediate urgency. This information proved invaluable to Derek. The following day, he left behind a contact location and took his leave. He then proceeded to the Watchtower City, placing orders for iron ore and pig iron from several trading houses. The blacksmith shops within the city had devolved into mere strongholds, with genuine business being scarce. Responsible for forging ore, transporting various resources, while maintaining a contingent of soldiers and engaging in minor mercenary enterprises. Expanding connections and establishing a reputation. Derek frequently visits, sometimes leaving Simon behind, and at other times personally overseeing operations. Addressing issues that are not particularly urgent, inspired by Adrian, he has become considerably bolder in his actions. He even made a visit to the goat trading company, arranging for a batch of goods to be procured on his behalf. Unfortunately, Vincent, the manager, was unavailable. Otherwise, they could have discussed further business opportunities. After a 10-day sojourn, Derek returned to the mountain base, noticing several unfamiliar slaves. He immediately inquired with the guard, "Little True, has Lloyd been here?" Little True, having been thoroughly molded by Derek's influence, now followed him devotedly, not only assisting in training newcomers, but also undertaking some basic management tasks. "Yes, I heard they encountered a group of unwittingly naive individuals who attempted to pass through without proper decorum. And he managed to apprehend them. These slaves are the goods." "How many?" Derek noticed a batch of unfamiliar faces at the blacksmith's shop and asked. "There are 22 individuals. I heard some managed to escape. Otherwise, there would have been at least 50 slaves. This is slave transport? It's indeed unfortunate that some have escaped." Derek surmised the identity of the traders, noting that slave traders were relatively scarce in the northern regions, more prevalent in the south. Little True seized the opportunity to advise. "Lloyd's people mentioned that each slave this time requires 5 gold coins. These are trained, familiar slaves, not raw ones. It is said that in the south, the price can reach over 10 gold coins each." Derek was indifferent to the 5 gold coins, as the market in the north typically demanded 6 or 7 gold coins for a robust adult slave. However, Lloyd had no means to act, as the captives acquired through previous raids, which were raw slaves, were valued at 1 gold coin each for trade. The sudden increase in price prompted Derek to consider whether there were other underlying reasons. 3 gold coins each. Inform Lloyd's people that if he does not agree, I will take all of them away. Additionally, if he consents, I will provide some compensation, reduce the price of weapons slightly, or offer some as gifts. He can decide accordingly. He needed to dispel any other notions Lloyd might entertain, indicating that the price was non-negotiable as per established rules. However, he also needed to avoid disheartening him. Providing some compensation from another source was a way to demonstrate goodwill, even if it couldn't fully offset the loss. Opening the panel, Derek began selecting from the newly appeared avatars. All were slaves, particularly the newcomers, most of whom had already made their appearances. This indicated their compliance and the establishment of a degree of loyalty. After all, Derek's enterprises were highly profitable, ensuring that he would not skimp on his subordinates. Even slaves needed to be well-fed and cared for to be productive, for they were his property. Naturally, the whip and blade were indispensable. The balance of reward and punishment was the true path. He quickly bypassed the new arrivals, as these individuals needed time to prove their loyalty. His focus was on the previously captured raw slaves, those from merchant caravans, mountain dwellers, and unfortunate souls who had fallen into Lloyd's hands. Approximately 30 slaves had already been consistently appearing on the panel. Clearly, they had resigned themselves to their fates and established a foundational loyalty. Accompanied by his attendants, Derek took a stroll around the camp, occasionally singling out a slave to inquire, "Will you take up arms for me in battle, earning merits for your freedom, or will you toil here until death?" It was evident that, compared to a lifetime of servitude, everyone chose to take a gamble. For now, Derek would not assign these slaves any other duties. He kept them close, training and battling to temper their rebellious spirits, gradually fostering loyalty through consistent habits before assigning additional responsibilities. Moreover, he could monitor them at all times. Should anyone suddenly disappear from the panel, he could act swiftly. He also considered the thoughts of others. After all, while a slave could earn an opportunity, they could not receive the same treatment as those born free. Otherwise, morale would dwindle. The chance for slaves to escape their suffering offered at least a glimmer of hope, and they could quickly become part of the overseers. This served as a powerful example for the remaining slaves. Several avatars suddenly appeared on the panel, gradually coming into focus. "All of you, work diligently and maintain your loyalty, and I shall grant you the opportunity for freedom, even the chance to rise above, to prosper. Otherwise, you shall wither away here. Derek seized the moment to promote the cause, boosting morale. Chapter 21. The elite Lloyd accepted the price of 3 gold coins for the trained slaves, showing no signs of ulterior motives for the time being. Approaching the 10-month mark since leaving home, Derek finally broke through a significant limit. Fong Derek Profession, Elite Knight Level 1-0-100, Experience Pool 0-100 upon reaching the 10th level as a knight. Subsequent upgrades would elevate one to the status of an elite knight. With a stronger physique, enhanced martial skills, and even a more agile mind, Derek felt no pressure when facing any soldier or attendant within the camp. At this level, his innate talents had nearly reached their peak, and the effects of training were hardly perceivable. Progress now relied solely on the accumulation of experience points, strengthening him incrementally. For blacksmiths like Little True, leveling up was even more arduous. He had long reached the limit of his innate abilities, gradually becoming an 8th-level blacksmith through the panel. At this level, he could begin forging refined iron in this world. Refined iron is actually a collective term, including steel as one of its forms. Blacksmiths typically have 2 approaches to forging refined iron. One is the pure technique of relentless hammering to create 10-fold, 100-fold, or 1,000-fold refined iron. The other involves mixing various metals and utilizing techniques such as quenching, annealing, and smelting to create alloys. The 8th-level military blacksmith, Little True, adopted the first method, suddenly experiencing a breakthrough in understanding how to forge 10-fold refined iron. He acquired superior materials. Due to Derek's principles, Little True did not hoard knowledge, swiftly instructing other blacksmiths to master this technique. Not only did the availability of 10-fold refined iron increase, but Derek also noticed a significant surge in the experience of the other blacksmiths. Clearly, advanced superior techniques could accelerate growth. Similar innate talents and the transmission of knowledge determine future outcomes. Of course, Little True's enlightenment was likely a result of the panel's special effects. Higher quality materials not only allowed for the creation of superior weapons, but also led them to attempt crafting iron armor. The first objective was a half armor. A meticulously crafted half armor is worth as much as a warhorse. However, the current production rate was too low, with technical flaws necessitating reliance on manual labor to compensate. Yet, it was prudent to first address the existence of the product before considering costs. For Derek, it was at least cheaper than purchasing externally, and he was not beholden to others. When he donned his own half armor, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped him. Moreover, the stamina of an elite knight allowed him to feel as if he could wear it all day, even capable of engaging in 3 to 5 more battles. It seemed that only full heavy armor could pose a challenge to him now. Just as Derek continued to develop steadily, the Goat Trading Company re-entered the mountains. This time, they hired the soldiers Derek had stationed at Watchtower City. They also brought the goods customized by Derek. Upon seeing Derek again, Manager Vincent was taken aback. "Sir Knight Derek, why have you ordered such an abundance of grain and iron blocks?" Since Derek had paid half the deposit in advance, Manager Vincent naturally would not refuse this business. On the contrary, the trading company brought additional goods, increasing their profits by at least 30%. My old friend Vincent, would you ever decline a business opportunity? Do not ask too many questions. These are not sensitive goods. Derek's words were accepted by Manager Vincent. In reality, grain and iron blocks also required certain thresholds. However, the Goat Trading Company had connections, making it a non-issue for them. Moreover, this ruse made it difficult for outsiders to detect Derek's involvement. As for exposure in front of the Goat Trading Company, it was essential to remember where they were. Their business ventured into slightly perilous territories. Yet within the mountains, it was the mountain dwellers who held the resources. Thus, Manager Vincent wisely chose to remain silent. The last time they had missed each other at Watchtower City, now was an opportune moment for a thorough discussion. With the competitive tension alleviated, any previous barriers dissipated immediately. Derek's needs continued to increase, positioning him to become a major client of the Goat Trading Company. As for what Derek intended to do, it was of no concern to them. At least 50% of the profits were significant enough that those behind Manager Vincent would dare to gamble their heads on the gallows. The two conversed face to face, with Derek promoting high-quality weapons and half armor from the south while simultaneously placing orders for some inferior horses, grain, iron blocks, and other resources. Manager Vincent inspected the weapons, deeming their quality satisfactory and their prices significantly lower than the market rate, ensuring substantial profits upon resale. "Prepare 20 half armors, 100 iron swords, and 300 spearheads for me." Manager Vincent generously placed the order. Such an arsenal could easily equip a baron's retinue. Particularly, the half armors had a shockingly low production rate, making it nearly impossible to assemble a complete set in a short time. However, production would only increase, and this transaction would yield profits amounting to 200 to 300 gold coins. Derek readily agreed. Deliver them when you come next time. But can you handle such a large quantity? Of course, it's no problem. You underestimate our trading company's capabilities. Manager Vincent replied confidently, as he had already received news indicating that the prices for weapons and equipment would gradually rise in the future. The two solidified the terms of this transaction, with Manager Vincent also deciding to increase the frequency of trade into the mountains. The proportion of goods demanded by the mountain dwellers significantly decreased. While Derek's orders saw a marked increase, he even contemplated making a dedicated trip into the mountains to save time. Thus, the constraints on the trading company were primarily market-driven. Manager Vincent eagerly wished to make daily trips. Vincent had just departed when the messenger from Knight Cloya arrived. The latter effortlessly marketed 10 warhorses and a collection of assorted weapons, resulting in yet another lucrative deal worth several hundred gold coins. After altering his strategy, Derek's business experienced a remarkable surge. Currently, his operations were limited solely by production capacity. Completing these 2 orders meant that for the next 3 months, there would be no surplus capacity available. Population. Derek felt increasingly overwhelmed by the pressing need for more inhabitants, and he had to contemplate acquiring land capable of supporting a greater population. Alas, he had no connections. Although the world was abundant in land, not a single inch was unclaimed. As Derek oscillated between joy and worry, the new year approached. Having been away from home for a year, it was time to return. He even entertained the notion of contesting his brother for a share of the family estate, but quickly dismissed the thought. The old man would undoubtedly refuse. Moreover, he believed that he would eventually achieve greater success than the Ferreira family. There was no need to sacrifice the rare bond of kinship for such matters. In comparison, familial ties were indeed a scarce resource. Chapter 22. Returning in wealth and honor after packing his belongings, primarily gifts, Derek set forth on the journey home accompanied by a contingent of soldiers and cavalry. His cousin Adrian voluntarily chose to remain behind to oversee the camp, understanding that this was Derek's foundation and could not be left unattended for long. Derek offered some words of encouragement but ultimately relented upon seeing Adrian's determination. This return was not solely for family reunion. It was also an opportunity to express gratitude through gifts. Everyone had lent a hand during his initial endeavors, and now it was time for him to reciprocate. Naturally, he recalled several uncles, aunts, and numerous cousins who had received a basic education. If he could entice a few to join him, ideally alongside Adrian, it would be splendid. After all, they were family. If he did not reap the benefits, who knew which scoundrel would? Bearing several carts of gifts, it took Derek over 10 days to reach home, with only half a month remaining until the new year. Lady Ferreira had already begun to lament Derek's absence. As all the children had returned home, including his second brother, Sergei Ferreira, who served in the Iron Lion Legion, the eldest brother Marco Ferreira, who assisted in managing the family estate, and the fourth brother, Sheriff Ferreira, who was an apprentice knight under a viscount, as for the eldest sister, married to a knight, she would not be returning this year, nor would the youngest sister, who had joined a convent. This year had been prosperous for the Ferreira family, with both estates reaping fruitful harvests. Taxes were collected smoothly, with hardly any hurdles. The steadily improving family fortunes kept Baron Ferreira in good spirits, though he was somewhat troubled by the absence of his third son, Derek. The fact that Derek had ventured out to seek his fortune led Lady Ferreira to lament daily, to the point that her ears felt nearly calloused. On the last occasion he had sent word, he had even taken away a group of farmers, prompting Baron Ferreira to chastise his second son, Andrew, quite sternly. Though his words were harsh, Baron Ferreira did indeed care for his son. Those who wander away often receive more affection from their parents. Regardless of the scolding, he wished for Derek's safe return. Until young Master Derek returned. When the old steward conveyed this news to Baron Ferreira, the nobleman nearly leapt from his seat, yet managed to restrain himself. Humph! After a year away, he returns with a letter. I thought he had perished somewhere, yet here he is done. Why, Lord, young Master Derek has brought you some gifts. Perhaps you should go see, the steward tactfully suggested. It would be fortunate if he can support himself. I only hope he hasn't returned in dire straits. Finally, Baron Ferreira rose at a leisurely pace. Preparing to see what this disobedient son had brought back. In truth, he had gathered some information about Derek, including correspondence with Knight Cloya, and knew the lad was faring quite well. Of course, engaging in smuggling was perilous business. Did he truly believe that there were no checkpoints or bandits along the way? Just look at the unfortunate souls who had fallen prey to Lloyd to understand that such lucrative ventures were not easily attained. When Baron Ferreira ambled into the castle courtyard, he discovered he was the last to arrive. Several of his sons and Lady Ferreira had already gathered. Young Sheriff was excitedly exclaiming around a black warhorse. "Brother, you are the best. I finally have my own warhorse." As a squire, Sheriff, like Derek, had been forced to ride a common mount assigned by his knight mentor, which did not belong to him. The Ferreira family had some surplus each year, but they were not extravagant enough to provide every son with a warhorse, especially when such animals were hard to come by. In fact, had Derek chosen to remain at home, Baron Ferreira would have equipped him with a warhorse and armaments. The second son, Sergei, was serving in the Iron Lion Legion, a low-ranking officer of the kingdom, with his weapons and gear supplied by the crown. The fourth son had not yet completed his training as a squire, so naturally he would not be outfitted. Thus, to possess one's own equipment and warhorse was customary only among the sons of wealthy nobility, particularly in the southern regions. The northern nobles, characterized by their ruggedness and poverty, typically opted for frugality. Even after years of peace, they managed to accumulate some gold. The Ferreira castle, imbued with the essence of warfare, still bore the architectural style of the northern expansion era, resembling a military fortress rather than a comfortable residence. This was a hallmark of northern nobility, unchanged despite disdain from central and southern nobles. Compared to Sheriff's exuberance, the second brother Sergei and eldest brother Marco were more focused on the soldiers and squires Derek had brought back. These warriors seemed well suited for urban combat and exuded an air of elite prowess, appearing even more formidable than the Ferreira soldiers. The squires, though designated as such, bore an uncanny resemblance to knights themselves, clad in iron armor, wielding finely crafted swords, wearing gauntlets, riding warhorses, and donning helmets. Simon, in particular, was clad in half armor, his horse draped in leather armor, with an intense gaze that dared anyone to meet it. Following Derek, these were not mere trainees. Occasionally, they had accompanied Lloyd in ambushing bandits and dealing with troublesome petty thieves. After a year, who among them had not tasted blood? What a sight! This was hardly the image of a wandering knight. Even poorer barons would hesitate to display such a spectacle. What has the third brother been up to? Sergei quickly pondered, recalling whether any new bandit groups had emerged in the northern provinces. Besides looting, how else could one amass such wealth? Baron Ferreira certainly noticed this as well, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, though he managed to maintain his composure. Enough shouting. Can you even care for a warhorse? Baron Ferreira clapped his hand on Sheriff's head, successfully drawing everyone's attention. What of the gifts? This was directed at Derek. Understanding his father's nature, Derek remained unfazed. He gestured for Simon to step forward, who brought forth a chest. Open it. Inside lay an entire set of knightly armor, a helmet, arm guards, gauntlets, half armor, skirt, greaves, iron boots, 10 forged knight swords, a knight's lance, a hand shield, and finally, the warhorse's iron mask and chain mail. Although it could not be classified as true heavy armor, it was still a low-tier knight set, definitely a treasure coveted by most knights, capable of being passed down through generations. The complete set was worth at least 100 gold coins, equivalent to the annual yield of a small estate. If well maintained, it could certainly last for several generations. Most of the body was well protected, meeting or exceeding standards of defense. The key point was that, even with money, one could not readily procure such items. The materials and craftsmanship required a certain level of expertise. Derek himself did not possess a full set. This was a product of Simon and his team working overtime for a month, all to present it to Baron Ferreira. Of course, Derek had every intention of reaping even more benefits from this venture. Chapter 23. The Baron's generosity. Derek acknowledged that there was an element of boasting in his display. However, what was the point of accumulating wealth if one did not return home to showcase it? After all his hard work, was it merely to hide away and chuckle to himself? The outcome was as he had envisioned. Everyone was utterly astonished. The finest set of equipment in the Ferreira family was a suit of black heavy armor, one that enveloped the entire body, even protecting the eyes with slits for vision. Standing in such armor rendered one nearly impervious to harm. The first Baron Ferreira had donned this suit to earn his title. Generations had passed, maintaining the family's glory, yet it was a suit that few could wear comfortably. The current Baron Ferreira had not worn it into battle in many years. Yet, no one doubted that when the need arose, Ferreira knights would once again charge forth in heavy armor. However, the honor inherited through history, though weighty, felt somewhat distant. The impact of Derek's presentation was immediate. Sergei's eyes widened. While the Royal Legion offered decent provisions, none could compare to this level of luxury. As a lower-ranking officer, he had never dared to dream of such equipment. Although Marco was not skilled in combat, he understood the value of what lay before them. Young Sheriff practically lunged forward, eager to don the armor. Even Baron Ferreira appeared momentarily dazed. Such equipment was not simply a matter of wealth. While the Baron was usually not generous, he would certainly be willing to pay for such a set if it were presented to him. The more, the better. Yet, every year, only a limited number of quality knightly sets were available on the market. One could not simply purchase them at a premium. Connections, relationships, and even luck were necessary to acquire such a set. Then, it would be stored away in a warehouse, awaiting the day it would be called into service. For the sake of this set of armor, a knight might even pledge fealty to you. It is this very set of armor that has profoundly illuminated for Baron Ferreira the transformation that has taken place within Derek. This young man has grown rapidly, to the point where he can engage with him as an equal. After all, he is the head of the Ferreira family and cannot afford to be blinded by familial affection. Whether this is indeed what Derek intended to convey remains uncertain. If the lad harbors such intentions, it signifies he has truly matured. I am exceedingly pleased with your gift, Derek. I believe we can find an opportunity for a thorough discussion. The Baron has demonstrated a different regard for Derek, as he is the first among his sons who is deemed worthy of conversing with the Baron on equal terms. Following Derek's triumphant return, he has immediately begun to relish the long-missed warmth of family ties. He has not remained idle, visiting several uncles and presenting each with a gift, while also nurturing relationships with every member of the household. One might think he is returning to vie for the right of succession to the barony. Moreover, Derek has received news for the third time that war may be on the horizon. A warning from his second brother indicates that the Iron Lion Legion has intensified its training, even contemplating the postponement of some soldiers' retirements and significantly increasing the recruitment of new soldiers. The standing army of 3,000 may expand to 5,000 within a year. Ultimately, the Baron confirmed his suspicions. If you possess connections, the family is in need of procuring a batch of military equipment. In a private meeting, father and son engaged in conversation, during which the Baron expressed his expectations regarding the impending war. In recent years, the kingdom's strength has recovered swiftly, and it may soon launch a retaliatory war against the barbarians. Our northern province stands at the forefront and will inevitably join the conflict in the north. Many are already preparing. The family has decided to expand its private army. Derek, if you choose to stay, you may soon find yourself with opportunities. This reflects the Baron's personal interest, should one perform commendably in the War of Vengeance. The Ferreira family might acquire 1 or 2 parcels of land. Whether through a transfer of fiefdom or securing small estates for several of his sons, such possibilities exist. The family inheritance goes to the eldest son. Yet this does not imply that the Baron lacks affection for his other sons. Fortunately, Derek is now capable of making a name for himself. He remains remarkably composed and has no regrets. War is certainly looming. The prices of weapons have begun to rebound, and many are stockpiling arms and provisions. Should war come, I would choose to participate. Naturally, Derek's extensive connections have led him to notice some market irregularities. With him as a new supplier of weaponry, prices have unexpectedly stabilized and begun to rise, which is clearly abnormal. The Baron and Derek are the primary speakers in their dialogue, with the eldest and second sons occasionally interjecting, while the fourth can only listen. Internal communications within noble families harbor information unimaginable to ordinary folk. The Ferreira family, when viewed against the backdrop of the entire kingdom, might seem like mere provincial upstarts. However, in the northern province, they represent a significant local power. Narrowing the scope to the Watchtower region, they may even be regarded as local tyrants. In the event of war, they should at least field a regular army of 100 men, along with 2 or 3 militias of the same size. Should the Baron personally take the field, he might even secure a position as a centurion. Even Count Perez would need to court such influential figures. Yet, although war may be imminent, the Baron is already prepared. Thus, there is no panic. Compared to ordinary citizens, they have more time to prepare. Derek did not disclose his full capabilities, but he did reveal some non-secretive information. The Baron was once again astonished, not expecting Derek to have assembled such an operation in just a year. Although it may not be formalized, and the kingdom may not recognize it, should the opportunity arise, it could take flight at any moment. At present, that opportunity exists. Derek, if you require anything, the family can grant you in advance, provided you offer sufficient returns. The Baron of Ferreira finally relented. Supporting Derek is both an emotional and a practical necessity. Over the years, he has amassed a collection of resources that he has struggled to monetize effectively. The Baron's network and political resources are not particularly abundant, since the conventional path is blocked. The emergence of Derek as an alternative route must be expedited. I require people and land. Derek, with bold ambition, seized the moment, an opportunity not often afforded. The Baron S concession was the result of multiple converging factors. The family S estates are yours, but you will owe taxes in the future. The Ferreira family S2 estates are merely micro-estates, comprising only 100 or 200 inhabitants and over 1,000 acres of land. Furthermore, the estates developed on their own fief do not incur taxes. The distinction between such estates and fiefdoms lies in their complete ownership without any political rights. Some may perceive the terms of the fief as disadvantageous, questioning why their lands are cultivated by outsiders. In truth, cultivating land incurs costs. Population is also a cost. Free citizens cultivating land on the Baron S domain are required to pay taxes, which equates to no cost at all. Moreover, the vassals must perform labor, which can stimulate the local economy. If the family clings too tightly to their land, perhaps today the Ferreira family would possess only 2 estates and a few hundred inhabitants. Hardly sufficient to support this household. Estates can be freely traded, akin to ordinary free citizens, so long as taxes are paid. This represents a centralized industry. Within the Kingdom's administrative territories, many prominent merchants and nobles possess such estates, indirectly expanding the Kingdom's land and increasing tax revenues. Population signifies power. Chapter 24. A rich feast. 2 small estates are valued at 10,000 gold pieces. This price is on the low side, as the value of the serfs within the estates has not been accounted for. This is the Baron's preferential treatment towards Derek. This decision has caused his other brothers to exhibit signs of surprise. None can be certain whether this is merely an excuse from the Baron, or if the question of succession might still linger. The Baron, naturally, would not allow such fantasies to fester among the others. Derek, I wish to know what you can offer the family in return. War horses, weapons, armor, at the lowest prices, with priority purchasing rights. Moreover, once I secure my own fief, the estates will be returned to the family. Not enough. That is still insufficient. Then let my elder brother bring soldiers to train with me. I guarantee I can cultivate a cadre of elite troops. You seem quite confident in your military training abilities. However, the soldiers under your command do indeed show promise. The Baron agreed, using this opportunity to clarify his position. This is merely a special transaction. Though it cannot entirely dispel doubts, it does serve to reassure the hearts of his kin. Sergei, you must strive a little harder. I will seek connections for you to expedite your promotion. The Baron is preparing to leverage resources to assist his second son, lest the junior officers become mere fodder in the war. I can provide some assistance. I am confident the Iron Lion Legion would not refuse a shipment of inexpensive weapons, Derek interjected. Sheriff, complete your night training promptly, then seek out your third brother. The Baron also plans for his 4th son. Eldest, prepare yourself for training. Even if you cannot charge into battle, you must be able to stabilize the family's foundation. Go to your third brother and practice diligently. After generations of legacy, the Ferreira family is beginning to transition from a purely military aristocracy, with the eldest, Marco, taking on the mantle of a true noble within the kingdom. The Ferreira family is swiftly adjusting its strategy to actively respond to the impending war. This is merely a microcosm. The Baron will intensify these adjustments. Troops will be reassigned, training will be accelerated, and various contingency plans will be established. The Ferreira family cannot access first-hand information from the kingdom. Thus, they must prepare in advance. Once the new year has passed, Derek swiftly assumed control of the family estates. His first order of business was conscription, followed by extensive renovations to expand the estates. Various facilities were constructed, and upon receiving approval, he designated an area for horse breeding. He even abandoned the most profitable serf-based agricultural model, openly recruiting free citizens in an attempt to increase the population. On the other hand, he recalled some personnel to establish a new base, stockpiling resources, populace, and equipment. Derek worked tirelessly, managing affairs while simultaneously training soldiers. Fortunately, the knights and squires he trained proved effective, allowing them to undertake soldier training and handle errands. With the support of Baron Ferreira, his available resources have increased. 2 months passed swiftly, and Derek suddenly received word from Lloyd that a large slave-catching party was about to traverse the Northlands. The slave catchers would need to navigate a mountain path, and with advance notice, this presented Derek with an opportunity. Derek mobilized nearly all his soldiers and swiftly arrived at the mountain base. Lloyd had been waiting there for some time. My friend, please provide an overview of the situation. This slave-catching party has passed through here 5 times now, each time growing larger. Though not explicitly stated, the brothers I've encountered have mentioned hearing accents from the Holy Cross Kingdom. While I've collected tolls, this route remains the safest, which is why they have recently chosen to travel this way. This time, they have also given advance notice of their passage. Having traversed this path 5 times in less than a year indicates that these individuals are engaged in substantial business. Is there any chance of purchasing them? Not possible. I've heard it's the cargo of an important figure. The slave catchers are extremely cautious, as if they are in league with the buyers. An important figure? With connections to the Holy Cross Kingdom, they likely have forgotten about the division wars. The humiliation of the barbarians has yet to be avenged, and the lands divided are unlikely to be reclaimed. Derek scoffed. This trade is undoubtedly clandestine. While the slave trade is legal, this batch is likely problematic. Once delivered to the Holy Cross Kingdom, what good could possibly come of it? During the division wars, the Holy United Kingdom was fractured into 3, the southern continental hegemons splintering into conflict and suffering great losses. It was during this tumult that the northern barbarians invaded, seizing vast territories, and the repercussions are still felt to this day. The Kingdom of the Holy Cross shares its borders with the northern provinces, yet both are united by a common adversary, the barbarians. However, following the fractious wars, both sides harbor a deep-seated animosity towards each other. In truth, skirmishes between them have occurred far more frequently than battles against the barbarians. Only in recent years has there been a semblance of calm, to the extent that some have dared to engage in the trafficking of people into the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. It is evident that these individuals do not come from reputable sources. Derek, after careful analysis, feels no fear of retaliation from the opposing side. What can a noble from the central or even southern regions do against him? Moreover, it is uncertain if they could even locate him. This piece of prime opportunity is ours to seize. Derek swiftly resolves to act. Lloyd, however, feels a pang of regret. Although their relationship is close, the current situation would not have been possible without Derek's support. Yet, to recklessly disrupt the established order and devour this tempting morsel would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. Once reputation is lost, business follows suit. If they were to incur the wrath of the opposing faction, it could lead to significant trouble down the line. Derek, should we perhaps negotiate with them again? There might be a chance to purchase them. Derek fixed his gaze on Lloyd, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny and shifted his neck. Finally, he replied, I will not take action here. Beyond this mountain path lies direct entry into the territory of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. He pointed to a specific spot on the map, indicating it was indeed within the confines of the Holy Cross. Why do so many traverse this mountain path? On one hand, it avoids checkpoints, and on the other, this range connects both nations, making it easy to cross borders. Do you truly believe that all engage in honest trade? Smuggling is where the real profit lies. The Church's influence in the Kingdom of the Holy Cross is immense. They are both corrupt and conservative. Many goods from the Kingdom of Locke are in high demand. The higher-ups in the Church certainly do not lack for funds. Lloyd exhaled in relief, yet felt a twinge of embarrassment, hastily adding, I can send my men to assist you. No need. I can manage on my own. Derek firmly declined, asserting that while Lloyd could be informed, he must not become involved. That would pose a risk. Lloyd initially thought Derek might have other intentions and quickly clarified, It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that you know how much reputation means to me. I understand. We are friends? And I would never allow my friend to suffer losses while doing my bidding, Derek reassured Lloyd. Once Lloyd departed, Derek began his preparations in earnest. Chapter 25. A swift assault, my lord. How do you know they will pass through here? Simon inquired, perplexed, from their concealed position. They had infiltrated the Kingdom of the Holy Cross for 5 days without encountering any prey. Yet Derek remained confident, patiently biding his time. In our lands, they are akin to vermin. Any captured can be dealt with. Yet here, they can act brazenly. If it were you, would you linger in the wilderness? Derek countered. Certainly not. I would head into the city to rest, Simon deduced, quickly grasping the implication. So this is the most direct route. Derek was convinced that a group of slave catchers, no matter how cautious, could not maintain their vigilance indefinitely. Once they reached their territory, they would surely let their guard down. This was his opportunity. He was confident he had at least a 90% chance of success. A band of slave catchers, perhaps fierce and wary, lacked any notable military acumen. This location was ideal for an ambush. Hard work pays off, and Derek finally awaited the arrival of his quarry. With all scouts retrieved, he positioned his men behind a small mound. Beyond lay an expanse of open ground, offering no concealment. Even this humble rise appeared inconspicuous, making it unlikely to draw attention. He understood that this opportunity was singular, to strike with fewer against many. The only advantage lay in their strategic surprise and elite forces against a disorganized mob. The slave catchers' ranks were indeed considerable, with numerous slaves bound by grass ropes, trudging along at a slow pace. However, The number of slave catchers was far less than Derek had anticipated. According to the scouts' reports, there were approximately 200 to 300 slaves, yet the slave catchers numbered no more than 50. This was somewhat unexpected yet understandable. After all, with support from the Kingdom of Locke, the true pressure of armed slave capture was minimal, resembling more of a transport task. Moreover, having traversed the most perilous routes, they were now in their own territory, further diminishing their vigilance. Derek prepared for the worst, yet the prey proved to be more foolish than anticipated. Each warhorse was eerily silent, perfectly adhering to the standards of a battle steed. Leading the horse, Derek counted silently, gradually ascending to the top of the small hill. As he crested the highest point, he caught sight of the long line of the slave catchers rounding the mound. This was the sole path worn by many feet, likely a sheltered area suitable for encampment on the reverse side of the rise. Derek mounted swiftly, as did the other knights. With a tug on the reins, they raised their lengthy wooden spears. Charge! Not even a single scout remained, their demise unmerited. The sound of hooves transformed from silence to a thunderous cacophony in an instant. The deep, resonant thuds echoed like drums of war, urgent and relentless. Most were caught off guard as the 12 knights surged forth. Those who had trained for merely a year moved with the skill of seasoned veterans. This was Derek's first experience leading a charge. When the lance struck its target, a tremendous resistance jolted through his arm, causing his body to lean backward. He even witnessed the splintering of the wooden spear. Unable to withstand such immense force, fortunately, he had drilled for this moment countless times. His arm instinctively loosened, every movement executed with precision. The warhorse, guided by his other hand, deftly navigated the obstacles, as he swiftly retrieved his knight's sword from his side. The weighty blade, though dulled, now bore an added heft. Just as the horse's speed began to wane, Derek swung left and right, toppling several adversaries. He heard the roars of those attempting to mount a counterattack. Yet, the subsequent cavalry effortlessly shredded any resistance. He scarcely felt any opposition until the warhorse finally came to a halt. With a squeeze of his legs, he guided the horse in an arc. Turning around, only then did Derek catch a glimpse of his fellow knights, all unscathed yet stained with blood. Behind the mound, the spearmen had flanked, inflicting a heavier toll on the slave catchers. The slaves, bound and helpless, either cowered on the ground or attempted to flee, colliding into one another in utter chaos. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the slave-catching party had dwindled to barely half their original number. The tide of battle had shifted. Derek felt a wave of relief wash over him. In the heat of the charge, he had forgotten his anxiety, and now, in retrospect, the thrill was exhilarating. As the cavalry circled back, they quickened their pace, weaving through the ranks of spearmen. Even when the slave catchers attempted to regroup for a counteroffensive, they were effortlessly dismantled. With half their numbers decimated, these desperate souls were on the brink of madness. One leader, attempting to proclaim his identity, was abruptly silenced as Derek hurled his knight's sword, its heavy blade crashing down upon the man's head, interrupting his words. Observing the dwindling numbers of the slave catchers, a fierce glint flashed in Derek's eyes. Leave no survivors. The spearmen advanced, rigidly adhering to their orders. In mere moments, all were slain. Derek instructed his men to gather the spoils of clothing and set everything ablaze. The warhorses dragged the corpses, carelessly discarding them. The battlefield was swiftly tidied, leaving nothing but traces of blood behind. Retreat. Though this locale was remote and desolate, the slave catchers had connections. If they failed to return swiftly, inquiries would surely follow. Yet, the wilderness was rife with beasts, and the remnants of the corpses would leave scant evidence. At their current level, it was unlikely they would ever discover the perpetrators. Derek led his men to free the slaves, unbinding their feet while merely securing their hands. We are the army of the Kingdom of Locke, here to rescue you. This is the territory of those scoundrels from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. You certainly do not wish to experience the consequences of capture after fleeing. Therefore, follow me back home and await further arrangements. Perhaps it was the mention of home that resonated with the slaves. For the journey proceeded smoothly, with not a single soul attempting to escape. Derek guided them to a hidden base deep in the mountains, where he conducted the first round of selection. Those exhibiting the best compliance would be incorporated into the army in preparation for the impending war. As for those who remained obstinate, Derek was no saint. They would have to work diligently. After all, the fate dealt by those scoundrels in the Kingdom of the Holy Cross would hardly be preferable. And Derek felt no pang of guilt whatsoever. Chapter 26. Uprisings and suppression. The total number of captives stood at 268. Some must have perished along the way, as there should have been 300 otherwise. Over 200 robust individuals could easily form 2 companies of 100 each. Under normal circumstances, Derek would never sustain such a large force, as it would be prohibitively expensive. However, with war approaching, every investment made now would yield substantial returns. Thus, Derek once again established his command at the mountain base and commenced training. This time, the intensity of training was even greater and more stringent. Fortunately, supplies were plentiful. Otherwise, such rigorous training could easily exhaust the men. He consciously began to cultivate the knights and squires under his command, imparting fundamental military knowledge encompassing formations, commands, and tactics. He even taught them how to gauge troop morale, inspire confidence, and respond to various scenarios. Derek regularly simulated battles, assigning different roles to both sides and engaging in strategic exercises. For squires like Simon, despite holding the title of Knight Squire, their class had already begun to evolve. Simon occupation, Knight level, 9, 85-100, experience pool, 0-100. Some knight attendants, who do not meet certain standards, still possess adequate martial prowess and foundational military knowledge. With a capable group of subordinates, Derek can afford to multitask, remotely overseeing production and training across several locations. He increasingly finds himself shuttling back and forth, accompanied by a few attendants, continuously transitioning between sites. This, too, serves as a form of training for the knight attendants. On this particular day, he departed from the mountain stronghold once more, under the scrutiny of many eyes. This time, he entrusted Simon to oversee the situation in his absence. Before leaving, Derek quietly instructed, "Be vigilant. I sense some discontent among this batch of slaves. Loosen the reins of supervision slightly and grant them an opportunity." Simon had indeed noticed the presence of dissenters among the slave soldiers, but had not anticipated that they would dare to take risks. Surely, these fools would not be bold enough to act. They must have seen our strength, and their conditions are not unfavorable. There is even a prospect of freedom in the future. Simon found it hard to believe that the treatment at the base was anything but generous. Catering to all their needs, this was a golden opportunity. Derek understood that growth necessitates mistakes. Remember, always prepare for the worst. If these individuals are discontented even with such favorable conditions, does that not suggest they may cause some trouble? Moreover, power can cloud judgment. One cannot apply the logic of the average person to everyone. Anticipate defeat before victory and prepare accordingly. After Derek departed, Simon was left in deep contemplation. Valuing Derek's warning greatly, Simon found it hard to accept. However, he secretly prepared himself, and soon enough, he observed that the base's defenses had weakened and that some were indeed harboring treacherous thoughts. "We are not returning home. These people treat us no differently than the slave catchers. Regarding us as mere property," rumors began circulating among the slaves, as some sought to rally support. Over time, discontent simmered among them, and they became increasingly uncertain of their positions. They were acutely aware of one another's sentiments. With targeted persuasion, many became convinced. Their numbers were formidable. Had they forgotten the fate of the slave catchers? Humph, they've only trained a few more days than us, yet I am no less capable now. After a period of training, their progress paled in comparison to the newly recruited soldiers enhanced by their panels, yet their confidence swelled tremendously. In reality, the widening gap in capabilities spurred some to entertain ulterior motives. After all, those lagging behind would inevitably be cast aside as refuse. If they did not take a chance, would they merely await their fate as cannon fodder? After 2 days of clandestine coordination, they finally agreed on a time. Once the uprising began, could others remain uninvolved? If one revolted, all would be suspected. They believed many would awaken to join the insurrection. As for what to do after the uprising, why overthink it? At worst, they could flee home. However, Simon soon received news that these individuals had underestimated human nature. The conditions offered by Derek were not poor, and their martial strength was considerable. Not everyone wished to die alongside them. Utilizing these fools as a means to ascend was far simpler than inciting a rebellion. Upon hearing the informant's revelations, Simon was left bewildered. Once again, the master had been correct. Following this incident, he firmly etched that lesson into his memory. Then, Simon, feeling a surge of anger, resolved to act decisively. Were it not for the master's warning, he might have suffered a grave loss. He reassured the informant, promising a position as a 10-man captain. Those who actively aligned themselves with him would surely be rewarded. Though the lower ranks might hold disdain for informants, those in power often did not share that sentiment. At the stroke of midnight, a group of conspiratorial slave soldiers stealthily slipped from their barracks, intent on seizing weapons and instigating a rebellion. However, shortly after exiting, torches ignited one after another. They soon found themselves surrounded by a battalion of fully armed soldiers. "Kill them," Simon commanded coldly, offering them no chance for reprieve. He even roused everyone else, informing them of the fate that befell traitors. Back at the estate, Derek noticed changes on the panel. Several new names had suddenly appeared. Clearly, something had transpired. Yet he soon dismissed the matter as trivial. It was merely a minor incident. Among the two estates transferred to the family, one had been transformed into a large military camp, while the other had been converted into a blacksmith's workshop. In addition to the original population, some craftsmen and the families of officers had also been settled there. For instance, Little True's father had also become part of the estate. This arrangement provided a sense of security. Ensuring the loyalty of subordinates also eased Derek's own concerns. The panel, though not infallible, could not account for unexpected events. A shift in public sentiment could lead to individuals disappearing from the panel at any moment. Even if he could react promptly, it would still be a loss. Nevertheless, the likelihood of such upheaval had now decreased by half. Meanwhile, the panel unveiled its third page. The first page displayed personal statistics. The second concerned the military, and the third pertained to the estates, or rather, civil governance. The effect remained consistent. It was merely a method of categorization. After studying it for a while, Derek discovered that farmers were included as well, signifying a more solid foundation. With the same land, my family's yield could increase by 30 to 50%, accumulating into a substantial sum. He now prioritized two aspects, the military and weaponry. The entire northern province was preparing for war, resulting in relaxed restrictions in this regard. Otherwise, the Ferreira family's large-scale military exercises would have certainly drawn attention. The royal legions might come to inspect, as nobles possessed the right to form armies. Yet the kingdom was not to be trifled with. It was acceptable to assemble troops within reasonable limits, but a sudden display of militarism raised questions. Taking advantage of this situation, Derek initiated a large-scale training program for blacksmiths. A mere 4 or 5 levels of skill sufficed to forge simple weapons, assisting master blacksmiths in their work. Chapter 27. New developments, my lord. Here are the latest adjustments to our knightly equipment. Little True blushed with excitement as he presented the new gear to Derek. This was a standard knight's armor, crafted with even greater finesse than that of Baron Ferreira. The blacksmith skills had improved, and with an increased workforce, the result was exceptional craftsmanship. Although not yet the cumbersome heavy armor, nearly every piece, from the warhorse to the knight, was encased in steel. The joints were also reinforced with leather, balancing defense and agility. Additionally, the warhorses donned chainmail, rendering them resistant to ordinary blades and swords. The entire knightly ensemble cost over 20 gold coins and required the collaborative effort of one master blacksmith and 7 or 8 blacksmiths, taking approximately half a month to produce a single set. Currently, we could only muster 2 groups, resulting in limited output. "Let me don it and give it a try," Derek instructed. With the assistance of his attendants, he donned the armor piece by piece. Even with his current physique, he felt a slight pressure. As he walked, the interlocking chainmail clinked softly, yet it was not disruptive. He attempted to move around a bit and drew his knight's sword for a few practice swings. The armor proved reasonably flexible, though certain martial techniques might be restricted. However, the enhanced protection allowed one to disregard danger, ultimately amplifying their intimidating presence. With the physique of an elite knight, one could wear it continuously. Aside from blunt force trauma from heavy weapons, ordinary light weaponry would struggle to inflict significant damage. After his evaluation, Derek found the armor to be an exceptional value. Compared to the more expensive heavy armor, a single piece likely exceeded 20 gold coins, and a complete set could surpass 40 gold coins. Moreover, it was not immediately needed, as few could afford to engage in combat. Derek removed the armor. Thoroughly satisfied with Little True's recent work, he intended to design a set of heavy infantry gear, using this as a weight guide. While termed heavy infantry, it was essentially leather armor reinforced with iron. Yet for this era, it represented an unprecedented standard. Derek aimed to create an elite vanguard capable of making a significant impact on the battlefield. He assigned Little True and his team a series of new tasks, stockpiling weapons while simultaneously acquiring resources through trade with the outside world. Next, he inspected the warhorses gathered through various channels. The majority were of inferior quality, as ordinary riding horses were scarce. While it was challenging to find warhorses, inferior-grade draft horses were abundant. The northern region possessed a certain capacity for warhorse production, with many discarded horses remaining in circulation. This aspect was managed solely by his most loyal subordinates. Otherwise, should the secret be discovered, it would lead to considerable trouble. Derek even checked the panel daily to ensure everything was in order. Given the preparations and planning this time, Derek chose the northern breed of horse for its stamina, load-bearing capability, and commendable speed. It had gained some renown, and even as inferior quality northern horses, their essential characteristics would remain unchanged. Currently, he had raised over 100 horses, with 10 or so being readied for sale each month as quality war horses. He also retained some to cultivate higher quality steeds. This number had reached the limit of his manpower. Beyond this, not only would he struggle to manage them, but it would also risk exposure. A single decent horse required 3 silver coins for feed each month, totaling at least 2 gold coins annually. In contrast, draft horses cost a maximum of 3 to 5 gold coins, yielding minimal profit and carrying risks that, of course, one could skimp on feed and substitute with more hay, reducing costs to a mere third. For the northern people, this still represented some profit. However, for Derek, costs were secondary. He could afford a larger quantity, but ensuring security was paramount. Thus, he could only depart with regret. This further fueled his urgent desire for a fully autonomous territory, ideally located in the kingdom's weakest regions. The barbarians perfectly fulfilled all these requirements. Derek gathered his resolve, preparing to launch a decisive strike against the barbarians. Ultimately, he ventured to another estate, which had now completely transformed into a military training ground. Baron Ferreira is a man of his word, having dispatched half of his family's army, with a significant contingent of cavalry and supporting knights present. Led by his elder brother Marco, they toil under the rigorous training of the knights and squires commanded by Derek, laboring earnestly. In addition to this standing army, a fresh batch of militias is summoned weekly. The most capable are enlisted into the army, while those deemed unfit are sent back to till the fields. After several months, the Baron has assembled a force exceeding 300 men, even without Derek's assistance. He has managed to cultivate a reasonably formidable military. Such armies are being trained across the north, with nobility and even sons of the middle class and merchants engaging in preparation. News of impending conflict seems to have spread like wildfire, and every inhabitant of the north is bracing for what is to come. Derek observed for a while and glanced at the panel. The family's army prominently appeared on the display, clearly under the leadership of Derek's command. Several knights had reached levels 5 or 6, which is commendable. The soldiers who have trained consistently within the family also possess similar prowess, while the new recruits have advanced swiftly, some even achieving levels 3 or 4. This rapid progress was a result of Derek's leniency. Otherwise, their advancement would have been even swifter. It was through this experience that Derek uncovered a small secret of the panel. Accumulated experience points diminish upon leveling up. He had previously contemplated this clever tactic, such as hoarding 100 experience points to use at a higher level. Now, that hope was dashed. Elder brother Marco was also training diligently, and Derek noted that his brother's skills were quite commendable. Not as lacking as he had initially imagined. After enhancing Marco's attributes significantly, Derek waited for him to finish training before approaching. "Derek, how long have you been here?" Marco inquired, taking a handkerchief from a squire to wipe the sweat from his brow. In this moment, he could hardly concern himself with noble etiquette. He favored a more straightforward approach. "I just arrived a short while ago. You seem to have made considerable progress. I believe Father would be astonished to see you. It is your training that is impressive. Honestly, where did you find these subordinates? Their skill surpasses that of our family knights." "Nonsense. These are warriors on the brink of elite status. They are far beyond the capabilities of a country noble's retainers. Their prowess is merely a result of more rigorous training. Look at my squires. Their training volume exceeds yours. If you can endure for a few years, you will achieve the same results." Derek deftly changed the topic, and Marco found his reasoning sound. Based on his observations, the training intensity of Derek's men was indeed formidable. They bypassed the subject, and Marco suddenly divulged a piece of news. "I have heard that the king has issued a mobilization order. After the spring planting, troops are being assembled in the south and central regions, preparing to march northward." Chapter 28. The arrogant Garcia family assembling forces after the spring planting will not hinder agricultural progress. The importance of food to a nation cannot be underestimated. By the time they dawdle in forming legions and arrive in the north after 2 or 3 months, the autumn harvest will be approaching. This timing is sufficient for the royal army to launch an offensive and stabilize the situation before the onset of snow, as the barbarians are unlikely to counterattack in winter. Clearly, the great nobles above are quite lucid, not yet reaching the point of desperation. Even Derek has not contemplated failure. From a certain perspective, since the inception of the Holy United Kingdom to the present fragmentation into 3 nations, there has been a general disdain for the barbarians. The prevailing belief among the nobility is that the barbarians seized the opportunity to pilfer during the kingdom's disarray. Now that the situation among the 3 nations is stabilizing and a new equilibrium has been established, It is understood that annihilating one another is no simple task. Consequently, most gazes are now directed towards the barbarians, who occupy a considerable portion of the lands and populace of the former kingdom. Land, for the nobility, is a powerful foundation. The news that Marco disclosed has likely reached many nobles by now. The mobilization in the south and central regions signifies that the northern provinces will not lag far behind. After all, they are the kingdom's territories closest to the barbarians, and this forthcoming conflict is bound to carry immense significance. Nobles who lost their family lands now have a chance for vengeance. Derek can already envision the grand spectacle that is about to unfold. Train. Intensify the training. Derek was filled with motivation, no longer concerned about drawing attention. The current environment permitted greater freedom of action without suspicion. Visibly, the prices of weapons and equipment in the market have surged. News of the impending northern campaign against the barbarians has gradually spread. Even the offspring of landholding nobles, merchant families, and some urban dwellers have begun their preparations. Although Derek had already started stockpiling supplies, he soon encountered difficulties. The consumption of iron ore has surged dramatically. Young True approached Derek, voicing his grievances. With the expansion of the blacksmith workforce, the consumption rate was now more than tenfold. Some refined steel was being depleted even more rapidly. A complete set of knightly armor, weighing dozens of pounds, could require nearly 1,000 pounds of ore. The little stock Derek had, combined with what the Ferreira family possessed, was wholly insufficient. Even if he could trade weapons for some, the availability of ore on the market remained exceedingly scarce. It was as if it were unattainable. Even with gold coins in hand, one could not spend them. The Ferreira family was not proficient in metallurgy and lacked mines. Even among their kin, there was little engagement in such businesses. Derek sought various connections, but alas, they too could not procure sufficient raw materials. The issue stemmed from the source itself. Families controlling the ore supply had consciously tightened their offerings, hoping to reap excessive profits. If it comes to that, I will take a group and seize them, Simon declared, his eyes glinting with menace. He had risen from the lower echelons and, although he had learned some etiquette, he would not remember such superficial niceties in critical moments. Go be frank. Derek felt a flicker of temptation. But he swiftly dismissed that alluring thought. With the North now mustering its forces and armies prevalent everywhere, the kingdom's rule was stronger than ever. Who would dare to cause trouble? Hadn't they seen how much more subdued Lloyd had become? Bandits across the land had vanished, fearful of becoming mere targets for military practice. Compile a list of all families capable of supplying ore, and I will visit them one by one, hoping to secure a share. Derek promptly initiated his network, seeking connections to foster relationships. The circle in the northern provinces was relatively small. By finding a few more individuals, he could surely establish some rapport. Derek's business was not in vain. He quickly found several introducers and began visiting them. Those families controlling the mineral veins were exceedingly polite, albeit unable to release much of their supply. One family might provide a cart monthly, while another might offer 3 to 5 carts in one go, essentially declining politely. After making the rounds, no problems had been resolved. The quantities appeared substantial yet remained insufficient for consumption. Moreover, the leverage he possessed, weaponry, was something they lacked. As families with mines did not have a deficiency of blacksmiths, he had too few warhorses to exchange for resources. If this continues, all our stock will be depleted within a month. Derek began to grow anxious. And just as he was on the verge of resorting to desperate measures, some encouraging news finally emerged. While there were not many families controlling the mines, there were still a fair number. Although the major mine owners were reluctant to sell, some smaller mine operators remained willing to trade. With iron ore prices soaring, there would surely be those inclined to part with their resources. This was an idea proposed by Baron Ferreira, who had seen much in his lifetime and knew of various avenues. Besides the feudal nobility, even certain merchants with court titles held stakes in some mines. Thus, Derek began to pay visits one by one. While some smaller mining sites might be exhausted after a year or two of extraction and their quality varied, Derek was not choosy. Even a monthly yield of 1 or 2 carts was worth pursuing. He even discovered a new mine. The Garcia family, a baronial lineage, unlike the Ferreira family, had the current Garcia barons serving the kingdom, holding the title of Viscount. Although this Viscount could not inherit, it nonetheless signified the family's status. The Garcia family is one of the emerging dynasties. Their previous strength was likely on par with that of the Ferreira family. However, they recently uncovered a significant ore vein within their territory, beginning to yield minerals. With their existing power and influence, the Garcia family suddenly became a hot commodity. Yet, precisely because they had just discovered the mine, the Garcia family's foundation was insufficient, and they lacked many blacksmiths. They had cobbled together a few subpar blacksmiths, which could hardly yield substantial profits, as a skilled trade, especially one that is consciously restricted by the community. Achieving any noteworthy results takes at least 2 generations of effort. Thus, Derek's visit could present an opportunity for a new source of ore. However, upon delivering his visit request, he received no further communication. After waiting 3 days, a servant finally invited him in, as an emerging family. The Garcia's residence resembled a manor, lacking even their own castle. Although the manor was well fortified, with a high wooden wall surrounding it, it still exuded an air of modesty. Adrian was exceedingly displeased. How could such a family dare to slight his own? Derek soothed the sentiments of those around him. He was in need of assistance and had to suppress his ire. However, upon meeting the person, Derek felt a surge of anger. Harvey Garcia? After hearing the introduction, it was clear that this individual was not the head of the Garcia family. The Viscount was absent. Such business should have warranted the presence of an heir rather than a second son. Moreover, the other party's demeanor was haughty, their nose nearly reaching the sky. Chapter 29. Barbarians, the Ferreira family? I must admit, I have never heard of them. Harvey Garcia exuded an air of arrogance, tinged with a hint of accent that seemed out of place in the north. Having just returned from the capital, I was still unfamiliar with the countryside. Apologies, but I am not well acquainted with the Ferreira family. I have heard that you are here to procure iron ore? Suppressing his discomfort, Derek forced a smile. Indeed, I have heard that your esteemed family has recently discovered a mine, and I hope to secure a portion of its yield. Aha! Such matters should be discussed with Baron Ferreira. And I fear we may not have much to offer you. Harvey continued to speak with an air of nonchalance, even humorously shrugging his shoulders. You see, iron ore is currently in short supply, and we must reserve a portion for ourselves. When some friends come by, we will need to provide them with assistance. By the way, is your family acquiring iron ore for personal use? Surely, you must have surplus blacksmiths. If you are willing to offer them to my friends, perhaps, should they achieve military success, they might be able to grant you a small favor, maybe a knight's domain. I trust you understand, Sir Derek. Very well, Derek comprehended the implications. He had set his sights on their iron mine, and they were eyeing his manpower in return. Perhaps they were even contemplating subjugating the entire Ferreira family, as for the object of loyalty. It was undoubtedly an external noble. Derek could hardly suppress a sardonic laugh. He had no desire to align himself with Count Perez, let alone be attracted to the Garcia family. I beg your pardon. Master Harvey, you have likely been away from the north for too long and have forgotten the valor of its people. Your friends, when they arrive, will likely scavenge for scraps. They lack the standing to flaunt their prowess before me. Remember, it is I who holds the authority. Derek turned decisively, dismissing the ridiculousness of the Garcia family's arrogance. He was ready to upend the table if provoked. A baronial family of such disrepute would soon learn the harshness of reality. Harvey was taken aback by Derek's abrupt change in demeanor. Perhaps in his eyes, a rural noble would be eager to curry favor when offered an olive-branched it. Must be recognized that the noble scions of the capital wield significant political resources within the kingdom. Some hold positions of power without the need for arduous struggle, and securing a knight's domain is a coveted aspiration for many. How dare he? As Derek prepared to leave, Harvey, filled with indignation, shouted out, Ode, teach this impolite country bumpkin a lesson. The Garcia family had managed to infiltrate the kingdom's political circles, indicative of their substantial influence. This son, accustomed to the capital, had even cultivated a retinue at his command. Several warriors moved to block Derek's path. Adrian, who had been quietly following Derek, suddenly sprang into action, lowering his shoulder and forcefully shoving aside the obstructing warriors. These seemingly robust fighters collapsed like ragdolls before a rampaging bear. Derek did not look back. He strode straight through the passage he had cleared. As he passed the fallen warriors, he abruptly halted, reaching down to draw one of their swords from its sheath. The quality was decent. Derek assessed it briefly before sheathing it behind him. The blade glimmered as it flew past Harvey, embedding itself an inch deep into the wall. Only then did Derek continue on his way, leaving a cadre of bewildered warriors in his wake. Harvey, finally regaining his composure, was drenched in cold sweat. Had that blade been aimed slightly differently, it would have struck him instead. Ode, are you all incompetent? I pay you handsomely to protect me, and this is how you fail. Harvey seethed with fury, unable to accept the humiliation inflicted upon him by a rural noble. More critically, he was dismayed by the ineptitude of his own retainers. Ode sighed. The strength of that man had been overwhelming, and the speed of the northern noble's actions had caught him completely off guard. Thus, he bore the brunt of the reprimand in silence. Approaching the wall to retrieve the embedded sword, after several attempts, he finally succeeded. Staring at the deep puncture, Ode fell into contemplation. Could it be that the northern nobles were so formidable? If that were the case, what was the point of continuing this charade? Perhaps it would be wiser to retreat. After all, it seemed like a choice between being battered by the northern nobles or being vanquished by the even fiercer barbarians. Yet, reflecting on his Lord Harvey, who appeared rather feeble, could he be an exception? Derek, oblivious to the existential crisis he had instigated within a warrior, had already taken his leave, absconding with his steed, having offended the local power. There was no sense in relying on their mercy for safety. Derek believed himself brave, yet he was wary of underestimating the consequences. This encounter had unveiled the vile nature of some individuals. The nobles he had previously visited had either been courteous due to introductions or were simply extending the courtesy of fellow northern nobles, thus maintaining a semblance of decorum. However, once those accolades were stripped away, their true natures emerged. The Garcia family would not be the first to reveal such disdain. Derek's understanding of this age deepened significantly. Adrian, equally aggrieved, realized that despite his knowledge, he had not encountered such disdain before. And the experience was disheartening. Derek, should we continue? Continue, Derek replied resolutely. A true man must be adaptable. Brother Adrian, the hardships we endure now will serve as fodder for future success. Trust me, once we achieve our goals, the Garcia family will only come to apologize. With Derek's words serving as a morale booster, Adrian felt a renewed sense of vigor. Reputation? Derek was more lucid than most. Such things held little value. The road ahead remained fraught with challenges. Derek had witnessed various faces of humanity. War indeed enriched some, while certain merchants dared to look down upon him as a noble scion. Derek spat in defiance. But he meticulously noted each individual in his mind, vowing to see them brought low in due course. Upon returning to the estate, the issue of iron or scarcity had largely been resolved. The next step was rigorous training, relentless training. The next time, he would not allow anyone to belittle him so. Meanwhile, in the northern provinces, a fervent atmosphere brewed. From the even more northern wastelands, a band of marauding barbarians had officially breached the buffer zone. Towering over the northern men, these marauders bore rugged features, their skin a shade closer to brown, with strikingly pale green eyes. Contrary to expectations, although their weapons appeared rudimentary, each warrior was armed, and some even donned armor while riding sturdy steeds. An aura of ferocity emanating from them. Foolish Lachians, do you think we remain as we were 30 years ago? The barbarian leader sneered, gazing towards the increasingly proximate northern territories. Chapter 30. Arrogance and prejudice perpetually hover over humanity. Derek encountered the haughty Harvey Garcia, a manifestation of the capital's nobles' disdain for their rural counterparts. Yet, he himself was equally guilty of harboring arrogance and prejudice. Everyone presumed the barbarians to be backward, ignorant, and foolish, attributing their defeat in the 30-year-old civil war solely to their own folly. The subsequent internal strife among the three kingdoms merely prevented them from addressing the issue. Perhaps 30 years prior, the barbarians fit the description that the nobility of Locke Kingdom held. However, the loss of territory was accompanied by a significant loss of population. In the span of 30 years, how could the barbarians remain stagnant? In that time, they had established a rudimentary semi-feudal system, acquiring certain technologies and military knowledge, with some descendants of the Locke Kingdom even serving them. It was the remoteness of the north, coupled with the buffer zone in between and the prevailing prejudices, that led to the oversight of the barbarians' evolution. They had willingly ceded portions of their land, inadvertently creating an effective barrier. Though trade continued between some nobles and the barbarians, a deep-seated belief in the latter's ignorance persisted. Derek himself held this view. How many northern nobles were truly enlightened? Thus, when the barbarian army suddenly appeared, the unprepared northern nobles were caught off guard. Not only in the Locke Kingdom, but the neighboring Holy Cross Kingdom also bore witness to the presence of barbarians. 30 years prior, they could attribute their survival to luck, but 30 years later, the barbarians boldly declared their return to the southern continent. The nobles of the northern provinces and the kingdom officials were wholly unprepared. And within a matter of days, the marauders seized 4 or 5 cities at lightning speed, even beheading a count. Many nobles and royal troops suffered devastating losses, and the scenes of 30 years ago seemed to be replaying. By the time Derek heard this news, it had been 10 days since the barbarian incursion. After numerous obstacles, The information had finally spread. The northern nobles began to grasp that this was no mere rumor. Many were unprepared, as war had arrived much sooner than anticipated. According to the kingdom's plans, there remained 6 months for training, enough time to rally a sizable army. But now, only 2 months had passed. And how much combat effectiveness could farmers wield after picking up arms for barely a month? Most critically, the scattered farmers could not mount a significant defense. Moreover, the vast reserves of supplies had all fallen into the hands of the barbarians. The Ferreira family hastily convened a meeting to discuss this monumental upheaval. The vanguard of the barbarians had reached Ironwall City. Should anything occur there, the entire northern province would fall, with Watchtower City as the next target. Baron Ferreira had participated in wars before, thus possessing a modicum of military knowledge. On the map, the northern province exhibited 2 distinct lines of demarcation. To the north of Ironwall City lay the direct threat of the barbarians and the Holy Cross Kingdom, while to the south of Watchtower City resided the Heartland. The Ferreira family was positioned adjacent to Watchtower City, not too far north, while Count Perez's domain lay conveniently in between. If the intelligence is accurate, it is certain that a small band of marauders has already crossed the Ironwall City, and perhaps the territory of Count Pereira has already come under attack. However, caution is warranted. Should any issues arise at the front lines, the Ferreira family would bear the brunt of it, with no chance to escape. Consequently, the head of the Ferreira family is exceedingly agitated. Pacing back and forth over the map, I estimate that the governor's orders are imminent. In accordance with the kingdom's customary practices, a temporary legion may be hastily assembled to support the front lines. The Ironwall City must not falter. Otherwise, the entirety of the northern territory could be lost. Baron Ferreira possesses a clear understanding that merely guarding their own small plot of land is futile. Only by safeguarding the Ironwall City can they hope to buy some time. Derek, having adjusted his mindset after an initial shock, poses a pivotal question. What is the status of the Ironwall City? Can it hold? The answer remains unclear. The current governor, being of noble court lineage, lacks military achievements. The Iron Lion Legion stationed at the Ironwall City comprises only 3,000 troops. Although they are currently expanding, it remains uncertain how many soldiers they can truly count on. Alongside the city guards and the private armies of the nobles, if there is no chaos, they should be able to hold their ground. Baron Ferreira feels an intense headache, driven by some bias. He holds little faith in the current governor. Indeed, a governor from a courtly background is likely to be looked down upon by the military nobility of the northern lands. Derek did not anticipate the situation to become so dire. Yet he perceives an opportunity within it. Regardless of whether the Ironwall City can withstand the onslaught, we must prepare for 2 contingencies. A portion of the people should immediately retreat to the mountains. With the family under your direct command, Father, and with the castle here, any unforeseen events will at least allow for some time to endure. My elder brother and I are prepared to march. We cannot remain idle. Derek understands the principle of interdependence. If the organized military forces of the northern provinces are annihilated, the nobles would be left to fend for themselves, leading to certain doom. Therefore, whether the Ironwall City can be defended or not, a battle must be fought. Derek's reasoning is sound, and Father, his brother Marco, concurs. The second son is still serving in the Ironwall City. We cannot abandon him. As for the fourth brother, let him depart first. This is the most prudent course of action. From a rational standpoint, even in the worst-case scenario, the Ferreira family would not face extinction. Moreover, both the honor of the northern nobility and practical considerations compel them to stand firm. The fate of the dispossessed nobles from 30 years ago is well remembered by the people of the north. Countless lineages have been severed, losing their ancestral glory. Baron Ferreira recognizes that Derek's arrangements are sound. It is time for a decisive action. My lord, we have received the governor's orders. The captain burst in, bearing the kingdom's command. Let me see. Baron Ferreira took the order, which was a general proclamation. By the decree of the governor of the northern provinces, a temporary legion is to be formed, with Count Pereira appointed as the commander of the second temporary legion, to assemble within 3 days of receiving the order and mobilize within 10 days to provide aid to the Ironwall City. All achievements in this battle will be duly recorded, with titles and lands bestowed after the conflict without any reluctance. Clearly, this governor has not abandoned the prospect of resistance and remains quite lucid. As the highest official of the northern provinces, he possesses the authority to issue such orders on behalf of the king. The king will undoubtedly fulfill the rewards post-battle. Otherwise, it would signify a collapse of the kingdom's credibility. Baron Ferreira finally resolves to act. Following Derek's advice, he will retain a portion of the soldiers while Marco will lead the others away. With the arrangements in place, the family's strength will be entrusted to Marco. Derek stands as an independent entity. I will expedite the recruitment of soldiers and hasten their training, ready to step in should the need arise. Derek, please take care of your brother. The final statement is merely a father's charge. I will, Derek assures, promising not to stand idly by to the best of his ability. Chapter 31. The 2nd Legion of the Northern Provinces. Everyone, prepare to depart. Adrian, carry my orders and have Simon lead the men. Prepare provisions, weapons, war horses. Everything must be ready for battle. Derek issued commands one after another. According to the governor's orders, Count Pereira has only 10 days to organize the troops. From Count Pereira's domain to here, even at full gallop, it requires a full day. Time is of the essence for Derek. Fortunately, compared to others, Derek's forces are better trained. A significant number of soldiers are at level 7 and 8, with new recruits generally above level 5. There are even a few elite knights, elite knight attendants, and elite infantry among them. Most of the first batch of soldiers have nearly all been promoted to elite status. Compared to other aspects, the military emphasizes discipline, making it difficult to visually discern any significant disparities in strength. The crux of the matter is, if you have the ability to question why they are so strong, be prepared for the consequences. Derek, bearing immense pressure, has finally seen his efforts to maintain and even expand the military bear fruit. The Ferreira family has dispatched merely 5 knights and 300 soldiers, supplemented by hastily conscripted farmers. Derek, on the other hand, has independently managed to muster 20 cavalrymen and 200 infantry. The remaining 100 or so are stationed in various locations, training new recruits while safeguarding their foundation. He departed from the Ferreira estate, meeting up with Simon and his conscripted soldiers just outside Count Pereira's territory. Once all were assembled under Derek's triangular banner, they entered Count Pereira's domain in just a few days. Count Pereira had returned to his fief and raised the banner of the 2nd Legion of the Northern Provinces. By the time Derek arrived at the camp, over 10,000 soldiers had gathered. The knight responsible for receiving the conscripted nobles noticed Derek's knightly insignia displayed prominently on his chest and smiled. Sir, please state your family name and the number of soldiers you command. I will make a record and await the Count's unified arrangements. Derek had deliberately worn the insignia of the Pereira Knights in a conspicuous manner to signify his identity in many respects. The majority of the army under Count Pereira has ties to knightly orders, making them essentially kin. Within the military, those from the same faction are evidently afforded privileges, especially in comparison to others. Von Derek, Knight of the Realm, commanding a total of 200 elite infantry, 1 retired knight from Pereira, 2 knights from the Derek family, 20 knight attendants, and 50 supply militia. Derek disclosed his details, fully aware of the unwritten rules governing such temporary legions and thus refraining from concealing any information. The knight responsible for registration reviewed the troops. Aside from the militia, all were well armed, and a unit of heavy infantry caught his eye. Moreover, including the knights, each soldier appeared robust, exuding a fierce aura, and were equipped to the teeth. Presenting as elite warriors, this was also Derek's subtle strategy. He had ensured that all equipment was donned in advance. Sir Knight, it seems you are well versed in the rules here. However, I must be so bold as to say I have never heard of the Derek family name. Esteemed senior, I hail from the Ferreira family and have now established an independent branch. I retired from our knightly order a year and a half ago. Upon noticing the insignia on the other's chest, Derek promptly adjusted his address. Indeed, this was another knight of the Pereira Knights. The registering knight smiled, showing no distaste for Derek's attempt to build rapport. He had heard of the Ferreira family, though he did not expect such strength from a branch family, capable of presenting so many elite forces. Thus, he recorded everything and added a note. Elite troops, equipped with superior gear, well trained. This was to be presented to Count Pereira for his review, as accountability was required. There was no need for such caution. After all, the Count had no reason to take unnecessary risks. The registering knight opened the ledger wide for Derek to see. My name is Caesar Ulpin. We shall have further dealings. I will arrange a better camp for you. Such a gracious gesture was not lost on Derek. I will keep that in mind, Senior Caesar. Why family deals in war horses, weapons, and armor. Should you have any needs, please feel free to reach out. Derek's offer of goodwill was not made lightly. The knight responsible for registration held significant authority, serving as the Count's primary ear for matters concerning the Legion. A position only a trusted confidant could occupy. Now, while temporarily under Count Pereira's command, it was essential to cultivate good relations. Caesar did not expect Derek to make such an offer. Such business was not something just anyone could engage in. It seemed he had been away from his fief for too long, losing touch with the local nobility. I will remember this. I will certainly trouble you when the need arises, Sir Derek. Caesar became even more attentive, arranging for Derek to have a superior camp. After Derek explored the area and located his elder brother Marco, it became evident that Marco's camp was not as favorable as his own. Clearly, this was a preferential treatment. Marco, upon seeing Derek's camp, could not help but express envy. Indeed, being from the Pereira Knights has its perks. This place is nothing like ours. Derek smiled without elaborating. However, it was easy to imagine the conditions of a temporary camp with an assembly of over 10,000 soldiers. In the following days, the numbers continued to swell, and as the time drew near, Count Pereira finally announced a simple review for the next day, with mobilization set for the third day. That very night, the Count diligently examined the registration ledger. Why is this a little secret known only to the military nobility? The ledger may appear simple and unassuming, yet it serves as the primary channel for the commander to obtain information. Which family has elite troops, which knights possess exceptional abilities, this is all reflected in the ledger. With a legion of over 10,000, the commander cannot assess each individual personally. He must rely on limited information to appoint officers. This represents an opportunity. Without guidance, one may find themselves devoid of chances altogether. However, after perusing the entries for a while, Count Pereira suddenly called out, "Caesar, come here. What is the situation with this von Derek?" The Northland noble, Count Pires, cannot possibly know everything, but he must be aware of those with considerable strength. It is implausible for anyone, apart from a select few families, to muster such a formidable force all at once. Moreover, the register has been distinctly marked, indicating that these are indeed the elite. Unfortunately, the name Derek does not ring a bell with the Count. The underlings, due to personal connections or simply for monetary gain, may not draw the Count's ire, yet this is exceedingly outrageous. He knows Caesar and should not expect such behavior from him. Nevertheless, an explanation is required. Upon hearing the name Derek, Caesar's face brightens with recognition, and he replies with a smile, "My lord, you may observe for yourself tomorrow. I have described everything accurately, perhaps even understated the excellence of Sir Derek's troops, who are indeed remarkably elite and hail from our very own Pires Knight Order." Originating from the Ferreira family, Caesar offers a brief introduction, leaving an impression on Count Pires. However, given that Caesar dares to assert such confidence, it must surely be true. Arrange for this lad to be positioned closer tomorrow. I shall see for myself. The Count agrees, and with a smile, adds, "If this is indeed the case, this young man harbors considerable ambition." Chapter 32. Worthy of a centurion. The following day, the 2nd Legion of the Northern Province conducts a parade. Many merchants and young nobles remain blissfully unaware of the underlying issues, eagerly awaiting the Count's arrival. Though the 2nd Legion is a temporary formation, it appears unlikely to be disbanded anytime soon. Securing a position as an officer here would afford one a reasonable tenure, and with luck, a permanent appointment. For those lower-tier nobles and merchant offspring lacking connections, this represents a pathway to greatness. However, a select few among the military noble families are already aware that competition has begun the moment they entered the barracks. Families like the Ferreira baronage, numbering no more than 7 or 8, command 1/5 to 1/3 of the legion's power. The remainder consists of various other nobles and some middle-class youths. Knights from ordinary baronial families find it exceedingly difficult to discern the intricacies of the situation. When positioned in the forefront, Derek realizes his scheme has succeeded. In the center stands Count Pereira's private army. To the left, the military aristocrats of the Ferreira family, and to the right, Derek occupies the first position, followed by 1 or 2 military nobles. The others are relegated to the back. Derek understands he cannot bask in the glory of the Ferreira family, as that honor belongs to his elder brother Marco. However, he is untroubled. His plans are bound to yield results. Indeed, Count Pereira delivers an impassioned speech to uplift morale, promising post-war promotions and nobility, and then begins to review the troops. It is a straightforward affair. Merely a cursory glance, yet it provides a general impression of quality. The military families of the North maintain considerable martial strength. Families like the Ferreiras, which typically field only a couple hundred men, boast extensive militia training, yielding a reasonably competent army. Should it come down to a fight, 1,000 men would not be an issue. The troops brought by Marco, having undergone 2 months of intensive training, appear noticeably superior to their peers. Count Pereira takes note of this. As he passes his private army, he slows his pace. Though well acquainted, he must present a fade, as this is fundamental to his control over the legion. Then comes Derek. The disparity is glaringly apparent. His troops appear even more elite, equipped to the highest standards. It is no small feat to field such a distinguished force. Observing the merchant offspring and lesser noble private armies struggling to maintain formation, Count Pires finds the Register S records credible, perhaps even understated. He turns to his companions, inquiring, "Is Derek from my Knight Order?" His subconscious queries how such an exceptional individual could have slipped through his fingers. Quickly, someone succinctly summarizes Derek's situation. One cannot underestimate these bureaucrats, as they had already gathered intel on Derek's position well in advance. What a pity. Count Pereira feels a twinge of regret. Had the opportunity arisen, he would undoubtedly have attempted to recruit him again. However, for now, as one of his own soldiers, the stronger, the better. Furthermore, being from the Pires Knight Order lends a sense of connection. Approaching closer, the Count suddenly speaks. "Sir Derek, I have heard you completed your knight training with exceptional results. May I witness your prowess?" Derek is momentarily taken aback, then elated. Count Pereira addressing him by name signifies an opportunity. He keenly perceives the implications behind the Count's words. Should he perform well, a promising position may await him. "Yes, as you wish, my lord," Derek replies, stepping forward and saluting with a fist placed against his chest. How shall he showcase his skills? Derek quickly devises a plan. Donning armor. During the parade, the knights are already fully armed. Compared to others, Derek's elite knights are all physical specimens, capable of wearing this medium armor all day long. With his experience, he can assert that soldiers of elite caliber are exceedingly rare. In the entire northern province, a knight of level 5 or 6 is considered decent, while 7 or 8 signifies excellence. True elites are likely those with notable titles. Yet, under his command, there are many. Thus, donning armor serves as a signal. Amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the knights swiftly mount their steeds. Initially, observers assumed it was merely for show, but they soon realized the knights exhibit no signs of fatigue. The intention of Count Pires was simply to allow Derek a chance to showcase his abilities, yet he unexpectedly gathers his knights. Upon seeing his guards tense and position themselves protectively, the Count waves them aside. "Stand down, for Sir Derek hails from our Knight Order. There is no cause for concern." This statement evokes a moment of emotion, underscoring Count Pereira's adeptness at winning hearts. Derek also mounts his horse, effortlessly maneuvering to the front of the knights. The brown warhorse prances in place, its powerful muscles attesting to its strength. This is a steed of excellent caliber. Charge, transitioning from stillness to action. The warhorse's explosive power is showcased, as is the knight's control, javelins. As Derek's short spears hit the ground, a flurry of them lands densely within a half-meter radius. Even after 3 rounds, the warhorse gallops back and forth without missing a mark. By the time the stunned crowd regains their composure, the knights have already reformed their ranks. Present arms advance. Next follows a display of skirmishing tactics, pursuit, and various formations. The two teams of knights exhibit a level of skill that is simply unparalleled. Those who had entered with confidence are suddenly shaken. Is this what true military nobility looks like? How does one even compete? However, for the Count, the realization is equally striking. He knows that his own knights could hardly match such prowess. Each knight here could be considered a titled knight. How were they trained to achieve such excellence? Who among them could replicate it? The Count's knights awkwardly shake their heads. A few possess this skill level. Yet leading their own knights to such heights is another matter entirely. When Derek returns to the starting position, all knights dismount in unison. Each knight appears to have reserves of energy remaining. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. I half expected to witness the King's own guard. The Count offers a compliment, then suddenly inquires, "Has Sir Derek wed yet?" "Huh?" Derek looks bewildered, thinking he was being praised, only to find the Count playing matchmaker. Count Pereira, caught up in the moment, realizes his slip and quickly diverts the topic. "With such skills, you are indeed worthy of a centurion's title." Chapter 33. Magnanimity. To say that one is worthy of a centurion's title is undoubtedly a compliment. A centurion may sound commonplace, yet it signifies a mid-level officer. In the entire temporary 2nd Legion of the Northern Province, there are only 10 such centurions. Apart from the Count's officers, some barons are bound to assume positions, and a few local military officers effectively occupy the centurion roles. Following them are military aristocrats like Marco, who possess considerable strength and typically rank between captain and 500-man leader. In his excitement, the Count has essentially promised Derek a centurion's position, which exceeds standard expectations. Such a promise might invite complications, yet the benefits to Derek outweigh the potential issues. Even Count Pires himself, after the initial thrill, feels he has overstepped. Truly, the performance of Derek's knights astonished him. Count Pereira hurriedly departs, signaling the end of the review. The final organization of the troops is imminent. He engages in a final discussion with a few trusted advisors. Truth be told, He now hesitates. An honorary knight attaining the rank of centurion seems excessive. Even a 500-man leader would be more appropriate, lest it arouse dissent. In military protocol, nobles enjoy certain privileges. Yet, an honorary knight, at best, merits the title of 10-man leader. Even in a temporary formation, considering the soldiers Derek has brought, a 100-man leader's title would suffice, merely reflecting his personal force. To be harsher, one might bestow a banner captain's title, leaving him with little recourse for objection. Of course, if one possesses merit and military achievements, even a commoner could rise to the ranks of a 100-man or centurion. Yet, generally speaking, a kingdom would not begrudge an honorary knight's title. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for dissent to arise. Count Pereira is in a dilemma. He feels that granting Derek the title of 500-man leader is not unreasonable. I believe it would be prudent to bolster his ranks. Bestowing upon him the title of centurion is entirely justifiable and could serve to elevate morale. With an impending confrontation against the barbarians, it is vital to present tangible benefits to the troops. Otherwise, I fear their spirits may wane. There are those who see no harm in this, asserting that one must spend gold to procure bones. If Count Pereira exhibits generosity, it may instill hope among the men, which can only be a boon. After all, should he excel, the Count will undoubtedly advocate for rewards on behalf of the kingdom. When opinions diverge, some naturally seek a compromise. Why not appoint him as a 500-man leader to fill the ranks? This seems more aligned with Count Pereira's inclinations. However, just as the Count was about to reach a decision, Caesar interjected. My lord, Sir Derek hails from our knightly order, and the 2nd Legion is merely a provisional assembly at present. Count Pereira swiftly grasped the implications of Caesar's words. The 2nd Legion of the Northern Province was hastily assembled by the governor, and its future remains uncertain. It is highly probable that, following the expulsion of the barbarians, it will be reorganized and thrust into the fray once more. At that juncture, a reshuffling of ranks would likely ensue, thus rendering the title of centurion less significant. Nevertheless, should this temporary legion be formalized, it is customary not to abandon the officers, and demotions are not uncommon. This presents a considerable advantage. Furthermore, Derek, being of the Pereira order, inherently carries the Count's emblem. Even if he operates with relative independence, the bond of loyalty cannot be severed in the future, as the Count vies for the position of commander of a formal legion, or even simply seeks to deepen mutual ties through investment. Such actions are warranted. After all, it is merely a temporary legion, and the king's generosity is at play. Utilizing the kingdom's resources for personal favors is a rare opportunity. Even Count Pereira, with his limited political capital, finds it arduous to recommend even a single centurion, save for exceptional circumstances. This fleeting political resource, laden with conditional constraints, could easily be sold to another. Why should it be Derek? Count Pereira, having contemplated this, disregarded Caesar's sentiments and promptly signed the appointment document, instructing the young man to perform diligently and not to bring shame upon him. He granted him the title of centurion, augmenting his ranks with 500 soldiers, comprising 300 farmers. The remainder would be left to his own devices. Understood. I shall ensure he recognizes the Count's generosity, Caesar replied. The Count, having expended political resources, naturally wished for Derek to be aware of this. Otherwise, it would be in vain. It is worth noting that it was only due to Derek's noble lineage and his rapport with Caesar that he received this opportunity. Otherwise, such temporary political resources could easily have been allocated to another. Why him? Subsequently, Count Pereira swiftly determined the composition of the army, finalizing the last preparations. Caesar personally delivered the appointment letter. Sir Derek, the Count has taken special notice of you, promoting you to the position of temporary centurion of the Northern Province's 2nd Legion. With an additional 500 soldiers, 300 of whom are farmers. The rest, you must manage yourself. With a smile, Caesar handed the appointment letter to Derek, congratulating him while casually recounting the debates that transpired with the Count. Fortuitously, you hail from our knightly order. Had it been otherwise, dissenting voices would have been more numerous, and this opportunity may have eluded you. Perform admirably, for once we repel the barbarians, the war shall undoubtedly continue. And the 2nd Legion will surely transition into a formal establishment. A 500-man leader is hard to come by, and should you excel, a permanent appointment is also within the realm of possibility. These were matters Derek was not entirely cognizant of. Caesar, being well versed in military customs, understood that had it not been for the sudden incursion of the barbarians, Derek might have merely attained the rank of centurion upon the formal assembly of the army, contingent upon the favor of his 200 subordinates. Instances of low rank, coupled with high authority, are not uncommon. Thus, one must express gratitude for the barbarians' intrusion. Derek, of course, comprehended Caesar's insinuations. He was indeed advocating on his behalf. Perhaps it was a mere casual remark to Caesar, yet for Derek it signified a turning point in his destiny. The notion of repaying kindness is entirely customary. Derek appreciated such straightforward friendships as long as they were willing to advocate for him and provide benefits. He was more than willing to reciprocate. He even exhibited greater generosity than Caesar, promptly procuring one of the 3 exceptional warhorses available to him. Northern Warhorse quality. Excellent, 5-100, experience pool. 0-100. This superb Northern Warhorse boasts exceptional endurance and carrying capacity. With commendable burst and speed, rare resource, it is capable of bearing heavy armor and is virtually unattainable on the market. Brother Caesar, I shall refrain from further words and simply express my gratitude for your assistance. I have little to offer in return, so I present you with this warhorse. Derek addressed him as brother with an air of extravagance. What does such a gesture equate to? It is akin to gifting a luxury vehicle worth millions. Even Caesar, serving under Count Pereira, would require years of saving, forgoing all expenses, to afford such a creature, and even then, he would lack the connections. He was immediately taken aback. Chapter 34. The arrival of the knights. Derek understood that in comparison to the scions of the great nobility, he possessed nothing. The only course of action available to him was to cultivate an admirable reputation. Gratefulness must be met with reciprocity. Opulent and magnanimous. Regardless of my origins, would you not appreciate a benefactor of such caliber? If you do, then lend a hand, and the reward shall naturally follow. At this moment, Caesar's spirits soared as if he were soaring through the skies. He had anticipated a return of favors, but never so swiftly or fervently. Despite his reluctance to accept, Derek appeared even more exuberant, adopting a demeanor that suggested refusal would be an affront. Given the atmosphere, could he possibly decline? Certainly not. Dazed, Caesar led the warhorse away from Derek's encampment. It was only upon returning to the heart of the army that he regained his senses. Derek. What a generous fellow. It seems I have not erred in choosing this friend I in the spirit of reciprocity. He felt compelled to take action. Thus, that very afternoon, Derek received a contingent of quality recruits. As the registrar, none could be more aware of the composition of the 2nd Legion than Caesar. These individuals, hailing from knightly or merchant backgrounds, lacked any significant connections, yet they arrived with a few meticulously chosen soldiers to join the 2nd Legion. Their backgrounds were untainted, appearing spirited, and possessing a sufficient educational foundation to ensure compliance. They represented the finest recruits and lower-tier officers. Notably, Marco had been deliberately separated from Derek, given that he was the direct heir of the Ferreira family, while Derek was venturing alone, potentially leading to complications. As Derek's friend, it was only right to extend assistance. Consequently, the 2nd Legion swiftly completed its restructuring, with the Count's dispatching of a messenger to ensure compliance. Derek's triangular banner flew high, marking him as the sovereign of this 1,000-strong company. Without hesitation, he embarked upon a bold transformation, retaining a 100-man unit while thoroughly integrating the newly joined soldiers. He appointed knights and merchant-born soldiers, bestowing upon them the ranks of decurion and even standards-bearer as per convention. However, each decurion was required to have a sergeant inserted beneath them, while standards-bearers were assuredly accompanied by decurions of his own choosing. Through this method, he could swiftly assert control over this 1,000-strong unit. With the data panel at his disposal, he was confident that he could rapidly deepen his command over the army. One wielding absolute authority as a centurion, it would be exceedingly simple to eliminate a few individuals if necessary. That evening, Derek organized a modest gathering, welcoming not only his existing subordinates, but also a considerable number of junior officers. Adrian, for instance, led an entire 100-man unit, serving as Derek Standard's dash-bearer. It was truly a case of one man's ascent facilitating the rise of many. Had he remained in his previous circumstances, he might never have encountered such an opportunity. Adrian felt increasingly assured that his choice was indeed the correct one. A single meal could not ensure the allegiance of all present. Yet it could foster understanding among them. Derek took the time to introduce himself to his new subordinates, candidly stating, "The military is not child's play. While some may possess a modicum of military knowledge, it may not suffice for greater responsibilities. Maneuvering troops, commanding soldiers, and even logistical management involves numerous intricacies. I hail from a military aristocracy and have served in the Pereira Knights. I believe I possess more experience than most of you. Should you have questions, do not hesitate to ask, for should we find ourselves on the battlefield and opportunities are missed, do not blame me for a lack of compassion." With a justifiable claim to authority, and having demonstrated his prowess in the public eye, Along with his background and military experience, it was unlikely that anyone present would feel entitled to dissent regarding Derek's appointment as centurion. Caesar had spared him considerable hassle, providing him with truly exceptional recruits. Derek felt that the warhorse he gifted was well worth the price. The following day, the Second Legion set forth in a winding formation, departing in batches. Although 1,000 men may not seem substantial in this era, it constituted a formidable army. Not everyone possesses the qualifications or capacity to command such a vast force. Even in their march, they could not simply charge forward chaotically. Formation, batches, and order were of utmost importance. As a newcomer, Derek had no assigned duties and was to march obediently. Meanwhile, the Count's designated troops bore the responsibility of leading the way. Some regular officers with official positions within the kingdom were assigned numerous tasks, while the temporarily summoned soldiers were required to learn and adapt. It is no wonder that others looked down upon this makeshift assembly. It was indeed considerably lacking. However, those at the centurion level were seasoned officers, and thus, no significant disruptions occurred. The march progressed slowly over 5 days, and it had been 15 days since Iron Wall City was besieged. On this day, the sound of hooves echoed, and the entire Second Legion fell into a state of unrest. Derek rode his horse to a vantage point, scanning the surroundings. There was no sign of Count Pereira. But as the cavalry passed the 10,000, he recognized a familiar emblem. It was the Pereira Knights. The well-known eagle-headed flag, which he used to see every day, stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. He had previously wondered why the Pereira Knights had not made an appearance, and now they were here, their numbers seemingly doubled, marching in an orderly fashion rather than haphazardly assembled troops. The ranks were filled with knightly squires and seasoned knights alike. Derek quickly pieced together the situation. Each year, many retired knights and squires like himself were unable to be supported by Count Pereira due to financial constraints. However, through the years, the Count had subsidized the training of knights for the surrounding nobility and merchants. Not out of sheer benevolence, but rather necessity. When the call for recruits was issued, a multitude of former knights and squires would eagerly rejoin the Pereira Knights. These individuals brought their own horses and weapons, and having completed their knightly training while living independently, they possessed commendable combat prowess. When consolidated, they formed a formidable knightly order. Upon the arrival of the Pereira Knights, the Second Legion of the Northern Province swiftly accelerated its movements. The centurions had not been idle during these days. They had begun to gain control over the troops. The newly joined soldiers and farmers had also adapted to the military cadence. The sudden increase in pace did not incite chaos. On the contrary, it appeared remarkably well organized. If given the opportunity to engage in a few battles, the Second Legion of the Northern Province would soon exhibit considerable combat effectiveness. Truly, they were seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Derek realized that all of this was orchestrated by Count Pereira. Seemingly minor adjustments had led to substantial integration. This, of course, was also indicative of Count Pereira's capable officer corps. Were a different court noble in charge, it was likely they would struggle to even recognize their own men. That evening, Derek reunited with many old friends. The arrival of the Pereira Knights signified the imminent onset of war. Within Count Pereira's grand tent, the senior officers of the Second Legion gathered. A large map of the northern province was prominently displayed, detailing every mountain range and village with meticulous precision. Derek spotted Sir Chloe, and they exchanged nods. The latter clearly surprised to see him there. Everyone, Iron Wall City lies just ahead. According to our scouts, the barbarian forces have already crossed into its territory, and we will soon encounter them. Count Pereira's words instantly heightened the tension in the air. What is the current situation at Iron Wall City? Someone could not help but inquire, for the fate of Iron Wall City was intertwined with the Second Legion's destiny. Should it fall, dire consequences would ensue. Our esteemed governor has secured Iron Wall City. There is no immediate cause for concern, Count Pereira assured, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the assembly. However, after surveying the room, he continued with a grave tone. We have 2 tasks for the Second Legion. First, we must drive the barbarians out. Second, we seek vengeance for Chris Jeffries. The Jeffries family has placed a bounty. Whoever avenges the Count shall receive a barony. The other nobleman, Count Jeffries, recently fell victim to the barbarian onslaught. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune. The Count was caught entirely unawares, beheaded by the barbarian horde with alarming efficiency, suggesting they had long anticipated his whereabouts. Everyone understood that there was likely a traitor among them. However, uncovering the traitor was not the Second Legion's mission. Avenging the Count was their priority. Count Pereira's declaration echoed in the tent. The weight of the moment settled heavily upon everyone present. The temptation was immense. How many baronies existed within the northern province? certainly no more than 20. Whoever secured this land would establish a legacy for their family. Not to mention the other benefits, such as reputation and military merit. It was indeed a case of the Count's fall being a feast for all. Yet, one could not help but wonder who would be fortunate enough to seize such an opportunity. Count Pereira was visibly pleased with the rising morale. Truth be told, the task ahead was formidable, for the assassin of the Count was none other than the leader of the barbarian forces. Should anyone succeed in avenging him, a mere barony would appear paltry. The king would undoubtedly bestow greater rewards. Nevertheless, Count Pereira had achieved his aim, seizing the moment to begin his arrangements. The knights shall accompany me to prepare for the main barbarian force. The first 1,000, the 10,000, clear this area. Within 10 days, I want to see the barbarians driven north of Ironwall City. Anyone who fails to do so shall be dismissed. Count Pereira delineated the tasks by region. Directly assigning responsibilities, he held a reserve force at his disposal, ready to provide support at a moment's notice, and in the event of any movement from the barbarians, he could respond accordingly and initiate a larger engagement. Methodically, they would first push the barbarians south of Ironwall City to alleviate the pressure. Derek promptly accepted his orders, the 10,000, being comparatively smaller in number and responsible for a minor area, was tasked with overseeing merely a town and several villages, with a few knightly estates interspersed throughout the kingdom's territory. However, the local situation remained unclear. If most had not yet succumbed, it would be easier to manage. Once the meeting concluded, he deliberately slowed his pace and indeed, Sir Chloe soon caught up with him. "Derek, have you been appointed as a centurion?" Sir Chloe expressed genuine astonishment. He had always sensed Derek was no ordinary individual. Yet he had not anticipated such a swift rise. "Uncle Chloe, I have been fortunate to seize this opportunity," Derek responded, maintaining a humble demeanor, aware that now was not the time for pride. Sir Chloe patted him on the shoulder, beaming with joy. "Well done. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Take the opportunity to earn more military achievements to secure your position, as it will benefit you in the future. And, do be cautious." They exchanged a few brief words before parting ways, for the looming battle left little time for idle chatter. Upon returning to camp, Derek's first order of business was to send Simon ahead with a squadron of cavalry. Soon, they would be departing the main army, and without scouts, they would have to rely on their own instincts. 1,000 men constituted a complete military unit, capable of independently executing standard tasks, presenting a significant test for the commander. Fortunately, Derek had cultivated a capable team, and he felt no overwhelming burden. Derek swiftly made his way to the area he was assigned. The situation was better than anticipated. Only small bands of barbarians had trickled into the region. The sole town remained largely intact, having initially suffered a minor assault that claimed a few militia lives. The surrounding villages were valiantly resisting the invaders, although the barbarian forces had inflicted some casualties and looted supplies. Their overall impact was limited, but of course, credit was due to the king's call to arms. During this period, the northern province had been preparing for war. Militia were being trained across the land, and while they could not hope to withstand the full might of the barbarian horde, smaller detachments were capable of putting up a fight. Derek set up camp just outside the town, politely declining the local garrison commander's invitation. He did not come here to hide. Doing so would ensure his own downfall. Count Pereira's intentions were clear. Through meticulous regional division and steady progression, he aimed to relieve Ironwall City. Remaining stationary in the locality would be tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. Simon soon returned, bringing the latest intelligence. "Centurion, in our assigned area, there are approximately 4 to 5 bands of barbarian forces, totaling no more than 200 men. They have conducted several raids on the villages and are currently on the move." Simon commanded a particularly elite cavalry, having even managed to track the barbarians' movements, delineating a rough estimate of their whereabouts. Derek quickly deduced that the barbarians' aim was likely mere plunder and harassment. Upon receiving news of their approaching strength, they would likely retreat. "Prepare the cavalry. We shall advance first. Adrian, you will take command for now, leading the elite 100-man squad in a rapid march." Derek boldly speculated that the barbarian skirmishers might be on the verge of fleeing. Even if his judgment proved incorrect, the nimble knights would remain safe. It would merely result in a wasted journey. Chapter 36. The cavalry clash. Derek's assessment was indeed accurate. The barbarians' crossing of Ironwall City was not purely a military strategy. Despite having undergone a series of military and political reforms over the past 30 years, certain aspects remained deeply ingrained. For instance, the chieftain system centered around small tribes and the conscription policy. Many of the warriors in this invading barbarian army were provided by various tribes. The barbarian leader was inevitably compelled to consider the demands of these tribal chieftains. Thus, Deploying smaller detachments to sweep across Iron Wall City served as a means to garner their support while simultaneously delaying the arrival of reinforcements from the Kingdom of Lok. However, the barbarians underestimated the challenges of besieging a city. Iron Wall City's primary focus over the years had been to defend against the incursions from the Holy Cross Kingdom. Consequently, military considerations had taken precedence over commercial ones. This foundational ideology of city fortification had inadvertently saved the northern province from disaster. Since the barbarian assault on Iron Wall City began, half a month had passed without any significant progress. The marauding bands of barbarians were acutely aware of Derek's approaching forces. Upon sighting them, they immediately regrouped and readied to retreat. They would need to gather a sufficient number before daring to confront the main body of Lok's army. Over the past 2 weeks, the barbarians had come to recognize the fighting prowess of the Kingdom of Lok. At the very least, the northern nobility had not yet sunk to the point of inaction. On the contrary, they were as fierce as wolves. Several small factions of barbarian armies swiftly converged, retreating according to their predetermined plan. Although they carried away a portion of their spoils, they remained unconcerned about the pursuit from the forces of the Kingdom of Lok. The movements of a large army inevitably entailed delays, and they were equipped with numerous mules and horses precisely for this moment. As the small factions engaged in pursuit, it was unclear who was chasing whom. The army from the Kingdom of Lok resembled wolves, while the barbarians were akin to lions. When Derek hastened his pursuit and found himself merely a dozen miles away, he unexpectedly encountered the scouts of the barbarians. Simon, accompanied by a handful of cavalry, initiated a chase, leading to a pursuit between the two sides. Derek, surveying the horizon, beheld the barbarian soldiers for the first time, discerning much from their demeanor. The presence of the barbarian scouts at such a distance indicated a well-organized military structure. Rather than a mere rabble, moreover, the horsemanship of these scouts was commendable, and the physical stature of the barbarians surpassed that of his own men, leading Derek to realize that everyone had been overly optimistic. A heavy heart weighed upon him. He had initially anticipated a trivial foe akin to a mere dungeon boss, only to confront a formidable adversary. Yet, despite the prowess of the barbarian scouts, they were pursued by elite knights. And soon Simon dismounted one of them from his steed. "Hold them back, take turns to rest. I want every barbarian scout too frightened to venture out, rendering them blind," Derek commanded. The cavalry's speed was unmatched. While the elite infantry lagged behind, and with the time needed for rest, they would need to stall the enemy for at least a day. Accomplishing this with over 20 riders was no small feat. The barbarians merely needed to focus on their journey to widen the gap. Nevertheless, Derek divided the knights into 2 teams, alternating in harassing the barbarian convoy. They would occasionally display their might, feigning an assault on the barbarian train. If the barbarian cavalry pursued, they would retreat. If the barbarians attempted to flee, they would continue to provoke. After several exchanges, the barbarians could no longer contain their emotions. "Let me lead a group to teach them a lesson. Hand over all the cavalry to me, and I shall eliminate these detestable Lok men," roared a burly barbarian, a low-ranking chieftain whose strength was considerable. He gathered several factions of barbarian cavalry, amassing at least 40 to 50 riders, appearing to outnumber the pursuing Lok cavalry nearly twofold. Having encountered the cavalry of the Kingdom of Lok in recent days, they believed themselves equal, if not superior, in individual combat capability. A few other minor chieftains pondered the situation and agreed that being harassed was untenable. They consented to surrender their cavalry to the burly leader, totaling 52 riders. When Simon returned with his cavalry to harass them again, the barbarian cavalry surged forth. This time, they were not content merely to drive away the bothersome Lok men. Even if Simon managed to escape the battlefield at the first opportunity, the barbarian cavalry relentlessly pursued him, intent on annihilating his squad. Derek, resting with another contingent of cavalry, quickly mounted his horse upon Simon's return. Who was in disarray. "Brothers, the opportunity for glory has arrived," he declared. Rather than retreating like frightened turtles, pursuing them would be more advantageous. They could strike with elite small-scale attacks while incapacitating the barbarian cavalry. Engaging in a protracted melee with the barbarians would inevitably lead to significant losses, whether from a cavalry charge or a final desperate retreat. It was better to resolve the matter swiftly, thereby minimizing infantry casualties. After all the training they had undergone, this was their chance to confront the barbarians. As all the knights mounted their steeds, an unexpected calmness enveloped them. circle around," Derek shouted. Upon seeing this, Simon led the cavalry in an arc, returning to Derek's side. Derek had already secured a vantage point on a high slope. Thanks to Simon's guidance, the barbarian cavalry's formation wavered, exposing a small gap in their lines. Perhaps they underestimated the audacity of a mere 10 riders to launch a countercharge, but soon they would learn otherwise. As the northern steeds accelerated, the thunderous sound of their hooves reverberated. The clinking of chainmail echoed crisply, and within mere seconds, the cavalry completed the transition from stillness to full gallop. The barbarian cavalry, noticing this audacious group of foes, grew somewhat disordered. It was evident that the quality of the barbarian cavalry was commendable. Even amidst unfamiliarity, they barely managed to pivot. However, Derek was swifter, driving his force into the lone opening. From a diagonal rear, he pierced the barbarian horsemen. The armored cavalry, charging forth, quickly executed a devastating thrust. The barbarians suffered unexpected losses, with a dozen riders falling in a brief span. Despite their disarray, such casualties were unwarranted. They even discerned that this unit of cavalry differed from the previous harassers, for their steeds were similarly armored. Derek and Simon divided their forces. Whichever team engaged in harassment did so lightly armored, while the resting team donned their armor, prepared for such a scenario. Their prior preparations bore fruit, and coupled with the combat prowess of the elite cavalry, they shattered the morale of the barbarian riders in one fell swoop. Simon, having circled around, initiated a charge in close succession. The barbarians had yet to recover from their confusion, and a portion of their ranks faced Derek's direction. Preparing for combat, caught in a bind, they were once again pierced through. As Derek and Simon converged, the bulk of their 20 cavalry remained intact. Charge! The barbarian cavalry attempted a feeble counterattack, but ultimately collapsed. Witnessing the scant remaining riders retreating to their convoy, the barbarian soldiers could scarcely believe their eyes. Did you fall into an ambush? This was the only rationale they could conceive. Yet, the disgraced barbarian cavalry admitted the truth. The remaining minor chieftains immediately recognized the gravity of their predicament. Given the performance of the Locke cavalry and their audacious harassment, these were no ordinary forces. Should they abandon their supplies and flee? Or should they fortify their position and await rescue? The barbarians were plunged into chaos, and as night fell, they had no choice but to make camp. Chapter 37. A report of victory leaving a few riders to monitor the barbarian encampment. Derek disregarded the small factions seeking aid. He set about tidying the battlefield, securing several intact steeds while the remainder could provide a few meals of horsemeat. Then came the task of severing heads for glory, disposing of the remaining corpses in a pit and covering them with dirt. The weapons and leather armor stripped from the bodies, though not worth much in Derek's eyes, could still fetch a few coins. Then, it was time to wait. The elite infantry unit of 100 did not disappoint. This unit, having undergone the longest training without any outsiders, arrived just before deep nightfall. However, even the elite soldiers could not be thrust into battle immediately. They hastily established a camp, ate meager rations, and all promptly rolled into their sleeping bags to rest. The true combat would commence the following day. As dawn broke, the barbarians finally reached a conclusion, or rather, a compromise. To fortify and await assistance? They lacked any confidence in this approach. Let there be no misunderstanding. It was not that they believed they could not hold out for a few days. They simply did not trust that anyone would come to their aid. A modicum of common sense led them to realize that the counteroffensive from the Kingdom of Locke was imminent. And it was unlikely anyone would come to their rescue. In fact, some barbarians had already retreated, leaving only those willing to take risks for a chance at further plunder. Derek could hardly contain his mirth. Whether the barbarians chose to hold their ground or to abandon everything in flight, both scenarios would pose some challenges for him. Only their indecision provided him with relief. When indecision prevails, chaos ensues. They could either form ranks and hold fast, at least inflicting additional casualties upon their enemy, or abandon everything and flee, perhaps managing to escape with a portion of their forces. The dilemma of wanting to flee yet remaining, or wanting to stay yet fleeing, would ultimately yield dissatisfaction on both fronts. Remember, in the future, when faced with such a situation, decisiveness is crucial. Derek instructed on the spot, though the specific circumstances would hinge upon the outcome of this battle. In stark contrast to the barbarians' anxious night, Derek's men were invigorated, eager to pounce and tear into their foes. Attack. This was their true first battle, and they were accompanied by the veterans who had stood by Derek the longest. He understood that no amount of rhetoric could rival the tangible rewards of the moment. As expected, upon hearing this, the eyes of all his men glistened with fervor, with the elite infantry advancing. A small contingent of cavalry prowled the periphery of the battlefield, awaiting the moment the barbarians would reveal a vulnerability. The barbarians, having anticipated the arrival of Locke's forces, were mentally prepared. I had long warned that the Locke cavalry had reinforcements behind them. We should have decisively abandoned everything and fled. Fortifying for assistance is also a viable option. At least it allows us to take a piece of their flesh. Enough talk. The enemy is outnumbered. What is there to fear? What if we defeat them? Surely there are more reinforcements behind them. The longer we delay, the more disastrous our fate will be. Just before the battle commenced, a schism erupted within the ranks of the barbarians. Some chose to abandon everything and flee lightly, while others remained, attempting to repel the approaching enemy. The most amusing sight was the bewilderment of some barbarians, who, until the infantry unit of 100 drew near, floundered in confusion. Unified command is paramount. While a singular voice may err, at least it prevents such disarray. Without Derek's prompting, the others recognized that the barbarians' command had faltered. The chieftains of several minor tribes were unable to appoint a singular leader, resulting in fragmentation. What appeared to be a more numerous barbarian army had lost half its combat effectiveness. The barbarians hastily overturned their spoils in an attempt to construct a makeshift barricade. However, the elite infantry had already vaulted over the obstacles. Even in such circumstances, they maintained a relatively tight formation. The stark contrast with the disorganized barbarians was immense. Kill, under the command of junior officers. The infantry swiftly harvested the lives of their enemies. Upon contact, the barbarians quickly realized that these foes were unlike any they had encountered previously. The strength of the elite infantry overwhelmingly surpassed that of the ordinary barbarians, and their discipline and fighting spirit were remarkably potent. As they maintained their neatly arranged formation, clad in leather armor, the common barbarian found it exceedingly difficult to inflict effective harm upon them. Upon the realization of this fact, the formation of the barbarians descended into further chaos. Derek astutely sensed the turmoil and emotional upheaval among the barbarian ranks. Charge! The thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed as if it were the final straw that broke the camel's back. Having witnessed the prowess of the cavalry from the kingdom of Locke, the barbarians could no longer maintain their composure. The confusion intensified. Then the cavalry arrived, a massacre ensued. It was nothing short of a slaughter. As the knights shouted for surrender, some barbarian soldiers relinquished their weapons and prostrated themselves on the ground. The entire battle concluded within half an hour. The infantry commenced the grim task of clearing the battlefield. Binding the surrendered barbarians together, a brief tally of casualties revealed the loss of 2 cavalrymen and over a dozen elite infantry, with the number of wounded being nearly double. This was still a result of overwhelming superiority, achieved through precise strikes. Had the barbarians displayed a more resolute fighting spirit, the casualties could have been far greater. Derek assessed his performance as merely satisfactory. Had the barbarians possessed a competent commander, the complications would have been significantly exacerbated. Nevertheless, the day yielded a promising start, with the heads of around 70 to 80 enemies severed. The number of captives was roughly equivalent. The remainder had fled. Derek was unaware of the outcomes of the other 1,000-man teams, but he believed his speed was among the foremost. The messenger had already returned with the good news, and Derek was even prepared to continue the advance. Count Pereira's objective was simply to drive the barbarians away while inflicting casualties along the way. As the surrounding area was systematically cleansed, it was only natural to pursue the victory. The only concern was that being too prominent might lead to a detachment from the 2nd Legion, rendering him a target in the eyes of the barbarians, a considerable risk. However, after some contemplation, Derek resolved to press on. Without standing out, how could one distinguish oneself? To speak brutally, this was a gamble of lives for the sake of advancement. In the northern province, the 2nd Legion did not establish a grand camp under Count Pereira. In truth, he did not intend to linger here for long. It was merely a temporary encampment. Once each 1,000-man team achieved their initial objectives, they needed to push forward. He had drawn 3 horizontal lines on the map. Crossing the final line would lead them directly to Ironwall City. 10 days, at most 10 days, were required to concentrate forces for an assault on the barbarian horde. Count Pereira understood that any further delays would jeopardize Ironwall City's ability to hold out. It would be best to entice the barbarian army to move within these 10 days and seek an opportunity to engage. Furthermore, the 1st Legion from the northern province would soon arrive. Combining the powers of the 2 legions would be sufficient to confront the barbarians. If all else failed, they could forcibly repulse the barbarian forces. This would be a rather disgraceful outcome and would not inspire confidence among the barbarians. Count Pereira was still keen to test the waters, until the messenger arrived. Report: the 10,000-man team has accomplished its mission, decapitating over 80 and capturing more than 90. Chapter 38. Command Authority. How long has the 10,000-man team been gone? Count Pereira inquired of those around him. It was now the 2nd day. Too rapid. Or was it that the barbarians were simply fragile? Count Pereira mused aloud, though he was inwardly exhilarated. He informed Sir Derek that he would be credited for his achievements, and as the Count stood to pace the room before resuming his seat, he instructed that the severed heads and captives be sent to him, adding, this area would be entrusted to him as well. Once the messenger departed, he once again focused on the map, if the other 1,000-man teams also progressed smoothly. Then there was much to be gained. Derek received new orders, and the spoils were already en route. Attempting to monopolize the spoils was undoubtedly impossible. However, with the heads and captives sent forth, the remaining spoils could be retained, which would be a tacit understanding. There might even be a subsequent division of profits, or perhaps it could simply be converted into military merit. Despite the promising initial results, the rewards were still far from sufficient. Derek took a day to recuperate, leaving behind some of the wounded to continue onward. The new operational area was significantly larger and much closer to the barbarian army, clearly presenting greater danger. Simon once again led the cavalry to scout ahead, a luxury afforded only by Derek. Otherwise, elite knights would never undertake such tasks. The situation proved worse than anticipated, with at least half of the villages breached and even towns ravaged. Currently, a contingent of several hundred barbarians was stationed at Sanha town. The news Simon brought back was dire. Upon approaching the barbarian army, the enemy numbers had indeed swelled. Moreover, having occupied a town, they possessed basic facilities, making a forced assault potentially disastrous. This particular group of barbarians did not seem to lack unified command, regardless of their skill level. They were certainly not easily intimidated. Like a bucket of cold water thrown over him, Derek was instantly awakened. Some of his previous notions now appeared sheer folly. While it was said that mercy should not govern the military, how could one hope to take on such a formidable opponent at the cost of lives? He firmly believed that taking down this group of barbarians would yield little reward if it came at a high cost. First, they must eliminate the smaller bands of barbarians in the vicinity. Derek opted to establish camp adjacent to the main body of the barbarian forces. During this time, the barbarians attempted to capitalize on the 10,000-man team's initial instability to launch an attack. Unfortunately for them, they were met with a well-prepared Derek, who dealt them a heavy blow, leaving 30 to 50 of their number dead before they retreated in disgrace. Following this, a cavalry squadron launched a furious offensive, with elite infantry units alternating in support, systematically dismantling the smaller barbarian groups, which posed no significant resistance. The barbarians organized another wave of cavalry in an attempt to break the deadlock. However, Derek's tightly coordinated infantry engaged them, forcing them back. The two sides exchanged blows, inflicting casualties on each other and gaining a modicum of understanding regarding their respective strengths. Where did this army come from? How could they be so much fiercer than those previously encountered? The barbarian chief, Donik, stood atop a low wooden barricade, observing some Locke soldiers fixated on him, while others appeared to be training. Had he not engaged in several skirmishes without gaining any advantage, he would have certainly charged out by now. As a leader of a small tribe, although the barbarian king had ceremoniously bestowed upon him the title of Baron, they still lived organized by tribal units. The supreme commander's order was to delay the Locke forces. There was no need for them to leave the town. Donik reassured himself, though he would never admit to being intimidated by the enemy. The cohesion among warriors was far more potent when organized by tribe. Yet as a leader, he could not afford to lose too many of his people, lest the tribe fall prey to others. The barbarian kingdom's structure retained primitive tribal characteristics, unlike the kingdom of Locke, where the noble council safeguarded inheritance rights. The barbarians huddled within the town. Derek showed no mercy. While sweeping the surrounding smaller groups of barbarians, he encroached upon their defensive perimeter, advancing toward Ironwall City. From this point northward, Ironwall City lay no more than a 3-day journey ahead. The barbarian horde was already within striking distance. There were indeed more barbarians on that side, and the towns and villages that had been breached were numerous. Though there were no major victories to report, the repeated assaults by the Locke forces could not go unnoticed by the barbarian stronghold. Ultimately, the pressure fell squarely upon the lower-ranking barbarians. Regrettably, despite several attempts, he was unable to best the smaller Derek forces. As time passed, the other 1,000-man teams also advanced to close proximity. A couple of these teams launched fierce assaults, reclaiming lost ground through significant casualties. The remaining teams began to emulate Derek, continuously pushing and harassing the enemy. It was evident that the barbarian forces still operating outside had diminished considerably, and even the offensive against Ironwall City was affected. Derek, through a series of smaller engagements, managed to claim over 100 more severed heads. Then, a new army arrived. Ali Palmer, the commander of the 8,000-man team from the temporarily assembled 1st Legion of the Northern Province. Standing before Derek was this baronial figure who appeared exceptionally amiable. He seemed more like a merchant than a soldier. Derek quickly formed a simple judgment. "Greetings, Your Excellency, I am Derek Vaughn, commander of the 10,000-man team of the temporarily assembled 2nd Legion of the Northern Province." The two exchanged brief introductions. Baron Palmer presented Count Pereira's orders. "Our 2,000-man teams are tasked with breaching the town before us and then continuing our advance. What is the objective? How far do we need to push?" "To whatever distance we can manage. Ideally, we would reach the foot of Ironwall City." Palmer clearly understood the implications of this command, a wry smile gracing his face. "Sir Derek, we must look out for one another this time. We cannot afford to falter here." Palmer felt this strategy was perilous. As bait, one misstep could lead to disaster. However, Derek sensed that opportunities might still arise. Their immediate task was to eliminate the enemy before them. Derek's gaze was resolute. He had gleaned much in recent days. He was aware of the situation regarding the barbarians within the town. There were only around 500 barbarians inside, and their morale was low after several defeats. A strong assault should suffice to take them down. Derek was confident, and upon hearing this, Baron Palmer beamed. "Then let us each take a different approach and attack together, striving for a swift victory." Derek confirmed that this individual possessed little military acumen. Surround them and do not pursue a retreating foe. This is the most basic of tactics. Once it is clear there is no hope for escape, the barbarians will fight to the death, and even in victory, their losses will be substantial. Thus, Derek subtly cautioned, "Baron Palmer, I presume you have no prior military service." Though lacking experience, Baron Palmer was not foolish. He quickly grasped Derek's insinuation and candidly replied, "No, to be honest, this is the first time my entire family has participated in a war." He was unaware of his misstep, but understood that specialized matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. While he took the time to learn, with a spirited tone, he said, "Derek Knight, why don't you take command this time? I've heard that you once served in the Pereira Knights, and I am eager to witness the prowess of the Northern Knights. What do you say?" Chapter 39. The siege command is a sensitive topic. It is a matter not to be broached lightly, even amongst close kin. However, Derek overlooked a crucial point. In this era where knowledge is exceedingly precious, military expertise is not easily acquired. The Knights of Count Pereira's retinue impart only foundational knowledge, while the deeper military wisdom, often passed down through noble lineages, remains closely guarded. New nobility like Baron Palmer, lacking generations of martial experience earned through blood, cannot hope to rise without such hard-earned military knowledge. In truth, Baron Palmer has been diligently recruiting knights, yet he barely manages to sustain the army. His grasp on advanced military tactics is entirely reliant on conjecture. Therefore, discerning the thoughts of the upper echelons of the Legion, Palmer lacked confidence. He would not be so presumptuous as to consider war merely a numbers game. Nor would he delude himself into thinking himself a military genius. The greater likelihood was that he was simply a fool. Thus, upon encountering Derek and having inquired about his background, Palmer chose to trust him. As he had no better alternatives, Derek hesitated but a moment before readily agreeing. "I am grateful for the opportunity," he replied. Derek did not overreach nor mock his counterpart. In truth, a teammate with a clear sense of self-awareness is to be respected and cherished. Were the other party to feign knowledge they did not possess, it could lead to calamity. Without hesitation, Derek assumed command of the 8th Legion's 1,000-man unit, taking charge of all but Palmer's direct 100-man squad. His methods were straightforward and somewhat brusque. He promptly dispatched his knightly attendants to temporarily take command of a contingent of infantry. This caused Palmer to envy, as he quickly realized that these knightly attendants were far superior in skill compared to the knights he had recruited. Is this what constitutes a military aristocrat? Clearly, Palmer had formed an erroneous perception. Subsequently, he set aside his final doubts for the time being. The infantry stationed outside the town had not been idle. They had constructed some rudimentary siege equipment over the past few days. As dawn broke the following morning, Derek began assigning tasks. Adrian departed with a portion of soldiers, leaving the remaining forces divided into 4 groups. Interspersing elite and ordinary soldiers, as the centurion and the supreme commander of this engagement, he aimed to minimize his own troops' casualties. Palmer observed quietly, hoping to glean some knowledge, witnessing the messengers darting back and forth. Swiftly orchestrating the army's movements, he recognized a level of control that is rare in most individuals. Do not underestimate the complexity. Merely organizing 1,000 men into formation is no trivial task, let alone on the battlefield. Derek gathered several 100-man units around him to serve as reserves, while 5 units were positioned on each of the other 3 flanks. Only the northern side stood empty of soldiers. Approximately 500 barbarians could not hold the small town. The only variable was the extent of their casualties. Derek played no games, issuing a direct order for a vigorous assault. With sheer numbers, they would create momentum, and by time point 3 fronts attacked simultaneously, with the supervisory troops standing behind armed with swords. They would either perish outside the walls or atop them. The frontline troops appeared somewhat disorganized. Yet they managed to maintain a basic semblance of order. Derek, unreserved, employed the 8th Legion as cannon fodder. An officer beside Palmer attempted to voice dissent, but he was silenced. Since he had come to learn, he must pay the tuition. Palmer understood that the initial wave was merely a probe of the defensive strength, while the subsequent siege would be undertaken by elite infantry. On the battlefield, Derek's demeanor was markedly more rigid than the previous day. Nonetheless, his intent was clear. The 8th Legion was of cannon fodder caliber, and thus was to be utilized as such. My men will fight fiercely as well, and casualties will be equally significant. This sentiment, though somewhat discomforting, hung in the air. How long do you estimate until we breach the defenses? Palmer inquired. Observing the barbarians' fighting spirit, if it falters, we could penetrate before nightfall. If their resolve remains strong, tomorrow will suffice. So soon? Palmer expressed skepticism. Derek offered no explanation. In truth, if one was willing to accept casualties, the speed could indeed be accelerated. War, though seemingly complex, is fundamentally straightforward. Combat spirit, numbers, training, and morale all influence victory or defeat. The barbarians' numbers dictated their unsustainable position. The legendary tales of small forces holding their ground stem from their scarcity. 500 warriors, after several waves of desperate assaults, could easily sustain losses of 100 or 200. And it would be remarkable if the remainder did not crumble. Leaving an avenue of retreat would further diminish their fighting spirit. Yet, such intricacies need not be elaborated to him. Positioned at a relatively high vantage point, Derek could clearly perceive the battlefield situation. Cannon fodder may not be without value. After sacrificing a few dozen men, they successfully gauged the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, an approach entirely orthodox. The barbarian commander possessed some level of competence, though it was limited. Their forces were evenly distributed, even a portion stationed at the northern gate. Had Derek been in command, he would have adapted rather than adhered to such rigidity. Since the enemy chose this course of action, applying pressure became straightforward. He ordered the eastern flank to intensify their assault. The signal flags waved as the elite 100-man unit moved into action. This was a force reconstituted around Derek's veteran troops, bolstered by the 10th Legion, and could be considered elite when compared to their allies. Moreover, their days were not spent idly, and some training results were evident. Observing the commotion, Palmer widened his eyes, eager to discern whether these seemingly elite infantry were mere facades. They did not disappoint. The elite 100-man unit surged forth, scaling the narrow wooden walls with a single charge. The barbarian commander was taken aback, personally rallying his forces. However, such measures were unnecessary. The disparity between the two sides was not so vast that a single charge could secure victory. Derek again commanded the other 2 flanks to apply pressure. It was evident that the barbarians' combat rhythm was in disarray. Throughout the day, Derek unceasingly directed assaults, waves crashing like the tide, offering the barbarians no respite. As nightfall approached, the barbarian casualties had become staggering. It seems we may conclude this battle by today, Derek suddenly remarked. Palmer was perplexed. In his view, the barbarians' fighting spirit remained steadfast. Significant casualties had not deterred them. However, Derek perceived that while the barbarians were indeed fierce, their morale was not intrinsically linked to their ferocity. In the throes of battle, their resolve may not be apparent, but once they began tallying their losses, thoughts of retreat would likely surface. Why was he so certain? It was simply a matter of observing the probing at the northern gate. There was no need for elaborate calculations. If the enemy wished to flee, that intent could not be concealed. Night would present the best opportunity. Chapter 40. The ambush. The barbarians sought to escape, and Derek feigned ignorance, proceeding with a normal withdrawal, dining and resting as if nothing were amiss. The movements of a large force are inherently difficult to conceal. Should any flaws be exposed, a cascade of complications would ensue, thus it was prudent to maintain normalcy. The barbarians, too, were acutely aware of the situation outside the walls. After a day of combat, they had incurred losses exceeding 200 men, and even if the enemy's casualties were nearly double, the barbarians found this unacceptable. It implied that the enemy could simply outlast them through sheer numbers. They were unaware of the indifference with which the Lachian officers regarded the lives of their lower-ranking soldiers. but they understood the value of their own lives. The flickering torchlight illuminated a small area where a group of more finely attired barbarians lurked in the shadows. Before long, a rope was lowered from the wooden wall, and a barbarian soldier climbed up. Surrounding him were several small leaders of the barbarians. "What's the situation?" they inquired. The Lachian forces outside remain utterly still. The scout confirmed. All eyes turned to the central leader. The situation had become clear. None wished to perish here. Compared to the destitution of the lower-ranking barbarians, these small leaders enjoyed far better fortunes. Moreover, they had amassed considerable wealth during this foray, and few were inclined to fight to the death. The barbarian leader's expression shifted in the dim firelight. He sensed his subordinates' sentiments and, most importantly, he too wished to avoid a protracted conflict with the Lachians. Quietly, they resolved to leave, taking their riches and abandoning all cumbersome items. The barbarian leader possessed a modicum of awareness, recognizing that now was the time to flee. Not to claim victory. Any disturbances or excessive baggage would be tantamount to inviting death. Thus, the remaining 200 to 300 barbarians swiftly packed their valuables and departed through the unguarded northern gate. They had scouted this route several times during the day and confirmed it to be free of ambush. These Lachians clearly did not wish to engage in a desperate struggle. Otherwise, they would not have left an avenue of retreat open for them. The barbarian leader believed he had discerned the Lachians' intentions. After all, 500 to 600 barbarian warriors defending the town could inflict significant casualties, perhaps even double or triple. Rather than fighting to the death, it would be more prudent for them to act in concert. Regardless, the credit for reclaiming lost ground would belong to all. The barbarians' departure was seamless. By the following day, when the townsfolk discovered the absence of the barbarians, they dispatched envoys to communicate with Derek and his men. After a thorough investigation, Derek and Baron Palmer entered the town. "Impressive. You left one side unassailed, compelling the barbarians to flee through there?" Palmer seemed to grasp the concept. "What if they hadn't fled?" Derek, in a good mood, offered a brief explanation. "War is not static. It depends on your objectives and the costs you can bear. Specifically, in this instance, there are only 2.5 outcomes." 2.5. I would be most interested to hear more. Baron Palmer humbly sought counsel. Firstly, regarding the barbarians' steadfastness, there is little to be said. Everyone fights with fervor, and leaving a portion of the spoils may somewhat diminish the morale of the lower-tier barbarians, resulting in fewer casualties. Secondly, concerning the barbarians' retreat, I have long stationed individuals at a distance, prepared for such an eventuality. If they were to flee under cover of night, they would likely encounter my men by now. Should the battle reach a point where the barbarians are routed, my forces would already be on their way back, coincidentally meeting them. Furthermore, there is one aspect that Derek did not mention. In the presence of pursuing forces, the barbarians would only meet a more gruesome fate. Of course, while it is simple to speak theoretically, practical application depends on the circumstances. This is his first genuine attempt at such a strategy, and thus far, the results appear promising. This is a legacy from his past life, a heritage of the Ferreira family, which leans more towards the military system and unspoken rules of this world. However, in the eyes of Baron Palmer, it seems almost magical. "Sir Derek, you are truly remarkable. I foresee you gaining renown across the nations." Derek smiled, neither modest nor conceited. At this moment, they were indeed nearing their encounter. Adrian, accompanied by a group, had spent the night in the wilderness, resting in rudimentary sleeping bags and consuming meager rations with cold water. Even within the army, such treatment could be deemed subpar. "Centurion, do you believe the barbarians will truly flee?" The captain of the infantry flag team spat out the remnants of his food. The taste and quality of the rations left much to be desired. "Regardless of their intention, we must carry out our orders. Other matters are not ours to ponder." Adrian harbored his own uncertainties. According to Derek's instructions, they were bound to encounter the barbarians today, with the only variable being the timing. An early encounter would likely mean facing the greatest number of barbarians, while a later one would afford them an easier confrontation. However, overall, it would not pose a significant challenge. With the element of surprise on their side, neither the spoils-laden barbarians nor the ones fleeing in disarray would possess any real capacity for resistance. No sooner had he finished speaking than a soldier, covered in grass and leaves, rushed towards them. "Centurion, they are coming. The barbarians are here." The soldiers, who had been moving languidly, immediately discarded their superfluous gear and seized their weapons. Adrian rose, invigorated. It appeared these rascals had fled through the night, without pausing for rest. Adrian compared himself. He had traveled for most of the previous day before arriving at this spot. The barbarians, moving no faster than himself, Must have been on foot the entire night. A group of spoils-bearing barbarians, hurrying without any preparation, could hardly be expected to possess any fighting capability. Just as Adrian had surmised, the barbarians' formation was already in disarray. They were scattered, with some inevitably lagging behind. Over time, the fastest runners could be separated from the slowest by a considerable distance. Moreover, any remaining sense of caution had long since dissipated with the passage of time. Who could have anticipated that the Locke people would venture so far to lay an ambush? Chief Baron, we've been running all night. Shall we find a place to rest? The leading barbarian chiefs, burdened with a few horses and dragging a substantial amount of loot, were feeling the strain. Ordinary barbarians typically had less loot to carry and were prohibited from bringing pack animals and supplies, hence their slower pace. Isn't that unfair? One might ask. Such regulations applied only to ordinary barbarians. As the ones who crafted the rules, the barbarian chiefs were not bound by them. Although they could not create a significant disturbance, a few horses could still be procured. With so much loot at stake, who could bear to abandon it? After running through the night, both men and horses were nearing their limits. Upon hearing the suggestion, the barbarian chief paused to catch his breath. With their cargo weighing them down, he too was weary from walking. Glancing at the distance, it seemed the Locke people had only just become aware of their flight. Even cavalry would take a couple of hours to catch up, so they could afford a brief respite to regroup their kin. If the Locke cavalry were to pursue, they must show them a fierce resistance. The barbarian chief found a spot to sit and was about to call for provisions when he heard his subordinate's terrified voice. Lo, lo! The Locke people are coming. Chapter 41. The bait. The Locke people are coming? A surge of adrenaline coursed through the barbarian chief, propelling him upright. He looked towards the direction from which they had come, but aside from a few of his men trudging heavily, there was nothing in sight. Just as he was about to chastise his subordinate for spreading false reports, he suddenly saw his kin turning and fleeing, their prior exhaustion forgotten in an instant. This is bad. As the barbarian chief turned, his men were already dragging him away in their haste. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of rows of fully armed Locke soldiers advancing. The familiar triangular banners further confirmed his fears. Everything became clear. This was a trap. Those cunning Locke people. As he ran, the barbarian chief felt a pang of regret for the wealth he had so laboriously seized. Yet while riches were important, life was paramount. He shoved aside a subordinate, eager to escape faster. However, he had forgotten that after a night of running, his legs felt like jelly, especially after a brief rest. Before long, Locke infantry caught up and sent him crashing to the ground. Some barbarians cried out in their native tongue, pleading for mercy. To his dismay, he recognized them as traitors captured by the Locke. Adrian easily captured dozens, while those who resisted were swiftly dispatched. Compared to the bloody melee of the battlefield, capturing enemies was simpler and safer. Gradually, more barbarians stumbled into his grasp, surrendering alongside their chief. By midday, he had taken approximately 150 captives. The remainder were likely lost or had slipped past unnoticed. When Simon's cavalry arrived, they were astonished to find a gathering of barbarian captives. Adrian, did you capture all of these? Simon's eyes sparkled with envy. Such a bounty of prisoners would not go unrewarded under Lord Derek's leadership. It was all arranged by the Centurion, Adrian replied nonchalantly. The task had not been overly challenging. Though it required some effort, it was a genuinely rewarding endeavor. Others might harbor ambitions, yet he would not shun the advantages of familial ties, nor would he provoke unnecessary animosity. Thus, he offered a timely reminder. Simon, why not take your men to scout the area? You may yet capture some stragglers. Upon hearing this, Simon's eyes lit up, and he expressed his gratitude before leading his men to sweep the surroundings. The number of fleeing barbarians was not insubstantial. Some had lost their way, while others had wisely evaded the danger. These two-legged runners could not venture far. Even if not all could be recaptured, there would surely be some gains. Meanwhile, Derek, far away in the small town, remained remarkably composed. This calmness only served to intensify Baron Palmer's envy as he anxiously awaited news. Derek, you are truly a born commander. Although he knew the outcome was nearly certain, he could not quell his own agitation, constantly fretting over the possibility of unforeseen complications. Derek chuckled lightly. It was disingenuous to claim he was entirely at ease during his first command. Yet whenever worry crept in, he would glance at the data panel. All his men still appeared on the screen, indicating that everything was proceeding smoothly. As expected, a messenger soon arrived with good news. Despite Simon's delays in capturing prisoners, the report came in earlier than anticipated. Baron Palmer, You and a small contingent should guard the captives for now. Once the Earl arrives, we must hasten our pace. According to the Earl's orders, 2,000-strong contingents were to serve as bait. Being bait, they could not advance steadily. They must seize the moment, taking advantage of their success and moving boldly forward, for that was the essence of being bait. When it came time for the spoils to be divided, Baron Palmer declined Derek's generous offer. As he stated, "My family does not lack for wealth. What we seek is military achievement and a piece of land, allowing us to rise fully into the ranks of nobility, rather than merely being affluent." What a grand declaration! Yet indeed, this rising commercial nobility was not in want of riches. Derek could only silently accept the spoils, as everyone envied the wealthy and sought to associate with them. After a brief respite, Derek led the 2,000-strong contingents deep into the heart of the barbarian army. By this point, they were very close to Ironwall City. Meanwhile, Count Pereira had only just received word that Derek was advancing again. Unfazed, he ordered the Second Legion to assemble slowly. This young man understood my intentions and proved to be a daring one. If he survived this time, the least he could gain would be a title of Baron. Count Pereira's candid appreciation was evident. After all, he had not issued the same order exclusively to the 10,000. The ability to grasp the underlying meaning and the audacity to follow through were crucial attributes, and thus far, only Derek had demonstrated such qualities. Others might wish to compete, but they lacked the opportunity. It was survival of the fittest. Only those who could withstand the onslaught of the barbarian army would emerge triumphant. Derek's sudden emergence took the barbarians by surprise. As they approached their stronghold, the barbarians' vigilance diminished. It was not until he captured several small detachments and slaughtered 100 or so that they became aware of his presence. However, at that point, he also drove his captives to fortify the defenses, swiftly overwhelming several barbarian units and supply trains, compelling the barbarian stronghold to take him seriously. A legion of rockmen loomed ominously, suggesting that any army in the vicinity could scarcely be fewer than 100 men. And even supply trains could not dare to operate independently. This would significantly burden the troops, particularly in the event of penetrating deeper into Rockman territory. A vast array of military strength was consumed. Morale diminished, and the repercussions were incalculable. The barbarian commander, upon receiving the news, traced his finger across the map, swiftly locating the town occupied by Derek, strategically positioned at the center, allowing for flanking maneuvers on either side. Ignoring this would be utterly foolish. The Rock Kingdom, despite its size, boasted some commendable generals, yet they underestimated us gravely. Did they truly believe their simplistic intentions would remain undetected? Such disdain for the barbarian forces. Presuming they could not dislodge this thorn, when inquiring about the positions of the 1st and 2nd Legions, he forcefully jabbed his finger down onto Derek's location. He commanded the head wolf, Enrique, to deal with this bothersome band of rockmen and to return with the troops. For the main force of rockmen was approaching. Having realized the difficulties of breaching Ironwall City, the barbarians had indeed begun to temper their offensive. Their objective was straightforward: to severely cripple the rockmen's supporting units and eradicate the northern province's resistance, thereby severing the ties between the northern provinces and the Rock Kingdom. The strength of the barbarians would soon gain recognition from the southern trio of nations, paving the way for their statehood. In Chapter 42, The Moat City, the barbarian commander appointed specific leaders, and soon the scattered barbarian forces coalesced into a new formation. The hesitant barbarians quickly rallied under a single wolf flag, amounting to nearly 1/3 of the invading force gathered in a small town. The head wolf, Enrique, did not rush into an assault, but instead awaited the full assembly of his troops, encircling the town, clearly intending to annihilate all inside. Standing beside Derek was Baron Palmer, who had rushed in the day before the encirclement. It was evident that, in pursuit of his ambitions, Baron Palmer was fully committed. Derek, of course, welcomed any additional strength, even if it was merely 100 men. In critical moments, it could prove invaluable, however, upon witnessing the overwhelming forces outside the walls. Baron Palmer's legs trembled. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of regret. Derek the Knight, should we survive this ordeal, I must introduce my daughter to you. Derek looked at Baron Palmer in astonishment, noting the seriousness of his expression, devoid of jest. Yet, considering the circumstances, it was understandable. His own performance could be deemed promising, making him an object of interest. Baron, let us first ensure our survival. As the number of barbarians swelled, it was impossible for Derek to harbor no concerns. Nevertheless, he chose this location as a stronghold, not only for its strategic advantages, but also because the walls were relatively sturdy. This small town, with its rare stone walls, appeared quite respectable. With over 2,000 men at his disposal, Derek felt confident in his ability to inflict substantial damage on the barbarians. Then, just as the two conversed, the barbarians began to move. The rudimentary walls offered little protection, lacking corner towers, and with low parapets that were barely better than none. Thus, Derek wisely deployed a contingent of sword and shield soldiers for defense. The barbarians, evidently inexperienced in siege warfare, surged forward chaotically, lacking persistence. After observing for a while and making some adjustments to the layout, Derek entrusted the command to his junior officers. However, Baron Palmer found it difficult to comprehend Derek's deliberate weakening of the wall's defenses. Wouldn't that make it exceedingly easy to breach? I have positioned reserves inside. Should an unexpected event arise, we can promptly reinforce our defenses. Moreover, defense should not be a mere rush of troops. Excessive congestion hinders effectiveness. A clear structure will enable us to more efficiently eliminate the barbarian soldiers. The most crucial point, I am intentionally feigning weakness. Derek patiently explained, recognizing through their interactions that Baron Palmer was a person of depth, and he did not mind sharing some fundamental military insights. The tactic of feigning weakness was, of course, a ploy to lure the barbarians into underestimating their resolve, thereby lowering their guard. Particularly on the southern wall, he had intentionally weakened it by an additional third. Meanwhile, within the walls, despite the tension of battle, numerous captives and hastily conscripted townsfolk continued their labor. When materials ran short, they dismantled houses. When manpower was lacking, they forcibly recruited. Derek held no regard for concepts of human rights. In such times, swords dictated truth. This was a facet that Baron Palmer struggled to comprehend, yet wisely refrained from pressing further. Watch closely. Regardless of the precautions Derek has laid, they will eventually be revealed. Meanwhile, Enrique observed from the southern gate, feeling a headache as he watched his soldiers attack without strategy. Had these fellows not yet learned the lessons of the Rockmen? Upon their return, rigorous training would be essential to teach them the art of siege warfare. In truth, the higher-ranking barbarian commanders were already conscious of the need to cultivate siege capabilities. Entering the sphere of influence of the southern trio, the defenses of various cities were remarkably fortified, and the costs of direct assaults were exorbitant. However, the newly reformed barbarian kingdom had yet to establish a regular army, and these soldiers drawn from various tribes knew little beyond wielding their blades. After observing for a while, Enrique noted the commendable fighting prowess of the Rockmen, as the attacking barbarians suffered significant losses. This aligned with the Rockmen's established reputation, yet it was still insufficient. Within 3 days, they could certainly breach the city gates. He made this confident assessment and dispatched his personal guards to guide the frontline siege. Although still lacking in technical finesse, the command became significantly more coherent, applying relentless pressure akin to crashing waves, rather than a chaotic rush that offered only futile sacrifices. Perhaps, within 3 days, Enrique muttered to himself, already contemplating his next adversary. The Rockmen before him were merely a rash affliction, easily eradicated. On the first day, the barbarians lost 400 or 500 lives, yet they uncovered the weakest point of the southern gate. On the second day, Enrique adjusted the main attack direction. Barbarian soldiers attempted to scale the walls repeatedly, only to be resolutely repelled by the Rockmen. Everyone, including Enrique, felt that victory was imminent on the third day. Enrique specifically dispatched a 100-man guard, intending to launch a concerted assault to capture the town. Yet, they fell just short. This must be an unforeseen circumstance. Perhaps just one more day, Enrique sensed the mounting pressure. On the fourth day, he even personally executed a few deserters, but the crumbling walls remained intact. The Rockmen appeared as if they might collapse at any moment, yet they endured, time and again. He began to suspect that this could indeed be a trap set by the Rockmen. The barbarian headquarters had inquired multiple times, and Enrique could only respond, soon, soon. He was unconvinced that the Rockmen could withstand much longer. He still commanded 7,000 to 8,000 men, while the losses on the opposing side had been considerable. How many could still remain? With sufficient manpower, they could overwhelm their foes. Within the walls, Derek's constructions had taken shape, a sight Baron Palmer had never before encountered. Upon seeing piles of firewood and flammable materials amassed within the town, he began to grasp Derek's intentions. However, what impressed him more was Derek's adept command in the field. Had he not been standing right beside the enemy, he surely would have fallen victim to the ruse himself. Over these days, the losses sustained were less severe than anticipated. Derek had integrated the forcibly conscripted militia, training them alongside the regular troops, effectively holding the walls. Although it appeared they had lost over 1,000 men, in reality, the losses amounted to only a third. As for the militia, apologies, But the commoners outside the ranks were of no concern. Moreover, the training they received was truly remarkable. Within merely 10 days of entering the town, many militia members had developed a semblance of order. While their combat effectiveness remained uncertain, at the very least, they could wield weapons. Therefore, while the barbarians believed the Rockmen had exhausted their resources, the reality was far more favorable than they could have imagined. In Chapter 43, Making a Name for Oneself, on the 6th day, the head wolf Enrique felt an overwhelming pressure. From the headquarters to the tribal leaders under his command, even down to the basic soldiers, doubts about his capabilities proliferated. While Iron Wall City had resisted their siege, it was a grand fortress, vastly larger than the modest town before them. Enrique keenly sensed the shift in the army's morale. As a hastily assembled force, this was a precursor to disintegration. The time for inaction had passed. He recognized this as a test. He could no longer achieve excellence, but at the very least, he needed to secure a passing grade. The only question was how many lives it would cost. If 1,000 was insufficient, then 2,000. If 2,000 was inadequate, then 3,000. Even if it required sacrificing 10,000 men, he would fulfill his mission. Thus, the barbarians commenced their most savage assault, disregarding lives entirely. The reason Enrique was called the head wolf was not merely for his leadership, but also for his cold-blooded cruelty. He would not hesitate to turn against his own. When a small group of barbarians protested against being thrust into the meat grinder of battle, Enrique ordered his guards to subdue them and drag them to the front lines. All were executed. Realizing that Enrique was serious, the ringleader of the dissenting group panicked and struggled to rise. "I am the young chief of the Bormer tribe. Who dares to kill me? My father will not let you go." "Enrique, this is madness. You have no right to execute me. I will report you to the Grand Commander. I will have you killed." Enrique's expression darkened further. He had made a grave error. Yet, his guards cared not for titles. The orders remained unchanged, and execution continued. When a noble of esteemed lineage met with a gruesome demise before their very eyes, all the barbarian warriors fell silent. The city walls, appearing on the verge of collapse, rendered any act of recklessness utterly futile. Observing the farcical scene outside the city, Derek discreetly retreated alongside Baron Palmer. The soldiers atop the walls had been replaced by militiamen, their resistance gradually waning. Yet, this led the barbarians to mistakenly believe that their efforts were solely responsible for the impending breach. The Lockmen were faltering. A minor barbarian chieftain charged up the walls, swiftly carving out a gap. More barbarians followed suit, and from a distance, Enrique finally exhaled in relief. Despite the apparent casualties, they had at least achieved some measure of success. He commanded all to prepare, declaring this time, no sheathing of blades. Enrique issued a cold order. After such significant losses, failing to quell the soldiers' grievances could lead to even greater post-battle troubles. This command swiftly spread across the battlefield, with soldiers jostling forward in a frantic rush. With the city's fall imminent, those who delayed would gain nothing. Soon, the walls were overrun by barbarians, and the city gates swung wide open. Slay, pillage to your heart's content. The barbarians surged through the gates in a frenzy. Although the front line had glimpsed the presence of a trap, they were both inexperienced and unable to halt their advance, forced to move forward passively. To be frank, the hastily constructed trap lacked the anticipated defensive strength. However, there was no need for another siege. Within just 15 minutes, 3,000 to 4,000 barbarian soldiers flooded in, swiftly occupying the limited space available. Some barbarians had already begun to ascend along the trap's walls. Enrique felt a wave of reassurance. Though he could not see the situation within the city, experience taught him that a large influx of soldiers signified that the tide had turned. The Lockmen's reinforcements were drawing near, and the main camp required him to swiftly eliminate this thorn to regroup and seize the opportunity to dismantle the Lockmen's support. Enrique pondered how to atone for his earlier failures. If he could achieve a significant victory in the upcoming battle, the losses of today would surely be forgotten. Meanwhile, Derek coldly gestured, "Set fire." Torches slathered in oil rained down, and not just one or two. The throngs of barbarian soldiers failed to notice the flammable materials and firewood surrounding them. Only those squeezed against the piles of firewood began to contemplate the potential consequences. Don't push. This is a Lockman trap. It's all firewood here. A few terrified souls could not stem the tide of the barbarian soldiers' frenzied advance. Some even used the stacked firewood as a makeshift ladder for climbing. They could see the Lockmen looming ever closer, even recognizing the pity etched upon their faces. Pity? Boom. Flames erupted. The oil-soaked firewood ignited with the ferocity of gasoline, rapidly engulfing the area. Within mere seconds, the entire trap was engulfed in fire and smoke. The Lockman soldiers began to withdraw. Even if a few individuals managed to escape now, it would be of little consequence. The immediate concern was to avoid friendly fire. Inside the trap, a significant space had already been cleared to prevent accidental harm. As the scent of burning oil wafted through the air, Derek donned his helmet and lowered his visor. Baron Pomeres's face turned pale, seemingly able to hear the distant wails of anguish. Sir Derek, there's no need to take further risks, is there? Given the current outcome, even the title of Baron or the grant of a barony would suffice. There's no need for further reckless assaults. Such a rare opportunity, once missed, will not return. Derek mounted his horse and opened the eastern gate. All the knights were filled with excitement. The brutality of war instilled fear, yet the glory and rewards of victory beckoned. With the prospect of glory so close at hand, how could they not feel urgency? As the cavalry charged forth, the infantry followed closely behind. The well-preserved reinforcements were finally put to use. War is a game of men, not merely numbers. With 1,000, one can break 10,000. With few, one can triumph over many. Today, let us forge a legend. Let my name be inscribed indelibly in the annals of the Locke Kingdom. Let the world hear the voice of Von Derek. I have arrived. As the Lockmen surged forth, the few remaining barbarians stationed at the eastern gate were caught off guard. Their main forces had crowded toward the southern gate. Though it was uncertain if they had managed to penetrate the sight of glory walking into their midst, the barbarian soldiers initially felt elated. However, they were soon met with a deluge of Lockmen, leaving them utterly bewildered. Where did this army come from? Slay. The formation was easily penetrated. As Derek maneuvered around to the southern gate, the lone wolf Enrique had already spotted the flames shooting skyward. Visible even in daylight, the barbarians, having never experienced such a tactic, could not fathom what was unfolding. Then came the few survivors, wailing as they fled. Some, engulfed in flames, collapsed to the ground with a thud. Enrique quickly realized the dire situation. It was over. With the recent casualties, this makeshift army had likely lost the majority of its soldiers. Those remaining would prove ineffective. Having lost nearly a third of their force, this operation could be deemed a failure. All initial successes had been erased, and countless souls wished for their own demise. Thus, he too was doomed. Chapter 44. On this very day, as Derek charged forward with his troops, the remaining barbarian soldiers crumbled. The lone wolf Enrique could no longer rein in his men, swept away in the chaos of their retreat. The Lockmen pursued relentlessly. They were indeed too close to Ironwall City. After a day of stop and go, they finally beheld the southern gate of Ironwall. As dusk fell, the first wave of fleeing soldiers arrived here. Before the barbarian forces could react, Derek surged into their camp from behind. Though the soldiers had enjoyed a brief respite, they were utterly exhausted. Yet the barbarians fared no better. After a day of standoff and probing assaults, their stamina had been equally drained. Most critically, they had been caught completely off guard. The morning's news had indicated that the Lockmen's light forces were besieged. Although Enrique had suffered heavy losses, he had managed to corner the enemy. Everyone believed that the city could be taken today. The main body of Lockmen reinforcements was still 2 to 3 days away, hardly a threat. One anticipated an enemy breach. Caught unawares, both sides were fatigued, and this slight lack of preparedness became the final straw. Moreover, the distinction between the elite and the ordinary became apparent. Derek's rigorously trained soldiers exhibited a level of will and discipline far superior to their adversaries. Advance, advance. The junior officers shouted frantically, their commands collapsing into chaos. In this tumultuous and dimly lit battlefield, only the narrow spaces ahead and to the sides were visible. The soldiers' fear intensified, perpetuating the disorder. Thus, the significance of lower-ranking officers surged dramatically. Through relentless training, bolstered by their formidable presence, these officers remained steadfast as iron, undeterred even when surrounded by enemies. They knew only to execute their orders. The rest would be resolved by Lord Derek. Advance, slay the enemy, then resolve everything. Like arrows, they pierced through the barbarians' feeble resistance. If one were to gaze from above, they would witness rows of Lockmen soldiers, advancing with a streamlined formation, perpetually pressing forward. When confronted by clustered enemies, even the standard-bearers and centurions adeptly assumed command, directing their troops to scatter the opposition. Such tactical prowess had been ingrained in every officer through rigorous training. A single instance may not reveal the difference, but accumulatively, the barbarians found themselves repeatedly scattered, utterly disoriented, unable to muster any semblance of resistance. Like a snowball rolling downhill, the force swiftly grew, ultimately becoming unstoppable. In the end, the cavalry raced about, igniting the camp with torches. The conflagration intensified the chaos. The barbarian soldiers, just having fled to the camp, found themselves struck anew, their strength to continue fleeing utterly depleted. Conversely, the southern camp's barbarian soldiers were desperate for an escape, wishing for 2 more legs to carry them away. The turmoil in the southern camp did not go unnoticed by their commander. However, the speed of the collapse was too rapid. By the time his messengers set out to inquire, the fleeing soldiers had already reached his doorstep. Meanwhile, Derek had gathered a portion of his troops, slowly driving forward behind the retreating enemy. Despite their exhaustion, they maintained an aggressive posture. As the saying goes, deception is key in warfare. At this moment, relinquishing pressure would only afford the barbarians an opportunity. A seemingly aggressive demeanor would instill greater apprehension. Indeed, as darkness fell, the barbarians were too wary to advance recklessly. They directed the fleeing soldiers to circumvent the camp, while the barbarian commander, standing atop a watchtower, observed the scattered torches that provided scant illumination. Unable to discern the approaching enemy, he recognized that the Lockmen could fight in the dark, maintaining an orderly formation. Clearly, they were elite troops. Upon witnessing the disarray and chaos among the fleeing soldiers below, he waved his hand decisively. Loose arrows. Allow them to circumvent. Otherwise, they shall all perish. In such circumstances, caution was paramount. To permit the fleeing soldiers to enter could easily allow the enemy to capitalize on the situation, leading to dire consequences. He would rather shoot down a few fleeing soldiers as a deterrent than risk catastrophe. As his own arrows rained down, regardless of the barbarians' curses or cries, they had no choice but to obey and take the longer route. This was undeniably cruel, yet it was the rational choice. Derek tilted his head and noticed Simon, who seemed eager and oblivious to fatigue. Simon, go make a circuit beneath the barbarian camp and display our might. Are you up for it? Absolutely, I shall go at once. Simon donned his visor, which obscured his vision even more at night. Gather a team and follow me. The knights surged forth, brimming with bravado as they charged toward the camp, as if preparing to launch an assault. Though fully aware of the improbability, the prevailing circumstances and Simon's formidable presence compelled one to entertain certain thoughts. Simon seized the triangular flag, raising it aloft with a flourish. Galloping wildly, he veered sharply as he approached the encampment. His target was undoubtedly the demoralized troops, those disheartened and weaponless soldiers, who represented the finest quarry. Within the barbarians' range, Simon and his cavalry dashed back and forth, trampling and slaughtering with an audacity that was almost unbearable to behold. Even the barbarians were taken aback, momentarily forgetting to shoot their arrows. Shoot! Kill them! Bellowed the barbarian commander, jolting everyone back to attention. He leaned forward, gripping the railing tightly, his face pale under the flickering flames. It was too brazen, too insulting. Awakening from their stupor, the barbarian archers released a sporadic volley of arrows, which merely bounced off Simon's iron armor. A few arrows lodged themselves in the joints of his armor instead. Satisfied with the mayhem, he laughed heartily and turned his horse. Barbarians, the day has darkened. Await my return tomorrow for your lord's favor. As Simon turned back, his men, though weary, were electrified with exhilaration. How often does life present such rapture? Derek inhaled deeply, realizing that what he coveted would soon be within reach. In times of turmoil, heroes emerge. This time, it was his turn to be that hero. He'll make a name for himself. What better day than today? Let us go. With long lances poised to claim the heads of the barbarians, they maneuvered beneath the iron wall fortress, proudly brandishing the triangular flag. The 2nd Legion of the Northern Provinces, the 10th cohort, had arrived. There was no need for alarm, for tomorrow I shall trample the barbarian encampment. Derek's commanding voice rang out, stirring a commotion among the walls of Iron Wall Fortress, which had been drawn to the commotion outside. The governor of the Northern Provinces stood atop the battlements, witnessing the inferno rising from the barbarians' southern camp, now in ruins. Meanwhile, the other barbarian encampments were sealed, with his subordinates incessantly recounting Simon's audacious maneuver around the enemy's stronghold. Are there such knights in the northern provinces? He had long heard that the knights from the north were unrivaled in the kingdom, initially dismissing it as mere exaggeration given the incompetence of the knights from the royal capital. After all, Count Jeffreys had been beheaded by barbarians without a single northern knight rising to the occasion. Little did he realize how short-sighted he had been. Such fierce knights surely deserved their esteemed reputation. Chapter 45. A successful endeavor reflecting on the days filled with trepidation and even his dissatisfaction with Count Perez's sluggishness, all worries dissipated. The old Count was prudent. He would not act rashly. But when he did, he would alter the course of fate. The governor leaned forward to catch a glimpse, spotting a solitary knight standing resolute beneath the torchlight. Is Count Pereira among the knights below? The Legion commander was still 3 days away. It is I who command, Derek replied honestly. We have the 10th cohort of the 2nd Legion with 800 men, and the 8th cohort of the 1st Legion with 1,000. Only 1,800 men. The governor's voice cracked, having assumed the entire northern army had come to crush the barbarians. Theo discover it was but a meager force? Are you deceiving me? Is this some sort of performance? He glanced around, bewildered. Are the northern knights truly this formidable? Derek's voice remained clear as it reached the battlements. Merely barbarians, easily vanquished, today, after a hasty march of 100 miles. I am somewhat fatigued. After a day's rest, I shall return to shatter the barbarians' main camp. Derek feigned nonchalance. In his estimation, the barbarians had sustained significant losses and would surely retreat. It was imperative to act before the main force arrived. Once they did, escape would be difficult. In truth, delaying for another 2 days might yield even better results, but as the main army approached, the barbarians' vigilance would heighten, and such an opportunity might not arise again. Nor such a grand victory. While potentially resulting in fewer slain barbarians, it was the outcome most beneficial to him. The kingdom's interests, did they concern a mere knight such as himself? Moreover, if the result was favorable, no one would care. The governor remained oblivious to this, utterly astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Having spent his life traversing the central provinces without encountering such a large-scale conflict, he found himself utterly captivated by Derek's prowess. He mused, what a remarkable knight. Had he but a few more men, he might have routed the barbarians today. Consequently, his tone softened unconsciously. May I inquire your esteemed name? Fong Derek. The governor etched that name into his memory. Then politely replied, Sir Derek, it is not convenient for you to enter the city today. Once the barbarians have retreated, I shall host a banquet in your honor. Derek nodded, recognizing that the governor's caution was warranted. Otherwise, he might have met a similar fate. He took his leave, unaware that his brother, Sergei, had just felt a sense of familiarity in Derek's voice, and upon hearing his name, was so astonished that he nearly dropped his weapon. Is it my brother? How could he be so formidable? Am I dreaming? Before he could contemplate further, he heard the governor inquiring about Derek's lineage. Although Derek had previously been an inconspicuous figure, the nobility had professionals who studied genealogies. Derek hailed from a branch of the Ferreira family, a legitimate scion without a fief, his full name being Fong Ferreira Derek. The Ferreira family was a venerable military aristocracy of the north, having been ennobled a century prior for their role in the wars of expansion and having repelled the forces of the Holy Cross Kingdom 30 years ago. I recall that the Ferreira family has members serving in the Iron Lion Legion. Sergei found himself dazedly summoned before the governor. Fortunately, he presented himself well, answered several questions, and received the governor's praise. Indeed, a scion of a martial family. He then returned to his reverie. The Ferreira family? This military aristocracy had suddenly risen to prominence. One thought consumed him. His younger brother was destined for greatness. This sentiment was not unique to Sergei. Once the dust settled, everyone recognized that Derek was on the brink of success. With a small force, he had bested a larger one, trampling the enemy camp and displaying his might on the battlefield. Each act worthy of legend. After all, barbarian invasions were rare events, occurring but once every decade. With both sides deploying tens of thousands of troops and even a count being beheaded, a matter of national significance, on such a grand stage, any display of excellence would garner attention and promise a bright future. Not to mention, Derek shone so brilliantly that he was beyond reproach. Baron Palmer, upon encountering Derek, could hardly contain himself, babbling excitedly, I have 3 daughters. Whichever one you fancy, I shall send her to your home immediately. For the one you choose to wed, I shall arrange for her divorce. I can send all 3 at once, along with 3 estates as dowries. The thought of Baron Palmer's 3 daughters briefly tempted Derek. It was indeed alluring, especially the notion of a wife. Very well, he would indulge the Baron's enthusiasm. More officers stepped forward to pledge their loyalty. Having witnessed Derek's capabilities, even those who had joined later were thoroughly impressed. In the military, while politics existed, it was ultimately the strength that mattered. The powerful superior was undoubtedly a guarantee of merit and safety. Even the Baron's subordinates were eager to ingratiate themselves, knowing they might benefit in the future. Despite the prevailing atmosphere of triumph, Derek remained prudent, retreating a good 10 miles to set up camp. A moment's carelessness could result in the barbarians wiping him out, rendering all previous efforts futile. In fact, his caution proved well-founded. Though the barbarian commander was cautious, it did not mean he was idle. Sending out a few scouts, many secrets soon ceased to be secrets. Upon learning that the attack on his southern camp had been the work of a mere handful of Locke soldiers, and that even the formidable lone wolf Enrique had suffered a crushing defeat, he was first filled with rage, then began to contemplate counterattacks. However, upon realizing that Derek had camped at a distance with proper precautions in place, he understood that the opportunity for retaliation had slipped away. Curse it! This entire plan has been thwarted by this Locke army. Send someone to ascertain who is commanding them, regardless of how difficult it was to accept. The reality was clear. They had lost over a third of their forces, and the morale of the remaining troops had been severely undermined. They no longer had the confidence to engage in battle with the Locke forces. At this juncture, it was best to withdraw. At the very least, it could not be considered a defeat. We retreat. The Locke's plans have been disrupted by us. Let those charlatans continue to brawl among themselves, and we barbarians will find our footing. The barbarian commander's mind was clear. Tactical defeat was painful, but strategic failure was fatal. The barbarians were well aware of the Locke's plans, which is precisely why they had executed this lightning strike. Regardless of the outcome, they had to depart. Chapter 46. Striking first the next day, as anticipated, the barbarians feigned an assault on the fortress in the morning, intimidating certain restless souls within Ironwall Fortress. Then, they abandoned a considerable amount of supplies and retreated in a flash. Only Derek, with a select company of elite soldiers, trailed them at a distance, as though monitoring their exit. While some barbarians attempted to retaliate, Derek promptly turned tail when faced with a larger force, and when it was a smaller group, they were insufficient to warrant a charge. He employed a strategy akin to a stubborn gum. The barbarian commander kept a close watch on this troublesome adversary, realizing that this defeat was not unwarranted. On the battlefield, one may encounter various unforeseen circumstances and strokes of luck. However, in the heat of command, such elements are utterly absent. Not every general possesses the acumen to maintain the delicate balance, neither too close nor too distant, which leaves the barbarians in a state of considerable discomfort. To intervene would only squander precious time. To refrain from action would feel akin to having a lump lodged in one's throat. Any attempts to exploit the retreat would be futile. This adversary is a formidable one. It is imperative to ascertain their origins, for I have a premonition they may pose a significant threat to our southern campaign. The barbarian leader sighed, pondering whether the fates of the Rock people had yet to be exhausted. Meanwhile, Derek furrowed his brow. Troubled by the sights he had witnessed on this journey, he observed that the barbarians had plundered vast amounts of human wealth, yet refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. This indicated the presence of a clear-headed decision-making body among the barbarians, one not inclined to simply seize and flee. He even harbored suspicions that such a coincidental lightning strike was anything but random. If this truly targeted the northern expedition of the Kingdom of Rock, then their strategies must extend beyond mere tactics. One can only hope that the nobles above will see through the barbarian schemes. Otherwise, trouble may be on the horizon. In the Second Legion, Count Pereira remained preoccupied with how to dismantle the barbarians' ruse. Uncertain whether young Derek could steadfastly pin down and divert a portion of the barbarian forces, should he succeed in restraining some of their might, whether it be through a strategic encirclement or the arrival of reinforcements from the barbarian host. The crisis threatening Ironwall City could be averted. Count Pereira's plan had its merits. Although he was oblivious to the concept of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, his years of military experience guided him towards this course of action. This was also the reason the First Legion was willing to cooperate with him. Prestige is earned gradually, often imperceptibly, yet it can inspire trust in moments of great consequence. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tent. An unwelcome disturbance for the usually exacting Count. He stood up, momentarily breaking his train of thought. Before he could inquire about the cause, he was greeted by the sight of Caesar stumbling in, his face a mask of disbelief. Could it be that something had happened to young Derek? Although this would be bad news, such panic seemed unwarranted. Count, Caesar exclaimed, fully aware that his disheveled appearance would not please the Count. Yet he could not afford to consider such matters. In truth, he initially thought this was a false report, but after confirming its veracity from messengers hailing from two different sources, he entered in a daze. Have you forgotten what I told you about maintaining composure in times of crisis? Count, Caesar managed a twisted smile, unable to ascertain whether it was one of joy or stupefaction. A great victory. A tremendous triumph. Sir Derek has decisively defeated the barbarians yesterday, not only claiming over 10,000 spoils but also compelling their forces to retreat. What? Count Pereira, thinking his age had caused him to mishear, was met with a repetition from Caesar. This time, certainty washed over him. While he could not dismiss the possibility of a blunder, the news was too astonishing. Was the crisis at Iron Wall City, even that of the northern provinces, resolved so easily? What then had he spent his days ruminating over? That young man, truly remarkable. The Count paced back and forth, struggling to maintain his composure. Count, we must depart promptly, Caesar reminded him. While the primary credit belonged to Derek, Count Pereira could not escape the mantle of leadership. Should they stray too far, whispers of discontent would inevitably arise. Their immediate course of action was to ride swiftly to Iron Wall City. However, the Count was preoccupied with another thought. In a rush, this can wait. Caesar, I recall you share a bond with Derek, do you not? Yes, we get along rather well, being fellow knights of the order. Though you mean to act as my envoy to offer congratulations? Congratulations? Nonsense. I've always found you quite astute. How could you be so muddled at a crucial moment? Right now, you must set off immediately to the Ferreira family and inform them that I have a granddaughter of suitable age. I have taken a liking to young Derek and propose a marriage, accompanied by a knightly fief. What say you? Caesar initially struggled to comprehend the implications, but soon realized the brilliance of the plan. How ingenious! Indeed, the old fox is as sharp as ever. This strategy was nothing short of brilliant. With Derek on the verge of ascending to greatness, likely to become a hereditary baron, who knew how high his future achievements might soar. Seizing the opportunity before he wed would be prudent. While others sought to curry favor directly with Derek, the Count opted for a more strategic approach, securing a marriage alliance. What relationship could possibly compare to that of kinship? You may mock my slower pace, but I smile at your ignorance of worldly affairs. Hurry, hurry. What are you dawdling for? Once this union is secured, you will be half a matchmaker for that lad. Far superior to mere flattery. The old Count delivered a playful kick to Caesar's rear, lamenting his lack of quick-wittedness in crucial times. Caesar felt no resentment. This was an opportunity. He dashed out of the camp. Galloping away. Count Pereira wasted no time either, issuing orders to depart. He left the main forces behind, riding at breakneck speed with the knights, reaching Iron Wall City in a mere day. Upon witnessing the ruins of the southern encampment and the stacked heads, he was assured that the news was indeed true. Further inquiries revealed that Derek had been monitoring the barbarians' retreat, and one could not help but marvel at the audacity that accompanied such skill. A true hero indeed. Before the governor, the old Count lavished praise upon Derek, eager to exalt him to the heavens. Governor Geoffrey, we collectively acknowledge the merits of this battle, particularly those of Sir Derek. I propose he be elevated to the rank of Viscount, and perhaps granted 2 baronies, which would hardly be excessive. The governor recognized Derek's significant contributions, yet found the old Count's enthusiasm rather excessive. Was it normal to champion a junior so fervently? The old fox must be scheming something grand. He had already discerned that Derek hailed from a baronial knightly order, yet those who merely completed their knightly training did not necessarily forge connections. Every noble family had likely done the same. While the old Count's affection for Derek was understandable, such fervor raised suspicions. However, the governor could not dispute the fact that Derek deserved recognition for his substantial achievements, a truth that none could deny. Thus, he nodded in agreement. We need not rush the accolades. They can await Sir Derek's return, and no need to wait. The situation is settled. Let us surprise him, ensuring the recognition is fitting for a hero. The old Count was anxious. His efforts before the marriage arrangement would be seen as selfless. Afterwards, they could be construed as nepotism. He was acutely aware of the distinction. The governor, resigned, could only agree to draft a brief commendation letter, with further details to be discussed later. Chapter 47. News. As Derek bid farewell to the retreating barbarians, he finally exhaled in relief. Soon, the dispossessed nobility returned, bringing with them hastily assembled forces to reclaim lost territories. Naturally, some would face dire consequences, titles stripped, lands seized. Those specifics would depend on circumstances. Furthermore, it was likely that no one would dare underestimate the barbarians henceforth. Border defenses would certainly be fortified. For now, the 2nd Legion's various cohorts assumed control, guarding against any barbarian incursions. Awaiting Derek was a promising future. The other centurions he encountered were exceedingly amiable. Everyone understood that their statuses would soon change. Upon returning to Iron Wall City with his military orders, Derek was met with overwhelming enthusiasm. Two cohorts were even granted permission to enter the city and partake in a feast. In many respects, he had saved this city. The accolades were intoxicating, yet memories from his past life served as constant reminders to remain humble. Particularly in moments of triumph. With so many eyes upon him, jealousy was inevitable. For now, the envious gazes were obscured by his brilliance, but as the shine faded, troubles could resurface. Humility and discretion could avert many pitfalls. Of course, youthful ambition must also be pursued when the time is right. Perhaps this embodies the notion of achieving greatness with a low profile. Derek constantly gleaned new insights, adjusting his approach based on past experiences, earning him the admiration of many. This moment reached its zenith during the audience with the governor. With the war behind them, the aura of the foremost figure of the northern provinces returned to the governor's grasp. He was the sovereign over millions in the north, with the power to influence the fates of individuals. Even the influential counts bowed slightly before him. Legally, he was the kingdom's governor, the highest authority in the region. Responsible for military mobilization, civil governance, tax collection, and even exercising the king's rights to summon nobles. Though wielding great power, the governor himself was merely a court noble. This was the king's method of checking the governor's power. While in office, one commanded authority, yet retirement often led to the dissipating of such glory. Fortunately, these complexities were beyond Derek's concern. The man who could determine his fate stood before him. Thus, he maintained a low profile, greeting the governor with a demeanor of utmost respect. "Sir Derek, I have dispatched your commendation to the capital post-haste. Your accolades will soon follow. Now, allow me to extend a warm welcome to the northern hero." No. This victory is not solely mine. It is the collective achievement of the 1st and 2nd Legions, my esteemed colleagues, the steadfast Iron Lion Legion, and the city guards who held their ground, along with the support of the northern nobility. This is the fruit of our combined efforts. How could I claim it for myself? Derek's humble words caught everyone off guard. They had all witnessed his imposing presence beneath the walls of Iron Wall City, presuming him to be rather arrogant. Even if he had displayed a touch of haughtiness, most would have accepted it for the moment, given his status as a hero. However, such behavior over time could breed discontent. Yet, in this instance, smiles adorned the faces of the assembled nobility. Regardless of the circumstances, Derek's words resonated with everyone, as each person bore a measure of responsibility. The penalties for the dispossessed nobility could potentially be mitigated further, perhaps settling for mere fines. Yet, what had Derek lost? Nothing at all. His due accolades remained intact, and to bolster his own reputation, others were eager to laud him. The king's rewards would not be scant either. For instability among the northern folk could not be tolerated. This was indeed a win-win situation. Governor Jeffrey regarded him with a penetrating gaze, tightening his grip slightly. "Well said. I have long heard of the gallantry of the Northern Knights, and today I am finally a witness to it." Governor Jeffrey enthusiastically ushered Derek into the banquet, personally escorting him to the foremost seat of honor and assisting him in removing his armor. This was a political spectacle, and for Derek, it was an occasion worthy of pride, to which he naturally complied. "Ladies and gentlemen, due to the efforts of the Northern Lords and the assistance of Sir Derek, we have repelled the barbarians. Let us drink." The governor, a true politician, managed to transform a misfortune into a celebrated event. Those unaware might have thought that the Kingdom of Locke had invaded the barbarians. However, all were willing to play along, as the earlier disgrace of war must be concealed. Amidst this, Derek gained a deeper understanding of the political game. Sometimes, what appears black may not be so. It could very well be white. Or perhaps merely gray. Military achievements, renown, accomplishments. These were all instruments for his ascent, yet they were certainly not the sole means. To genuinely wield power, these alone were insufficient. All of this required gradual learning and adaptation to the world's rules. The banquet concluded in a spirit of merriment, the northern provinces alive with song and dance. The scars of the recent conflict seemed to have been entirely erased. Everyone endeavored to downplay the existence of war. After all, it was merely a handful of unfortunate souls who perished, merely a group of commoners abducted. The nobility remained the nobility, and the northern provinces continued to thrive. Derek finally encountered his elder brother, who had been hastily appointed as a centurion, having crossed the threshold from junior officer. The Iron Lion Legion stood as the northern province's standing army, poised for expansion in times of war. It had already grown from 3,000 to 5,000 soldiers, and further expansion was anticipated. Sergei, however, was more concerned about his younger brother. "Derek, you have truly made a name for yourself this time. Everyone is inquiring about your situation. Sergei was exhilarated. His brother's rise brought him a share of glory as well. He inquired in detail about the entirety of the war, showering Derek with praise. In hindsight, it was evident that the barbarians had not suffered unjustly. Derek had meticulously orchestrated their downfall, leading them into a trap. The combat prowess of his soldiers had also exceeded expectations, proving to be the decisive factor in the conflict. Thus, from the outset, it was clear that the barbarians were destined to incur significant losses, the only variable being the extent. I believe this war is far from over. The barbarians' actions are quite peculiar. There may yet be trouble ahead, brother. We must not be complacent. Derek expressed his concerns. Sergei took note of this, realizing that Derek was no longer the child he once was. He trusted Derek's judgment. Though he remained uncertain about the barbarians' true intentions, the brothers deliberated for an extended period, yet found no concrete leads. However, soon after, a shocking piece of news arrived, accompanied by 2 consecutive orders from the royal capital. Chapter 48. Commander of the St. Michael Legion. The Kingdom of the Holy Cross suffered a grave defeat. The barbarians engaged in a fierce battle, decisively vanquishing the entire army of the St. Michael province. A whole province, with a population exceeding 1 million, had fallen into barbarian hands. It was clear that the barbarians had launched a 2-pronged attack. Although they had faced some setbacks on the side of the Kingdom of Lok, they had achieved a resounding victory against the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. While the 2 adversarial nations might have rejoiced at this news, the Southern Triad found no cause for celebration. Ultimately, the Southern Kingdoms stemmed from the same lineage, rendering this an internal conflict. The barbarians were the true outsiders. The actions of the barbarian kingdom were unexpected. 30 years had wrought significant change. A new power had indeed emerged in the north. Through 2 wars and the deaths of tens of thousands, the barbarians had proven their might. The nobility and officials of the northern province had yet to fully digest this news when 2 more orders arrived from the capital. The first decree formally commended all those who had rendered service, with the king's rewards being particularly generous. Derek was bestowed with the titles of Hereditary Baron, Court Viscount, and Commander of the St. Michael Legion, indeed, Commander of the St. Michael Legion, a new formation that even boasted a complement of 5,000 troops. However, aside from the title, all personnel were reassigned from the 2nd Legion. This was of secondary importance. The significance of this title clearly reflected the king's intentions. The bestowed land was also located in the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, with an area surpassing that of the Ferreira family's territory. Yet, Derek was not the sole recipient. Many nobles and servicemen were granted lands in the St. Michael province of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. If one were to unfold a map, it would reveal that half the territory of the entire province had been promised by the king. Before the nobility of the northern province could voice their indignation, the 2nd decree from the king arrived. It recognized the status of the barbarian kingdom and formalized diplomatic relations. The cost of this recognition was the complete cession of the St. Michael province to the Kingdom of Lok. This served to elucidate the king's orders. Evidently, the barbarian emissaries had already been waiting in the royal capital. Had the northern province fallen? It was likely that the nobility of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross would have seized the lands of the northern province. Without granting Derek the opportunity to ponder, the king's emissary and the envoys of the noble Senate arrived in unison. The special envoy hastily conducted the conferral ceremony on behalf of the king, even omitting the customary visit to the royal capital. The Senate presented the heraldry and insignia that had been prepared long in advance. When Derek's title of knight had been registered, the double-headed eagle had already been inscribed. However, knights were only allowed to use triangular and swallow-tailed flags. Now, he could discard the swallowtail and officially employ the noble square banner. The titles bestowed upon him by the king were Court Viscount and Baron Augusta. Following tradition, he could henceforth be addressed as von Ferreira Augusta Derek. His descendants would inherit the surname Augusta, and his lands would be situated in the Augusta region of the St. Michael province. Of course, it was highly probable that this territory would soon be lost under the counteroffensive of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, which would be exceedingly frustrating. Viscount Derek, please make haste. His Majesty the King eagerly awaits your good news. The special envoy concluded his mission, bringing forth the king's urgency. In truth, time was of the essence for the Kingdom of Lok. The Kingdom of the Holy Cross had surely prepared for a counterattack ever since the barbarians commenced their invasion, yet they had not anticipated such a disaster, nor that the target would be the Lokian people. Nevertheless, whoever was involved was inconsequential. The St. Michael province must be reclaimed. The messy predicament had been left for the Kingdom of Lok to resolve, particularly for unfortunate souls like Derek. To be frank, the king's actions lacked integrity. However, this was also an unexpected turn for the king. The original target had indeed been the barbarians. Yet, With the St. Michael province within reach, the direction had shifted. The barbarians' intentions were not difficult to decipher. They sought a clash between two tigers, yet a tiger's instinct to fight could not be easily quelled. That evening, the governor summoned all the nobles and officials. Many cast sympathetic glances toward Derek, evidently aware of the news. While the St. Michael province might not necessarily be reclaimed, an enduring conflict was inevitable. The kingdom of the Holy Cross would not relent. The governor cleared his throat. The king's reversal had caused him considerable trouble. His gaze swept across the generals and nobles like Derek, some wearied with fury, others stoic. Ahem, the St. Michael province's plight was unforeseen, and we all comprehend the barbarians' intentions. However, this is a rare opportunity. Had the barbarians not caught us off guard, the St. Michael province would not have fallen so easily. The governor's statement held merit. Had the armies of the Kingdom of Locke been mobilized, the St. Michael province would likely have been prepared. Only the barbarians, having evaded mainstream scrutiny, had the chance to launch a surprise attack. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet, the king's actions were rather unscrupulous. The governor awkwardly faced the silent nobles and continued, "Rest assured. For the next 3 years, the St. Michael province will not have a governor nor collect taxes. The kingdom shall provide extensive assistance in terms of food, resources, and even populace." Clearly, the kingdom was aware that the barbarians would not allow matters to unfold smoothly. Thus, provisions, populace, and all resources would require royal support. However, in light of the potential gains, all of this was deemed worthwhile. The countenances of the nobles brightened considerably. Count Pereira beckoned Derek to his side. "This time, I too shall take to the field. The 1st and 2nd legions will be consolidated into one, alongside your St. Michael Legion and various private forces, yielding approximately 20 to 30,000 troops. Yet, we shall face the initial wave of counteroffensive from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Royal reinforcements, however, will take at least 3 to 5 months to arrive. Derek, what are your thoughts?" Count Pereira bore considerable pressure. A single misstep could result in calamity for the St. Michael province. Derek pondered for a moment, refraining from providing a definitive answer. "We shall assess the situation upon reaching the St. Michael province, yet we must remain vigilant against the barbarians." Indeed, it was essential to guard against a sudden strike from the barbarians, while simultaneously expediting the acquisition of the St. Michael province to prepare for the future. The possibility of the barbarians turning against them and subsequently launching an assault on the northern province was not far-fetched. Even if a smooth transition were to occur, it was imperative to act swiftly. Otherwise, should the counteroffensive from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross arrive just after the handover, the trouble could escalate significantly. Derek had steeled himself for the eventuality. If the barbarians proved uncooperative, he would not hesitate to demonstrate their might. "They wish for us to engage in a fierce rivalry, all in pursuit of expanding their own sphere of development. Given this, they would surely hesitate to sever ties with us lightly. The barbarians harbor their reservations, thus we must seize upon their vulnerabilities." Derek's insights are always incisive. Count Pereira had not anticipated this at all. He immediately replied with a smile, "I shall expedite the transfer of troops to you. You may set forth first to gauge the barbarian strength." Chapter 49. Negotiation. Derek accepted the task, fully aware of the perils and challenges it entailed. To the lofty figures in power, he, this so-called hero, might merely be a pawn of considerable value, stationed in the province of St. Michael. He would serve as a bulwark against the counteroffensive of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Should he succeed, all would rejoice. Should he fail, it would be of little consequence, far better than selecting any hapless fool. Derek understood his willingness to play this role. Their arrogance and disdain unwittingly provided him with an opportunity. The titles of Baron and Viscount, though seemingly the most esteemed, mattered little compared to his desire for the position of commander of the St. Michael Legion. Perhaps it was a mere pity for cannon fodder. Yet for Derek it was of utmost significance, the greater cause and the recognition it brought. The St. Michael Legion could ostensibly operate throughout the entire province, stationed anywhere it deemed fit, and far from enemy scrutiny. As for limitations, they were but a jest point. One day, they would come to regret their actions. Derek swiftly assumed command of the new St. Michael Legion, comprised entirely of elite soldiers drawn from the 2nd Legion. In this regard, Count Pereira displayed remarkable generosity, refraining from filling the ranks with mere militia. Although he could not entirely avoid placing his own trusted aides, the situation was far better than anticipated. With power in his grasp, Derek naturally appointed his confidants liberally. Judging loyalty was straightforward. Those displayed on the panel were not necessarily entirely faithful, while those absent surely lacked loyalty. While others were still preparing, Derek had already completed initial adjustments and set forth at a brisk pace. During this interval, correspondents from the Ferreira family finally arrived, with a contingent of cousins seeking refuge, bringing with them news of Baron Ferreira. Count Pereira's granddaughter? Upon learning this, Derek comprehended the source of Count Pereira's generosity. After a brief consideration, he consented without hesitation. What foolish notion of love, non-existent in this era. As for the scrawny common folk, he had no interest whatsoever. In truth, even disregarding political factors, his choices for a bride were rather limited, provided his tastes were not particularly peculiar. He informed his father of his agreement, though he insisted the wedding be postponed until after stability returned to the province of St. Michael. Derek replied to Baron Ferreira, and before departing, he paid a personal visit to Count Pereira, subtly conveying his intentions. He also procured a considerable supply of arms and provisions. This union would prove beneficial. In the province of St. Michael, the barbarians were on the move. This time, a southern raid seemed easily achievable, but the challenge lay in consolidating their gains. Indeed, given the current strength of the three southern nations, the barbarian kingdom would undoubtedly be soundly defeated. Once the military machine was set into motion, it would not be easily halted. However, the barbarians could no longer afford to develop in obscurity. With their population and power swelling, they required increased trade and external resources. Minor smuggling operations would do little to satisfy a nation's needs. The most effective means of gaining recognition was to display their might. From the outset, the Kingdom of the Holy Cross had been a primary target. Due to smuggling, the decayed church and nobility of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross would serve as ideal business partners. Yet, the two nations' diplomatic relations would not permit such a breach of conduct lightly. The only unforeseen variable was the unexpected resurgence of the Kingdom of Locke, necessitating a hasty revision of plans. Originally, the barbarians were to withstand the Kingdom of the Holy Cross's initial assault, during which they would transfer substantial numbers and resources back to their homeland. Then, in winter, they would hand over the province of St. Michael to the Kingdom of Locke, allowing the two nations, already mobilized for war, to turn upon one another. The resulting vacuum would enable the barbarian kingdom to significantly bolster its strength and confidence. However, with the alteration of plans, the reality was stark. The resources and population acquired were but a fraction of expectations, and military losses were not insubstantial. Furthermore, the preservation of strength in the Kingdom of Locke entering the Kingdom of the Holy Cross could lead to a lopsided situation. These complications were enough to vex the barbarian strategists. Yet, they dared not delay further. Otherwise, the dual assaults from both kingdoms would result in even greater losses. Frontline commanders, aware of this plan, lamented the lack of effective support from their Locke compatriots while urgently transporting the populace. However, they underestimated Derek's swiftness. At the borders of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, the new St. Michael Legion intercepted a contingent of barbarians. "What are you doing?" The barbarian officer, visibly agitated, had not heard of the St. Michael Legion but noted that their numbers exceeded his own. Simon personally held up the documentation exchanged between the two kingdoms, nearly throwing it in the officer's face. The province of St. Michael has already been ceded to the Kingdom of Locke as of a fortnight ago. With diplomatic relations now established, do you wish to violate our treaty? The barbarian officer had not anticipated such a predicament. With a grim expression, he replied, "I am merely following orders. For any disputes, please consult our supreme commander." "Ha?" Simon waved his hand dismissively. "Seize them." What foolish barbarians! He was unperturbed. They were but hounds driven to despair. The barbarian officer had not considered that a confrontation would ensue. Although accompanied by his men, they were easily captured by the well-prepared soldiers of the St. Michael Legion, with even the guards who attempted to resist being swiftly dispatched. "You? This violates the treaty between our nations." The barbarian officer was both astonished and enraged. "I am merely cleansing the slave traders of the population. I possess the evidence to substantiate my claims. What further arguments can you present?" Legally, he was correct, yet how could such a defense be articulated? This incident rapidly escalated, and the barbarian forces, busy transporting resources, came to an abrupt halt. Nearby, several other barbarian units quickly approached, but the St. Michael Legion stood resolute, boldly displaying the double-headed dragon flag and apprehending individuals in plain view of thousands. By the time the barbarian supreme commander arrived, the atmosphere was akin to a powder keg. Derek finally made his entrance, meeting the barbarian commander, Wilson. "Lord Derek, do you wish to incite conflict between our nations?" The moment they met, Wilson sought to assert dominance. Yet, Derek was no meek individual. He met Wilson's challenge head-on. "Then let us engage in battle. I shall gladly relinquish my title." Wilson's bravado was immediately quelled. He certainly dared not start a war now, for it would be a futile endeavor. This matter is your fault. Release my men first. No, it is you who have breached the treaty. According to the recently signed agreement between our nations, you have no right to disturb a single blade of grass in the province of St. Michael, and you must await the official transfer of our troops before you can withdraw, as of now. I have captured some of your miscreants. You should be grateful to me, or perhaps this was sanctioned by your barbarian kingdom? Wilson, of course, dared not admit to such an accusation. Treaties were merely scraps of paper, but only for those in a position of strength. Ironically, the barbarian kingdom sought assistance, and Derek held the psychological upper hand, leaving him unafraid of the barbarians. Chapter 50. The serpent swallows the elephant. The two engaged in negotiations for 3 consecutive days, with Derek remaining resolute and unyielding. Wilson, exasperated, attempted to withdraw multiple times, yet Derek maintained his stance. Let us go to war. Such obstinacy left Wilson at a loss. Furthermore, the barbarians soon discerned Derek's formidable reputation, having once claimed the lives of thousands of their kin. While they held contempt for braggarts, they were simultaneously filled with both hatred and fear for this butcher of their people. Wilson was convinced that Derek would follow through on his threats. Unfortunately for him, if a conflict were to erupt, the treaty between their nations would be rendered null and void, and he held no confidence in defeating the irritating adversary before him. Derek's record was sufficiently terrifying that no commander dared to claim superiority over him. Meanwhile, the St. Michael Legion had been far from idle, having conducted numerous operations against the barbarians, with skirmishes occurring frequently. As tensions escalated, the military's frustrations became uncontainable, leading Wilson to finally relent. I concede. Release my men. This is my bottom line. Otherwise, I would rather go to war with you. Though he had taken a step back, he could not allow his subordinates to remain detained, lest his reputation suffer irreparable damage. Derek understood this well. Pushing Wilson to desperation could spell disaster for him, possibly rendering the treaty irrelevant. Very well, but you must assist me with one matter. Upon hearing this, Wilson fell into a deeper state of despondency. Was this how negotiations were conducted? He was witnessing a devil incarnate before him. Yet, he could only nod in agreement, fully aware of the potential risks involved. Thus began a grand and tumultuous relocation of populations. The brutal barbarians began gathering the serfs of the province of St. Michael, intending to transport them back to their homeland. They then took a circuitous route, essentially heading in the opposite direction for several days. At this juncture, the St. Michael Legion arrived and confronted the barbarians. After arduous negotiations, both parties finally reached an agreement. All abducted serfs would be resettled on site, and the barbarians commenced the transfer of the defensive lines. Isn't it ironic? The resettlement area was aptly named the Duchy of Augusta. Upon returning to his domain, the unyielding Lord Derek discovered an influx of over 100,000 mouths to feed. He could only extend his mercy and provide assistance, issuing a decree for land reclamation, allowing the serfs to cultivate fields around designated villages, granting them their freedom. As for the food shortage, the lords of the Kingdom of Locke had already promised several years of grain aid. So what did he have to fear? The St. Michael Legion, while actively recruiting soldiers in the surrounding areas, began taking over the defense. Derek corresponded to relocate a portion of manpower from his homeland and initiated construction within his territory. Planning towns, constructing military encampments, and nurturing a cadre of skilled artisans such as blacksmiths, while conscripting freed serfs into a private army, these were the tasks at hand. However, the emancipation of the serfs did not evoke the anticipated uproar. In fact, the serfs themselves remained numb, utterly oblivious to the implications of their newfound freedom. Derek ultimately realized that the accounts he had read were likely embellished. Nevertheless, as time passed, when the serfs discovered that no one could arbitrarily take their lives without consequence, that they could possess personal property and even determine their own destinies, they would gradually rally behind their great lord. For the moment, ample supplies of food served to bolster morale. Meanwhile, as Derek worked tirelessly, seizing the opportunity while his northern provincial counterparts lingered, he directly appropriated a significant cache of resources, mines, estates, and the offices of town officials. He appointed a multitude of officials unlawfully and even forged title deeds for unclaimed properties. After all, why not take advantage of the situation? In this bold move, he swiftly became a blight upon the province of St. Michael. Naturally, the interests of the merchants, missionaries, and nobility within the province also required safeguarding. This was a fundamental rule characteristic of the era. Yet, in the face of new protectors, should there not be some form of tribute? Thus, when the first wave of northern provincial troops entered St. Michael nearly a month and a half later, Derek had already completed his territorial consolidation. Theo suggests that these nobles were unaware of the underlying rules would be incredulous. They simply had not anticipated Derek's rapidity. The hastily organized army swiftly dispatched the barbarians, so quickly that many were caught off guard. According to expectations, Derek should have just been entangled with the barbarians, perhaps still engaged in the fray. The timing of their arrival not only spared them the early troubles, but also allowed them to organize their forces, providing Derek with some much-needed support, after which they could collectively reap the spoils of victory. Was that not a delightful prospect? Regrettably, upon realizing that Derek had already dealt with the barbarians, they arrived just a moment too late. Count Pereira was the first to arrive, mimicking Derek's actions with even more elaborate methods. Other nobles, unwilling to fall behind, quickly began to stake their claims. After all, Derek could not consume such a vast cake alone. Even the local power brokers in St. Michael should be grateful to Derek, for many of them were far less subtle in their approaches, resorting to outright plunder. Conversely, those who had been thoroughly harvested by Derek early on found themselves fortunate in their isolation. Of course, this could also be attributed to Derek's ruthless efficiency, which left the newcomers envious, and with a smaller portion of the PIE in summary. After another chaotic fortnight, the province of St. Michael remained in turmoil. With unfortunate nobles discovering that their lands had been decimated, the work of the barbarians, as for Derek, even if it was known that he had profited, no one dared to confront him, for the rapid expansion of the St. Michael Legion, coupled with his private army, left little room for opposition. Unbeknownst to him, the once insignificant knight had accomplished the remarkable feat of swallowing an elephant whole, becoming a local power in his own right. The ongoing turmoil within the province of St. Michael was no longer his primary concern. While his power had swelled dramatically in a short span, the crux of the matter remained. He must withstand the counteroffensive from the kingdom of the Holy Cross. Otherwise, all would vanish into thin air, and the ensuing backlash could force him into exile. Upon receiving news of the invasion by the kingdom of Locke, the once sluggish bureaucratic machinery of the Holy Cross sprang into rare action. Though they were confident in repelling the sudden barbarian assault, the entrenched presence of the Locke forces posed a far more formidable challenge. Derek had no choice but to abandon all other matters and head to the front lines. On the very first day of his arrival in the province of St. Michael, Derek did not overlook the impending counterattack from the Holy Cross. Thus, the castle he had just erected was perpetually under repair. With a substantial amount of resources prioritized for its fortification, Derek was prepared for a protracted conflict. This was not a battle against the barbarians, which required recklessness. His objective was solely to maintain his current gains and to consolidate them. A year from now, the tides of war could shift dramatically. Until then, he must brace himself for bloodshed. Derek's gaze was resolute. He would not concern himself with adversaries from other directions, but this passage was non-negotiable. Chapter 51, Birch Fortress. The castle beneath him was named Birch Fortress, a military stronghold constructed by the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, entirely devoid of any superfluous facilities and solely intended for military purposes. Towers, battlements, parapets, all essential infrastructures were present. Derek speculated that the original aim of this fortress's construction was to counter the threats posed by the Kingdom of Locke. Even if the province of St. Michael fell, retreating forces could regroup here, simultaneously stalling the enemy's advance and serving as a pivot for a counteroffensive. Geographically, Birch Fortress allowed direct access to any town within the province of St. Michael. Unfortunately, this war machine had fallen into the hands of the Locke forces, which could turn it into a nightmare for the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Derek seized the limited time available to him, repairing the fortress while training soldiers. Fortunately, with the aid of the panels, he was able to train competent soldiers within just over a month. As the weather began to cool, scouts from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross commenced large-scale reconnaissance around Birch Fortress. Derek immediately dispatched troops to consolidate their positions. He had no intention of engaging in open field battles. This was destined to be a defensive struggle where any strategy would be rendered meaningless. For other Locke nobles, defeat meant a fallback plan. For him, there was none. The more one consumed and occupied, the less daring others were to target them. Yet, should failure occur, losing territory would spell trouble. Nevertheless, this golden opportunity was not one Derek could afford to squander. At least in his estimation, the odds of victory were substantial. To fight, regardless of the timing, would invariably offend someone. Why not strike when the cost was minimal? Thus, no matter how many soldiers from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross approached, he was determined to hold his ground. By safeguarding Birch Fortress, the forces of the Holy Cross would be unable to inflict significant damage. Sending small contingents to bypass Birch Fortress would be tantamount to seeking death. Should a large force attempt to cross, Derek would unhesitatingly annihilate the guarding troops and cut off their retreat. Therefore, he aimed to become a nail, using the most brutal of tactics to drive the forces of the Holy Cross back. This would undoubtedly cost many lives. Derek was acutely aware that, in pursuit of his ambitions, many would meet their demise. This was merely the beginning. What he could do was to minimize the loss and ensure better treatment for those who would perish. Standing atop the fortress, Derek observed the dust rising in the distance. A substantial contingent from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross was approaching. The triangular banners represented individual knights, while a throng of ragtag, peasant soldiers trudged behind them. Derek did not allow himself to relax. Despite the notorious ineffectiveness of the peasant soldiers from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, they were equally infamous for their low cost. While the Kingdom of Locke continued to smuggle quality serfs to the Holy Cross, those here were largely hastily gathered freemen or royal slaves, derisively labeled as peasant soldiers, driven to fight at will. At times, these apathetic peasant soldiers could be as troublesome as elite troops. Derek quickly witnessed this as the army of the Holy Cross established its position, approaching midday without any intention of constructing encampments, instead sending the peasant soldiers to attack the fortress. The audacity was staggering. Simon, standing beside Derek, typically ruthless, also found the nobles of the Holy Cross excessively brutal. It was all wealth. Derek lamented the fact that these peasant soldiers were merely disposable fodder in the hands of the Holy Cross, yet to him, they were akin to walking gold coins. Regrettably, he would have to destroy these coins with his own hands. That flicker of compassion was insufficient to sway Derek's resolve. He coldly observed as his soldiers, under the command of their officers, engaged in merciless slaughter. The nobles of the Holy Cross might be decayed, but they were far from foolish. Their use of peasant soldiers was not a senseless display of aggression. Through these attacks, they sought to gauge the defenses of Birch Fortress. Should Derek reveal any weaknesses, he would subsequently face concentrated assaults. However, to their disappointment, no vulnerabilities emerged from any direction in their attempts. Soon, the main forces of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross began to arrive in succession. They set up camp. A multitude of cavalry surrounded a group of leaders who were surveying the front lines. For commanders in the era of Cold Steel, relying solely on reports from subordinates about troop movements and formations could lead to a swift demise. Only through direct reconnaissance of the terrain and environment could they make relatively accurate judgments. The term relatively accurate was used because oversights could occur, and if the enemy capitalized on them, it could result in a legendary defeat. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Simon immediately became restless. "My lord, shall I lead a charge?" With the cavalry forces expanded, Simon believed that such close proximity warranted an attempt. "If you seek death, then by all means, go ahead," Derek retorted scornfully. "Fool, take a good look. There remains a formation of infantry on the opposite side that has yet to move, clearly guarding against your ambush." The folks of the Holy Cross possess a far greater instinct for self-preservation than the barbarians. Simon shrank back, daring not to draw a breath too loudly. Meanwhile, in the distance, commanders from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross were engaged in discussions regarding Derek. Unlike the purely military organization of the Kingdom of Locke, the army of the Holy Cross also included the presence of missionaries. However, they typically refrained from interfering with military arrangements, instead diligently collecting wealth. This particular army from the Holy Cross bore the name Sword of God, led by Count Connell Radburn. The Earl was also a seasoned general, well acquainted with the rigors of battle. However, his most notable claim to fame stemmed from his ruthless suppression of a serf uprising, during which he ruthlessly slaughtered tens of thousands, thus catapulting himself to prominence. Naturally, no matter how many lowly lives he extinguished, such actions were of little consequence in the eyes of the elite within the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. In fact, for maintaining the Church's dominion in the region, he was bestowed with the title of the Sword of God by the clergy. Consequently, Connell was elevated to the rank of a feudal earl, receiving substantial backing from the Church. Yet, this does not diminish his prowess. Militarily, Earl Connell was indeed commendable, at least when compared to many of the nobles who had joined him in quelling the rebellion, numerous of whom had been dispatched by the commoners. At this moment, as Connell observed the assault of the serf soldiers, his countenance grew increasingly grave. Had he discerned who the commander of the garrison was? It should be von Derek, whose fiefdom was reportedly situated just beyond Birch Fortress. 3 months prior, had one mentioned von Derek, not a single noble in the Kingdom of the Holy Cross would have recognized him. But now, few remained unaware of his name. It seemed the rumors were true. This Viscount Derek was no mere fortunate soul, as evidenced by his adept defensive layout, an accomplishment not everyone could achieve. Earl Connell genuinely lauded him, The more fundamental the task, the more true skill is revealed. Nowadays, the knights of the kingdom possessed little of such foundational competence. He had a premonition that the upcoming battles would prove challenging. Chapter 52. Temptation. Connell's premonition soon materialized. Beginning the following day, the probing assaults resulted in continuous bloodshed for the forces of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Beneath Birch Fortress, heaps of corpses accumulated daily, leaving the undertakers retching in disgust. Earl Connell made several attempts to lure the garrison into a surprise attack. However, Derek remained as steady as a rock, unperturbed by either advantage or disadvantage, steadfast in his position. Derek understood that if he could prolong the conflict, victory would inevitably be his. Why take unnecessary risks? A wise tactician does not seek ostentatious glory. Outsiders might marvel at the spectacle of the outnumbered vanquishing the many, oblivious to the lurking dangers. One misstep could lead to disaster. If given the choice, Derek would much prefer to overwhelm the enemy with superior numbers. Moreover, he was not idle, seizing the opportunity presented by the Kingdom of the Holy Cross's engagement. He transformed Birch Fortress into a practical classroom for defensive maneuvers. How to construct defenses, how to bolster morale, and if the roles were reversed, how one should attack. This was both an educational endeavor and a process of self-learning. War is never an isolated affair. We must understand its ultimate purpose. Strategic victories always eclipse tactical successes. Look at Earl Connell. Why does he repeatedly risk himself on the front lines? I can assure you that should we venture forth and eliminate a cadre of officers from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, he would be grinning from ear to ear. Why? Tactically, you may achieve your goal of striking the enemy, but at what cost? If Birch Fortress falls and territories, including the province of St. Michael, are lost, do you consider that a victory or a defeat? Derek stood within the fortress tower, gesturing toward the Earl's banner in the distance. Simon, what say you? If you were Earl Connell, would you take the risk of becoming bait? Simon finally began to grasp the situation. Having been exposed to similar scenarios day after day, he now understood what actions to take. Thus, it is indeed difficult to be an exceptional commander, while merely being a competent one is not particularly challenging. In this era of mutual decay, being competent is sufficient to outclass 9 out of 10 commanders. I understand now. In the next similar situation, I too can serve as bait to lure the defending troops. Simon exclaimed proudly, feeling he had acquired a valuable lesson. However, Derek turned and delivered a swift kick to his rear. Is Connell a fool? And do you wish to emulate his foolishness? Find someone of a similar stature. Don your armor and raise your banner. Wouldn't that eliminate the danger altogether? Simon, along with all the officers, was left utterly dumbfounded. Such a strategy existed? But that lacks honor, Simon stammered. Is honor more important than life? When you lie in a grave, no one speaks of your honor. When you stand before the grave of your enemy, no one will question your lack of honor. Derek's words struck a profound chord among these feudal knights. It is conceivable that for days, months, or even a lifetime, individuals would ponder this question. Of course, history may remember it as commendation or condemnation. But does that truly matter? Not in the least. Derek gazed at the distant figure of Earl Connell, confident that he was presently cursing him. Yet could such vitriol inflict any harm upon him? It could not. On the contrary, should it lead Derek to emerge from Birch Fortress, the opposition would be willing to pay any price. At this moment, Earl Connell was indeed on the verge of breaking. As a self-made noble from humble origins, he prided himself on having encountered numerous young men, those who had achieved fame at a tender age or become conceited. Yet this fellow named Derek was a true enigma, and no matter how Connell sought to entice him, the man remained as unyielding as a statue. He even suspected that if a room full of beautiful women were laid bare before Derek, the man would remain utterly indifferent. Damn it! Where did this prodigy spring from? Earl Connell had conceded defeat. There were no other avenues left. While personally assuming the role of bait, he attempted to send envoys to negotiate with Derek. But they were shot down before they could approach. The relentless assaults continued unabated, yet the fortifications within Birch Fortress seemed to grow even more formidable. The strong offensive pressed on, urging reinforcements from the rear. As a month loomed ahead, with the long winter fast approaching, the opportunity to reclaim the province of St. Michael would diminish further after this year. In a short span, more than 10,000 lives had been lost beneath this fortress. And even as troops trickled in to replace them, Connell felt a creeping dread. He could scarcely fathom the toll that would be exacted if they continued to assault for another month. Connell even contemplated shifting his attack to a different direction, but the experienced Baron Pereira left no opportunity for the enemy. The war raged on. The soil beneath Birch Fortress stained a deep hue. Multiple breaches marred the walls, which the soldiers inside risked their lives to fortify. The serf troops from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross attacked with frenzied desperation. The intensity of the conflict escalated, with daily casualties reaching 1 to 2,000. Weariness, disgust. Derek tirelessly strove to manage the morale of his troops, even suppressing several nascent revolts. Under such circumstances, the spirits of the men were frayed to their limits. Poised to snap at any moment, as the chill winds began to rise, both sides recognized that the day of a ceasefire was drawing near. The silver lining was that troops from the Kingdom of Locke began to trickle into the province of St. Michael. These were nobles from the central regions of the kingdom, initially intending to respond to the call to arms against the barbarians. Ultimately, they altered their course, seeking opportunities in the province of St. Michael. As stability returned to the rear, Baron Pereira was also active, directing small contingents to tentatively breach the defenses of the province of St. Michael. Such actions yielded minimal gains but exerted immense pressure on the enemy. As if to declare, "My forces have arrived. Your chances are dwindling." Earl Connell remained unmoved, his conviction unwavering, forged through countless sacrifices. He even intensified the offensive, summoning not only the serf soldiers but also the private armies of the nobility onto the battlefield. This indeed resulted in greater casualties for Birch Fortress. Yet, to compel Derek to capitulate remained a distant goal. Until the winter solstice, the forces of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross unleashed frenzied assaults for 3 consecutive days, leaving behind another 5,000 to 6,000 corpses. After such fruitless endeavors, the camp, which had lingered here for a month and a half, finally stirred with unusual activity. The ruffians of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross were set to retreat. Even for a warmonger like Simon, the fatigue was palpable. The retreating forces of the Holy Crusaders appeared exceedingly disorganized, even teetering on the brink of chaos, having suffered losses of 20,000 to 30,000. Discord within the ranks was inevitable. Earl Connell would likely struggle to maintain order. Derek speculated that upon their return, the opposition might face abandonment. Such significant losses would surely not go unpunished, should we seize this opportunity. Set out under the cover of night and launch a surprise attack at dawn. Perhaps we could eliminate the entire remnant force, Simon proposed. This batch of knights had indeed matured considerably. A year had sufficed for all to undergo a transformation. Chapter 53. Awareness. Confronted with this highly tempting proposal, Derek felt a surge of optimism regarding its success. If they could capture these 20,000 remnants, the pressure for the following year would be substantially alleviated. Derek paced back and forth, his mind racing. First, let me clarify. If we execute a stealthy assault under the cover of night, what do we stand to gain? Annihilating these 20,000 troops might even lead to the capture of a single earl. The ransom alone could be worth a barony, not to mention the accolades from the king. The pressure for the following year would diminish considerably. Derek meticulously enumerated the advantages. The benefits were indeed manifold. The breaths of the knights grew heavy in response. Yet, what if this was a trap? Then all would be lost. Birch Fortress could not withstand a sustained assault, and soon the province of St. Michael would follow suit. If luck favored them, they might escape with their lives, only to soon become destitute wanderers. However, if they did nothing, every one of them held a title of nobility, and some even possessed lands. They each occupied a portion of the industries within the province of St. Michael. And given time, these could be transformed into true power. By next year, the forces of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross might swell, yet their own burdens would lighten. Even if they achieved nothing for the latter half of their lives, it would suffice to ensure the legacy of their surnames. As Derek spoke, he gradually calmed himself. The potential rewards were immense, yet so too were the risks. Was it time to gamble with their lives? No, certainly not. They had a golden opportunity, and time was on their side. When one is barefoot, desperation is understandable. Now, clad in shoes and having become part of the exploiting class, why would they risk their lives? The knights have also regained their composure, for the rewards are not substantial enough to warrant taking risks. By securing Birch Fortress, the commendations from the king will undoubtedly be plentiful. Indeed, many who have recently received fiefs will see an increase in their holdings, making any gamble unnecessary. The countless souls of the Holy Cross Kingdom who fell beneath the fortress serve as the finest testament to valor. Why pursue the last morsel of opportunity? I understand. My lord, the Viscount. We shall merely watch them retreat. Once we have amassed sufficient strength, we shall give them a reckoning in the coming year. Simon harbored lofty ambitions, allowing that old codger, Connell, to keep his head upon his shoulders for a few more years. Indeed, but this does not imply that we shall remain idle. Simon, take a troop of cavalry and escort Count Connell away. The main force must remain still, Yet a few light cavalry can both monitor the movements of the Holy Cross Kingdom's forces and probe their intentions. Simon received his orders and departed with a troop of cavalry. The retreat of the Holy Cross Kingdom's forces was marked by chaos, leaving behind a considerable amount of supplies. One could even observe some scattered peasant soldiers, further confirming Simon's belief that the Holy Cross Kingdom simply could not endure any longer. Time has passed. The winter solstice has already come and gone, and heavy snow is imminent if the army continues to delay. Half of these peasant soldiers may perish from the cold. The Viscount is overly cautious. Witnessing these fleeing figures ignited Simon's adventurous spirit once more. However, his long-standing personal admiration for Derek made him acutely aware of the plausibility of the latter's considerations. Regrettably, he could only feel remorse in his eagerness to track the movements of the Holy Cross Kingdom. Simon neglected to scrutinize his surroundings. Thus, he remained unaware that some of the scattered soldiers by the roadside bore rosy complexions, appearing quite different from the peasant troops. As Simon's troop passed, a peasant soldier lying on the ground sprang to his feet. His tattered attire could not conceal his relatively robust physique. He sprinted for a distance before quickly darting into a small thicket. Had Simon followed, he would have discovered a substantial number of private troops from the Holy Cross Kingdom concealed within. My lord, a troop of Loke cavalry has just passed by, numbering approximately 1 troop. A scout reported swiftly. The commander hidden in the thicket was exceedingly exhilarated. Excellent. It seems the Count's strategy has succeeded. These must be the scouts of the Loke. Continue to remain hidden, and do not let yourselves be discovered. After languishing at Birch Fortress for so long, suffering heavy casualties aside, the pent-up frustration was palpable. Warfare between the two nations has always been reciprocal. The nobility of the Holy Cross Kingdom did not perceive their failures as indicative of their inadequacy. They blamed Derek for his duplicitous tactics at Birch Fortress. Now, with an opportunity to teach their adversaries a lesson, it was impossible to suppress their delight. Thus, this news spread rapidly. Should one gaze down from above, they would observe numerous groups of 1,000, skillfully utilizing the terrain of woods and valleys to conceal themselves. While not entirely seamless, they had essentially formed a net. Should the forces of the Loke Kingdom pursue, they would undoubtedly fall into the trap. Count Connell had not idled away the past month beneath Birch Fortress. In fact, after suffering a setback on the first day, he recognized the tenacity of his enemy. Consequently, he performed for show while simultaneously dispatching scouts to survey the nearby terrain. Utilizing the ample time at his disposal, he constructed a roughly complete web of entrapment. Now, before Simon lay mere bait, destined to perish, mere cannon fodder. The only distinction was whether they would die under the harsh winter snow or be caught and slaughtered by the Loke. Count Connell was unperturbed by the sacrifice of over 10,000 lives to stain his title with blood. The resolve of the Holy Cross Kingdom was also greater than many had anticipated. Simon remained oblivious, for the disparity of information on the battlefield is thus formed. One side meticulously arranges their plans, and perhaps, with a keen eye, one might catch a glimpse. However, in most instances, the adversary does not afford one the luxury of thorough inspection. Opportunities on the battlefield are fleeting, and it is the sharpness of perception and the essence of time that prevail. Yet, as Simon pursued, he grew increasingly perplexed. In truth, military theory in this world remains rather primitive. Even some military magnates would not disseminate their proprietary knowledge widely. Most distinguished commanders rely on innate talent to navigate their craft or draw upon fragmented knowledge passed down through their families. However, for Derek, he possessed a relatively coherent understanding of military strategy, filling in the framework with substantive content. While one cannot claim to encompass every detail, he nonetheless maintained a broadly complete comprehension. Thus, Simon and his compatriots failed to recognize the invaluable nature of the military theories they had absorbed. Presently, these memories were stirred by the unfolding scene. The army of the Holy Cross Kingdom could not afford to halt for rest. They were in retreat, yet had not yet reached the brink of collapse. Even with some soldiers having fled, the overarching military structure remained intact. Thus, the encampment, the fires, and the meals exhibited little significant change. Moreover, such traces are difficult to obscure, and no matter how cunning Count Connell may be, the constraints of the era limited his thinking. He had never paid heed to certain details. Simon merely circled the traces of the encampment and immediately identified the source of his unease: the cooking hearths. The number was amiss. This was a detail that all contemporary commanders overlooked. Armies require fire for cooking. Even the peasantry, disregarding morale, would face repercussions. The number of hearths typically does not fluctuate significantly. Simon recalled the Viscount's words. Once the number of enemy hearths is altered, A portion of the army must be concealing themselves during the retreat. If a segment of the army has vanished, where could they have gone? A chill of realization washed over Simon. Should the main forces truly pursue? They might be falling into a trap. The Viscount was indeed correct. This was a conspiracy. Yet, having uncovered the enemy's scheme, there was little to fear. Simon feigned ignorance and continued to shadow the forces of the Holy Cross Kingdom. After the first night passed, as dawn's light began to break, he and his men cut a batch of branches and ensured their steeds were well fed. That cunning old fox, Connell, shall be outmaneuvered once more. Soon, the concealed troops of the Holy Cross Kingdom beheld a cloud of dust rising skyward. Even in the dim light, vast clouds of dust could be seen billowing, indicating the presence of no less than several thousand troops. Damn it, when did the Loke arrive? They hastily reported to the Count. Upon receiving the news, Count Connell did not question its veracity. He was simply furious. After all this preparation, his subordinates remained inept, failing to even ascertain when the enemy approached. Fortunately, he was one step ahead, instructing all troops to maintain their positions and compress the Loke's space. Furthermore, he would not tolerate witnessing the Loke slipping away unnoticed, in a siege. The numerical superiority of the Holy Cross Kingdom could not be leveraged. Yet in the wilderness, he must ensure that the Loke comprehend the meaning of regret. Simon, leading his cavalry, created a commotion, alarming the fishermen and causing the net to begin closing. Aware that his contingent would be doomed should they encounter the main forces of the Holy Cross Kingdom, he promptly discarded the branches and stealthily maneuvered his cavalry to another area. When the troops of the Holy Cross Kingdom surged forward, they found no trace of the Loke. Had it not been for several scouts confirming the absence of any signs, they might have suspected a grave miscommunication. Upon learning this, Count Connell experienced that familiar sensation once more. Derek, truly a genius, he mused, search for him. I must capture him. Otherwise, he shall be a persistent thorn in my side. Indeed, from this series of maneuvers, he sensed an all too familiar scent. Furthermore, he firmly believed that the adversary could not genuinely vanish without a trace. They must have employed some tactic to temporarily obscure themselves from his sight. Yet, could a troop of several thousand effectively conceal themselves? Count Connell was convinced that seizing his opponent was not far off. Even the peasant soldiers, serving as bait, began to stir, seeking the tracks of this Loke force. Meanwhile, Simon appeared and vanished intermittently, evading the encirclement of the Holy Cross Kingdom's forces. Whenever he encountered enemies, none suspected that these were the very Loke they had been pursuing. Instead, they assumed them to be scouts. If they found no trace at all, that would be strange indeed. Days passed, and soon 7 had passed. The army of the Holy Cross Kingdom was utterly fatigued. Count Connell had lost the confidence he once held. After so many days without a single clue, it was evident that this was no mere oversight. What trick had the Loke employed to evade his gaze? At this moment, Simon too felt wearied. Having endured the pressures of the Holy Cross Kingdom's encirclement for so long. Yet, upon raising his eyes to the leaden clouds above, a smile broke forth. Heavy snow was on its way, following the winter solstice in the northern lands. Heavy snow had never been absent. The Holy Cross Kingdom's forces, having squandered a week, could not return in time. Beneath the heavy snow, all lives are equal. How many from this army shall return? Perhaps this is what the Viscount referred to as conquering without battle. Simon discarded the dried stalk of grass from his lips and mounted his steed. We've obscured our traces. Let us return. The objective had been achieved. There was no need to continue playing games with the fools of the Holy Cross Kingdom. After Simon departed, 2 consecutive days passed without any sight of the Loke. Count Connell finally uncovered the truth. Fools. We are all fools, played for fools by the Loke. Count Connell sighed deeply, acknowledging his own folly. Is it not laughable? Tens of thousands of troops outmaneuvered by merely a handful of men. This time, we are truly in deep trouble. The officers of the Holy Cross Kingdom bowed their heads. Firmly etching the name Derek into their memories, a palpable dread began to spread gradually. Their faces devoid of luster, they mistakenly assumed that Count Connell was referring to the impending heavy snowfall. In truth, Count Connell sensed a different kind of trouble. Such a remarkably gifted commander, as long as he remained alive, the kingdom of the Holy Cross would face serious challenges in the future. The mere thought of having to confront Derek again sent shivers down his spine. Upon returning, he would ensure that every effort was made to gather intelligence on Viscount von Augusta Derek. Count Connell had a premonition that this trouble would persist, and this time, he unconsciously appended the word Augusta to the title. It was a mark of respect towards the formidable. If Derek were willing. A mere barony would suffice. The kingdom of the Holy Cross could afford it, perhaps even more. In stark contrast to the melancholic atmosphere enveloping the kingdom of the Holy Cross, the return journey ahead promised to be arduous. Within Birch Fortress, jubilation reigned supreme. With confirmation of the Holy Cross Kingdom's retreat, the heavy casualties seemed insignificant. Derek was simultaneously establishing a portion of outposts along the border while intensifying communication with the rear. In fact, a fortnight prior, the scouts of Count Pereira had appeared behind Birch Fortress, and just a week ago, it was confirmed that the Holy Cross Kingdom's forces had indeed withdrawn from this side, prompting reinforcements to hasten towards Birch Fortress. Even after the confirmation of the retreat of the Holy Cross Kingdom's forces towards Birch Fortress, the old count personally led the knights to the fortress. Just then, Simon returned with news. Before the assembled crowd, he recounted his experiences. Instantly, everyone was left dumbfounded. Count Pereira even inquired of Derek, "Which house does this youth hail from?" Such acumen was indeed astonishing. In reality, Simon's aptitude could only be deemed average. It was merely Derek's exceptional mentorship that had propelled him. Yet, in this moment, Derek was willing to elevate Simon's reputation, even relishing the opportunity for him to share the limelight. "This is my knightly squire, hailing from the ranks of my family's free folk, a farmer of non-noble lineage. Even achieving dazzling success would elicit subconscious disdain from many. Nevertheless, others found such a rise even more commendable. One can never satisfy everyone's expectations, but one can certainly silence them all." Just as now, Simon stood tall, facing all gazes with pride. Achievements are the true glory. Fists represent undeniable truth. Swords and armor are his sources of confidence. "They shall also serve as mine," Derek silently affirmed, for he had already glimpsed the troubles that lay ahead. Yet, here, in the province of St. Michael, it was his domain. Chapter 55. Complex relationships. The nobility looked down upon Simon. Born of free folk, yet Derek was a true blue noble of the north. While envy towards Derek surely existed, his elevation through military merit was the most credible path to nobility. Thus, the number of those who revered him outweighed the detractors. Many knights of noble descent regarded Derek as a paragon of rising against the odds. The barony of Augusta was sufficient to ensure the enduring legacy of that surname, especially after repelling the first wave of counterattacks from the Holy Cross Kingdom. The possibility of this legacy enduring had surged to an undeniable extent. Even if one day the province of St. Michael were to fall back into the hands of the Holy Cross Kingdom, the lineage of Augusta would not easily be severed. For the majority of the aristocracy in this world, such continuity represents the ultimate goal of their endeavors. Of course, Derek also bore another layer of prestige. He was the son-in-law of the Pereira family. Adding to this was the goodwill of the newly appointed Count Jeffreys, who fully opened the gates of the northern aristocracy to Derek. Layer upon layer of prestige enveloped him, shaping the image he projected to the outside world. The northern nobles were eager to engage with him, willing to extend him their favor. Caravans bearing Derek's banner could traverse freely between the northern province and the province of St. Michael, benefiting from significantly reduced tolls. The enterprises under Derek's name could openly establish themselves in any city across the two provinces without fear of retribution from local powers. At least within these two provinces, home to a population of 2 million, Derek's banner would thrive. This was the fresh beginning he sought, a larger market, more resources, all capable of rapidly augmenting his influence. Thus, when Count Pereira saw him, he even rose from his seat, warmly taking Derek's arm. "Derek, come forth and let everyone witness the prowess of our new generation of northern knights." The old count's words were not mere platitudes. As Derek's reputation grew, the title of Northern Knight would become one of his defining symbols. This was indeed a positive development. Though the north was looked down upon by the nobles of the central and southern regions, there was one undeniable truth: the valiant knights of the north. You could insult them, belittle them, even deride them to their faces. Yet, during every division of the kingdom's interests, the northern knights had never been excluded. Why? Because they wielded strength. With a name forged through the division wars of 30 years past, none dared underestimate the knights of the north. Bearing this title came with numerous benefits. What was lost was merely face. For Derek, face held value most of the time, but sometimes it was inconsequential. Hence, he readily embraced this title, addressing the assembly with conviction. "My lord, the crown of the Northern Knights shall undoubtedly not slip from the hands of my generation." This declaration was not without reason. In recent years, as the southern nobility ascended, some had begun to propagate the notion that the Northern Knights were in decline, attempting to undermine the northern nobility's authority and further exclude them from the core circles of interest distribution. Such claims left the northern aristocrats feeling stifled, yet they could not simply march forth to confront them. Now, Derek's emergence evidently met the needs of the northern nobility. Thus, the old count eagerly thrust him into the spotlight, fulfilling both his own and the northern nobility's aspirations, while also uplifting his own kin. Derek, therefore, accepted without hesitation. He harbored no fear of the troubles this title might bring. In fact, he welcomed the challenges that might arise. However, he did believe that this generation of northern knights had indeed suffered a decline. What new southern nobility dared to speak ill of them? A swift slap would suffice. To maintain their martial reputation without resorting to violence was an unrealistic expectation. Were he to attend a royal court meeting, he would unsheath his sword and dispatch a few foes, ensuring that no one would dare question the valor of the northern knights again. Naturally, such thoughts remained locked within, for he required further support from the northern nobility. However, there was hope for the younger generation. Derek mused quietly, for he now possessed the authority to rally the younger northern nobles. This was not merely a matter of reputation. It also entailed political resources. For instance, the seemingly inconspicuous title of commander of the St. Michael Legion granted him considerable influence, even affording him nominal sway over the appointment of the provincial sheriff. In reality, a local power player stationed in a province wielded disproportionately vast influence. This was the political capital that belonged to him. Perhaps some high-ranking nobles might overlook it, yet most mid to lower-tier noble offspring, even the direct descendants, would envy it greatly. With such political resources, he could exert influence and achieve much. Thus, when Count Pereira had just seated Derek, several familiar nobles promptly approached, discreetly attempting to place their younger sons under Derek's tutelage. In the northern province, this was the prerogative of Counts Pereira and Jeffries. Most noble youth's knightly education was monopolized by them, ultimately becoming their political capital, just as during this crisis faced by the northern province. Why did the old count take action? Why did the First Legion heed the old count's commands? It was simply due to his prestige. Most knights of the north emerged from the ranks of the two count systems. During critical moments, if a leader were to be parachuted in, everyone would assess whether they had the respect of the people. The previous Count Jeffries had met an unfortunate fate at the hands of marauders, leaving the First Legion leader with diminished prestige, thus placing everything in the hands of the old count. Beneath all appearances lay deeper operational rules. The old count's reputation was not forged through a mere victory or two. Such intricate details represented the foundation of the Pereira family. The leader of the northern province could only emerge from the families of these two counts. Now that the Jeffries family faced significant setbacks, the leadership mantle naturally fell to Count Pereira. He was also keen to witness Derek exerting his influence. Indeed, he provided a few pointed remarks, and Derek quickly grasped them, filling the old count with satisfaction. Such a promising youth might indeed become the new power holder in the province of St. Michael. The interests of the Pereira family in the province of St. Michael would naturally be safeguarded. This future would unfold in 10 to 20 years, by which time Derek would be in the prime of his life, while the old count would likely be too frail to stand. This is the nature of nobility. Blood ties sustain the glory of the family. Just as with the Jeffries family, even when the current count was executed and territories lost, it ultimately amounted to a minor reprimand. Those newly risen nobles often fell like meteors. Yet true nobility, despite the rise and fall, persisted. The old count, having seen much, contemplated further. Sacrificing a little benefit now was all for the future. A granddaughter alone could not bind a noble like Derek. But it served as a sufficient medium for interaction. When both parties' interests and emotions intertwined, their relationship would be as solid as a rock. Of course, had there not been this new space in the province of St. Michael, should Derek wish to develop in the northern province, he would soon encounter the old count's opposition. This, too, is the nature of nobility. At such times, blood ties become a weapon. Chapter 56. Construction. The conditions at Birch Fortress were quite rudimentary, yet host and guests alike enjoyed themselves. Derek opted for a bonfire party unique to the northern nobility. Caesar the knight approached quietly, somewhat bashfully requesting, "My lord Derek, I have a son who is about to undergo knight training, and I hope you will consider accepting him." In a brief span of time, the disparity in their social standings had become pronounced. Although Caesar found himself in close proximity to the earl, the opportunities were plentiful, yet it was impossible for him to leap across the chasm of class advancement. Thus, Caesar maintained a proper mindset, not believing that their slight bond could overshadow the present divide. Derek, while aspiring to ascend the social ladder, was not driven by a base desire for ostentation. He understood the appropriate demeanor required for engaging with individuals of varying status. For instance, with Caesar the knight, who was a trusted confidant of the old earl and had once aided him. Exhibiting arrogance in his presence might seem impressive, but it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Conversely, ignoring the class divide could incite considerable discontent among many. Therefore, he gulped down the ale in his cup, feigning a slight inebriation, and reached out to grasp Caesar's arm. "Caesar, my friend, this is but a minor matter. Entrust your son to me, and I shall return to you a fine young lad." Ignoring their social standings, he focused solely on their camaraderie. Much like this gathering, which, despite its rusticity, served to strengthen the bonds among all present, an atmosphere one could not experience in the grand halls adorned with high goblets. Just as Caesar's expression revealed, even if one were aware of Derek's intentionality, it was impossible not to feel moved. A mere gesture of kindness from someone in a higher position elicited a profound emotional impact. For Derek to retain his sincerity at such stature was something Caesar deemed worthwhile. The two seemed to revert to their previous selves, heartily drinking a few more rounds. With a haze of drunkenness, Derek laughed and raised his cup to another nobleman. Would anyone doubt that when faced with future challenges, Caesar would undoubtedly lean towards Derek's side? And all it cost was a trifling act of goodwill. As the soirée concluded, Count Pereira arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. The province of Saint Michel was currently in disarray, with each individual burdened by a multitude of troubles, rendering them unable to part ways with him. Derek bid farewell to wave after wave of nobles. For although the war had ceased, their original intention was to offer support, a bond not to be forgotten. Following this, it was time to organize the matters at hand. Under the looming threat of war, many issues had to be handled rather bluntly, with little regard for nuances. Now, having attained a brief respite, they could finally turn their attention to other matters. The next day, a heavy snowfall struck unexpectedly. On the 20th day after the winter solstice, the first snow finally arrived. Derek, accompanied by cavalry, first patrolled the border outposts to ensure there were no oversights before departing from the Birch Fortress to return to his territory. Thanks to the benevolence of the barbarians, the population in the territory of Augusta had surged. The fortunate aspect was that even during the tumult of war, various constructions had not halted, preventing the populace from succumbing to the cold during the heavy snowfall. The entire barony was essentially a patchwork of several directly governed territories from the former kingdom of the Holy Cross. The initial intent was to place Derek at the forefront, which is why the noble lords from the royal capital had collectively drawn up a considerable barony. The original layout of one town and 4 villages had evolved into a sprawling new arrangement of 1 city, 8 towns, and numerous villages, all thanks to a population increase by several folds. However, the burgeoning population also brought some complications for the barony. The first issue was the strain on arable land, followed by a relative scarcity of resources. Fortunately, Derek had proactively secured a significant portion of Saint Michel province's resources, mitigating immediate concerns in this regard. Derek ventured through the snow to the center of his territory, where a city was under construction. A large populace had congregated here, forming a relatively complete settlement. Using the original town as a cornerstone, roughly 1/5 of the new urban area had been constructed. Although the city had been pre-planned, chaos and filth were still inevitable. Adrian had been awaiting his arrival. Having overseen matters during Derek's time at Birch Fortress, upon seeing Derek, Adrian quickly exited from a small pavilion by the roadside and took hold of his warhorse. As Derek dismounted, Adrian brushed the snow from his cloak. "My lord, according to your plan, we have managed to accommodate everyone before the snowfall. The next step is to construct an inner city at the center, built to the specifications of a fortress, and gradually complete the entire city, establishing a new urban center for Augusta. To build a new city from the ground up, and to position it as the new focal point of Saint Michel province, was nothing short of a monumental endeavor. If successful, the Augusta family would indelibly mark their presence in Saint Michel province." Derek removed his gloves, handing them to a servant behind him, and entered the small pavilion. The interior was already surrounded by burlap, and a central hearth crackled cheerfully. "Come closer. It's too cold out here." Derek gestured for everyone to form a circle. Familiar faces surrounded him, companions he had journeyed with from the northern province. There was no need for formality. They all settled comfortably. "This winter is crucial. We must accomplish 2 tasks. First, we will establish the unique characteristics of the new city, extending Augusta's will and asserting our authority in Saint Michel province. Second, we will reorganize the military to require a knightly order, which can be on a smaller scale, while also incorporating some noble youths." Suddenly, the wind and snow outside intensified. After establishing a solid footing, Derek had to contemplate further matters. "Our forging technology is undoubtedly unrivaled in the north. We can invite the renowned craftsman Tro to come over. Well-crafted yet affordable weapons and armor could attract a multitude of merchant caravans. Adrian had clearly already contemplated this issue. While weapons and armor could become a pillar industry, it was still insufficient. They could initially recruit a batch of artisans. Given the relatively scarce resources per capita in Augusta, they would pursue an alternative route. Derek enumerated several industries, all of which were high-value sectors. To achieve rapid development, there was no choice but to resort to plunder. Compared to the overt aggression of armed conquest, the subtlety of technological advancements yielded more discreet forms of acquisition. Furthermore, our horse breeding must be strictly managed. I aim to establish a cavalry with absolute superiority. We must not overlook the knights' attendants sent by various families. They will eventually serve as officers and local officials in the Northern Province and Saint Michel Province, providing an excellent opportunity to exert influence. Derek understood that his subordinates may not fully grasp this point. After all, their backgrounds limited their perspectives. Even with his past life's memories, he had initially failed to recognize this. It was only through observing Count Pereira that he came to this realization. Chapter 57. Inspection. Once the snowfall had subsided slightly, Derek mounted his horse and began patrolling his territory. Adrian had performed admirably. He was an outstanding executor. Markers could be seen throughout the new city, which would serve as boundaries for future construction. He believed that the final city would shine as a dazzling gem of the era. Presently, due to the snowfall, nearly all common folk remained indoors. The sound of hooves crunching softly on the powdery snow echoed, while a few bold souls peered through cracks in their doors to catch a glimpse of passing nobles. Derek completed a circuit, gaining an understanding of the current city. I still require a tax officer. Perhaps my uncle could come to try, if he is willing. After his inspection, Derek dismounted and spoke. However, Adrian hesitated, aware of his father's character and Derek's disposition. Their relationship was amicable, but it thrived under a certain distance. Bringing them too close might inadvertently lead to complications. Derek took a few steps, noticing Adrian had not followed. Turning back, he saw Adrian's hesitation. What is it? Do you doubt your father's capabilities? Adrian, do not underestimate your father. Derek was indeed aware of his uncle's character. He had certainly profited during his years within the family's domain, and that vast estate was not amassed without effort. Yet, he genuinely required a tax officer familiar with the situation. And his uncle evidently understood the intricacies involved, given that his role as a constable also encompassed tax duties. He did not need someone exceptionally outstanding. Merely fulfilling the tasks adequately would suffice. After all, corruption was a hallmark of this era, and finding a completely incorruptible individual was an impossibility. Instead, he needed family members present in various domains. It was unnecessary for them to possess immense capabilities. Simply doing their job well was adequate. As for the reasons behind this, he left that for them to discern. Having reached this point in the conversation, Adrian naturally could not refuse further. I will send someone to inform my father. He will surely be pleased. In contrast to the military's caution, civil governance presented a greater margin for error. Derek was not only bolder himself, but also willing to grant opportunities to his subordinates. He inspected the only city, then circled around several towns. The final two stops were the most crucial: the horse ranch and the barracks. Currently, the horse ranch was bustling with activity, with over 100 individuals working, trusted soldiers and slaves alike. A multitude of northern horses were being bred here, with dedicated personnel overseeing their care and exploring the most efficient training methods. For others, the idea of enhancing quality through training might seem like a fantasy. But for Derek, it represented a formidable tool that, of course, to maintain a low profile, he would opt to nurture smaller foals, allowing them to mature into horses of suitable quality. Summoning the ranch manager, a slave branded with Derek's noble insignia, Derek had chosen him meticulously. Philip would remain a slave of the Augusta family for life, with no hope of amnesty. In return, he would possess his own property and offspring, one of whom would eventually serve as a retainer for the Augusta family. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and it had proven effective, as Philip had performed excellently. My lord, the war horses you requested have been prepared exclusively for you. They will be ready for use in 6 months. At least 300 exceptional quality war horses and more than 1,000 of good quality are needed. Derek's ambitions necessitate these steeds to sustain his endeavors. A small contingent of heavily armored knights will suffice to intimidate the majority of adversaries. Indeed, in Derek's eyes, the primary function of this army is to instill fear. Tall watchtowers encircle the paddock, and the barracks are situated nearby. Freshly driven wooden stakes have been inserted into the ground, indicating that this site has not been established for long. In the distance, several tall crosses stand, their shadows swaying in the wind. I hear there have been some recent troubles. Yes, a few unruly individuals attempted to flee, and I had them hanged. Philip's response was remarkably composed, as though he were discussing the execution of cattle. In truth, he perceived the value of a warhorse to far exceed that of those escapees. Human life holds less worth than that of a warhorse. Have you uncovered who is behind this? No, they are quite cautious. Those who surfaced merely bribed the traders with a sum of money. Derek harbors little hope. One must not underestimate the intelligence of other nobles. While these individuals may appear foolish on the battlefield, their cunning and schemes are assuredly mere trifles. Beneath the seemingly prosperous facade of the Augusta territory lies a web of intrigue and conspiracy. However, Derek's prominence conceals these shadows that, of course, should anyone inadvertently reveal their hand, they need not blame Derek for his ruthlessness. We must also augment our ranks. Our greatest advantage in the north lies in our cavalry, and I require more horsemen. Derek issued his directive, recognizing that the cost of training warhorses has already been remarkably low. Failing to exploit this advantage would be sheer folly. Departing from the paddock, he made his way to the barracks. This is not the camp of the St. Michael Legion. It belongs solely to Augusta's private army. Numerous mercenaries train here, all drawn from the ranks of the serfs within the territory. Derek grants their families a portion of land to cultivate, ensuring their sustenance while providing them with an opportunity to rise. With the aid of the panel, a usable private army has been trained in just a few months. This is the very foundation upon which the Augusta name stands. Naturally, Little True's blacksmith is also present. War has not extinguished the forges. Rather, they burn with renewed fervor. On his own territory, the blacksmiths can finally showcase their skills without restraint. In the future, Derek will select a few reliable blacksmiths for further enhancement, rather than indiscriminately promoting all of them. Loyalty is just as important as ability. Adequate skill will meet the demands, and then comes the policy of elitism. Upon entering this era, his primary objective is not to elevate productivity or liberate the serfs. Theo put it selfishly, he seeks the crown for his own betterment. Little True has been exceedingly obedient of late. As the first of Derek's subordinates to be trained, his role has been made abundantly clear. However, he has not been neglected. Without the panel, Little True is still mending farm tools on the Ferreira estate. Gone are the days of his current prominence. Thus, upon seeing Derek, he bowed deeply, humbly reporting, "My lord, the armor you requested is ready. As for the crossbows you mentioned, they are still under research, and progress is quite slow." Derek is unfamiliar with the construction of crossbows. He merely mentioned them in passing, which has left Little True's mind nearly smoking with the burden of progress. Nevertheless, Derek's principal goal on this occasion is not the crossbow. As the brawny blacksmith brought forth a suit of heavy armor, the attending servants appeared almost starry-eyed. Chapter 58, Assassination. This is a full suit of heavy armor, crafted from superior materials and thicker than any before. Even at the joints, the blacksmith has meticulously forged plate after plate of iron. The entire body is enveloped in steel, armed to the teeth, compared to any piece of heavy armor treasured by the Ferreira family. This one stands unrivaled. Moreover, the blacksmith's exquisite craftsmanship ensures that even the details are perfected. The armor exudes both beauty and might. For a knight, it is even more enticing than a wife. Derek, too, finds it difficult to resist such a formidable weapon. "Help me don this armor," as a level 3 elite knight. Derek now possesses a physique regarded as exceptional among ordinary folk. As the servants meticulously dressed him in the heavy armor, he still felt its weight. With each step, the clanking sounds filled him with an overwhelming sense of security. Elite knights can indeed wear heavy armor in battle, yet the burden is not insignificant. Derek silently assessed the situation. For others, gathering elite knights is a daunting task, yet for him, it merely requires time. Removing the heavy armor once more, Derek commanded, "I require more heavy armor, at least 100 suits, along with horse armor." Little True instinctively displayed a pained expression, well aware of his other obligations. "I will arrange for a new group of individuals for you. In the future, heavy armor and confidential weapons will be produced here. Simpler weapons can be relocated to Augusta City. Derek intends to bifurcate the blacksmiths. Those of lesser skill can be sent out to generate revenue, while the truly confidential work must be concealed. This is the essence of strength." Upon hearing that more manpower would be available and that some tasks would be delegated, Little True finally sighed in relief. "I will expedite your requests." Derek remained in the barracks for several days, familiarizing himself with the personnel and reinforcing his presence among the soldiers. Drawing inspiration from certain specialized organizations, he discreetly dispatched a group of trusted individuals to conduct ideological work within the army. The effectiveness of this endeavor remains uncertain for now, yet the headcount on the panel has remained consistently stable. However, he soon found it intolerable to stay. Last year, he could return home for the new year. Yet this year he must spend it within the Augusta territory. Furthermore, before the new year, he must travel to the provincial capital of the St. Michael province, because the troops from the royal capital have finally arrived. This contingent was originally intended to enter the barbarian kingdom from the northern provinces, aiming to launch an offensive before the onset of snow. However, the barbarians' unexpected maneuvers have thrown a wrench into these plans. What was meant to be a campaign of glory has instead turned into a caretaking mission. The credit for this operation has already been seized by the northern nobles, and the nobles from the royal capital are understandably unwilling to accept this. Without needing anyone to remind him, Derek is acutely aware that a storm is brewing. Thus, upon receiving a letter from the old count, he promptly set off, Plum City, in the aftermath of the war. This city has regained its former prosperity. A significant influx of Lockians has brought with it an increase in population and resources. The upper echelons of nobility have vanished, resulting in a mere change of lords for the lower classes, who even enjoy reduced taxes. The unfortunate ones are the middle-class merchants and minor nobles, many of whom find themselves trapped, unable to flee while their livelihoods remain tethered to the locality, leaving them with nothing should they attempt to escape. Of course, if one is willing to pay a price and switch allegiances, they might barely manage to survive. However, the specter of family ruin is ever present. But in wartime, is it not customary for the victors to eradicate the vanquished? Derek cannot concern himself with such matters, as he has also acquired a substantial amount of blood-stained gold. Those with a moralistic obsession are destined to perish swiftly in this era. Therefore, upon arriving in Plum City, Derek's mindset is remarkably positive. Anticipating potential troubles this time around, he has brought ample manpower. Yet, not all of them can enter the city. Accompanying him are merely attendants and a few guards. However, the sight of attendants mounted on tall steeds, the fluttering noble flags, and the iconic double-headed dragon insignia unmistakably announce their identity. Whether among the indigenous inhabitants of St. Michael Province or the newly arrived residents from the northern provinces, the first order of business is to recognize the local power players. As the Duke of Derek wields the St. Michael Legion and controls a significant share of industries and population, he is clearly a figure no one can afford to overlook. The soldiers guarding the city, upon spotting the banners from afar, proactively ushered in and out the residents, clearing a path. Curious commoners scrutinized the approaching entourage from a distance. The name of Duke Derek has, over time, taken on an almost legendary quality. The narrative of an underdog rising against the odds is one that resonates deeply with the masses. Enjoying the privileged passage, Derek swiftly traversed the city gates. Yet, his first impression of Plum City bore little distinction from other cities in this world. Crowded and narrow streets, filthy and disordered cobblestones. This was merely at the city gates. Derek shook his head. Although he had encountered countless similar scenes, each time he was reminded of the cleanliness and order of his past life. Just as the procession was about to turn at the corner after leaving the city gates, calamity struck. A throng of soldiers suddenly emerged, and atop the rooftops, 7 or 8 archers took their positions. Derek's body was instantly enveloped in a prickling sensation of danger. He swiftly dismounted, only to hear the whistling of arrows slicing through the air above him. These were skilled archers. Such precision is not something ordinary individuals could achieve. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though Plum City had already fallen. Fortunately, his rationality quickly dispelled the chaotic thoughts. With the aid of peripheral vision, he observed that the assailants were all clad in common attire. Disorganized and chaotic, they resembled civilians more than professional soldiers. Even their coordination seemed slightly off. Had Derek been in command, he would have ordered the archers to fire first, followed by the others rushing in. They are the Holy Cross men. Derek instinctively made this deduction. Only they possess both the motive and the capability. After all, Plum City has been under the dominion of the Holy Cross Kingdom for 30 years. And many of the nobles from the United Kingdom share blood ties with the northern nobility. It is not inconceivable that they could conceal a portion of their strength. After a fleeting moment of chaos, Derek regained his composure. He pushed aside the attendant obstructing his path and reached for the knight's sword hanging from his warhorse. If they wish to kill me, they ought to send more men. Is this a sign of contempt towards the northern knights? Indeed, the assassins appeared numerous, yet in reality, there were merely 30 or 40 of them, and it remained a mystery where they had gathered such a force. Perhaps against an average noble, surprise might suffice. But what of the attendants and guards surrounding Derek? Each one was a paragon of martial prowess. although clad only in simple half-armor and leather gear. The disparity between the two sides was stark. Derek took the lead, seizing the opportunity to display his valor. This maneuver, known as staggered deployment, was a lesson learned from his previous life. Chapter 59. A Step Back. The more he thought, the angrier he became initially. The assassins were oblivious to their status as prey. When they saw Derek charging forward, the leader even displayed a cruel smile. Many nobles had perished to assassination. While such tactics were hardly honorable, they proved effective. For the leader of the assassins, it was all about physically eliminating the enemy, who cared for honor. However, he soon witnessed Derek's deceptively simple yet artistic killing techniques. A few meticulously chosen swordsmen fell before him in a heartbeat. More terrifying still were the attendants behind him, each one a veritable force of nature, effortlessly overpowering their foes. The assassins on the rooftop discarded their bows and prepared to leap into the fray. They were met with the sight of their frontline barriers collapsing. The assassin leader attempted to turn the tide, but was swiftly subdued beneath the might of several knights who matched him in skill. The disparity was glaring. A mere half-armor and unarmored flesh could not contend with such force. The assassin leader lamented his failure to accomplish his objective, having resigned himself to sacrifice. Yet, in the next moment, a deerskin boot came down upon his head. Allow me to impart a small piece of wisdom. Next time, conceal the poison within your collar, and you may find relief now, the assassin leader retorted defiantly. Humph, if you wish to kill me, do so. Do not expect to glean any information from me. Derek, filled with rage, felt the proximity of death for the first time. Had the adversaries not been so clumsy, a stray arrow could have claimed his life. Thus, he delivered a swift kick to the leader's face, several teeth and blood spilling forth. Take the survivors with me. Interrogation? What need was there for that? All suspected parties were criminals. Calming himself, he began to piece together the timeline of his arrival. It was not difficult to surmise. However, this was not information that the downtrodden men of the Holy Cross could be privy to. Whether noble or commoner, someone had leaked information, whether intentionally or inadvertently. His fury needed an outlet. This could even serve as an excellent opportunity for those seeking to rise to prominence to witness whether their necks could withstand his blade. The soldiers stationed at the city walls had already witnessed Derek's assassination attempt. Some rushed to assist, while others hastily reported the incident. Meanwhile, nobles and the elderly count from the capital gathered, awaiting a meeting with Derek. The vast expanse of the St. Michael province was not easily divided without his presence. Then came the news of Derek's assassination attempt. Reactions varied among those present. The nobles from the capital mostly wore smiles, while the northern nobles were filled with anger and concern. The elderly count remained relatively composed, even taking a moment to ponder the significant smile on the face of Marquis Hussein from the imperial capital. Immediately send my personal guard to assist, the elderly count commanded coolly. Marquis Hussein feigned inquiry. Do you require my assistance? No need. Derek is not so easily dealt with, the elderly count replied calmly, unperturbed, well aware of the prowess of Derek's men. Marquis Hussein said nothing further, but the nobles behind him wore expressions of disdain. In an unexpected turn of events, few could escape a meticulously planned assassination. Why did the nobility detest such acts? Was it not due to the threat they posed to their very lives? Especially in the capital, where shadows danced with blades, the frequency of assassinations far surpassed that of the northern territories. In the eyes of the capital's nobles, no matter how formidable a knight, 3 or 5 assassins could easily resolve the matter. Moreover, the audacity of the people of the Holy Cross Kingdom was unmatched. Yet before they could utter their scornful remarks, soldiers arrived with fresh tidings. Lord Derek has annihilated the assassins and is making his way here. A moment of silence ensued. An officer from the capital blurted, "How is that possible? Did he foresee the assassination? If he had not been forewarned and prepared, how could he have dealt with the assassins so swiftly?" Such words stirred discontent among the lower-ranking soldiers, who held the nobles from the capital in contempt. One could not restrain himself, retorting, "Lord Derek brought but a handful of attendants, all of whom are our northern knights." In mere breaths, they dispatched the assassins. Ha ha ha! Count Pereira suddenly erupted in laughter, glancing at the nobles from the capital who had just reveled in their misfortune. The combat prowess of our northern knights is indeed commendable. Of course, the knights of the capital might find it difficult to comprehend. His words reddened the faces of the noble officers from the capital. Marquis Hussein wore a facade of false smiles, reprimanding his loquacious subordinate, and then apologizing to Count Pereira. "I beg your pardon, my lord. My subordinates are mere novices who have not experienced true knights. Then let them join me to witness, Count Pereira stated, brimming with confidence. Marquis Hussein, soft-spoken, would never confront him directly, embodying his character. However, Count Pereira understood that the Marquis was a venomous serpent. Those who managed to claw their way out of the mire of the capital were no simpletons. The apparent harmony between the two masked a continuous rivalry. Whoever could best the other would secure a greater share of the impending spoils. Yet, they were met with a few knights from the Augusta family, restraining several assassins. "Where is your Viscount?" Count Pereira inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. He suspected Derek might have been injured or worse. A knight attendant stepped forward. "My lord, the Viscount shall arrive shortly." But where had Derek gone? As he traversed the path, his anger mounted. In the past, when he lacked strength, he might have tolerated it. But now, on his own territory, they dared to play such tricks on him? The suspects were none other than a select few. Halfway through his thoughts, he halted suddenly. Damn it. Being reckless is better than being at a disadvantage. After all, the reputation of our northern knights is as such. Resolutely, Derek commanded his few attendants to disperse and seek assistance. He himself deliberately lagged behind, intending to confront the distasteful faces later. The attendants chosen by Derek were not merely selected for their strength. Their lineage and loyalty were of paramount consideration. Some even bore collateral ties to the Ferreira family, having achieved upward mobility through Derek, thus tying their fates to him. Setting aside emotions for the moment, this alone fueled their hatred for the assassins. Thus, upon Derek's command, the knights scattered, each beginning to take action. Their primary objective was, of course, to seek reinforcements. Conveniently, the personal cavalry lay stationed at the military camp outside the city, and the local power brokers had affiliations with the Augusta family. The cavalry promptly divided into two groups, one armed with a list procured from allied nobles charged into the city of Pran. Chapter 60. Action. Derek swiftly acquired the details of the owners of the houses involved in the assassination attempt. As expected, they were all properties belonging to merchants from the Holy Cross Kingdom. It was improbable that they would expose any vulnerabilities in such a location. Following the list, he targeted those with ties to the Holy Cross Kingdom, demolishing one merchant stall after another. With local allies aiding him, information was easily obtained. Derek's pace was so rapid that others remained oblivious to his intentions. The soldiers guarding the city gates dared not obstruct the private troops of the Augusta family, especially after witnessing the assassination attempt on Derek just moments earlier. They had no time to think of escape, let alone to question. Yet, they mistakenly believed these knights were there to protect the Viscount. But to their astonishment, with a grand gesture, Derek commanded the fierce knights to charge into the bustling streets of Pran. Guided by local informants, they swiftly located their targets. "What are you doing? This is the shop of the OS family. Are you not aware?" protested the shop steward, perhaps emboldened by the noble name behind him, feeling little fear toward these unfamiliar knights. But in response, he was met with a brutal sword sheath. "What are you doing?" "Damn to hell, smash it!" The hapless steward, powerless to resist, was swiftly dispatched to the ground, iron boots trampling over him. Faced with such ferocious knights, the other staff members within the shop trembled, almost preparing to aid in the destruction. "Smash it! If it won't break, slice it with a few strikes." The group moved swiftly, in mere minutes, leaving only the steward's face beneath their boots. Such scenes repeated time and again. Soon, Count Pereira received word of the disturbances within the city, news that could not be concealed. Now, everyone began to understand the unfolding events. As for the northern nobles whose shops had been destroyed, they were filled with righteous indignation. They flocked to the Count, lamenting, "My lord, Lord Derek is out of control. He has gone mad. We cannot be unjustly accused simply because he was attacked. Our dealings with the Holy Cross were purely commercial, even among the noble class of the northern lands. Matters that pertain to one's own interests cannot be overlooked. If I let the destruction of shops slide this time, will it lead to an assault on my own estate next?" Count Pereira felt an overwhelming sense of headache. He had not anticipated Derek's audacity, which was truly remarkable. Was he unaware of the potential to offend others? The youth was still far too immature. Naturally, as he had chosen his granddaughter's husband, he felt compelled to protect him. "What is all this commotion about? You, too, bear some suspicion in this matter. Do not blame me for lacking compassion. All of you should return and investigate if anyone has let slip any secrets. If we can identify the leaker, I shall personally accompany Derek to offer apologies. Otherwise, I shall endure this indignity." Count Pereira, alternating between reprimands and reassurances, managed to placate the agitated nobles. Turning his gaze, he found Marquis Hussein reveling in the spectacle, which only fueled his irritation further. That rascal Derek must be dealt with severely. However, if Marquis Hussein were to grasp the situation at hand, he would likely find little to amuse him. The knights accompanying Derek had all endured the ravages of war over the past 6 months, their sanguinary aura still clinging to them, rendering their tempers exceedingly volatile. With Simon, a figure who thrived on chaos, taking up a more arduous task, the destruction of shops was merely a nod to their shared noble status. As for the other suspect, nay, rather, the perpetrator, it would be a different story altogether. Simon commanded the cavalry to don their armor and charge into the camp of the royal army. The latter were caught completely off guard, offering no resistance whatsoever. "Capture them, seize 100, Simon ordered coldly, as an officer attempted to approach for negotiations. "This is the 1st Legion of the North. Who are you?" Yet, Simon dismissed the so-called 1st Legion of the North as mere opportunists, and the officer was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, horse hooves trampling over him without hesitation. "Listen well, we are the knights of the Augusta family. The Viscount is quite furious. You would do well to behave, lest we forget our manners." The soldiers of the 1st Legion were momentarily paralyzed with shock, none daring to intervene as they watched their comrades, including several junior officers, being apprehended. To be honest, Simon had not anticipated such ease. One might say he owed a debt of gratitude to the greenhorn Marquis Hussein, who, over 2 months, had failed to integrate this motley assembly of noble private forces and farmers into a cohesive unit. With the mid-ranking officers having vacated the camp, Simon had effectively subdued them. Yet, regardless of the multitude of justifications, such actions were those of a coward. Having never set foot on the battlefield is no excuse. The disdain in the eyes of Simon and his knights was unmasked, a pitiful lot. The knights howled and surged forth. Derek was finally poised to present the gifts he had in mind. "Come, let us pay a visit to the gentleman from the capital." It had been quite some time. Count Pereira had already waited long enough. Some nobles from the northern lands were still whispering, most believing that Derek had gone too far. The nobles from the capital pointed and whispered, their faces marked with shame as they observed the infighting among the northern elite. Marquis Hussein wore a broad smile. Regardless of the outcome, this was advantageous for him. With the discord at hand, he could potentially win over several northern nobles, which would be even more splendid. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a commotion outside. "The Viscount Derek has arrived." At the announcement, Count Pereira rushed out, eager to ascertain whether Derek had been harmed. Yet, upon stepping outside, he was met with the sight of Derek commanding his subordinates to hang the assassins. A row of soldiers clad in royal military garb lay bound on the ground. Marquis, Legion Commander. Upon seeing Marquis Hussein emerge, the kneeling soldiers erupted into chaos. It was only then that they realized they were facing the soldiers of the 1st Legion of the North. Some even recognized familiar faces. Count Pereira sensed an ominous turn. What was Derek planning? "Derek, what do you intend to do?" Derek turned, baring his teeth. "I shall do what my predecessors did before me." What had his predecessors done? One would have to inquire of the northern knights from 30 years past. During the Civil War, some fleeing nobles met their end at the hands of the fierce northern knights. This was one of the reasons why the northern knights were often scorned. Marquis Hussein could no longer remain silent. He stepped over Count Pereira, attempting to persuade. "This is no longer the era of the Civil War. Killing my soldiers is tantamount to treason." Even at this juncture, he could not resist manipulating language, eager to exchange the lives of some soldiers for Derek's treachery. A spark of anticipation flickered in Marquis Hussein's eyes. He would welcome such an outcome. Chapter 61. Knowing when to advance and retreat. Derek understood the implication in his gaze. However, this was not the capital, and could one truly bring down a powerful noble with mere accusations? Derek scoffed derisively. This marquis had likely been too immersed in courtly intrigue. Treason? First, I ought to inquire whether the Holy Cross Kingdom would be willing to pardon my transgressions. Derek was acutely aware of his position. Today's Viscount Derek was no longer the knight he had been yesterday. From the moment the king delegated power, when Augusta repelled the Holy Cross Kingdom's assault, Viscount Derek had become part of a highly envied cohort, the powerful nobility. Ask the king of the Holy Cross Kingdom whether he would accept Derek should he decide to turn traitor. Far removed from the capital, should he find dissatisfaction, he could easily switch allegiances to at that point. The province of St. Michael would be at risk, and the northern provinces would follow suit. Just observe how His Majesty the King of the Rock Kingdom would choose. Marquis Hussein, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, felt his expression shift momentarily. He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. Derek had already turned away. The assassins shall be dealt with here and now. I need not find evidence. That is the duty of the constable. Here, I only have criminals. I feel any who would strike at me is one of you. Thus, I require no confession. The knights of the Augusta family exhibited no hesitation, immediately utilizing their riding crops to commence their work. The resounding cracks of the whips silenced not only the kneeling soldiers of the 1st Legion of the North, but also quelled the restless nobles. Yet, Derek's methods had not come to an end. Recently, with the heavy snow rendering the ground treacherous, 100 soldiers from the 1st Legion of the North had met their demise in falls. Moreover, in the week to come, any who dared to leave the camp would face the same fate, be it soldiers or the noble Marquis himself. The knights showed no mercy, slamming the heads of the soldiers from the 1st Legion of the North against the ground with a resounding thud. Soon enough, these unfortunate souls had all succumbed to their falls. Marquis Hussein's smile had become rigid. He had never encountered such a situation before, and all his prior courtly experience was rendered futile. Moreover, it was easy to surmise that His Majesty the King would prefer to believe they had died from misfortune rather than at the hands of this Viscount. The scene fell into a hushed silence. Save for the crack of the whips, even the assassins being whipped seemed to forget their cries of anguish. The northern nobles, who had previously cried injustice before Count Pereira, now quietly withdrew, their legs trembling with trepidation. Fearful of drawing Derek's attention, in comparison, it seemed that having their shops vandalized was not entirely unacceptable. They would willingly endure a few more beatings, so long as His Excellency the Viscount would temper his wrath. Perhaps it was Derek's inherent tact that concealed his sharper edges. Before the usurpation, Wang Meng's polite words had borne the weight of a mere lackey. Now, when unleashed, such words were seen as humility, while a true explosion of fury was deemed entirely justified. Even the king was not entirely above the fray. Loyalty was a compulsory demand for the lower nobility, ensuring that betrayers were left with no ground to stand upon. Yet for mid-ranking and upper-tier nobles, loyalty was merely a bargaining chip, not a necessity. Intrigue and betrayal were the inescapable themes of the upper echelons of nobility. Had loyalty been all-powerful, the civil war would never have transpired. Nor would the Rock Kingdom exist as it does today. What the first king accomplished, so too could Derek. It is a formidable challenge to completely indoctrinate a time traveler with the ideals of knightly virtue. Derek's loyalty, too, could be measured. Having discerned the relationship between the king and the nobility, he acted accordingly, unshackled by the constraints of rigid codes. Ironically, it was the ostensibly superior Marquis Hussein who found himself paralyzed. Unable to act openly, intrigue could never be brought to light. Regrettably, most would never grasp this truth in their lifetimes. Derek stepped over a sea of corpses, the mingling of brain matter and blood inevitably soiling his boots. Yet he continued onward, even traversing the carpet, rubbing his feet vigorously. Count Pereira, Marquis Hussein, my apologies for the delay. A minor incident has kept you waiting. Were it not for the still drying blood beneath his feet, one might have believed that nothing untoward had occurred. Despite having just issued a stern warning to Marquis Hussein, he now smiled as though greeting an old friend. His demeanor and attitude were impeccable. Every muscle in his face perfectly calibrated to present a flawless smile. Marquis Hussein's smile had turned stiff. Despite considering himself well-versed in grand spectacles, he found himself momentarily unable to adapt to such a brutal display. Unable to reconcile the sight of brain matter and blood flowing before him, it was from this moment that he truly recognized the stark differences between the political ecologies of the northern lands and the capital. However, those who managed to claw their way out of the capital's cesspool were not easily toppled. It was common knowledge that the campaign against the barbarians presented a golden opportunity. Why had Marquis Hussein been granted this chance? His journey to the northern lands had come at a considerable cost. He was here to achieve great deeds. Thus, Marquis Hussein swiftly adjusted his mindset, reminding himself that he must not view the north or its nobility through the same lens as before. At least until he is acclimated to this place, he should refrain from making any significant moves. Understanding when to advance and when to retreat is indeed a virtue that, of course, once he grasps the rules of the north and learns the necessary survival skills, he will not hesitate to fight for what he deserves, as the saying goes. While there are certainly fools among the nobility, they are by no means the entirety of it. Especially those who have emerged from the murky depths of the court. Each one is astute to the core. With his mindset properly adjusted, a softness graced Marquis Hussein's smile, making it appear far less rigid. He even took the initiative to slightly turn aside, granting Derek a space. A gesture of goodwill. This action did not go unnoticed, drawing more glances his way. The ability to bend and yield, to understand when to advance and when to retreat, renders one far more formidable than the foolish. However, Derek never relied on the stupidity of his opponents. In fact, he hoped Marquis Hussein would prove to be cleverer. After all, the struggle would not be the prevailing theme in the St. Michael province. Internal strife was inevitable, yet the greatest adversary remained the kingdom of the Holy Cross, followed by the barbarian kingdoms, with mutual animosities coming last. Although loyalty could be fickle, without sufficient recompense, no one would willingly abandon such a valuable asset. Those who fail to perceive this truth would do well to leave early, lest they become a burden to their allies. The previous Marquis Hussein may not have grasped this, but now, perhaps he has? The specifics would become clear in due course, depending on his subsequent actions. At present, the atmosphere was profoundly silent. The once opposing nobles and officers from the two regions no longer seemed inclined to contest victories or defeats. With the three leaders taking their seats, no one dared to utter a sound, fearful that even the slightest noise might draw the attention of the powerful. Chapter 62. Division among the trio. Count Pereira held the highest status, a nobleman with real power in his fief, far surpassing a mere court marquis. Yet everyone understood that one of Hussein's tasks was undoubtedly to curtail Count Pereira's influence. From the capital's perspective, even if they allowed Derek to grow stronger, it would merely result in an additional count in the St. Michael province. However, should Count Pereira continue to gain power, he could transform into a principality. A nation within a nation. Should he push further, he might claim a duchy, rendering the king's efforts futile. Legalities aside, the Pereira family, if possessing the strength, could undoubtedly concoct myriad justifications for inheriting a duke's title. Nevertheless, the king's interests do not necessarily align with those of Marquis Hussein. From the outset, the three had tacitly delineated their respective spheres of influence. The process unfolded more smoothly than anticipated, with the delineated areas proving more extensive than Derek had expected. Initially, he believed Marquis Hussein had retreated significantly. However, upon observing the blank spaces on the map, he realized that enemies could also be allies. Those qualified to partake in this division of spoils were not limited to the three present. Count Pereira represented the northern nobility, his designated territory substantial, yet it was to be shared among dozens of northern noble families. During wartime, everyone contributed. During the division of spoils, expelling others would incite rebellion. Even as the representative of the northern nobility, Count Pereira possessed only minimal decision-making authority, such as who might receive slightly more or less, and even ousting a family or two would be acceptable. However, this did not grant him the power to contravene the will of the entire northern nobility. His status and power stemmed from his own fief and the support of the northern nobility. Similarly, he was bound by these ties. Marquis Hussein represented the interests of the central nobility from the capital, and their involvement could not be without reward. Moreover, they would not hesitate to provide subsequent material and manpower support. As for the king's interests, aside from the nobles' fiefs, everything belonged to the kingdom, which he represented, thus holding the majority shared. Derek's position was simpler. He represented his own interests, a portion of the northern nobility's offspring, and even those of the newly emergent nobility from this war. Those excluded, of course, were the southern nobles, who had long held a low political standing in the kingdom. Over the past decade, the southern nobility had grown significantly stronger. Yet they lacked tangible achievements, resulting in their continued low status. Their involvement in the northern campaigns undoubtedly came with ulterior motives. Perhaps the king would be pleased to see the rise of the southern nobility as a means to balance the old noble factions. However, Marquis Hussein's situation was different. He had previously relied on the king, but his ultimate goal was to possess a degree of autonomous power. Now, standing behind him were the representatives of the central nobility, inevitably tilting his allegiance. Count Pereira, ever cunning, reacted even faster than Derek. In truth, the fragmentation of royal reinforcements was something he welcomed. Hussein's proactive division might even warrant his support. The earlier tensions were genuine, yet so too were the shared interests now present. Derek, let us take a step back. We must not press too hard, Count Pereira suggested, slightly retracting the boundaries drawn by the two. Initially, everyone had intended to demand a hefty share, hoping to negotiate. Now, coupled with the inherent blank spaces, a territory had emerged that was neither too large nor too small. The crucial point was that it bore little profit, regardless of the southern nobility's diminished status. They had come bearing substantial supplies and troops. It would be unwise to provoke them too severely. Striking a balance would allow them to feel slighted without outright hostility. After all, they were accustomed to hardship. Why not let them endure another round? Derek acknowledged this, agreeing to the prudent counsel of the older nobleman. Naturally, as a reward for Marquis Hussein's overtures, his portion would remain intact, for it was indeed less than anticipated. A win-win situation emerged. The joy did not diminish. It simply shifted from one individual to three. Then, the fade of enmity was maintained. Marquis Hussein departed, carrying the bodies of soldiers, intent on fervently propagating the narrative of the Northern Night threat, perhaps utilizing this opportunity to reorganize his troops and win hearts. Derek would certainly not shy away from expressing his displeasure, and minor conflicts could well erupt, at least from an outsider's perspective. The two sides appeared irreconcilably opposed. In this manner, the king would be reassured, the capital's nobility would be placated, and even the southern nobles would be diverted from focus. Furthermore, no cracks in the facade would be visible. For both sides relied on this unspoken understanding. The bloodshed was real, and the conflicts genuine. Even the enmity and hatred among the lower-tier nobility were authentic. As they watched Marquis Hussein and the 1st Northern Legion depart, both Derek and Count Pereira relaxed. Compared to outsiders, the two were eager to cultivate an atmosphere of camaraderie. Even knowing that this alliance was born of mutual interests, the veneer of familial ties made many matters easier to discuss. Tiona would soon arrive in St. Michael City, and at that time, they would have the opportunity to meet. The old count reclined comfortably in his chair, exuding an air of relaxation. In fact, Derek had met the countess' daughter and possessed a certain understanding of her. However, it was not unusual for members of distinguished families to meet prior to marriage. They were not the strangers many presumed them to be. Alliances formed for mutual benefit were common, yet the absence of any familial bond could potentially lead to complications. Hence, Derek felt satisfied, displaying a perfectly timed smile. I am very much looking forward to Miss Tiona's arrival. The old count further remarked, expressing his intention to establish some enterprises in the St. Michael province, including a manor and an entire village as a dowry. Such a sizable commitment was unprecedented. None of his other granddaughters had received such an impressive dowry. However, Count Pereira had recently profited handsomely in the St. Michael province, a feat made possible by Derek's contributions, and this consideration played a part in his decision. The two exchanged familial pleasantries, creating a remarkably relaxed atmosphere. Yet, Derek understood that Count Pereira would not indulge in idle chatter. The real topic was yet to come. Indeed, their conversation abruptly fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, the old count seemingly unconcernedly inquired, I hear you have a remarkably talented blacksmith in your employ? Here it comes, Derek thought to himself. As his armament trade expanded, it was only a matter of time before attention turned to him. However, he now possessed the means to protect himself, which was precisely why he had maintained a low profile and kept his scale manageable. In response to the old count's inquiry, Derek eagerly replied, Indeed, I have been fortunate enough to discover a blacksmith prodigy. Should the count wish to purchase weaponry, I can offer it at cost. The mention of at cost was merely rhetorical. Yet discounts would certainly be provided. The old count scrutinized Derek for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief. Very well, I would like to order 100 full sets of heavy armor. Upon hearing this, Derek couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, what is the old count planning? Could it be that he truly intends to rebel? Chapter 63. Comrades, there were certain questions Derek chose not to voice. If the old count truly intended to rebel, would he join or not? Nonetheless, business would proceed as usual. Alongside the heavy armor, a substantial order of weaponry was to be fulfilled, clearly indicating a deal worth tens of thousands of gold coins. This mission to Pran City had already accomplished a significant portion of its objectives. What remained was a tour of several enterprises and meetings with the northern nobility. The entire circle of northern nobility, including those minor nobles who inherited knightly titles, numbered only around 40 or 50 families. It could be described as a rather insular group, making connections quite convenient. Unlike the previous occasion, Derek's status had changed, and so too had the treatment he received. When he departed, he was accompanied by an additional 50 or 60 attendants. These were young men sent by various families, representing the northern nobility's political investment in the Augusta family. Even as the year-end approached, driven by substantial incentives, these younger scions of noble families were all dispatched to Derek's side. Much like the Ferreira family of yore, the eldest son inherited the family business. The second chose to serve in the local kingdom's military, the third aligned himself with a prominent noble family, and the fourth trained within the household of a well-connected ally. Had it not been for the rise of Derek, this would have been the political trajectory of the Ferreira clan. The status of noble offspring afforded them the opportunity to easily assume positions as junior officers, spending a decade or two either failing to thrive and returning to assist the eldest, or ascending to mid-level ranks to bolster the family's advancement. Presently, the noble youths of the North find themselves in similar circumstances. Whether they enter the kingdom's officer corps through Derek or simply associate with him, they stand to benefit their families. Derek, too, is eager to embrace these young men, both to win over the collective of northern nobility and to observe the new cohort of knights on his panel. Virat Klono, profession, knight, level 6, 45,100, experience pool, 2,100, emerges as an exceptional knight from a baronial lineage, destined to become the Klono Baron. Among the youthful followers accompanying Derek, he holds the highest rank. Frankly, achieving the status of a level 6 knight at such a tender age places him far above his contemporaries, surpassing even the young Derek of the past. Were it not for the enhancements provided by the panel, Virat would undoubtedly serve as the exemplar of the new generation of Northern Knights. His decision to follow Derek genuinely astonished him. After a brief interaction, Derek grasped Virat's motivations. Not every noble is a staunch adherent of the darker arts of politics. Virat embodies the fervent spirit of a young knight, wholly captivated by Derek's achievements and renown. He is drawn to the glory of the new generation of Northern Knights, aspiring to follow a true Northern Knight and, to some extent, set aside political considerations. Otherwise, he ought to have allowed his younger brother to accompany Derek. However, Derek appreciates such spirited youth. Passionate young men are far easier to manage than deceitful politicians. Moreover, he requires a certain fade, a chance to demonstrate his charisma. Let others witness that even a future baron is willing to follow me, Derek, the Northern Knight. What reason do you have to refuse? In truth, Virat's presence indeed amplifies Derek's renown. This cohort of knightly retainers is largely brimming with enthusiasm, perceiving this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Such devoted admirers, who naturally draw attention and admiration, are of great significance to Derek. Furthermore, the fact that they appear on the panel from the outset indicates their fervor is not merely a fade. Upon returning to his territory, Derek first arranged accommodations for these knightly retainers. In reality, some among them cannot truly be classified as mere retainers. For instance, Virat, who has nearly completed his knightly training, is not only above the age threshold but also possesses strength that exceeds that of an ordinary knight. Nonetheless, in this realm, elite knights abound, and further training will serve him well. Regarding the current state of knights, perhaps due to the absence of significant warfare in recent years, the average caliber has noticeably declined. During the era of the splintering wars 3 decades prior, many elite knights clad in heavy armor were still prevalent. However, they have since become a rarity. Yet, with the rising tensions, it is likely that a new generation of elite knights will soon emerge. Derek has resolved that his knightly order must establish its reputation from the very beginning. Devotees like Virat must attain the status of elite knights to graduate. Ordinary knightly retainers should possess levels 5 or 6 or higher to successfully acquire the title of honorary knight. As for those with ulterior motives who fail to even appear on the panel, their fate hinges solely on their innate talent. In truth, Derek is acutely aware of those who have not made it onto the panel. He has meticulously noted them in his records, along with their families, placing them under scrutiny. This serves as a rapid means of discerning allies from adversaries. Of course, in some respects, these individuals have succeeded, distinguishing themselves from the throng of knightly retainers to be remembered by Derek. Derek's gaze shifted from the uneasy individuals to his fervent followers. Having decided to exert his influence, he resolved to intensify his efforts. Nothing resonates quite like the military camp. Strength. Derek has never relaxed his grip on power. Even now, he commits to daily physical training and honing his martial skills. Coupled with the enhancements from the panel, even if his innate talents have reached their limits, incremental progress remains achievable. Thus, any opportunity for training is valuable. Derek chooses to practice alongside the knightly retainers. Through daily interaction, he will inevitably influence these young men. For instance, at this moment, when Derek voluntarily selects Virat as his sparring partner, the excitement on the latter's face is palpable. Virat is the embodiment of a fervent Northern Knight devotee, revering strength, coldness, and the honor of knighthood. Thus, Derek represents the tangible manifestation of his faith. Being chosen as a sparring partner not only exhilarates him but also causes his hands to tremble with anticipation. Just how formidable are the Northern Knights? Will I be defeated in a single blow? Do I stand a chance against Viscount Derek? His mind is a whirlwind of thoughts, oscillating between hope and doubt, torn between the fear of shattered illusions and the embarrassment of failure. Noticing Virat's disconcerted state, Derek furrowed his brow and admonished, "Virat, how can a knight's hand fail to grip a sword?" He urged him to compose himself. Otherwise, he would never become a Northern Knight. Thankfully, Virat had merely lacked experience in grand settings. Yet he had never slacked off in training. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on Derek with determination. I understand I will undoubtedly become a northern knight like you. Now let me discover just how far apart we are. Chapter 64. Utterly inadequate, both wielding training swords, Real iron blades, albeit unsharpened. No one mentioned protective gear, so being struck would certainly result in injury, and in severe cases, even death was not an impossibility. The swordsmanship of northern knights primarily serves practical purposes, eschewing flamboyant maneuvers in favor of foundational techniques such as slashing, thrusting, and blocking right from the onset of training. The rest entails instructing when to advance, when to retreat, when to slash, and when to defend. Through daily practice, muscle memory forms reflexes, leading to real combat scenarios. Those who survive and endure injuries will develop a robust foundation. The remainder hinges on greater strength, swifter speed, sharper reflexes, and an indomitable will. Viret, sword in hand, performed an earnest salute. However, Derek's blade jabbed sharply at his wrist. Startled by the pain, Viret nearly dropped his sword, casting a bewildered look at Derek, unsure why he had been ambushed. Have you been struck on the head by those southern women? Did your grandfather recount tales of knightly salutes on the battlefield? Have you ever heard of a northern knight bowing their head to await a return salute? Derek's demeanor shifted from his usual gentleness to a tempestuous fury akin to that of a bull. Listen well. We are northern knights. We are the dragons of the north, and we do not seek the approval of others. The sword in our hands is our confidence. Only southern women would attempt to bind knights with such rules. The next time you encounter such a fool, aim for their forehead and cleave through to see if their brain is nothing but excrement. The knightly retainers were taken aback. This is the new generation of northern knights? To be candid, while the education of northern knights may not have waned over the years, it has undeniably suffered from a lack of martial trials. With various absurdities beginning to permeate the nobility, including the northern knights, Viret's expression shifted, revealing a hint of defiance. Yet, Derek had no intention of speculating on his thoughts. There is no dilemma that a good beating cannot resolve. If that is insufficient, then another thrashing is in order. Humans are innately drawn to strength. Overwhelming power serves as the greatest persuasion, and strength is never in the wrong. Now, grip your sword tightly. I shall grant you another opportunity. Viret clenched the knight's sword resolutely and charged forward with a battle cry. Derek responded with an upward sweep. The clash resounded. To Viret's dismay, he found himself retreating despite his advantage in slashing. Are you a woman? Strength? Where is your strength? Like the roar of a dragon, Derek bellowed again. Viret, both astonished and incredulous, recognized that his talent was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have achieved the rank of level 6 knight at his age. Thus, his strength and speed were undoubtedly superior among his peers. Yet, facing Derek, he fell woefully short. Derek, unrelenting, closed the distance, employing skill to humiliate his opponent. Your reactions are akin to a woman's. I must temper my strength, lest I accidentally topple you. You cannot match my strength. Your swordsmanship is still lacking. Your footwork, do you merely stand as a wooden post? Are your legs incapacitated? Kick me. Viret endured blows to every part of his body. Without any mercy from Derek, at this moment, all resentment and confusion dissipated, for his mind was consumed by pain, rendering him unable to contemplate anything else. Ultimately, Derek delivered a kick that sent him sprawling. Tossing the training sword aside to a nearby retainer. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Is this the caliber of the youth in the north today? His words ignited discontent among many. Viret struggled to rise, his expression still defiant. Indeed, while Derek's reputation was formidable and his achievements notable, it did not imply that the younger generation of northern knights was worthless. In fact, every time they interacted with knights from other regions, northern knights consistently held the advantage. What, are you dissatisfied? Derek turned his head to see a group of defiant faces. If they were dissatisfied, they should voice their concerns, lacking even the courage to resist. How could they claim not to be cowards? Were they concerned about his status as a viscount, worried about their reputation? This was unacceptable. A true talent would never remain silent. Viscount, I am not convinced. Viret spoke up. The young squires, being knights themselves, were incited to respond in kind. Now we see some spirit reminiscent of northern knights. Derek smirked, reveling in the amusement of toying with the weaklings. Viret, I am aware that you are dubbed a genius among knights. Look around at the knights here. Each one hails from the most ordinary of backgrounds, none having received comprehensive knightly training. Now, choose one at random. Let me see if your title of knightly genius holds true. Viret surveyed the gathered knights, noting their imposing physiques, each one appearing quite formidable. However, a knight's prowess cannot be solely judged by stature. If he could not best Derek, could he possibly triumph over these commoner knights? Virat, brimming with pride, selected the strongest-looking knight, confident that at least this formidable frame would ensure a baseline level of competence. Ha, quite bold of you. The Bear Knight boasts the greatest strength, he mused. The knights surged forward. Excitement palpable. Despite many having earned the title of honorary knight, they were still merely common knights, and the next generation would require their own struggles. Thus, witnessing these noble knights being bested was a source of great joy. Forget about camaraderie. After only a few days together, such bonds were yet to form. The chosen Bear Knight, while pleased, also harbored a flicker of anger. You chose me out of so many, thinking I'm easy to bully. Aren't you? Today, let me teach you that the Augusta family has no geniuses, only fools. This time, Virat eschewed pretense and launched a direct assault with his sword. Despite his injuries, his fundamentals were solid, and his movements remained precise, combining strength and speed seamlessly. However, the Bear Knight was more straightforward, using his sheer force to knock Virat's sword aside and delivering a blow to his waist. Virat, pained and unable to rise, found the training sword pressed against his neck. Ah, indeed a noble scion, the Bear Knight exclaimed triumphantly as he sheathed his training sword, beginning to boast to his companions. The noble squires were left stunned. While Virat's defeat was not unexpected, being a knight under Derek, the ease of his loss was truly shocking. Continue. Choose another, Derek's mischievous voice rang out. Virat subsequently challenged nearly every knight present, ultimately left trembling and unable to hold his sword steady. Yet, his relentless spirit left a lasting impression. Not everyone could persist in the face of repeated failures. What truly struck the newly arrived squires was the caliber of Derek's knights. Each one was a formidable contender, many boasting titles of knightly rank, capable of overpowering these young aspirants with ease. For a moment, everyone was lost in thought, astonished by the fierce competition within the knightly realm. Had they truly become so inept? Chapter 65. Applying medicine. Derek had yet to relent, or rather, the knights did not spare the newcomers. The most direct method of assimilating into the group was, of course, through sheer force. All newcomers experienced Virat's ordeal. It wasn't that no one cared. It was that they feared they could not endure. The training concluded with weeping and wailing, making it clear who possessed the stronger will. For Derek, talent was secondary. Willpower held greater significance. And this was far from the conclusion. Soon, the newly arrived knight apprentices learned why the Augusta family had no geniuses. Train, everyone must train to the brink of exhaustion. Why are there so many soldiers, yet only these few become knights? When Derek selected candidates, he looked not only for loyalty but also for strength of will. Those who could endure were mere fools who only knew how to toil, but that was sufficient. As long as they survived the training, they would be pushed to their limits. Not only the newcomers had to train. The established knights were also put through their paces, and Derek himself trained alongside them. Sharing meals, living together, and enduring hardships, Derek recalled the valuable lessons from his past life. That evening, Derek brought medicinal wine to the newcomers' shared quarters. The rudimentary knightly abode was permeated with the essence of the Augusta family, rough wood, with splinters left unpolished. The thick bedding was nothing more than burlap. While dinner was plentiful, the taste left much to be desired. Those who had come to serve as knightly squires might have thought they were indeed here for hard labor. Which of these noble scions had ever endured such hardship, despite the trials of training? The living conditions were unexpectedly harsh. Many already regretted their decision, contemplating escape. Even knowing that aligning with Viscount Derek was a family strategy, understanding and action were two different matters. Virat lay sprawled on his bed, his body aching, questioning his very existence. He had long pursued the ideal of northern knights, yet had never anticipated the process would be so excruciating. His previous self-perception of diligent training now seemed trivial. Yet the pain was overwhelming, leaving him with no energy to contemplate further. Of course, to claim he felt no resentment would be disingenuous. The image of Viscount Derek seemed to shatter piece by piece. Virat, do you think Viscount Derek is deliberately tormenting us? Someone ventured, drawing the attention of many disgruntled squires. Virat cast a glance, but refrained from engaging. The nobility was not always benevolent, and he was wary that this individual might be fishing for information to later betray him. I believe so. If it comes to that, let us leave. Can sheer diligence truly transform us into titled knights? If it could, there wouldn't be so few of them. With resentment brewing, it was well known that talent determined one's potential. and they hardly believed their own abilities could elevate them to knightly titles. This sentiment ignited a powder keg of dissatisfaction, prompting a cacophony of complaints about various injustices. Virat began to question whether he had made the wrong choice in coming here. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The Viscount is coming." The lively discussion fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. A few complaints did not necessarily indicate genuine courage to retreat. The families behind them had not sent their progeny here without investment. Being discovered by Viscount Derek was no trivial matter. Many braced themselves for the Viscount to unleash a tirade akin to a dragon's roar. Yet, what awaited them was a smiling Viscount Derek. He understood precisely when to be stern and when to appear approachable. At this moment, displaying anger would serve no purpose other than to vent his emotions. A heavy hand would only backfire. Thus, he cheerfully navigated through the crowd, exonerating the knights. "No need to worry. Continue your discussions. When I was in the knightly order, I too enjoyed commiserating with my comrades about Count Pereira and why strictness in training is for your safety. Train hard and sweat now, so you may bleed less on the battlefield. I hope for rigorous training now, so everyone can survive in the future. However, once training concludes, we are all friends and comrades." There is no need for such gravity. Whether or not the crowd believed his words, at least the atmosphere had lightened. Derek moved through the throng, pressing Virat back down as he attempted to rise. "Stay down. You've endured enough hardship today. If you don't tend to yourself, you won't be able to rise tomorrow." Virat, bewildered, found himself pinned to the bed, protesting, "Your Excellency, I'm fine." Such bravado. Derek playfully smacked Virat on the shoulder, eliciting a yelp of pain. "Ha! I thought you were impervious to pain. Who would have guessed a single slap would bring you to your knees?" Derek's teasing left Virat blushing, but he then spoke earnestly. "Do not take my words to heart from earlier. Your talent is indeed commendable, merely lacking in practice. However, your determination is undeniable. I have faith in you. Now, lie still and do not move." Virat, manipulated with ease, lay upon the bed. Derek personally applied medicinal wine and massaged him. The sensation was not entirely pleasant, yet brought some relief. The other squires watched in awe. Never had they heard of such a thing. Viscount Derek personally administering treatment to a squire? Somehow, a wave of warmth surged through them all. For Virat, tears of gratitude welled up as he felt the weight of resentment and dissatisfaction dissipate with each comforting word and gentle touch from Derek. One thought echoed in his mind. This was a life worth following Derek. Who else would treat him so? No one. Moreover, the Viscount was right. Sweat now meant less blood later. During the day, it was all to motivate him. Virat could scarcely articulate his gratitude. Derek, not merely putting on an act, completed the massage for Virat and then called another squire who had persevered the longest to receive the same treatment. The accompanying knights busied themselves, helping the squires while also instructing them on post-training recovery and care. Thus, the bonds of camaraderie began to forge. With both emotional connections and discipline in tandem, there was no obstinate individual who could not be swayed as the night wore on. The next day dawned with the sore knights. Yet their spirits soared as they commenced a new training regimen. Seizing a moment of respite, Derek opened his panel, Level Up. Even those initially harboring ill intent now appeared on the panel. Thus, it could be said that enemies could indeed transform into friends. Upon their return from the Knights training camp, could it not conversely exert influence upon the family behind them? Derek chuckled. You scheme against me, and I can scheme against you as well. Let us see whose temptation is more potent, or whether my emotional appeal prevails. Chapter 66. The three daughters. With the aid of the panel, the bodies of the knightly attendants expanded visibly. This rapid growth in strength resulted in an increase in physical prowess. Fortunately, the provisions were ample. Although Derek did not concern himself with the taste, the portions were generous. The meager contributions made by the knightly attendants could hardly cover the various expenses incurred during training. The positive feedback was so overwhelming that it invigorated everyone, especially for fervent knights like Virat, who could hardly contain their eagerness to train for 24 hours a day. However, Derek's training regimen was not solely about relentless practice. After a week, everyone received a warhorse and began galloping through the wilderness. Riding was an essential skill for every northern noble scion, and the knightly attendants were even quite proficient. Yet proficiency was merely the foundation. A higher level of equestrian skill on the battlefield would ensure swifter movements, significantly increasing the chances of a successful escape. Derek transformed once more into a fearsome dragon, unleashing a torrent of commands. Are you all not well fed? My dog runs faster on horseback than you lot. Virat, what are you laughing at? Show me some flair. Virat, who had thought himself quite adept at riding, nearly fell off his horse at Derek's bellow. "My lord, did you not say that such tricks are for the women of the South?" Derek retorted. "Nonsense. If I command you to perform, you shall perform." Hilarity ensued. Following the equestrian training, there was weighted cross-country running. After that came night operations. Interspersed within their free time were foundational military tactics lessons, leaving no moment of respite. Within a month, everyone felt transformed. Derek, adhering to tradition, granted a week of leave. Those who lived nearby could return home, while others were free to wander at their leisure. Among the more outstanding attendants, a few were granted temporary inclusion in the Viscount's Guard, allowing them to experience the duties of standing watch. Of course, this was said in jest. In reality, the guards would learn valuable skills regarding protection and vigilance against assassins. Since Derek's encounter with assassination attempts, he had taken up this knowledge. The attendants, too, wished to avoid such incidents in the future, making sure that the next assassination would not be so easily executed. Meanwhile, the Viscount luxuriated in his estate, reveling in the attentions of his servants. After all this toil, it was for the sake of enjoyment. Derek would not subject himself to extreme self-denial, ultimately earning a reputation akin to that of a miser. Soft gray bear pelts, a long cashmere rug beneath his feet, and the comforting warmth of coal burning in the fireplace. With a cup of hot milk in hand, reclining in a specially designed armchair, the contrast to life in the barracks was stark. Several knights and officials were present, including his uncle Andrew. This gathering served to consolidate the events of recent days, allowing Derek to gain further insight into his territory. Typically, these officials acted as his eyes and ears. However, a lack of information was also a common occurrence, necessitating his own explorations to uncover new sources of intelligence. "Miss Tiona has already arrived in the province of St. Michael. When shall you invite her for a meeting? The weather has been too cold of late. Let us choose a fine day for a visit to the Count. I have heard that the Southern Legion is nearing. It seems they have caught wind of certain matters. Not surprising. The South has prospered in recent years, undoubtedly establishing networks everywhere. It appears trouble is imminent." For minor issues, Derek was able to make swift decisions. Other matters required further confirmation. The nightly attendants stood nearby, privy to these not-so-secret discussions. This was the true benefit. Derek was unafraid, even pleased, to see them glean some information. In the first month, Derek accompanied the attendants throughout their training, but would soon reduce his presence. With the Southern Legion's imminent arrival, the atmosphere in the province of St. Michael gradually grew tense. As the year drew to a close, a spell of fine weather finally arrived. Derek prepared to set out once more, eager to meet his betrothed, though they had met previously at the Pereira Nightly Order. Derek had merely been an inconspicuous attendant, and she likely bore no memory of him. He knew little of this noble lady, yet marrying into a family of such power was undoubtedly a matter of great caution. There should be no issues with reputation or character. Any unforeseen complications could inspire scandalous tales in the theater, irrevocably damaging the relationship between their families. Thus, Derek felt no apprehension. However, just as he was about to depart, a visitor arrived. Brother-in-law, this young man, bearing the surname Palmer, was certainly not of the Pereira Count's lineage. In fact, it took Derek a moment to comprehend the visitor's identity. David Palmer, the legitimate son of Baron Palmer. This newly ascendant baronial family had successfully transitioned from merchant origins to court nobility, ultimately achieving status as landholding nobles. Despite the prejudice faced by new nobles, who might take a generation or two to integrate into the core aristocracy, they had undeniably bridged the class divide. The barbarian invasions had irrevocably altered the fate of the Palmer family. Since their ennoblement, Baron Palmer had frequently sent gifts. Yet, it was a first for David, the heir, to personally deliver an invitation. His immediate address of brother-in-law left Derek somewhat bewildered. As David introduced himself, he leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "Brother-in-law, my father was eager for your response, so he sent my second sister and third sister ahead. The eldest sister is still on her way." Derek nearly choked, taken aback by such an unexpected proposition. Initially, when Baron Palmer excitedly mentioned this, Derek had dismissed it as a jest. Little did he realize how perceptive the Baron was. In comparison to his three daughters, it was evident that Derek himself held greater importance. Especially given Derek's subsequent performance, Baron Palmer had evidently resolved to invest heavily in this relationship. While the role of Viscountess was out of reach, a liaison could be acceptable in this era. Many nobles maintained mistresses. However, during his 2 years in this world, Derek had not indulged in such pursuits, as the pressures of survival had kept him preoccupied. Yet, to refuse, he found himself at a loss for words. This was not an honorable matter, and while it might not evoke a sense of shame, David was utterly unconcerned with propriety. Coming from a merchant background, he was unencumbered by traditional noble expectations. The need for decorum would only emerge in the generations of his descendants to come. Chapter 67. The duel. After a moment of hesitation, Derek found himself unable to decline, especially given the reputation of the Palmer family's eldest daughter. It was said she was quite enchanting. However, the term brother-in-law was inappropriate. He was soon to meet his betrothed and ought to maintain a modicum of respect. Sensing Derek's hesitation, Adrian stepped forward. Sir David, if the Palmer ladies currently lack a place to stay, our Viscount can temporarily accommodate them. However, please refrain from making remarks that may lead to misunderstandings. The Viscount is about to meet his fiancée, a lady from the Pereira family. Do you understand? Good heavens, how eloquently put. This is not mere charity. It is a benevolent act of sheltering 3 young ladies without a home. Well done, cousin. I'll see to it that you receive a raise next month. David immediately offered his apologies, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Derek as Your Excellency. The title of brother-in-law was inconsequential. As long as it was uttered once, it would suffice. The Palmer family had never aspired to the role of Viscountess. Rather, they sought to forge connections through women. Not only through women, however. After David's apologies, he promptly presented a list of reparations, clearly prepared beforehand. Your Excellency, before I came, my father mentioned that the Palmer family's current standing is entirely thanks to your support. Henceforth, the Palmer family shall look to you for guidance, and each year, we shall offer contributions not less than this recompense. Adrian glanced at the list before passing it to Derek. Upon reviewing it, Derek was taken aback by the magnitude of the gesture, an offering exceeding 1,000 gold coins in value. The traditional baronial Ferreira family would find it challenging to match this level of income even in a year. One must acknowledge the wealth and sincerity of the Palmer family. Yet, there was no reason to return such generosity empty-handed. The more pressing question was whether this arrangement would continue in the following year. Derek maintained a moral compass when it came to such matters. This question hardly required extensive contemplation, did it? As a baron of substantial influence, and given their shared status as beneficiaries of this war, they naturally bore a mutual interest. Moreover, Baron Palmer was remarkably astute. Derek accepted the offering, smiling as he said, I hope to see you personally visit again next year, David. David smiled in return. He had experienced instances where gifts were not well received. But now, at last, he had achieved a favorable outcome. Derek engaged David in conversation, gaining insights into the current situation of the Palmer family. In truth, the Palmer family was thriving. Having entered the ranks of landholding nobility, they enjoyed numerous hidden advantages, even if they were not particularly well received. With an additional piece of land, they faced fewer obstacles in business, all of which were promising developments. However, having ascended to the ranks of landholding nobility, the Palmer family now harbored even greater aspirations. Torn between the fear of falling back into obscurity and the desire for respect, human ambition indeed knows no bounds. As for the sisters, Derek managed to restrain himself. With his fiancée soon to be seen, there was no need to rush in the next couple of days. Lacking even this modicum of self-control, he ought not to be involved at all. David did not linger long. He delivered gifts and the sisters, staying for merely 2 days before departing. Derek commenced the journey that had been delayed for 2 days. This time, Derek did not set forth merely with his knightly guards. In preparation for the imminent southern nobility, half of the entire St. Michael Legion was mobilized, and a substantial portion of the private army trained by the Augusta family for half a year was also brought along. A grand assembly of 5,000 to 6,000 individuals formed an army, advancing robustly towards the city of Pran. In truth, the urgency of the southern nobility was beyond imagination. The 2nd Legion of the North was still en route, while a contingent of knights composed of southern nobles had already arrived at Pran. By the time Derek reached, they had been there for several days. The grim news was confirmed, and the southern nobility erupted in fury. After waiting for 10 long years, they finally seized this opportunity, only to be outmaneuvered by the barbarians. Just as hope emerged, they were betrayed by their allies. The situation was truly dire, and it was no wonder the southern nobility was beside themselves with rage. Moreover, with their economic ascendance, the southern nobles had not relaxed their pursuit of martial prowess. With substantial investments, they had indeed cultivated a commendable cadre of knights. The armaments of the southern knights surpassed those of their northern and royal counterparts. In recent days, representatives of various regions' knights had clashed over a dozen times. The most unfortunate were the knights representing the central nobility from the royal capital, who were soundly defeated by any opposing faction. Interestingly, the northern knights and southern knights ended up at an impasse. As the Northern Knights stood aghast, all eyes turned towards the Southern Knights with newfound respect. The old Earl and the elder generation of Northern Knights truly realized the decline of the new generation of Northern Knights. The consequence of this decline was the swelling arrogance of the Southern Knights, i.e. the absence of large-scale military confrontations. Whichever faction's knights excelled in combat would undoubtedly gain greater influence. If the momentum of the Southern Knights could not be curbed, the previously delineated territories among the three factions would clearly become irrelevant. It was unreasonable for the powerful to cower, while the weak spoke loudly. In such an atmosphere, messengers urging Derek arrived in waves, sometimes over a dozen in a single day. The originally leisurely Viscount, who was preparing to meet his fiancée, reverted to a state of furious indignation. A group of inept warriors had been bested by a band of female knights, hindering his important affairs. Unable to see his fiancée, return home, or witness the sisters. No, scratch that. The absence of the Viscount's most cherished subjects, the commoners, was truly a significant setback. This time, even the noble attendants, including Valou, did not dare to point out the Viscount's minor misstatements. The new generation of Northern Knights achieving parity with the Southern Knights was, indeed, a humiliating affair. In reality, martial prowess had always been the Northern Knights' greatest asset. Once this image was shattered, the resulting chain reaction would be dreadful. The already scarce political resources would likely diminish further. Given the implications for the overall interests of the Northern nobility, no one dared to underestimate the situation. The only piece of good news was that Viscount Derek had yet to take action. 2 months of training had not only transformed everyone but also fostered a blind trust in Derek. The irascible Viscount finally abandoned the larger forces, galloping forth with his attendants. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Pran, he was informed that the old Earl had taken the Northern nobility to the military camp, where the recent knightly contest had been held. Derek took a detour and approached the military camp outside the city. From a distance, he spotted a cluster of knights' triangular banners and noble flags fluttering in the breeze. It seemed a contest had just concluded, and a group was celebrating. As Derek drew near, he overheard someone shouting, "Tell that brat named Derek to hurry up. Once I defeat him, let's see what excuses you all have left." The Northern Knights had fallen into decline. It was now time for the Southern Knights to take their place. Chapter 68, Assertive. Which scoundrel is spouting such nonsense? Do they not know that our Northern Knights are undergoing concentrated training? Derek rode into the center of the field, coldly observing the raucous knight. Where did this lout come from, unaware of the treacherous northern roads? The southern nobles might not comprehend, but the northern and royal nobles, having witnessed the peril of the northern terrain, vividly recalled the imagery of a skull cracked open upon impact. The result of such treachery was death by misfortune. Yet, the southern nobles appeared oblivious to this context. Particularly, the knight who had been loudly taunting Derek flushed with embarrassment. Sensing Derek's youth, he dismissed him as just another northern barbarian. "Kid, if you have the guts, come over and taste my iron fist. Your words might charm the tavern songbirds, but they won't save you here." A throng of knights from the Augusta family arrived, expertly controlling their steeds as they occupied a small section of the field. The surrounding northern and royal nobles instinctively created space for them. At that moment, as the southern knight uttered those words, all gazes turned towards him as if he were a corpse. Clearly, the ground today was treacherous. Valou clenched his fists, eager to eliminate the adversary on the spot. The attendants surrounding him nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Unbeknownst to them, this group of knightly attendants had undergone a complete transformation. Had it been 2 months prior, such a reaction would have been unthinkable. They would not have possessed such audacity. Yet Derek would not be deterred. A little showboating might not be such a bad thing. Just like now, the Southern Knights had amassed considerable animosity, and the rewards for defeating him were substantial. Removing his cloak with one hand, Derek tossed it carelessly behind him. "Knight, I hope your iron fist can earn my admiration." Derek sneered. Otherwise, he would be in for a world of trouble. Those who could boast deserved forgiveness. Those who could not should face dire consequences. He lightly nudged his steed's belly with his toe, and the horse understood his intent. Such training had been repeated countless times before. The steed surged forward, rapidly closing the gap. The Southern Knight might have expected a ritual before the duel, but the distance between them was ample for him to react. "Despicable!" Derek was already upon him, eschewing words as he swung his knight's sword in a cleaving arc. His stance clearly indicated he would not hold back. Should he succeed in slaying Derek, he would not hesitate to do so. In truth, no one was a fool. Seeing Derek's stance, they could likely deduce his identity. Regardless of his martial prowess, his command abilities were undeniably exceptional. For the Southern nobility, he represented a political rival. Eliminating this political adversary would be a significant gain. Derek discerned their intent, but found it too slow. Having attained the rank of a level 5 elite knight, the gap between him and ordinary knights had widened drastically. The all-encompassing superiority crushed any possibility of losing in a one-on-one combat scenario. He even refrained from drawing a weapon, opting instead to seize the sword's blade with his gauntlet hand. Bold? Everyone gasped. Gauntlets were not invincible, and a severe cleave could still cause injury. Nevertheless, Derek had already grasped the long sword, yanking it away with force and effortlessly pulling the knight from his saddle. By the time everyone registered what had transpired, Derek had bound the knight's feet with a rope. Then his steed galloped off, dragging the knight along. Despicable, shameless. This ambush insults the knightly spirit. Release him at once. We concede this bout. The Southern knights flared with outrage, preparing to rush forward to reclaim their comrade. However, the knights of the Augusta family were no pushovers. They drew their swords, forcing the Southern knights back. Derek circled around, tossing the rope to his attendants. A glance revealed that the knight was still alive. Find a pole. Let us see if the Southern scoundrels can rescue him today. He then commanded the herald, sound the drums. That scoundrel Simon should have arrived. Encircle the general's camp. Before the Southern knights could act, the war drums began to echo. Soon, a formidable contingent of armored soldiers surrounded everyone. Only then did Derek leisurely approach the wooden platform beside the training field. He ripped off his gauntlet and hurled it at the face of a familiar northern knight. A bunch of worthless fools. Unable to best a band of women, shall the old earl don armor and fight himself? The knight struck by the gauntlet dared not retaliate. Instead, he scrambled to catch it in a state of panic. As Derek walked on, he kicked at every northern knight he encountered. If they couldn't win a brawl, their wits were clearly muddled. Who are we? Where is this? This is our territory. Next time you lose, just call for the army, and we'll slay them all, claiming it was a bandit raid. Understand? Derek's voice rang out so loudly that even the nobles on either side of the high platform heard him distinctly. The nobles from the royal capital shuddered, sensing an eerily familiar fear. The Southern nobles, encountering Derek for the first time, struggled to discern the truth of his words. The old earl, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, hurriedly intervened. Viscount Derek, do not speak recklessly. Derek instantly shifted his demeanor, donning a cheerful expression. I am soon to marry your esteemed granddaughter. I shall show you some respect. Please, old earl, take a seat. I will handle this matter. Nearby, that unfortunate Southern knight, already tied to a pole by Valou, was being used as a makeshift kite. His condition seemed dire. He offered no cries for help. That I end this situation. It would be strange if the Southern nobles did not react. This time, the Southern nobles dispatched 2 earls to take action. Leading the knights was Earl Robert Lovett, who, witnessing Derek's increasingly outrageous behavior, could no longer contain himself, stating, Viscount Derek, please return my knight. I will overlook the ambush in the duel. Upon hearing this, Derek laughed, realizing that this earl had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Viret, drop that tattered rope from your hands and hurry over here. Viret was delighting in dangling the unfortunate Southern knight, finding great satisfaction in such antics for the first time. Upon hearing Derek call for him, he promptly scampered over. My lord, take your attendants and give that Southern wench a good thrashing. Remember, 1 by 1. Adrian, you lead a few formal knights to hold the line. Let me see if the Southern knights are truly worth their salt. Once all arrangements were made, Derek turned to face Count Lovett. Your Excellency, if my formal knights can win 3 matches, I shall hand over the defeated. If not, they shall hang in defeat until the Southern nobility yield and bow their heads, avoiding me in the future. However, such sentiments need not be voiced. Everyone understood the implications. Count Lovett found himself in a precarious position. To refuse would mean a total loss of face. Moreover, he had little doubt that Derek's knights would not be so weak as to lose 3 straight matches. Those knights and attendants, regardless of whether they were truly formal knights or merely impostors, could hardly conceal their youth, making deception unlikely. Chapter 69. The duelvirate was elated to receive the task. The past 2 months in the training camp had been nothing short of dismal, marked by 2 words: utter domination. Aside from his fellow squire companions, every knight in the camp could easily overpower this group of attendants. Despite their similar ages, the disparity in strength was quite pronounced. Although everyone felt they had made significant progress over the 2 months, without a target to practice against, they could never truly experience the thrill of overwhelming victory. Now, a fine set of targets lay before them. The Southern knights were already aware of the wager proposed by Derek. Whether for their own honor or to rescue their comrades, they could not afford to be timid. This time, they were here to seize victory from the jaws of defeat, fully prepared for various hardships. The nobles on the wooden platform were also attentive to the contest. Viret, though competent, ranked merely in the middle tier among formal knights. The northern nobility expressed concern. After all, Viret had a formidable reputation, and just recently, he had faced knights even stronger than himself. Conversely, the southern and royal nobles held a different perspective. Upon glancing at Viret, they noted his youth. What good was it if he could outmatch his peers? Those robust southern knights, at the same age, should surely be able to best a younger version of Viret. The old count quietly approached Derek, ensuring no one was listening, and inquired softly, "Derek, what are your chances?" 10 out of 10. You aren't deceiving me, are you? Fear not. My titled knights will not lose, a cadre of elite knights, all of levels 3 and 4. Were commendable even among titled knights. Furthermore, having just emerged from battle, and without a single day of relaxation and training, if such elite knights could not best their opponents, then they ought to reconsider their vocation. Unlike the old count, Derek was unashamed. If he were to lose in a fit of anger, he would dare to overturn the table, and no matter how strong the titled knights were, how many charges from a knightly order could they withstand? While the two conversed, Viret had already toppled a southern knight. He was now joyously parading around the arena with the opponent's helmet in hand. What a show-off, Derek couldn't help but mutter, questioning the need to waste energy at such a moment. The southern knights began to stir. They did not underestimate Viret due to his age, dispatching their best, only to be caught off guard by a loss. Yet, Viret continued to topple 5 more southern knights before he finally withdrew. Panting, the murmurs among the onlookers became impossible to ignore, and the noble etiquette was thrown aside as this Viret, the rising star of the northern knights. The southern knights had indeed gathered intelligence on Viret, but they had not anticipated such strength. Clearly, there had been a significant error in their assessments. After Viret stepped down, the southern knights believed they could finally breathe easy. However, the subsequent performances of the squire knights brought them nothing but shame. A succession of formal knights challenged the southern knights, achieving a win rate of just 10%, with no consecutive victories in sight. Count Lovett could no longer restrain himself, leaning over the edge of the platform. Were it not for the armrest, he might have toppled off. Those nobles nearby could hear him muttering, "How is this possible? This cannot be." After 10 years of diligent effort, he had believed he had caught up with the northern knights. The previous displays by the southern knights had been commendable, showing no weaknesses against anyone they faced. He had even thought that the rise of the southern faction was imminent, but that dream was now shattered. Derek not only slapped him in the face but continued to do so, unceremoniously, as he proclaimed, "You are far from the mark." Count Lovett could not endure such a stark contrast. He growled quietly, "Let the titled knights take the field." His visit to the north was not merely predicated on the strength of these ordinary knights. The titled knights the southern nobility had gathered and trained over the years were their greatest asset. The royal council had always been the stage for these titled knights, and now, it was their time again. Defeating 3 northern knights would secure victory, even if it meant a loss of face. It would be far better than the current humiliation. The titled knights received the silent cue, yet they were reluctant to engage. The count's interests did not necessarily align with theirs. At least, their knightly honor made it difficult to lower their standards. However, the pressure from the great nobility was not easily borne. Especially with the relentless pressure mounting, it ultimately led them to abandon their honor. Just then, a knight adorned with a flamboyant crest stepped forward. Igniting a spark of excitement, a formidable contender had emerged. Titled knights represented the pinnacle of knighthood, each title earned through numerous tournaments. While some knights might be lacking, those universally acknowledged as titled knights were assuredly of high caliber. In Derek's eyes, such titled knights were likely equivalent to level 9 or 10 formal knights, or even elite knights. Each was clad in heavy armor, capable of charging into battle with ferocity. Derek quickly gestured for them to let each knight experience the challenge. Opportunities for such free practice were rare. Sparring with comrades could not compare to the current atmosphere. The psychological pressure was entirely different. Derek aimed for the squires to feel the weight of genuine pressure early on. Consequently, the titled knights, begrudgingly stepping into the fray, had to contend with a barrage of challenges from the squires. It was utterly humiliating. A titled knight reduced to bullying squires would surely tarnish their reputation. Initially, they attempted to go all out to intimidate the challenging squires, but soon discovered that this only served to spur them on. Even Viret, who had taken a break, returned to engage in several rounds of spirited exchanges. "Now this feels right," This is the spirit of the Northern Knights, the old Count suddenly remarked. For years, he had sensed a lack of vigor among the Northern Knights. Now, he could feel that spirit emanating from these squires. No wonder the number of titled knights had dwindled in recent years. The Northern Knights had that raw enthusiasm, ready to leap into action. Shameless, do you intend to exhaust our strength? Count Lovett could not suppress his indignation. At this rate, what is the point of continuing? If you have the ability, let your men tire us out. I see your knights outnumber ours. Derek shot back without hesitation. Fortunately, the challenges had come to an end. The series of knights who had taken turns challenging did not expend much energy. Meanwhile, the titled knights engaged in battle were seen conferring with Simon about something. Each side sent out 3 knights, forming a prominent triangular formation. Were they planning for a free-for-all? Such a challenge would be significantly more complex and dangerous. Perhaps they were weary of the successive challenges and sought to resolve matters in one decisive battle. Chapter 70. The Fiancé. Derek smiled. He was uncertain regarding the Southern Knights' tactical prowess, but this was undoubtedly a strong suit of the Northern Knights. While martial skills could be honed through practice, physical talent could offer considerable advantages. Tactical experience was essential. Some might argue that a simple 3-on-3 contest bore no relation to tactical formations. However, any endeavor requiring cooperation, despite achieving 99% proficiency through rehearsal, demanded the last 1% to be earned through blood and sweat. The Southern Knights might have a 20 to 30% chance in one-on-one encounters, given that various factors could influence the outcome. Yet, in a 3-on-3 scenario, Derek believed their chances would plummet to a mere 10%. The Southern Knights, however, appeared oblivious to this reality. Even the old Count could see it now. We have one. To be honest, Count Pereira felt immense pressure. The Southern Knights' performance was beyond what words could describe. He had not anticipated that within a mere decade, the Southern faction would close the gap. Nevertheless, in the realm of warfare, they still fell short. However, one mustn't forget that the Northern Territories would face no shortage of conflicts in the future and might find themselves overtaken. The weight of that pressure remained palpable. Meanwhile, both sides of knights had removed the spearheads from their lances and donned heavy armor. This signified that things were about to get serious. Do not be misled into thinking that removing the spearheads ensured safety. The sheer force of a charging warhorse could fracture bones and sever tendons. Falling from a galloping steed could very well mean death. Under such circumstances, even the titled knights could not escape the tension. Their movements growing rigid. In contrast, the knights of the Augustus family remained relaxed, even trotting their steeds in preparation for battle. The warhorses sensed the heavy atmosphere, their instincts kicking in, causing them to become slightly agitated. Moderate tension can unleash a more formidable power within them. Both sides, in unison, lowered their visors and formed their respective ranks. How tightly they were aligned. This time, even the Southern Knights could perceive a distinct difference. The knights of the Augusta family stood almost shoulder to shoulder, their steeds positioned perilously close. The cavalry charge was not akin to a solid wall. There was typically a safety distance maintained, both to allow for maneuverability and to prevent friendly fire and accidents. Yet the knights of the Augusta family seemed to defy this norm. Derek smiled. This was a manifestation of their training and combat synergy, a testament to their knightly prowess. Any lesser skilled knight would have hesitated to act in such a manner. The advantage of such close coordination, of course, lay in their ability to dominate within a confined space. As both sides charged, 3 wooden poles intermingled in a chaotic dance. The areas under attack varied significantly, as did the density of the assaults. This opposing intertwining left little room for excess opportunity. The dull thud of impact echoed as the mounted knights were thrown into the air, only to crash back down violently onto the ground. The knights of the Augusta family swiftly circled around, while the Southern Knights, despite managing to pivot through personal prowess, became more dispersed. One final charge. The last Southern Knight, at least, did not forget the honor of knighthood, gritting his teeth as he launched himself forward, only to be unceremoniously knocked to the ground, defeated, so starkly clear. Count Lovett was reluctant to accept it, yet reality brooked no denial. A bitter expression crept across his face. Who knew how long he had endured, believing he could make a stunning impact, only to be harshly subdued. I concede. The Southern Knights are inferior to the Northern Knights. Please, Lord Derek, return my knights to me. We are willing to accept the previous territorial divisions, and will send you a token of apology shortly. Count Lovett's concession was clean and decisive. To lose was to acknowledge defeat. This failure, at worst, could be revisited a decade hence. But losing the hearts of the people would be an irretrievable disaster. Having led the southern nobility to ascendancy over nearly a decade, Count Lovett was not a stubborn man. Moreover, he had not left empty-handed. At least the southern knights had earned a reputation, ensuring they would not easily suffer in this regard again. Wouldn't you agree, Marquis Hussein? The nobility of the royal capital now bore the utmost disgrace. They could hardly contend with the northern knights, and had previously resorted to scorn the southern savages and looked down upon the northern brutes for their wealth, always managing to find some semblance of superiority. But now, best left unspoken, it was foreseeable that the forces representing the traditional nobility and the crown would not fare well in the coming years, unless they exhibited exceptional prowess in the forthcoming wars. Yet, even they lacked confidence. At this juncture, Derek could not pursue a merciless extermination. He even pondered why he could not simply find a few inept opponents. Instead, he encountered cunning adversaries at every turn. Count Lovett was particularly adept at yielding, bowing his head when required. Turning away, Derek also altered his demeanor, revealing a smile. It was all a misunderstanding, Count Lovett. As for the token of apology, I shall have someone come to collect it. Little fox, shameless, Count Lovett cursed inwardly. In the eyes of the other party, Derek was no different. A competent noble was, after all. Just that. No one mentioned the previously delineated boundaries again. The southern nobility had earned respect, yet also provoked animosity. A feeble opponent would not garner attention. At this moment, the northern nobility would naturally not weaken the royal capital's nobility to bolster the southern nobility's competitiveness. On the contrary, they would seize any opportunity to suppress them. Following the clash of blades and swords, the upper echelons of nobility resumed their facade of hypocrisy. Baron Pereira and Marquis Hussein jointly hosted a banquet, extending hospitality to the southern nobles who had traveled from afar. They expressed gratitude for the noble camaraderie shown by the southern nobles who journeyed such great distances to offer support. At least on the surface, there was no sign of discord, conflict without rupture, and our Lord Derek finally encountered the pivotal objective of this journey. At the banquet, the meticulously adorned Miss Tiona made her appearance. A group of knights graciously carved out a small space, allowing the two young people to converse briefly. To be honest, Tiona could certainly be deemed beautiful, especially in this era. However, having been accustomed to the four great sorceries of his past life, Derek was not swayed merely by her beauty. Lord Derek, is this our first formal meeting? No, Miss Tiona. I have seen you before at the knightly order. I have heard tales of your exploits. Truth be told, I am quite curious, and how do you find the Palmer sisters? Tiona abruptly shifted the topic, catching Derek off guard. As expected, there are no secrets that remain concealed. To be honest, I have yet to meet them. Derek was already contemplating how to respond. Although the dissolution of this engagement had not been a catastrophic blow, the old count still regarded him favorably. In truth, I am more aware of the intricacies between nobles than you might imagine. And I even feel fortunate that you chose to meet me directly. Lord Derek, I hope we can forge a beautiful marriage. The Miss of the Perez family will become your greatest ally. I require only a modicum of respect. Chapter 71. Dispatch. Derek understood the implications of that modicum of respect. The affairs among the nobility could sometimes be staunchly loyal, making one believe they were witnessing a faith. Yet, more often than not, they were steeped in decadence to a degree that even bards could not fabricate exaggerated tales. Derek admitted to being a hypocrite. He could accept the idea of playing with another man's wife, but could not bear the thought of his own being played with. Thus, he promptly clarified his stance. I can offer you respect, but perhaps not in the manner you envision. Miss Tiona found nothing strange about this. Such sentiments were not uncommon among nobles. While she was willing to accept Derek's reality of infidelity, it did not mean she felt entirely devoid of resentment. There was likely a reason behind her utterance. However, at least for now, before bearing her first child, she harbored no other intentions. This was the duty and responsibility of a noble wife. To transgress even a little, and not even her own family would support her. When Derek made his position clear, she naturally did not feel angered. Instead, she responded with a radiant smile. If you can grant me more respect, everything will unfold as you desire. Wanting to play the honest game? Not a problem. Transforming the Viscountess into a countess, basking in greater power and glory, would equally satisfy the desires of a noble lady. No issue at all, and before you ascend further in titles, you will experience the honor of the matriarch of the Augusta family. Derek was exceedingly confident. Although the Augusta family was merely a shell at present, its strength was not to be underestimated. Being a countess might not necessarily bestow more prestige than being a viscountess. Tiona's request was entirely reasonable. Political marriages were destined to be relatively equitable. One could not unilaterally impose demands upon the other. The first formal meeting between the two was thus marked by a mutual understanding. Consequently, they arranged to meet again the following day, if their initial interactions before marriage proved satisfactory. The next step would be the formal wedding. Watching Miss Tiona depart, Derek fell into a reverie. The power of the old nobility should not be underestimated. Though the events that transpired prior to his arrival were not particularly confidential, they were not widely known either. Upon his arrival in Pran City, even Tiona was aware of them. Clearly, the Perez family had their spies within the Augusta territory. Derek chose not to dwell on it. Such occurrences were entirely normal, akin to his own actions. As he reintegrated into the banquet, Derek acted as though nothing had transpired. Miss Tiona had come specifically to meet him, yet he had more socializing to undertake. The Baron of Perez would not mention the matter either. It was a matter for the younger generation, and even if it fell through, he had other granddaughters. The union between their families would not be altered by this. The absolute combination of interests rendered the personal desires irrelevant, even the identities of those involved inconsequential. In the days that followed, Derek met with Miss Tiona on multiple occasions, their rapport proving to be quite compatible. However, this marriage felt more like a business transaction, with emotions to be nurtured only after the wedding. Another significant matter was to monitor the handover of the southern nobility. Thus, the entire St. Mila province fell entirely under the dominion of the Rock Kingdom. The forthcoming counteroffensive from the St. Cross Kingdom would be exceedingly feeble. Yet Derek dared not relax. He remained acutely aware that the St. Mila province was not conquered by the Rock Kingdom. The barbarian kingdom had exerted considerable effort, inciting war between the two nations merely for a few years of tranquility. Whether it was Baron Perez or others, they were now on guard. Derek could only suppress his doubts. Heavy snow began to fall again, heralding the arrival of a new year. This marked Derek's second New Year spent in this world, in contrast to his previous celebration with the Ferreira family. This time he found himself within the Augusta territory. Alone and solitary, he represented the frailty of the Augusta surname. The knightly retainers also briefly returned home for the holidays, and the army gradually commenced its rotations. With the arrival of the heavy snow, nearly all human activities ground to a halt. Derek returned to the Augusta estate, preparing to endure his first solitary winter. Of course, he also encountered the three sisters of the Palmer family. This winter did not feel so cold after all. Unlike the spirited Miss Tiona, the Palmer sisters exuded a more alluring charm, imbued with a touch of feminine grace, following a hedonistic and desolate new year. As the heavy snow gradually subsided, the farmers, who had rested for nearly a month, began to stir. Production would slowly resume. In another month, the prelude to spring plowing would commence. During this interlude, guests from the northern provinces arrived from afar. Third brother, Sheriff rode the brown steed Derek had gifted him, clad in a suit of iron armor. Though his face was reddened by the cold, his expression radiated exuberance. A segment of the Ferreira family, which has found itself at a disadvantage, has come to seek refuge with Derek alongside Sharif. Nobility, as is often the case, is invariably accompanied by a plethora of distant relatives. Many of these individuals may not be well known to Derek. Yet they ultimately form a valuable talent pool from which he can select. In dealing with these newcomers, Derek refrains from outright rejection or cold treatment. Instead, he extends certain privileges. Competent individuals may be assigned roles, while those eager to learn can begin their studies. For those lacking both ability and ambition, the Knight Simon's whip may serve as a lesson. Derek, who has earned his title through military merit, is not inclined to be excessively lenient. However, Sharif is afforded a different treatment, being his younger brother. Having inherited the memories of this body, there exists a modicum of sentiment. Moreover, Sharif is no idle heir. Having completed his knightly training, he is unlikely to be a burden. As Derek's influence gradually shifts towards this region, Sharif finds himself unable to remain at home any longer and hastens to join him. He is eager to achieve great deeds, aspiring to follow in his elder brother's footsteps. Just as Derek is beginning to experience solitude, he welcomes Sharif's arrival with open arms. Upon his arrival, Derek promptly assigns him a task. Sharif, there is a matter that only you can handle in the capacity of my brother. What is it? Do you require me to take up arms? No, it merely involves contacting someone, though it must remain confidential and carries its own dangers. If you can successfully complete this task, I shall grant you a knight's title, Derek states solemnly. This is not merely a gesture of brotherly affection. On the contrary, it is quite perilous. He had contemplated sending someone else. Yet time permits only a swift round trip. Others could not adequately represent him, whereas Sharif's identity is perfectly suited for the task. Although it does not involve combat, the prospect of receiving a knight's fief is a rare opportunity. Sharif willingly accepts the mission, and Derek subsequently details the assignment, providing several contingency plans. Sharif, when faced with a decision, act decisively. I will bear all consequences. Remember, be resolute. I understand. Decisiveness. Even a wrong decision is preferable to indecision. The more decisive you are in such circumstances, the more trust you will garner from others. Chapter 72. A visit to the Sword of God. Upon arriving in the Northern Territories, Sharif does not pause for a moment's rest before embarking on his journey southward once more. This is not due to Derek's insistence, but rather the necessity of preparation. Once winter passes, the Kingdom of the Holy Cross will undoubtedly return with renewed vigor. By that time, the situation may prove to be even more dire. Within the Kingdom of Locke, regional politics have evidently reached a critical juncture. This is apparent from the attitudes of the nobility across various locales. At its core, it is the discord stemming from the distribution of power. Sharif is convinced that, should the opportunity arise, the southern nobility and the royal capital will seize the chance to deplete their own resources. The province of St. Michael, due to unique circumstances, has not appointed a governor nor established a nominal commander-in-chief. This year may be particularly challenging for them. In such a context, Derek dares not place his hopes in others. He does not harbor the notion of unwavering loyalty to the king. However, his territory stands firmly on the front lines. Advancing westward from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, Birch Fortress is certainly one of the most advantageous routes. Some may argue that the Kingdom of the Holy Cross has already suffered greatly at Birch Fortress and will likely opt for alternative paths. Yet, there are myriad ways to deceive, and no one can predict the lengths to which an ally might go. Moreover, there may be those who wish to leverage the name of Birch Fortress to prove a point. Wouldn't you agree, Count Connell of the Sword of God? Sharif, braving the light snow, sets forth on his journey eastward accompanied by a retinue of attendants. The Kingdom of the Holy Cross and the Kingdom of Locke share a common origin. Despite their intermittent conflicts, however, the private exchanges among the nobility of both realms have never ceased. War is war, business is business, and personal relations are personal relations. This is the absurdity of the era, where even nobles who have been captured may find themselves celebrating alongside their conquerors, not merely as prisoners, but as honored guests. For war is, at its core, a game among kin, where victories and defeats are but a matter of shared libations. The intrigues and decaying romance of the nobility continue to unfold incessantly. Sharif and his entourage, naturally, do not attract undue attention. In reality, aside from the most intense periods of conflict, trade between the two nations' nobility has never ceased. However, traveling during this season proves to be quite arduous. It takes Sharif half a month to reach his destination. The individual he intends to visit does not reside within the territories of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. But due to the ongoing war, he remains in this region. The defeat has dealt a significant blow to him. His political adversaries will not miss the opportunity to launch scathing criticisms. Count Connell of the Sword of God finds himself in a particularly precarious situation. Yet to claim that this setback would lead to his complete undoing would be naive. Even if he were to suffer a few more defeats, it is unlikely the king would consider relieving him of command. Father, this may actually be a blessing in disguise. The Locke people are exceedingly troublesome, and I doubt a counteroffensive would succeed. His eldest son attempts to console him. Humph, what do you know? If I were in command, I would certainly enlist the barbarians to join our ranks. They have not gained much this time, and if they choose to sit idly by, they will find themselves at a disadvantage. A two-pronged attack would greatly increase the likelihood of reclaiming the province of St. Michael. Count Connell has long since devised a strategy. Should the barbarians seize significant gains and plunder a substantial population, they may opt to consolidate their power for a few years. However, aside from losses, the plundered populace has been intercepted, rendering their efforts futile. While the task of restraining both nations has been accomplished, the impetus for growth has dissipated, necessitating a change in strategy. If the Kingdom of the Holy Cross were to promise benefits, it might not be impossible to sway their decision. Moreover, after a winter of preparation, both the king and the church have made ample arrangements, ensuring the Locke forces will face considerable challenges. Count Connell meticulously analyzes these scenarios for his eldest son. Drawing from his own experiences, in reality, this counteroffensive is seen by many as an excellent opportunity for merit. Would the new army commander overlook the barbarians? You still have a chance, and no need to ponder. The new army commander, provided he possesses any sense, will certainly not overlook this point. If the selection has already been made, messengers have likely already arrived in barbarian territories. Count Connell does not believe he is the only one who has considered this. It is likely that emissaries from the Kingdom of Locke are also present among the barbarians. How the barbarians choose to act will depend on their king's discernment and the emissaries' capabilities. However, he is confident that, given the barbarians' demonstrated acumen, they will not make erroneous choices. Thus, Count Connell feels a sense of frustration, having missed an excellent opportunity to redeem his honor. While the father and son engage in conversation by the fireside, a servant suddenly enters. "My lord, there are guests seeking an audience." Count Connell pauses, uncovering the blanket draped over his lap. Those who can convey messages to him through the door are clearly not of ordinary standing. This attire is hardly suitable for receiving guests. The visitor identifies himself as Sharif Ferreira from the Kingdom of Locke. Although the name is unfamiliar, Count Connell has taken note of the Ferreira lineage. Particularly in light of the recent conflicts, he correctly deduces the visitor's identity. How intriguing! It seems this Northern Knight is not merely an exemplary general, but also a politician. I wonder how adept he truly is. Count Connell finds himself intrigued. It is evident that Derek has sent someone to visit him at this particular moment with a purpose. He is uncertain of the visitor's political acumen. He harbors no aversion to engaging in some form of negotiation, maintaining a clandestine connection between their families. To speak plainly, should he one day find himself captured on the battlefield, invoking his name might afford him some leniency. Let him in. I wish to see what this Northern Knight seeks. Count Connell reclines back in his chair, even allowing himself to sink into its depths, pulling the blanket back over him. When dealing with nobles from his own realm, he naturally upholds a semblance of authority, particularly at this juncture, where any hint of weakness could invite speculation. However, in the presence of a guest from the Kingdom of Locke, a more relaxed and intimate demeanor is advantageous for mutual communication. Moreover, there is little authority to maintain. He has just suffered a significant defeat, and any attempt at posturing would likely elicit scorn. Before long, the travel-worn Sharif enters. What a brash youth, muses Count Connell, noting that he would have tidied himself up before the meeting. However, youthful brashness is not necessarily a flaw. Obstinacy can indeed be a commendable trait. Today may either unfold smoothly or prove quite tumultuous. Chapter 73. I desire to divide and conquer. Count Connell gestures towards the seat before him, speaking softly. "Please have a seat. Since returning from the residence of Baron Derek, I have felt somewhat unwell, so I shall remain seated." This is Sharif's first encounter with the Count at such proximity, and he discreetly surveys his surroundings. Sensing a slight pressure, however, recollecting his elder brother, who has caused the Count considerable losses, alleviates some of his trepidation. Sharif recalls Derek's instructions and, after taking a seat, candidly states his purpose. "Baron Derek is my brother. He has sent me to confer with the Count regarding certain matters." "Oh? I am eager to hear Baron Derek's insights. What counsel does he offer to one who has suffered defeat at his hands?" The sarcasm in the statement would likely have been dissected by a seasoned negotiator. However, Sharif did not respond, but rather stated his intention directly. "We hope you can influence the marching route of the army of the Holy Cross Kingdom to bypass Birch Castle." This statement was rather too blunt. Count Connell found it inappropriate to reply directly. At that moment, his eldest son stepped forward. "In your dreams, we are thoroughly prepared this time, with an army of 100,000 heading to Birch Castle. Let that rascal Derek wait for his demise." To which he added, "In that case, you will need to prepare another 50,000 lives to fill in. This time, the commander is not my father. If death comes, so be it. Shall we surrender then? I wonder if the new commander will earn the favor of your king as a result." The sheriff's words struck at the opponent's Achilles heel. Compared to Derek's misfortune, they were far less inclined to see a successor rise in stature. Just as the eldest son seemed ready to argue further, Count Connell waved his hand and, gazing intently at the sheriff, said, "I understand your intentions, and I can acquiesce to your request, but I have a few conditions." "Please, go on." "I require a barony with a population exceeding 10,000, generating annual tax revenues exceeding 1,000 gold coins." "Can a viscount grant this?" Before the sheriff arrived, Derek had analyzed numerous potential outcomes for him. Armor, weapons, war horses, and population. These were all possible demands from Count Connell. He had also received authorization to agree to certain conditions on Derek's behalf if the situation called for it. Given that opportunities were scarce, should contact be delayed until a subsequent occasion, it was likely that the army of the Holy Cross Kingdom would have already arrived. Yet, the sheriff did not anticipate that Count Connell would present such a condition. Do not be misled by the seemingly modest size of a barony. In reality, there are fewer than 100 noble families above the rank of baron in the Kingdom of Locke, and the Ferreira family has only managed to reach a similar level over the years. The appetite of the other party was considerable. This was a piece of territory substantial enough to establish a family legacy. The sheriff was aware that his third brother possessed such a territory, yet he could not simply bestow it upon the other party. But if he refused, would there still be a chance for negotiation? He did not believe that the army of the Holy Cross Kingdom would necessarily triumph, yet his brother had emphasized the importance of this matter. Be decisive. The sheriff recalled his brother's admonition as he departed. Very well, I shall agree to your terms, confirming it in the name of the Augusta family. The sheriff gritted his teeth and added, this promise must be fulfilled within 10 years. Impressive. The ambition of Viscount Derek is not to be underestimated. Count Connell applauded. In his view, such a condition could not have been agreed upon solely by the sheriff. It was undoubtedly a scenario rehearsed beforehand by Viscount Derek, and to present such a weighty commitment was clearly beyond the capacity of an ordinary viscount. For the other party to realize this promise, they would have to ascend to the rank of a substantive earl. He was not concerned about the other party breaking their word. In fact, he did not wish for the kingdom to reclaim the province of St. Michael after his own failure. Coincidentally, Count Connell harbored ambitions of his own. From a mere knight, he had developed his family into an earldom. He could not be without aspirations. Sheriff, your courage is commendable. Return and inform Viscount Derek that we can pursue deeper cooperation. I look forward to his favorable news. Count Connell seized the opportunity to propose a few additional conditions, such as trade and war horses. The sheriff was left uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. Derek remained unaware that his brother had made such grand promises on his behalf. He certainly did not anticipate that Count Connell would stipulate a territorial condition. Yet had he been present, he would have agreed. In truth, crisis and opportunity coexisted. The province of St. Michael appeared fraught with peril, caught in a pincer movement. Yet, from another perspective, its location was remarkably advantageous. To the north lay vast expanses of wilderness, the ancestral land of the Holy United Kingdom, which could hardly be deemed barren. Currently occupied by barbarians, the Kingdom of Locke had once amassed strength in preparation to reclaim this territory. Though now caught in a scheming maneuver, securing the province of St. Michael would also signify the reclamation of their ancestral lands. However, the territory of the barbarians still remained, while others perceived danger. Derek saw opportunity. The barbarian kingdom was not recognized by the three kingdoms, even if they had gained some advantage this time. They appeared formidable, yet were in essence weak. The tribal structure represented a relatively low mobilization capacity. The commands of the barbarian king could scarcely reach his own territory. Should they plunder sufficient population this time, perhaps he would have the confidence to implement reforms within the national system. Although the barbarians had begun to adopt our systems and technologies, incorporating some citizens from the old kingdom, they could not alter their intrinsic frailty. My scouts inform me that continuing down the wilderness leads to vast territories suitable for establishing a principality. Moreover, the tribes of the barbarians in this generation are notably few. Observe, by controlling these pivotal points, one could dominate the entire wilderness. This is a land capable of supporting a population of millions. Derek unfurled a rudimentary map, which contained geographical intelligence gathered by his scouts. Given his current status, territorial annexation within the kingdom was impossible. To the southeast, the Holy Cross Kingdom was courting death. Even if they faced defeat 10 times over, they could still ensure their survival. The prolonged stalemate between the Kingdom of Locke and the Holy Cross Kingdom attested to this fact. In truth, had anyone anticipated the threat posed by the barbarians, the province of St. Michael might not have fallen. Consequently, the only option left was to head north. That territory lay beyond the legal jurisdiction of the Kingdom of Locke, according to the Colonial Act. Whoever could seize it would claim it as their own. However, each time colonial wars were waged, they were initiated primarily by the kingdom, making it difficult for individuals to possess such strength. Even if one had the strength, the kingdom would not permit such actions. Yet, Derek believed that if they could leverage war to exhaust the powers of the Holy Cross Kingdom and the Kingdom of Locke in the north, they could buy at least a year and a half's time. A year and a half was ample time to accomplish many things. Everyone believed that the next step for Viscount Derek would be to ascend to the rank of Earl, akin to the Sword of God, crafting a legendary tale of knighthood. However, Derek's vision extended beyond such short-sightedness. If he were to act, he would strive for nothing less than excellence. The temptation to carve out new territories was immense. Ultimately, it hinged on whether the Holy Cross Kingdom would cooperate. Should the ensuing war deplete their own resources, then all hope would be lost. Chapter 74. There is nothing that cannot be sold. At present, all Derek could do was silently roar within himself, I shall become a duke. But he hoped that one day, he could proclaim it boldly as Derek began rehearsing various strategic possibilities with his fellow knights. Others were equally industrious. The quiet winter did not belong to the common folk. The nobility, in contrast, frequented one another even more, especially as the specter of war loomed ever closer. Baron Lovett hosted a banquet, inviting Marquis Hussein to attend. Although the latter had just recently conspired with the northern nobles to outmaneuver Baron Lovett, this did not hinder their ability to sit together, feast, and watch the beautiful dancers perform. This was merely customary socializing. However, once Baron Lovett and Marquis Hussein settled into a corner, several key nobles nearby immediately gravitated toward them, forming a loose circle around them. Those with keen insight understood that the prominent figures likely had confidential matters to discuss and thus refrained from intruding upon their conversation. Those lacking such insight simply would not be present here. Marquis, once again I witness your brilliance. Indeed, a splendid scheme. However, you have truly put us in a tight spot. Baron Lovett spoke half in complaint and half in jest. Naturally, this had no effect on Marquis Hussein. The surrounding nobles of the royal capital even bore smiles. Tio reaped the fruits of victory was not something to be ashamed of. Rather, it was worthy of boasting. Marquis Hussein delicately dabbed his lips and, with restrained demeanor, replied, "Everything is for the king. Then would you be willing to do more for the king?" Baron Lovett seized the opportunity to press on truth. Marquis Hussein had likely surmised the purpose of the banquet prior to arriving. It was merely about those matters. Yet he still came, or rather, he did not refuse as long as there were benefits. Anything could be done. However, under such questioning, in front of the core nobility of the royal capital, he could not directly decline, and of course, for the king, Marquis Hussein's voice grew a touch harsher. Baron Lovett had achieved his objective. He stood up, grasping a bottle of wine, and moved to the window, inviting the Marquis to join him. The two of them shifted, distancing themselves from the other nobles. Now, a little further away, the revelry of the banquet could be heard. Nearby, only a few lanterns lit the garden. Marquis, to speak frankly, we cannot be satisfied with this outcome. The southern nobility had endured in silence for 10 years, so they would not simply relinquish this opportunity. Even the recovery of lost lands from the barbarian kingdom was driven by their efforts, at great expense. Presently, over half of the grain in the province of St. Michael was supplied by them. Were it not for Marquis Hussein, he too would not give up easily. But why should I care? Marquis Hussein refrained from engaging, indifferent to the conversation. Unless you presented something substantial, do not expect me to yield. Baron Lovett silently cursed the old fox and revealed some of his cards. Marquis, over half of the grain in the province of St. Michael is supplied by our southern and central regions. We merely need to exert slight control, and at a critical moment, just a few days, impossible. Marquis Hussein's face turned livid, preemptively rejecting. This does not align with His Majesty the King's interests, but it aligns with yours. We only need to time it appropriately, for instance, when the Holy Cross forces and Derek are mutually exhausted. Baron Lovett spoke rapidly, urgently trying to persuade Marquis Hussein. If the timing is not right, you may refuse. Once Viscount Derek suffers losses, we can jointly exert pressure, and the territory of Augusta can be ceded to you. The allure was undeniably great, and Marquis Hussein found himself hesitating. Although the risks of playing with fire were palpable, he reasoned that the king's possessions were his alone, not his. The words spoken today were unfamiliar to him, yet the king's will reign supreme over all. Count Lovett grasped the situation instantly and emphasized. Indeed, the king's will surpasses all else. The rebellious Viscount Derek is not a loyal subject of the king. He understood that it was a done deal, and no matter how formidable Derek might be, should the supply of provisions dwindle, the true test of his mettle would reveal itself. As for the concern of being burned by the flames he played with, losing the province of St. Michael was of little consequence to Count Lovett. He occupied a position at the rear, with few direct ties to the front lines, and could certainly make his escape if need be. The loss of St. Michael would be inconsequential, as the southern nobility stood to gain nothing, with the king and the northern knights bearing the brunt of the loss. To indulge in solitary gains is to court disaster. The banquet concluded smoothly, and Marquis Hussein easily navigated the inquiries of the attending nobles. Upon returning home, Count Lovett unexpectedly learned that his brother had returned. In the study, Baron Bert was already waiting. Having refreshed himself and donned an appropriate outfit, both bore the Lovett surname, yet his brother Tamir was merely a court baron, struggling to find opportunities in the south. This time, he had arrived in the north even before Count Lovett. However, upon learning of the division agreement among the northern nobility and Marquis Hussein, he had hurriedly made his way to the kingdom of the Holy Cross, and had now finally returned. Count Lovett observed his brother, noting that although he had changed into a different set of clothes, His face bore several new wrinkles, and the fatigue was evident. The whirlwind of travel and the need to contend with certain individuals in the kingdom of the Holy Cross had been exceedingly taxing. Yet the hard work bore fruit, brother. I have made contact with the main commander of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross following this spring's harvest, Duke Sebastian Bruno Fernandez of the Holy Light. It seemed that the esteemed Duke had treated his brother exceedingly well, granting him an opportunity. Count Lovett was astonished. The title of Duke was merely a court designation. Although King Bruno had sought various means to elevate his brother, it still fell short of the dignity of a true duke. Of course, the King of Rock Kingdom had never been concerned with the appearances of dukes, as several royal offspring lived in dire straits. Yet, despite being a duke, did Duke Fernandez possess the requisite strength? Count Lovett soon chuckled, dismissing the concern. Whether he possessed strength or not mattered little, as long as he agreed to Lovett's conditions. Ideally, he would perish alongside Derek and those northern brutes, allowing Lovett to reap the benefits. His brother, Baron Tamir, secretly envied the good fortune of having such a brother. I have assured him that I will provide the location of the granary, and Duke Fernandez has agreed to launch an offensive against the Northern Knights, particularly against the territory of that Viscount Derek. This was of utmost importance. As long as they could utilize the hands of the Holy Cross to weaken the Northern Knights, it would all be worthwhile. As for the granary, Marquis Hussein also controlled a portion of the food supply and could easily forfeit some without difficulty. You mentioned allies. Did Marquis Hussein consent? He clearly stated that he had heard nothing today. Nothing is beyond the realm of betrayal, Count Lovett mused with a self-satisfied smile. Chapter 75. Holding back the big move. Nothing is beyond the realm of betrayal. Marquis Hussein understood this profoundly, prompting him to secretly arrive at the domain of Augusta. But did you believe he was there to betray Count Lovett? That was utterly impossible. A successful plan would yield him greater benefits. And at present, he had no motive for betrayal. In truth, he discreetly disclosed the location of a granary to Derek. Viscount Derek, though the fellows from the south have remained silent, I worry they may be up to no good. I hope my concerns are unfounded. Marquis Hussein wore a mask of deep concern. In reality, this granary was a hidden opportunity he had seized, utilizing the support from the Kingdom of Transport and the nobles of the central region. Originally intended for his own use in the future, it now served an immediate purpose. Derek promptly expressed his gratitude and apologized for any prior misunderstandings. Marquis, I will relay your goodwill to His Majesty the King. Derek stated he had little faith that Marquis Hussein would truly let bygones be bygones, licking the boots of one who had struck him. Everything has its price. What could the Marquis possibly seek? Merely a gesture of goodwill or to inform the king of this matter. Derek would not bring it up, but the other party would. Hussein smiled. Derek's astuteness was truly remarkable. The two exchanged further contingency plans to prevent being caught off guard by the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Once Marquis Hussein departed in secrecy, Derek's expression shifted immediately. Prepare the horses. I must meet the Count. Why, Lord Viscount? At such an hour? The sky was growing dark. What business required such urgency? Yet Derek nodded affirmatively. We must act swiftly. I fear time is of the essence. When Marquis Hussein mentioned the granary, Derek's concerns were magnified. Perhaps the Marquis thought his comment would go unnoticed, but Derek's past experiences taught him to heed the subtle signs. A man like Marquis Hussein could not engage in meaningless actions. Why would he want the king to know he had provided provisions? Clearly, someone intended to exploit the food supply, and he was eager to shed any blame. After all, from the king's perspective, he could tolerate Derek's rebelliousness, even his disloyalty, for such nobles were plentiful within the kingdom. However, he could not abide by Marquis Hussein's disloyalty. Derek was a noble of the fief, a northern knight. Disloyalty was a matter of capability, while arrogance was a display of status. What was Hussein, after all? A title bestowed by the king's favor, a chance granted by dogged loyalty. Did he truly believe himself irreplaceable in the king's eyes? At the very least, before taking his seat at the long table and donning the attire of nobility, Hussein needed to be mindful of his standing and identity. Derek had long harbored worries about the food supply and had taken precautions. However, should the southern nobility and Marquis Hussein conspire, they could resort to even more extreme measures, rendering his prior preparations inadequate. He needed to consult with Count Perez. Among the northern nobility, every household possessed granaries, and they were thoroughly fortified. The northern nobles would excavate their storage pits, dry them with fire, spread ashes at the bottom, lay wooden planks atop, cover them with mats, and place chaff beneath before adding more mats. The walls would be layered with mats and chaff, filled with grain, and sealed with earth a half-meter above the ground. The provisions preserved since the War of Division 30 years ago remained edible today. This was the northern nobility's contingency plan. Should a great army lay siege or the northern knights reignite the war of reconquest, these granaries would be put to use. Clearly, this was a unique circumstance warranting immediate activation. Derek rode through the night, secretly meeting the Count outside the city of Pran. The latter was astonished by Derek's arrival. As an elder northern noble, he was reluctant to believe that Hussein and Lovett could engage in such treachery. Yet the harshness of politics compelled him to acknowledge this possibility. Derek, I will resolve the food supply issue. It will be delivered to you in secret before the Kingdom of the Holy Cross launches its attack. And you must be vigilant. Should they prepare a decisive strike, it will not merely be a matter of cutting off supplies. If I were in their shoes, I would have already established contact with certain individuals in the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, undoubtedly planning an assault on your Birch Fortress. Should a great army besiege the fortress, your troops within would be rendered immobile. They need not breach the castle walls, simply station 50,000 men outside. And what can you do? A westward march of the army would obliterate everything you hold dear. This tactic was exceedingly ruthless, even if the Kingdom of the Holy Cross were to falter. The domain of Augusta would be lost. The subjects, numbering over 100,000, could rival the Count's formidable strength, vanishing in an instant. Derek took heed of the counsel, just as the elder Count had advised. The adversary would undoubtedly be merciless, employing a combination of strikes that were both fierce and urgent. I understand. I will make the necessary arrangements. If the Kingdom of the Holy Cross believes I am a soft target, they are gravely mistaken. Derek had no intention of jeopardizing what he had, and should the Kingdom of the Holy Cross overstep, they would learn the meaning of regret. Upon returning from Pran, Derek emerged from his reverie, entering a frenzied state of action. He had gained a considerable understanding of the geography and environment of the domain of Augusta and the province of St. Michael. Previously hesitant to act decisively, the looming crisis forced him to adopt a firmer stance. On one hand, he was actively mobilizing and training his troops, frequently engaging with the knights, and significantly increasing recruitment, even at the cost of disrupting the spring planting. The price of militarization was that next year's food supply might fall short for the entire domain, based on normal conditions. Meanwhile, Birch Fortress continued to bolster its defenses, with walls reinforced layer upon layer. Provisions stockpiled in abundance, and soldiers packed in like livestock. The preparations clearly indicated an intention to withstand a protracted siege. On the other hand, he did not neglect to encourage the farmers, leading them in excavating waterworks, collecting water, and constructing ponds in anticipation of the planting season. Those who had been monitoring the domain of Augusta failed to detect anything amiss. Derek maintained his previous strategy, steadfastly defending Birch Fortress against the advancing army of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, while the rear territory was undergoing rapid construction, bustling with activity. Given 3 to 5 years, he could undoubtedly fortify his domain to the point of impenetrability. A new wave of warlike blood would emerge among the northern nobility, further constraining the survival space of other nobles within the kingdom. Yet for now, I find it amusing that Viscount Derek is overly naive, solely focused on diligent toil. Youth, in their naivety, remain oblivious to the intricate mechanics that govern this world, believing with unbridled fervor that they possess the power to effectuate change. Chapter 76. Duke Fernand Z.'s The sun rose, winter gradually receded, and the earth began to don a robe of verdant hues. An army of farmers was summoned. Laboring diligently in the fields, Derek, mounted upon his steed, conducted a thorough inspection. The progress exceeded his expectations, if only slightly. The Augusta territory, relatively affluent at least within the province of St. Michael, boasted ample water sources and fertile land. Derek traversed back and forth, ensuring that all operations adhered to the predetermined plan. Upon returning to the city of Augusta, the foundational framework was already taking shape, with the blacksmith's forge ablaze day and night. All surplus weaponry, including heavy armor, was dispatched to the armory. Derek's remarks encompassed the orders of the old count as well. In truth, the weapons and equipment resided within the military storeroom, for the city had yet to acquire any functional capabilities. This vast city now housed only a handful of civilians and lowly artisans. Standing atop the nascent inner wall, Derek's gaze grew increasingly icy. Was it worth sacrificing for victory? He had already arrived at an answer within himself. I am sorry, but I cannot become a saint. Ultimately, he returned to the military camp. Within his domain, a private army of 12,000 men was undergoing training, distributed across various camps. The daily expenditures would leave any noble dumbfounded. Even the Perez family could scarcely withstand such costs. For Derek, the burden was equally daunting. Maintaining this scale of army could lead to bankruptcy within a year. Had he not reaped significant gains in the province of St. Michael, he would have already faced financial ruin. Each year, the payroll alone surpassed 15,000 gold coins, with basic equipment costing an additional 20,000. Were it not for self-sufficient production, he would be perilously close to insolvency by now. Sustaining such a massive military force was undoubtedly a heavy encumbrance. Yet for Derek, if he endured, he might yet manage to sustain it, at least. With half of them dead, the pressure would be alleviated. If he could not endure, then there was nothing more to discuss. Even so, Derek's actions could only be deemed audacious in this world. When considering the overstaffed divisions of the St. Michael Legion, nearly 30% of the military within the entire province lay under Derek's command. Not enough, still not enough. Intensify the training, amplify the conscription efforts. I demand more soldiers, more elites. Derek's commands even instilled a sense of pressure among the knights. However, his personal prestige was sufficient to suppress any dissenting voices. At least until his impending failure die in reality, aside from Derek's endeavors, the entire province of St. Michael was fervently engaged in training, conscription, and fortifying defenses. Years of relative peace between the two nations indicated that the Kingdom of the Holy Cross was poised to launch a grand campaign. The ensuing burden would inevitably fall upon their shoulders. Additionally, domestic support would lag due to various reasons, a consensus that had been reached. Furthermore, the barbarians could not afford to be complacent, which entailed a significant diversion of military resources. The influence of the northern nobility was far stronger than it appeared. The entire northern province, encompassing various territories, was part of the northern aristocracy's domain. This was not merely reflected in military prowess. When Count Perez summoned several prominent nobles for clandestine operations, Derek witnessed it once more. A plethora of grain was swiftly transported to the province of St. Michael through the channels controlled by the northern nobility. As local overlords, concealing their actions from outsiders was an effortless feat. Substantial quantities were pilfered from the bandit Lloyd and smuggled from other marauder territories, even if whispers of their activities escaped. Complete exposure was unlikely. This revelation underscored for Derek the formidable strength of local power brokers in this era. With all preparations proceeding methodically, a gentle spring rain fell, causing the river's shallow waters to swell slightly. News from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross began to trickle in. The king's brother, Duke Sebastian Bruno Fernandez, personally assumed command of the Western expedition. The Holy Cross Church appointed the Cardinal Archbishop as the accompanying military chaplain. The Sword of God, Count Conall Radbur, took on the role of deputy commander, consolidating an army of 200,000 and commencing their westward advance. Recent years of recuperation had propelled the Kingdom of the Holy Cross to its zenith, seizing this opportunity to unleash a wave of aggression. History would later reveal that, had it not been for the barbarians' sudden assault, both nations could have reclaimed lost territories in the north, truly finding themselves besieged from all sides. The onslaught of hundreds of thousands of troops was sufficient to obliterate the nascent barbarian regime. The conflict had now shifted. The province of St. Michael once more disrupted the peace that had been established between the two nations for 30 years. This news ignited fervor within the province of St. Michael. Numerous residual factions began to stir unrest. The last large-scale war of such magnitude had occurred during the disintegration of the Holy United Kingdom. Setting aside the turmoil within the province of St. Michael, discord also erupted within the ranks of the Holy Cross Kingdom's Western Expeditionary Force. Among the 200,000 troops, 150,000 were peasant conscripts hastily assembled from various regions. The Holy Cross Church played a significant role in inciting these serfs, effectively manipulating their grievances. Unsurprisingly, this was also a means to alleviate population pressure. For the nobility, the rampant growth of serfs was seen as a blight, devoid of any value. What they required were robust slaves, skilled artisans, and military talents. Indeed, it may sound absurd, but they would rather purchase expensive skilled slaves than promote talent from among the serfs. Yet this is the stark reality. The ideology of blood superiority is particularly prevalent among the nobility of the Holy Cross Kingdom. Such mental shackles give rise to various societal phenomena that defy logic. Ignorance is merely relative. Perhaps, in the eyes of the nobility of the Holy Cross Kingdom, their convictions are justified, bloodlines represent truth, and God is paramount. Thus, the noble bloodline of Duke Fernandez was elevated to the throne of command. But did he possess sufficient prestige to command the loyalty of the army? Yes, at least until his impending failure, this faade held some weight. However, the Sword of God, Count Conall, also bore noble lineage and, with his fervent faith, garnered the Church's recognition and support. Along with a wealth of military experience, a singular failure could not vanquish him. During their initial meeting, a heated argument ensued. Birch Fortress is a formidable stronghold. We must change our strategy. Have you been so frightened by the Lockmen, my lord? I am the commander here. I shall not agree to that. I suspect you have taken payment from that northern knight. The two parted ways in discontent, while the Cardinal Archbishop maintained a silent, amused demeanor throughout. Upon returning to his tent, Duke Fernandez's fury dissipated instantaneously. Indeed, his anger was merely an act, despite the apparent ferocity of their argument. He had revealed none of his true cards. His connections with Count Levet constituted one of his hidden advantages. Even without this intelligence, he could rely on sheer numbers to prevail, as long as he committed no errors. Victory was assured. The first-time commander of a large army possessed a clear understanding of his situation. Count Connell had the church's backing. Did he, a scion of divine lineage, lack the church's support? These 150,000 peasants represented a transaction between the church and the crown. No one, not a single soul, was prepared to return these 150,000 serfs. The lives of 150,000 would stain the land crimson, paving the way for Duke Fernandez to carve out his domain. This is the unvarnished truth. Chapter 77. The gathering storm of war. Duke Fernandez's ability to secure the king's trust, receiving repeated elevations in rank, land grants, and now the opportunity to formally establish a duchy, speaks volumes. Even the church was willing to make concessions and strike a deal with the crown. How could he possibly appear inept in the eyes of outsiders? At times, one's perception can be deceiving. History itself can be misleading. Should Duke Fernandez fail, history would record him as the inept and incompetent king's brother who squandered the lives of countless men due to the king's favor, ultimately resulting in failure. Conversely, if he succeeded, the king's affection would be seen as prescient, and the duke would be lauded for resolutely assuming the responsibility of reclaiming lost territories, defying the odds. Whether this moment constituted a turning point in history remained uncertain to Duke Fernandez. Yet he recognized that it was a pivotal juncture in his life, allowing for no oversight. It must be acknowledged that, despite his self-perceived brilliance, he possessed scant experience in warfare. This time, his adversary was none other than the infamous Northern Knights, a group that had previously dealt significant blows to the kingdom of the Holy Cross, an undeniable source of trepidation. Committing no errors was the first principle he established for himself. A steady, methodical approach was the true path to success. To be frank, Duke Fernandez was far from a fool. He could even be regarded as a remarkable individual. Just now, after quarreling with Count Connell, he was able to calmly engage with his advisors to discuss the details of the western advance. Your Grace, the Lockmen cannot be trusted. This may be part of their scheme, I am aware, yet there is a greater likelihood of infighting among the Lockmen. They merely seek to exploit me, at the very least. The locations of their granaries cannot be false. Duke Fernandez was acutely aware of the Lockmen's intentions to curry favor with him. However, he desired the granaries, Birch Fortress, and the Augusta territory. He sought dominion over the province of St. Michael and even the northern provinces. Duchies, after all, are not created equal. The MY agreement to the Lockmen's proposition served two purposes. First, to leverage their internal strife to weaken the province of St. Michael. Second, to keep the Northern Knights in check. Only by monitoring them closely could he feel secure. Otherwise, he would have to remain vigilant against their attacks from any direction. The assault from the direction of Birch Fortress should not be underestimated, especially when it comes to the Northern Knights. On the contrary, it reflects a deep regard for them. Duke Fernandez believes that the greatest threat to the province of St. Michael lies within the ranks of the Northern Knights, and thus it is imperative to focus on them. The strategists concur with his assessment, but offer a cautionary note. Your Grace, Count Connell is sure to oppose your plan. That is of no concern. The Duke replied. It is the sword of God. After all, the church's reputation must be upheld. Let him take his self-raised army and attack another direction, thereby distracting the other Lockmen. Duke Fernandez is indifferent to Count Connell. The latter will not bow to him, yet he dares not create chaos at this juncture. Should he do so, the church would be the first to bring him to account. Without the church's protection, Count Connell would find it impossible to maintain his standing within the kingdom. Meanwhile, Count Connell is also deliberating on Duke Fernandez. We have all underestimated this Duke Fernandez. Rubbing his temples, he feels a profound headache. Initially, he believed he could easily outmaneuver this seemingly frivolous noble, but it has become evident that the Duke conceals considerable depth. He is acutely aware that the conscription of so many serfs signifies some form of transaction between the church and the crown. Thus, he is devoid of any delusions about stubbornly resisting the Duke. Such an endeavor would be futile and counterproductive. In reality, Engaging in a quarrel would serve to assert his stance and secure certain rights. Should Duke Fernandez prove wise, he would make concessions. Otherwise, the confrontation shall persist. Connell muses, I can afford to wait. Can he? Connell's eldest son attempts to console him, saying, Father, do not fret too much. Duke Fernandez lacks experience in commanding an army. He will inevitably encounter significant setbacks, and at that point, it will be your turn to rectify the ensuing chaos. Foolishness. Count Connell feels his headache intensifying. His sons are woefully inadequate, and although he wishes to reprimand them, it is too late. He can only explain patiently, if I were the commander, I would also launch an attack from Birch Fortress. The Lockmen have held their ground against us for years, relying heavily on the Northern Knights. That Derek is particularly notable, a paragon of the new generation of Northern Knights. His presence is a threat. Theo sees the province of St. Michael. One cannot bypass them. Politics may allow for compromise, but war does not. If we wish to achieve our objectives through warfare, we must confront the difficulties head-on. Since evasion is not an option, we must keep a close watch on them to prevent greater troubles. Count Connell understands that while his sons possess ample battlefield experience and the capability to command troops, their strategic foresight leaves much to be desired. This, indeed, is a consequence of the family's shallow heritage. During his son's formative years, the Connell family had not yet flourished. Although they were not deprived of basic noble education, they lacked more profound instruction. He himself has navigated this path through trial and error, unable to offer a well-structured legacy. Thus, he harbors a profound envy. How splendid it would be if his sons possessed the same aptitude as that Viscount Derek. Unbeknownst to him, Derek has become an object of envy for others. At this moment, he is utilizing the remaining time to traverse the province of St. Michael, even venturing into the heart of the kingdom of the Holy Cross, circumventing several small border villages. He meticulously surveys the terrain, ensuring he is well informed. However, the kingdom of the Holy Cross has already made preparations, with militias patrolling and local officials and nobles actively gearing up for war. The movement of 200,000 troops is no trivial matter. One should not assume they will simply gather in a cluster. In reality, the army's advance will undoubtedly be divided into several routes, with distinctions between the vanguard and the rear. Additionally, there must be relay stations and granaries established at intervals to replenish supplies. Preparations for provisions must be made in advance to prevent unforeseen circumstances from leading to the army's collapse. In this manner, Derek begins to discern certain truths. Only when the banners of the vanguard of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross appear at the border does he reluctantly return. It appears that the Kingdom of the Holy Cross is resolutely advancing from our side. Pointing at the map, Derek charts a course from Birch Fortress westward, heading straight for the Duchy of Augusta and onward to the city of Pran. If he were the commander of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, he would need to dispatch forces to circumvent the defenses of Marquis Hussein, thereby restraining the troops stationed there. This would allow for a 2-1 advantage in overall strength, and in some areas, even a 10-1 advantage. As the defending party, they would be at a greater disadvantage, leveraging numerical superiority, advancing steadily, and pushing forward incrementally. There is no reason for defeat. Chapter 78. Arrival. Derek gazes at the map. This is a new map he has personally surveyed and corrected. The city of Augusta is ideally situated, lying in a plain through which a river flows, surrounded by fertile fields. Its only drawback is the difficulty of defense, especially when the fortifications are incomplete. Were he to wait a few more years until the city is fully developed and the surrounding castles are established, he would be confident in withstanding an assault of 200,000. However, they are still quite far from that goal. Adrian, take my banner and head to Birch Fortress. I shall provide you with 10,000 men. Conceal them well. Even if the enemy attacks with their full force of 200,000, you must not reveal our entire strength. Understood. Adrian responds without hesitation. He is unaware of Derek's complete plan, but has no doubt about executing his orders. Sheriff, your task this time is to lead a group to evade the war. Take my livestock, the craftsmen, and certain individuals, and seek refuge in my territory in the northern province. Sheriff attempts to object, but Derek shoots him a glare imbued with an authority he has never witnessed before. He instinctively acquiesces. Simon, you shall be the main force this time. Prepare plenty of banners, arrange the newly conscripted militia in order, and be ready for a mass retreat. Do not allow anyone to be captured. Yes, my lord, Simon replies, though he remains perplexed. Your Excellency, gathering everyone together means we are not without the means to fight. If necessary, we can retreat. Why then disperse our forces? Preserving lives while losing territory still holds promise. Enough of your prattle. I have my own plans. Derek does not clarify his intentions. Although there are no precedents in this world, he does not dare underestimate its inhabitants. Countless facts have demonstrated that those who are cunning in this world merely lack perspective, not intelligence. Having made his arrangements, Derek receives word from Count Connell's messenger, who arrives belatedly. Unsurprisingly, the main offensive direction of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross is Birch Fortress. Duke Fernandez has divided his forces into three, two to engage in diversionary tactics and one to mount the main attack. First, they will take the Duchy of Augusta, then concentrate their forces to strike a superior blow against the inferior. Step by step, they will advance cautiously. Though it may not lead to a swift victory, neither will it result in an easy defeat. Such an adversary is undoubtedly the most disheartening. However, although the strategy may pass muster, the actual command capabilities may not be as assured. Once on the battlefield, it can be exceedingly difficult to maneuver the troops as desired. What one intends as a steady advance may not align with the thoughts of frontline officers. The enemy will not permit such ease in achieving objectives. As intelligence continues to flow in, the previously indecisive Marquis Hussein finally begins to lean towards a clear stance. While the southern nobles may disregard the fate of the province of St. Michael, he cannot afford to overlook it. Both the promises of the southern nobles and the demands of the king compel him to secure the province. However, the Kingdom of the Holy Cross is relentless. Mustering an army of 200,000, a scale so formidable it fills him with dread. This is not the time to ensnare Derek. One misstep could ensnare himself as well. In truth, he has already been ensnared. The southern nobles have long been prepared, their plans set in motion. There is no such thing as an abrupt cessation. From the outset, they have been plotting against Marquis Hussein. Damn Lovett. He has been scheming to ensnare me from the beginning. The crux of the matter is that he cannot shake off suspicion. Consequently, Marquis Hussein can only write a tactful letter, cautioning Derek about the grain situation. He also informs Derek of all the grain transfer points he controls, hoping they may prove useful. Upon receiving the letter, Derek learns that Duke Fernandez has already arrived at the front lines. You see, these southern scoundrels are indeed preparing to cut off our grain supply. Derek hands the letter from Marquis Hussein to his knights for circulation. This is something the Augusta family had long anticipated, yet its actualization still incites anger. This is intolerable. Once we have repelled the fanatics of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, we shall deal with those southern harlots decisively. Derek, however, is not as enraged. He has long since expressed his ire in his reply to Marquis Hussein. He assures him of his confidence in withstanding the forces of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, but requests that he establish a granary here to prevent unforeseen mishaps at a critical moment. He adds, and do extend my gratitude to him. The place where Derek inscribes his message lies at the edge of the Duchy of Augusta. From the map and the topographical lines, it is precisely at the lowest point. Upon receiving the letter, Marquis Hussein harbors no doubts it is entirely reasonable to gather a portion of grain near the Duchy of Augusta. He is willing to trust Derek's assertion of having a method to withstand the Holy Cross forces. At this moment, he even finds himself praying for Derek's success, of course, while cursing that damned Lovett. Is this Birch Fortress? Duke Fernandez's face bears traces of fatigue. Even with preparations to confront difficulties, the actual challenges are manifold. The logistics of dividing troops, setting up camp, and even cooking meals are intricate affairs. Had it not been for a cadre of aides and officers assisting him, this vast army would have crumbled long ago. Even so, the casualties of soldiers who have fled, died, or gone missing during the journey number at least 10,000. Fortunately, the Kingdom of the Holy Cross may lack many things, but they have an abundance of commoners. Many have fled, yet they have captured even more able-bodied men. What should be done if a soldier goes missing under the command of an officer? Upon passing by, a farmer was seen leading him away, as a recruitment for soldiers was observed in the village. Many fled along the way, and even more were captured. When they finally reached Birch Fortress, it was miraculously found to be overstaffed. Those unaware might mistakenly believe that the populace across the regions was enthusiastically supporting the westward advance. Nevertheless, the journey itself proved to be a trial. Duke Fernandez finally gained a preliminary grasp over the army, which is why he felt such profound emotions standing outside Birch Fortress. Truly, it was exceedingly arduous. Initially, one might have thought that a well-established force of 200,000 would guarantee victory. But now, he dared not entertain such notions. It was said that Count Connell personally surveyed the terrain before every battle. Suddenly, his grace turned to inquire. Indeed, only with a thorough understanding of the terrain can one accurately maneuver the troops and avert some elementary blunders. The talents that Duke Fernandez had gathered were fundamentally sound. The wars in this world had also yielded certain experiences. Come, let us advance and survey the terrain ourselves, Duke Fernandez exclaimed with fervor. Naturally, the others did not dare to be negligent and promptly arranged the supporting troops, seeking a relatively distant high ground. From this vantage point, the fortified walls of Birch Fortress became distinctly visible. The double-headed dragon banner fluttered in the wind, signifying that the Northern Viscount was also present. Chapter 79. Equality among all beings. Duke Fernandez had diligently acquired a wealth of military knowledge. Thus he was no longer a mere amateur. Standing at the carefully chosen observation point selected by his subordinates, he raised his whip, indicating Birch Fortress. This location was approximately 500 paces from the walls, with even the strongest archers capable of shooting no more than 400 paces, making it the optimal observation distance. Furthermore, you have deployed cavalry for support and infantry formations on standby, fearless of a surprise attack from the enemy. Am I correct in my assertions? Your Grace is indeed wise. It is precisely as you say. Such matters within the army are not arbitrary. They rely solely on experience. Should you personally endure the trials, you would comprehend everything. Ha ha ha, do not flatter me. I still have much to learn. Duke Fernandez felt a surge of happiness, realizing that his struggles had not been in vain, for he had indeed learned a great deal. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Birch Fortress, Adrian spotted Duke Fernandez and his entourage not far away. There was no need for speculation. He certainly had a significant target, perhaps even Duke Fernandez himself. The commanders of the Holy Cross Kingdom were not devoid of experience. Their arrangements were exceedingly thorough. Based on past experiences, this distance was indeed very secure. The elite knights within Birch Fortress could shoot arrows no further than 420 paces. However, with crossbows, astonishing distances of up to 700 paces could be achieved. Moreover, this lethal weapon had yet to make an appearance in this world. This implied that the experiences of the past were rendered utterly useless. 500 paces remained well within the effective killing range. Although the production of crossbow bolts still posed certain challenges, it was decidedly simpler than the years-long preparation required for strong bows. Adrian had a 100-man squad of crossbowmen at his disposal, all aimed at the unsuspecting Duke Fernandez. Should they succeed in eliminating him, I would personally commend him, perhaps even granting him a knightly title. Stimulated by the prospect of land, the crossbowmen eagerly aimed. Meanwhile, Duke Fernandez remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, with the banner symbolizing his position still fluttering in the breeze. If Adrian were to succeed in his covert operation, it could potentially alter the course of the entire war. The soldiers on the walls were subtly aware of some movement in the distance, yet no one paid it any heed. Could the Locrans truly shoot arrows from such a distance? It was only when the archers took aim that a few officers began to sense unease. Before they could ascertain the source of their discomfort, the whistling of arrows slicing through the air reached them first. Down! Quick to react, a knight tackled Duke Fernandez to the ground, drawing a narrow shield to protect vital areas. The air was filled with the buzzing of arrows, the clashing of flesh and steel, and the anguished cries of both horse and rider. Many among them were unarmored aides, and their plight was far worse. The Locrans unleashed wave after wave of arrows. Seizing an opportunity, the surviving knights frantically pulled Duke Fernandez backward. Away from the onslaught. At that moment, the knights behind them also detected the anomaly, galloping forward in a frenzy. Your Grace! Your Grace! Where are the shield-bearers? Various flags were askew, and chaos reigned as everyone panicked. If Duke Fernandez were to perish here, it would undoubtedly become a timeless jest. Those present, one and all, would be preparing for exile in a foreign land. Fortunately, the worst did not come to pass. Although Duke Fernandez was severely shaken, he sustained only superficial wounds and was not struck by any arrows, it must be said. The knights assigned to protect him exhibited commendable skill, their swift reactions averting a tragedy. Yet, the casualties among the knights and aides numbered over a dozen. Just having arrived on the battlefield, even under the protection of his forces, Duke Fernandez had tasted the flavors of blood and fear. It was as if the arrows were reminding him not to underestimate the ferocity of war. This game could consume any participants at any moment. Under the threat of crossbows, all lives were equal. Still stained with the blood of knights, Duke Fernandez was gradually able to master his emotions. Though his heart raced uncontrollably, he understood that he could not display panic before his frenzied subordinates. Very well, I am unharmed. I extend my gratitude to the loyal and valiant knights. I shall reward you. Now, prepare the camp. The Northern Knights are indeed worthy of their reputation, and Count Derek has imparted a lesson to me. Ha ha ha. Duke Fernandez even chuckled a few times before continuing. Let us rest for 3 days. I shall send someone to contact Count Derek. Should he be willing to become my vassal, I would gladly accept him as my count. Bestowing upon him lands and populace befitting his status, Duke Fernandez had never contemplated directly recruiting nobility from the Kingdom of Locker, as it entailed considerable costs. The price of a few common lives was simply too high. However, having narrowly escaped death, he recognized the paramount importance of an exceptional commander. This was not knowledge one could acquire casually. Only the strong possessed the worthiness to be courted. Naturally, others held little hope for the Duke's recruitment efforts. Indeed, the emissary sent to the city returned without success, as the Viscount had outright rejected the proposal. Go again and inform him that my offer remains valid long-term. Duke Fernandez had regained his dignified composure and grand promises. He mused that perhaps when his army advanced further, the other party might reconsider. Adrian once more turned down the emissary, feeling a twinge of temptation, had it not been Count Derek himself being courted. He was unsure if he could have resisted such a lure. I hope the Viscount understands that he won't have me killed. Adrian jested to those around him. A count. A genuine count. How many such high nobles exist within the entire kingdom? Should he agree, the Augusta family would ascend to prominence among the southern realms. Provided he does not court his own demise, his lineage could endure for centuries without issue. Yet now, he has rejected such an opportunity. Adrian believed he would have ample material to boast about for the rest of his life, even if it was merely a temporary assumption of Derek's identity and response. Duke Fernandez did not grow angry at the rejection. After 3 days of rest, he attempted to command the army to attack several times. Indeed, there was a reason Birch Fortress could withstand Count Connell's westward advance. Several probing attempts yielded no opportunities. Duke Fernandez opted not to launch an assault. Instead, he ordered the construction of fortifications around the castle, erecting wooden walls and watchtowers to encircle it. With ample manpower, Birch Fortress appeared to house thousands. I could dispatch 10 times that number to keep watch over you. Would that suffice? To monitor Count Derek with tens of thousands seemed to Duke Fernandez quite the bargain. Chapter 80. The art of capture and release. As Duke Fernandez organized his troops beneath Birch Fortress, he discreetly established sentry posts along the route and constructed supply depots. Additionally, he dispatched men to scour the nearby villages and towns, declaring his dominion. Accompanying him were numerous nobles from the former St. Michael province, eager to redeem themselves through diligent service. After lingering for half a month, once Birch Fortress was thoroughly monitored, he finally dispatched a contingent of troops to slowly advance towards Plan City. Meanwhile, with the assistance of several seasoned military veterans, he began his march towards the Augusta territory. Capturing this area would yield at least an additional 200,000 subjects, from whom he could extract several thousand more expendable lives. As for the issue of losses, the surviving soldiers could be reconstituted into the army post-battle, while the church would replenish the population. There was little to be concerned about. In comparison, Duke Fernandez possessed all the commendable qualities of a noble, including a disregard for human life. Born into the lofty royal lineage, he inherently lacked compassion for the lower classes. He could scarcely be bothered to feign concern. In his world, the lower strata were mere tools, stepping stones to embellish his grand achievements. In the eyes of nobles, the world was small, and few met the standards of humanity. This is the realm of the aristocracy. When the first settlement obstructing their path emerged, the Duke's subordinates swiftly rounded up over 2,000 commoners from nearby villages. Under the watchful gaze of the army, these so-called criminals were compelled to scale the walls, weeping, shouting, and pleading, yet the army showed no mercy. The ground ran red with blood beneath the blades. Retreat meant certain death, while advancing offered a slim chance of survival. Duke Fernandez stood atop a specially designed war chariot, having even erected a wooden barrier to shield against the arrows of the Locrans. He gazed intently, observing the gruesome accumulation of flesh that formed a path. Under the persuasion of the clergy, more serf soldiers shouted for the glory of God, surging in waves towards the city walls. The noble officers of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross possessed some military knowledge, yet the untrained serf soldiers displayed a distinctly amateurish demeanor. Their inability to maintain a proper rhythm often led to excessive crowding, stalling their advance. At times, their scattered formations squandered opportunities. Nevertheless, the sheer number of serf soldiers allowed them to forcefully breach the town after half a day's effort. Following a thorough inspection by the officers, Duke Fernandez arrived at this nameless settlement. Then, under the command of a group of generals, the army took position centrally, dispatching several small detachments to eliminate any remaining resistance, in accordance with Duke Fernandez's directives. They proceeded cautiously, eschewing reckless ambition. How could they possibly lose? With the kingdom of the Holy Cross enjoying a numerical advantage, they merely needed to outnumber their foes and, when faced with equal numbers, to hold their ground and await reinforcements. With a bit more time, they would undoubtedly expel the Lachians entirely. By God, this rabble of madmen and beasts, I shall see them all hanged one day. Upon hearing of the atrocities committed by the kingdom of the Holy Cross, Simon was consumed with rage. Though he held the title of knight, he was of common freeborn stock and lacked the callousness of traditional nobility. Showing none of the heartlessness exhibited by Duke Fernandez, empathizing deeply, he longed to see them all hanged. Yet to achieve that, he must temper his anger. Derek, equally infuriated, recognized that the war had erupted on his homeland. Let us first teach Duke Fernandez a lesson. Everyone, adhere strictly to orders. We shall only allow defeat, never victory. How many heavy cavalry can we deploy? Sacrifices will be remembered. I will make the kingdom of the Holy Cross pay in full. Our current fury must manifest as brutality on the battlefield. Derek calmly outlined his strategy, having discerned that Duke Fernandez's army was but a fledgling force. There were many ways to deal with inexperienced troops, proceeding with caution that depended on the control exerted over the army. As the saying goes, a general in the field may disregard the commands of his sovereign. The officers on the front line were the most direct commanders. Any message relayed to Fernandez would be delayed. Though he might have experienced generals to assist him, he lacked competent officers. A few setbacks would compel Fernandez to alter his strategy of simultaneous assaults. Then, they would await the opportune moment. With the current advantages of time, terrain, and manpower, they only needed the right moment to strike. A battalion of the Holy Cross, bearing the banner of a baron, advanced slowly, interspersed with several triangular flags, numbering around 500 to 600. Such a force was sufficient to accomplish certain independent tasks, and could hold out for a time if attacked. Within a 10-mile radius, other armies were present. Duke Fernandez's strategy was indeed being resolutely executed, at least for the moment. A discerning eye would notice, however, that the tails of the triangular flags had not been cut, indicating that this was an army led by court nobles. Nobles without fiefs were not true nobles. This saying was widely known, and thus they were all the more eager to achieve merit. Soon, an opportunity arose. The village ahead came into view, and both sides engaged in a futile skirmish. The militia within the village appeared to have undergone some training and were armed. Yet their numbers were too few. Ultimately, the larger, albeit poorly trained, army of the Holy Cross triumphed. A group of routed soldiers fled in disarray, and the noble officers of the Holy Cross hesitated only briefly before deciding to pursue. Every head taken counted as a deed of valor. Moreover, these Lachian soldiers seemed to have received some training, not merely sent as fodder for slaughter, aligning with the intelligence that indicated they had trained for only 6 months to a year. With friendly forces nearby, what was there to fear? Similar instances proliferated. These hastily conscripted militia, having trained for a month or two, were dispersed across various locations, maintaining a quality that did not raise suspicions within the kingdom of the Holy Cross. They believed them to be regular Lachian troops, naturally heightening their desire to pursue. The number of fleeing soldiers was not substantial, posing minimal risk. Each time they considered retreating, they were enticingly pulled back by the routed soldiers. Even along the way, they encountered friendly forces, causing what was initially a scattered army to coalesce. With numbers came courage, and fear dissipated as for the delayed sweeping operations, they could be addressed once they secured their achievements. Derek remained in the shadows, observing until he had gathered 4 or 5 waves of the Holy Cross's forces, at which point he ordered the heavy cavalry to charge. Their numbers were adequate. Any more would be unwieldy, and the enemy was quickly catching on. The command structure of the Holy Cross was astute. They would soon order these troops to separate and complete their tasks. Compared to mere headcounts, they were more intent on swiftly clearing obstacles. Moreover, defeating them one by one was not feasible. Similar tactics would become ineffective after a few uses. They were determined to reap the greatest possible rewards. As dusk fell, the Lachian rout was herded together by the encircling forces of the Holy Cross. The blood-red sunset was strikingly blinding. The spring breeze still carried a hint of chill. The clash of iron echoed with a resounding clatter. Noble officers, mounted on war horses, sought a vantage point to survey the battlefield. At least 1,000 or 2,000 Lachians in retreat represented a significant achievement. The Lachian banners, few and far between, fluttered haphazardly in the spring breeze. Various groups of routed soldiers mingled chaotically, their quality inferior even to the serf soldiers. The only regret was that this glory could not be claimed solely. The number of Holy Cross soldiers drawn by the routed forces was, astonishingly, twice that of the Lachians. Nearby, colleagues eagerly began to beat the war drums, the rhythmic thumping causing agitation. Several knights, mounted on their steeds, began to urge the soldiers forward. The troops, having fled for quite some time, showed signs of fatigue, yet the promise of imminent victory and the officers' assurances of additional rations bolstered their morale. We too shall advance. We cannot allow them to seize every head. The noble officer commanded his subordinate knights to sound the drums as well. In an instant, the commanders of several battalions eagerly directed their forces onward. As the last rays of twilight illuminated the scene, a handful of cavalry was conducting a final inspection amidst the woods behind the routed soldiers. In the tightly locked grip of the Holy Cross, a large-scale ambush was impossible. Duke Fernandez was no fool. He could easily detect troop movements. However, a select group of several hundred elite knights could quietly breach the encirclement. Evading the scouts' gaze, clad in a layer of light undergarments, followed by inner armor, and topped with heavy black plate armor, the elite knights donned their gear with assistance from their squires. Even their steeds were adorned with thick, protective coverings. The squires and knights meticulously adjusted their half-armor, and the red light filtering through the leaves reflected off their armor, creating a dazzling display. The elite knights lowered their visors and mounted their steeds. With the heavy cavalry at the forefront while supporting knights remained at the rear, Virut, do not be anxious. Just stay close behind me, fear not, the hulking knight reassured Virut, who was experiencing his first cavalry charge. The squires were not there merely to gild the knightly ranks. Their training aimed for the battlefield. Life and death were decreed by fate, and should one perish, no one would mourn. Even a genius would swiftly fade from collective memory. To survive and return with victory was the true path. Virut was indeed nervous. It was his first encounter with battle formations, and to claim otherwise would be a lie. During the previous barbarian invasion, though he had the opportunity to take the field, it had been under the protection of family knights, relegating him to a distant role as a commander. How could a knight who had never experienced a cavalry charge cultivate the courage to shatter all barriers? In 30 years, the value of northern knights had increased, naturally diminishing their combat effectiveness. He inhaled deeply, but no amount of concentration could summon the training points to mind. He merely nodded vigorously, as if the hulking knight could perceive his anxiety. The latter received no response and ceased his reassurances, for the entire cavalry unit had begun to quicken their pace. The horses gradually accelerated, stretching their limbs. The muscle memory from training compelled everyone to act in unison. All tension and unease were masked by the rapid charge. The iron hooves of the heavily armored steeds struck the ground with a muted thud, a sound deeper than the war drums and more urgent than raindrops. As their speed increased, the clamor grew more frantic. The advancing forces of the Holy Cross heard the thunder of hooves, initially mistaking it for the sound of thundering war drums. The noble officers, having experienced the cavalry charge, recognized the familiar resonance. Then, against the dazzling sunset, they beheld a glint of reflection. Stunned for a full 7 to 8 seconds, the already pallid faces of the noble officers finally grasped the chilling reality even colder than the spring breeze. Knights. A knightly charge. The roar of the charge reached a crescendo. The cries of those who shouted filled with terror that had surpassed all thresholds. In truth, it was even more terrifying than they had imagined. This was the ultimate martial force of the age, the heavy cavalry. Heavy knights were not without countermeasures, nor were they a guaranteed victory. Their deployment also faced significant restrictions. Yet, once the heavy cavalry commenced their charge, it signified that nothing could stand in their way, except human lives. Regrettably, the lives present were utterly insufficient to fill the void beneath the hooves of the heavy cavalry. The thunderous sound of heavily armored knights crashing into the military formation reverberated across the battlefield. As all the knights gripped their fully forged iron lances tightly, like a string of gourds, a single lance was capable of lifting 3 to 5 men at once. It was only due to the physical prowess of these elite knights that they could wield such cumbersome weapons. As the heavy knights pierced through the ranks, the army of the Holy Cross Kingdom had already collapsed. The path left by the galloping hooves was stained with blood, resembling a gruesome scene of trampling. Few soldiers remained standing. The majority were fortunate witnesses to the horrific spectacle that unfolded around them. Virut charged forward, mechanically swinging his weapon, and under the urging of the armored knights, assisted in dispatching the surrounding soldiers. Once the heavily armored knights adjusted their stances, a second charge was deemed unnecessary. The army of the Holy Cross Kingdom had completely disintegrated. Spare no captives, whether noble or soldier, all shall be executed. The heavy knights coldly proclaimed this order, undeterred by the possibility of inciting resistance. What they sought were the heads and blood of these Holy Cross subjects to stoke the bloodlust of their own men. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. It was not mere rhetoric. A composed army required a visceral stimulus and a means of catharsis. This was Volut's first complete participation in war, so close and so intensely impactful. His eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. Though his posture lacked the same rigidity as before, his aura had transformed entirely. The prior stiffness gave way to a more genuine demeanor, imbued with the poise of a seasoned warrior. The other knight attendants experienced similar transformations. Only through first-hand experience could they comprehend the difference. Despite the unfortunate deaths of some comrades, those who survived had undeniably changed. The Northern Knights, what were they called in the training grounds? It was blood, military exploits, and the fear instilled in enemies that forged the renown of the Northern Knights. The reclamation of the Northern Knights' glory had begun. Chapter 82. Retreat. The defeated soldiers of the Lockmen, under the Knights' organization, had not entirely lost their structure. They were now assisting in the grim task of cleaning the battlefield, with Volut and his fellow knight attendants once again acting as executioners of orders. Rows of surviving Holy Cross soldiers were pinned to the ground, met with systematic executions. With time to spare, the soldiers even felled a number of trees to fashion crosses. When the captured nobles were brought before these crosses, they screamed in terror, "What are you doing? I am a baron. I demand noble treatment, and I wish to speak to your commander." "Ha, nobles! I've slain more nobles than you can count. Hang him, you madmen. Do you not fear being captured? You too will be hanged, captured. The Northern Knights know no cowards. Either kill me on the battlefield or let me hang you." The Knights of House Augusta flawlessly executed Derek's promise. All nobles of the Holy Cross Kingdom were hanged upon crosses. Compared to the array of gallows, they had indeed enjoyed noble treatment. As for cruelty, perhaps these peasant soldiers were treated harshly when captured, but now it was no cruelty at all. Besides, where was the virtue in such matters? Only the victors have the right to pin history. Righteousness has always been confined to the written word. Those who dared retaliate against the Northern Knights would find themselves few and far between. At least until the Northern Knights could no longer wield their blades, any extreme acts of revenge would require careful consideration of the consequences. Once the battlefield was managed, the Knights even took away the spoils of war. At this juncture, the Holy Cross subjects should have realized the situation. Any delay could result in dire consequences. By the time Duke Fernandez's forces arrived, only a bloodied scene remained. In the darkness, the first soldier to discover the execution site, brandishing a torch, was left dumbfounded. Even nobles tasked with locating the army were reduced to retching upon witnessing the aftermath. "Lockmen, you will pay for this." When the hanged nobles' bodies were lowered, it ignited a surge of rage and fear within him. How dare these scoundrels? Following this battle, the movements of the Holy Cross Kingdom's army became significantly more cautious. Not only were they hesitant to pursue recklessly, but even their marching became a matter of utmost vigilance. While defeat was one thing, these nobles feared the prospect of being hanged themselves. After all, the fallen were merely a group of commoners. Being hanged would mean the loss of their own noble lives. How could the two be compared? Thus, the advance of the Holy Cross Kingdom slowed considerably. The Lockman strategy was quite simple: to buy time. Once reinforcements arrived from their homeland, the tide of battle would shift, and they would no longer hold the advantage. The strategist analyzing Duke Fernandez's intentions found this line of thought easy to decipher. The key lay in the challenge of implementation. Unless the officers of the Holy Cross Kingdom suddenly became fearless, there would be no solution. The Lockman's reinforcements would not arrive swiftly. The barbarians were not mindless brutes. Duke Fernandez understood clearly that the barbarians had orchestrated this grand spectacle not to play the role of the benevolent. Whether it was the Holy Cross Kingdom or the Lockmen, both were likely targets. However, the Lockmen were currently exhibiting overwhelming strength that needed to be diminished. Only by maintaining the fragile balance between the two nations could the barbarians profit. Otherwise, they would merely be serving as a means to another's end. Therefore, he still had ample time. Suddenly, Duke Fernandez stood up and gazed out at the sparse drizzle. Let it drag on. The more formidable the Lockmen appear, the more I must remain vigilant. The spring plowing season is approaching, and they are more eager than I. Duke Fernandez cared little for the casualties. He only desired ultimate victory. Time dragged on for a month, with several waves of spring rain falling. The spring plowing in the entire St. Mikhail province was delayed by at least half. Even if summer planting were to take place, a significant reduction in yield was already foreseeable. The Holy Cross Kingdom's army, though engaged in minor skirmishes and suffering losses of thousands over the month, continued to advance steadily. Half of the Augusta territory had been occupied. and Augusta City loomed ever closer. Meanwhile, the Lockmen's assaults grew increasingly feeble, their resources dwindling alongside their morale. According to reports, at least 3,000 to 5,000 Lockmen soldiers had fallen, with casualties mounting steadily. Intelligence indicated that the forces under the banner of Viscount Derrick had suffered at least a 20% loss. And if one accounted for those trapped and perishing at Birchfort, the ratio was even greater. Duke Fernandez appeared significantly more haggard, yet overseeing hundreds of thousands of troops had accelerated his growth. If he were to command a force of 10,000 alone now, it would come with ease. The entire army of the Holy Cross Kingdom was becoming increasingly organized. Duke Fernandez's confidence grew. Though he had faced numerous lessons, each one served as nourishment for his development. The other fronts also progressed smoothly. Generally, there was a back-and-forth exchange, and the Holy Cross Kingdom reclaimed half of the land in the St. Mikhail province. However, for the farmers living on this land, life under the Holy Cross Kingdom's rule had grown more arduous. After several more bouts of light rain, the already imperfect Augusta City had finally succumbed to the toll of human life. Duke Fernandez entered this city, still under construction, and observed the already completed buildings. Clearly, Viscount Derrick harbored grand ambitions. Once I capture the St. Mikhail province, I will use this city as my stronghold. Duke Fernandez laughed heartily. What of you, Viscount Derrick? A genius of war, yet this world ultimately relies on strength. Geniuses must bow to authority. At this moment, he had entirely forgotten his previous fervent desire to recruit Derrick. Soon, a more delightful revelation awaited him. The remnants within Augusta City contained a wealth of resources, including dozens of unshipped suits of heavy armor. The Lockmen had left in haste, neglecting to carry away such vital supplies. Your Grace, I find this peculiar. The Lockmen should have been prepared long ago. How could they forget such a batch of heavy armor? A general expressed unease. Any human-made scheme would reveal its flaws. The only variable was the extent of those flaws. Given the slow advance of the Holy Cross Kingdom's forces, the enemy should have anticipated the fall of Augusta City. How could they overlook such crucial equipment? This seemed more like a deliberate attempt to mislead the enemy. Duke Fernandez dismissed the notion, believing it to be merely a mistake on the Lockmen's part. With such overwhelming disadvantages in war, it would be strange if they made no errors at all. However, he outwardly feigned agreement with the suggestion. You make a valid point. Let our scouts intensify their efforts and send more men. Any conspiracy is bound to leave traces, as long as we do not err. Victory is assured. His conviction in his own ideology grew stronger. The outcome, of course, was a fruitless search. Instead, Viscount Derrick's territory was found to be well developed. Seizing the rare respite of sunny weather amidst the rainy season, Duke Fernandez led the nobles of the former St. Mikhail province on an inspection tour. Chapter 83. Scheming. Duke Fernandez's outing was a grand affair, accompanied by tens of thousands of troops for protection. This time, he learned from past mistakes and ensured no chance for the enemy to strike him down. Though he had not yet secured the St. Mikhail province, he had begun appointing officials and nobles to govern various regions. This was also a political maneuver, a declaration of authority over the reclaimed lands. Of course, that was merely the surface. As the Grand Army set forth, there were no foolish souls daring to disrupt the procession. Duke Fernandez sat comfortably in a grand open carriage drawn by 8 horses, engaging in amiable conversation with the nobles who supported him. I hear that the current commander of the Augusta territory is a commoner named Simon. Indeed, it is said that he is a freeman from the territory of Viscount Derrick, who has earned some minor accolades and been appointed as an officer. Viscount Derrick has been besieged at Birchfort. The nearby troops are likely under his command. Duke Fernandez reclined comfortably upon the plush cushions of his lavish carriage, which was spacious enough to accommodate several nobles. At that moment, they discreetly shuffled back, creating ample space for his grace. Lacking both courage and cunning, this Simon, while he has caused me some vexation, is akin to a caged bird, unable to take flight. Thus, the noble bloodline must hold its significance. It is not something that lowly individuals can challenge by mere chance. Duke Fernandez harbored a profound disdain for nobles of Simon's ilk. As a beneficiary of the bloodline theory, having lived in its embrace since childhood, it was difficult for him to remain unaffected. Yet, he did possess a modicum of wisdom, as evidenced now. His ostensible purpose of surveying alongside a cadre of nobles was ostensibly to establish authority. Yet there lay ulterior motives. The Duke's carriage boldly traversed the tacit boundary established by both sides, with the Rokan cavalry predictably following suit. However, such a massive army, uniting the forces of the entire Augusta territory, would still find it challenging to prevail. Suddenly, Duke Fernandez rose from his carriage, aided by the surrounding nobles, and ascended the elevated platform atop it. The sacred banner of the Duke fluttered vigorously in the breeze, and he gazed into the distance, barely able to discern scattered dark dots. Send someone to drive away these bothersome flies. I shall camp here today. Your Grace, this is the front line. It is perilous. The nobles exclaimed, alarmed at the prospect of any misfortune. Yet, Duke Fernandez was evidently resolute, declaring, "This is the territory of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross, and as the Grand Duke of Holy Light, there is no place where I cannot establish my presence." The Duke's will was the absolute authority here, compelling the nobles to anxiously arrange for encampment and security. Indeed, the Duke made himself comfortable. What was initially meant to be a reconnaissance mission had unexpectedly turned into a halt. Had they known of his audacity, the nobles would undoubtedly have refrained from accompanying him. However, it was too late. No one here could drag Fernandez away. If Count Connell were present, he might have been able to balance the whims of this headstrong duke, but alas, it was better to retreat and rest. Duke Fernandez's audacious actions inevitably provoked a vigorous response from the Rokans. Soon, Rokan contingent established a camp on a nearby high ground. The army of the Holy Cross attempted to drive them away but was soundly reprimanded. The Duke's attitude remained ambiguous. He refrained from moving his forces, awaiting the enemy's assembly. Speculation swirled among the ranks as to whether His Grace was preparing to launch a grand battle to decisively quell the Rokan resistance. However, the army present amounted to roughly 50,000. Engaging in combat was no guarantee of victory against the opposing force. Reinforcements? The Rokans, if wise, would not remain in a standoff for long. Indeed, when the Rokans gathered around 20,000 troops, even with a substantial number of newly trained recruits, they stood firm. Duke Fernandez remained inactive while the enemy grew increasingly arrogant, sending envoys to issue challenges. After several days, the army of the Holy Cross began to show signs of restlessness, prompting many to request permission to engage in combat. From a hastily erected watchtower, Duke Fernandez, accompanied by a cadre of officers and nobles, observed the unfolding skirmish. The knight Simon, bearing the colors of his faction, was provocatively challenging the Duke's forces, much to Fernandez's displeasure. "Where are my knights?" he demanded. Observing this, the nobles hastily dispatched their champions to respond to the challenge. However, the outcomes were disheartening, with 3 knights swiftly defeated by Simon. The triumphant cheers of the Rokans echoed, further darkening the Duke's countenance. The noble officers below grew frantic, hurriedly sending forth a battalion of 1,000 men, to which the Rokans responded with an equal force. "Barbarians, brutes, a pack of fools," Duke Fernandez raged, his final words unclear as to whom they were directed. The nobles shrank back, too fearful to speak. At that moment, even breathing felt like a transgression. Adjusting his demeanor, the Duke forced a smile, remarking, "This Simon truly hails from humble origins, lacking strategic acumen. While a gathered force of 20,000 appears formidable, what of the surrounding Rokan troops? I suspect they have summoned every local militia. A single battle would suffice to shatter them, seizing all lands east of Pran City." Duke Fernandez was confident in his calculations, yet an unspoken concern lingered. Did he truly possess the means to vanquish the enemy? Doubts crept in, particularly considering that since entering the province of St. Mila, small-scale conflicts had rarely culminated in victory. Though he had reclaimed considerable territory, it was largely due to numerical superiority. A mere doubling of forces was hardly reassuring, especially with a fierce adversary like Simon in the fray. Nevertheless, Fernandez's command over the past few months was commendable. Despite repeated setbacks and minor skirmishes, he had achieved strategic victories. The reclaimed lands were tangible proof, earning him the nobles' loyalty. Realizing that direct confrontation would be futile, Duke Fernandez withdrew into seclusion, ignoring the provocations from the Rokans. They continued their taunts by day and night, incessantly beating drums and clanging gongs, disturbing the peace of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. What awaited Duke Fernandez? Undoubtedly, he was awaiting confirmation of intel from his allies. The information from Count Lovett was to be his secret weapon against the foe. When the scouts returned from their reconnaissance with exhilarating news, Fernandez rejoiced. "Excellent! Count Lovett has indeed spoken the truth." Though the likelihood of unity among the Rokans was slim, Fernandez prudently chose to verify the information himself. With the enemy's forces nearby, it was evident that their granaries would be vulnerable, presenting a prime opportunity for an assault. After this battle, the name of Duke Fernandez would surely resonate throughout the southern kingdoms. Chapter 84. Fireworks. Duke Fernandez was not one to reveal vulnerabilities easily. In truth, the number of troops required for an assault on the granary need not be excessive. A mere 1,000 or 2,000 would suffice. Consisting solely of the personal retinues of nobles, led by knights whom the Duke trusted. Such a lightly armed force would inevitably be detected by the Rokans, yet the objective would be accomplished before their awareness. Choosing a moonlit night, guided by a local noble from the province of St. Mila, they circumvented the Rokan encampment with remarkable ease. The rear of the Rokan camp presented little in the way of defense, allowing the 2,000-strong light infantry to surge forward unimpeded. Under the guidance of local chieftains, they reached their destination within a day. This granary was the designated supply point for the southern nobles. The transactions therein were self-evident, and no reproach could be laid. The southern nobles had suffered losses as well, at least on paper. The damage was considerable. However, when the army of the Holy Cross stormed the granary, they encountered only a disorganized assembly of the elderly, infirm, and unfit. While they were well-equipped with weapons and armor, they hardly resembled a capable fighting force. Even the soldiers of the Holy Cross, prepared for a fierce battle, were left dumbfounded. The granary's defenses, appearing sturdy, crumbled as easily as a sheet of paper. Kill, kill, kill. The commanding officer would not remain idle. He urged his soldiers forward into the fray. Coincidentally, a stockpile of oil lay within, and after driving off the guards, they set fire to the premises. Everything unfolded as smoothly as if scripted. Yet the leading noble understood that the most arduous part of the endeavor was not the assault on the granary, but rather the return journey, and no matter how slow the Rokans were to respond, they were now on high alert. Given their demonstrated combat prowess, the path back would be fraught with difficulty. The granary's ample stores of grain and oil fueled a towering inferno that painted the sky red. Unbeknownst to the Holy Cross soldiers and the Southerners below, atop a nearby hill, Derek observed the unfolding drama through a monocular. This singular device, a product of his occasional musings, lacked glass but utilized crystal, which he managed to acquire. The most significant expense was the craftsmanship involved. Countless crystals had been consumed to create this suitable instrument. Derek had tested it, finding its magnification to be approximately 6 times, quite practical. Thus, he was able to witness the events transpiring within the granary with clarity. Handing the monocular to the eager Virat, Derek smirked. These fellows are quite dedicated. Their performance is indeed convincing, more than convincing. In the aftermath, no one would discern the ruse. The dead were genuine, and the burned grain was undeniably real. The losses incurred by the southern nobles were substantial enough to bankrupt the count in an instant. One must be willing to sacrifice a child to catch a wolf. This time, they had truly cast aside their own progeny. Virat, enthralled by the miraculous device, marveled at its wonder. Teohim, possessing such a miraculous object, made the Viscount a veritable saint walking among mortals. As he watched the army of the Holy Cross begin to withdraw, Derek reclaimed the monocular. Enough of this. Hurry and deal with those rats. If you perform well, perhaps one day I shall grant you one of your own. Really? Virat exclaimed, leaping in excitement. The allure of such a device surpassed even that of a knight's estate. Indeed. Go now. Let me witness your progress and see if you are ready to graduate. Virat hurriedly led his contingent away. Aware that his available manpower was limited, when it came to staging a performance, one must indeed play their part convincingly. The southern nobles and Duke Fernandez had constructed a grand stage, attempting to orchestrate a grand play to deceive themselves. Thus, they should not blame others for forcefully taking the stage to perform their own drama. In truth, the 2,000 individuals held no significance in Derek's eyes. They were hardly worthy prey, merely appetizers before the main course. The true spectacle lay ahead. When the disheveled remnants of the defeated returned to the camp, Duke Fernandez erupted into hearty laughter. What were the elite of 2,000 worth? Even tenfold, he could afford the loss. What truly mattered was the impact on the enemy's food supplies. Perhaps the effects would not be immediately apparent, but given time, it would reveal how the adversary would cope. Moreover, morale was wavering. Knowing their rations were depleted, could they truly endure until starvation set in? In his excitement, Duke Fernandez decided to take the initiative and challenge the enemy for the first time. Yet, he was met with another lesson. However, this time, he felt no discontent. Rather, he was invigorated. What use was brute strength? The nobility of his bloodline shone all the brighter in such moments. Duke Fernandez was emboldened, envisioning his sacred banner fluttering over the province of S. Michael. The name Fernandez would forever be etched into the annals of this land. The nobles, upon receiving the latest news, were equally uplifted, astonished that their lord had quietly achieved such great deeds. It was indeed the noble lineage of the Bruno family that could produce such remarkable results in their first military engagement. This battle would likely be immortalized in the chronicles of war. Duke Fernandez was destined to restore the glory of the Holy Cross, to seize the northern province from the Lockians in a single powerful stroke. Long live the Duke! In the face of self-interest, the nobles showered him with sycophantic praise. As vassals accompanying Duke Fernandez eastward, they would share in the spoils of his victory. Many genuinely believed in the Duke's formidable achievements and his potential to revive the glory of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Under the banner of triumph, dissenting voices were silenced. Victors do not face reproach. Duke Fernandez, though slightly intoxicated by success, retained a sliver of composure, reminding himself, the dawn of victory was visible, yet he must keep a vigilant eye on his quarry. When my arrows fly, it shall mark the demise of the Lockians. Now was the time to reap the harvest. For 3 consecutive days, the Lockians provoked them with reckless abandon, even launching several nighttime assaults on the encampment. Yet the mightier army of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross cowered, retreating into their shells. However, this time, they all understood the enemy was on the brink of starvation. This was their final frenzy, and thus morale remained unscathed, even soaring higher. On the 4th night, the familiar sound of war drums echoed intermittently. Yet suddenly, scouts reported signs of Lockian activity. It seemed the Lockians had been fleeing recently. The following day, when Duke Fernandez observed the sparse smoke rising from the Lockian camp, he realized something was amiss. Had the Lockians fled? He had heard of Count Connell's troubles with the discovery of their cooking fires, and this situation bore a striking resemblance. Moreover, the number of Lockians challenging them had significantly dwindled. He dispatched men to probe the matter, to ascertain whether the Lockians remained. Chapter 85. Deception. The Holy Cross scouts quickly discerned the anomaly. The Lockian forces had weakened. With a similar number of soldiers, they managed to scatter the Lockian formation. Yet, before they could celebrate, they attempted a single assault on the Lockian camp and were left utterly dumbfounded. After conducting a thorough inspection, confirming the absence of danger, Duke Fernandez personally entered the Lockian stronghold. It was undeniable that the Lockian encampment was meticulously assembled, with no corners cut. The quality was commendable. But where were the occupants? The Duke was not here to conduct an inspection. The camp was devoid of any figures, save for a group of goats tied to a large drum, their hind legs rhythmically striking the surface. The rhythm was all too familiar, having been heard daily. The recently defeated Lockian contingent had not returned to the camp, but had instead taken a detour to flee. Where were they? Duke Fernandez bellowed in fury. My soldiers, my scouts, my generals, are they all blind? How could the Lockians escape in such numbers? Duke Fernandez found the situation absurd. In recent days, to prevent Lockian flight, he had increased the number of scouts several-fold. Although a few straggling Lockians had been spotted leaving, it was inconceivable that they had all vanished. Clearly, this was a Lockian ruse. Everyone present had been deceived. Duke Fernandez's anger was not solely directed at this deception. The inability to annihilate this Lockian force meant his plan had faltered by half. As long as this Lockian army existed, it posed a significant threat, hindering his ability to act freely. Let no one assume he felt no pressure. The rations for hundreds of thousands of soldiers, even with the full resources of the nation, could only be sustained for so long. Eventually, the war would have to cease, even if nearby provinces could provide some supplies. A portion of the army would need to be disbanded. Pursue them. I must know where the Lockians are, Duke Fernandez commanded, his wrath ablaze, and kill those damned goats as well. Their mere presence mocked him. A silent derision from the Lockians. The Kingdom of the Holy Cross, having idled for too long, began to stir. Setting aside the fleeing Lockian forces, those recently defeated at the rear must be captured. Otherwise, they would be at a loss in the face of their enraged Duke. As for how the Lockians had slipped away right under their noses, they had already fled, in fact, even before the Holy Cross forces attacked the granaries. Derek had quietly orchestrated the withdrawal of his troops under cover of night. The recent departures, closely monitored, were merely the last batch. The remaining forces were composed solely of hastily summoned royal militia. At present, Derek awaited the Holy Cross forces to take the bait. Meanwhile, the eager Holy Cross troops had become disorganized, splitting into various groups. After all, this was a pursuit. No one anticipated danger. Perhaps the Lockians had already retreated to the northern provinces. Where was the enemy? It was better to capture this remaining scapegoat and leave a favorable impression on Duke Fernandez. After all, losing the Lockians meant merely a partial failure. Most officers, at least half of St. Michael province had already been secured. The remaining Lockians, weakened by hunger, could hardly stir up a tempest. What Fernandez feared, they could not comprehend. The fleeing Lockians were indeed making a genuine escape. without any semblance of deceit. Even the officers had long since fled, leaving only temporarily promoted civilian officers behind. Moreover, these were conscripts from the kingdom's direct cities, whose fates mattered little. The faster faction of the Holy Cross forces encountered success along the way. As they pursued, they sporadically stumbled upon various spoils of war, abandoned supplies, treasures of gold and silver, and weapons of armor. Regardless of their nature, to the soldiers, these were valuable prizes. Senior officers would seize the prime spoils, but lower-ranking soldiers could pocket a few coins or a weapon. Who could possibly search each individual? In such circumstances, everyone was swept away by the excitement, forgetting how a band of defeated soldiers could possess such bounty. After all, they were there to fight, not to plunder. They thought that in a short span of time, there would be no opportunity for pillaging. Regardless, the Lachians were fleeing, and the spoils lay upon the ground. Surrounded by their comrades, a few unfortunate Lachians caught and captured became mere trophies. In this chaos, Derek awaited with heavy cavalry. The scattered Holy Cross soldiers charged ahead, soon spotting the Lachian forces arrayed in a defensive line. Before they could turn in panic, they were swiftly dealt with by skirmishers. Even if some managed to escape, no one would believe them. Rather, it would be seen as an attempt to hinder others and monopolize the spoils. Thus, Derek finally laid eyes upon the Lachian army, barely maintaining its formation. Knights, the prey has taken the bait. Talk of starvation and wavering morale was but a fad. In reality, food was plentiful and spirits were high. Supplies flowed in from the south, and everyone feasted heartily. When the Southerners ran low, they simply opened their own granaries and continued to indulge. Therefore, Derek lowered his visor, and his knights prepared for the charge. Warriors like Simon, ever eager for battle, wore cruel smiles. Charge! Thunder struck suddenly as the heavy cavalry led the charge. The bewildered Holy Cross soldiers had yet to comprehend what was transpiring as iron hooves approached. Many realized they had discarded their weapons. In one hand, a gold chain. In the other, a silver bar. In another setting, they would undoubtedly be the most dapper individuals. But now, they were on the battlefield, facing the ferocious northern heavy cavalry. Should they strike the opponent with the gold chain or stun them with the silver bar? Derek did not even flinch. Not even a trivial object could mar his visor. The charging heavy cavalry surged forward as effortlessly as if strolling through their own garden. No, even in their garden, they would tread carefully to avoid trampling the flowers. Here, there was no need for caution. Trample freely, ravage at will point. One wave of heavy cavalry tore through the non-existent resistance, followed closely by infantry. Tasked with reaping lives, skirmishers scattered, beginning to obscure the battlefield. This was merely the beginning. Wave after wave of Holy Cross soldiers, as if eagerly offering their heads, clashed with the spear points. By the time the rear ranks sensed something amiss. The Lachians were already upon them. Duke Fernandez had yet to depart the Lachian camp when he received this dire news. Chapter 86. Democracy and Justice. The furious Duke, upon hearing this dreadful news, found himself oddly composed. How many troops could still be controlled? Fewer than 10,000. Could they hold the camp? The defense remains tenuous, though I long to assert that we can hold our ground. The noblemen of the Holy Cross possess a degree of self-awareness. Duke Fernandez has yet to grasp the full extent of his plan's failure. He believes it to be merely a setback. The scarcity of supplies for the Rockmen is an undeniable reality. After a moment of introspection, he resolutely declared, "Let us depart. Who among you is willing to stay behind and confront the Rockmen? By leaving this place, we shall only lose 50,000 troops at most. In a sense, this could conserve our rations. Once we regroup, we will have the means to continue the fight." Yet, this mission, likely a death sentence, found no volunteers. After a brief pause, a baron stepped forward. "Your Grace, I am willing to remain and hold off the Rockmen." "Very well, I shall remember you," Duke Fernandez replied, needing no elaborate promises. Regardless of whether the individual returns alive, he would ensure some form of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Derek had vanquished the last remaining organized forces of the Holy Cross Kingdom. At some point, a golden chain had adorned his armor. Before him knelt a group of noble officers, and he casually grasped the golden chain. These fleeing nobles kept their heads bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. The reputation of the Augusta family was so formidable that some had been rendered paralyzed with fear. "Look, this golden chain is once again mine," he proclaimed. For the sake of a mere trinket, they laid down their weapons, only to have it snatched back. Clutching his sword, Derek knew these items would eventually return to him. Why is it that some fail to comprehend this truth? No one responded, and Derek found the silence utterly tedious. He had little interest in continuing the slaughter. In truth, each act of violence he committed was driven by purpose. Keeping these nobles alive would prove more advantageous than simply executing them. There was no need to bolster morale any further. Rather, it was time to consider the next steps. After clearing the battlefield, as Derek returned to the standoff between camps, the slain goats had yet to be cooked. It was a fortunate situation. Nothing would go to waste, as he could feast on his own livestock. Derek extended an invitation to his officers and the captured nobles for an outdoor barbecue. Alas, Duke Fernandez did not partake of the gift I prepared for him. Derek suddenly chuckled. Ha! Once we have captured his grace, you may treat him to a meal. Simon brandished a leg of lamb, brazenly drawing the nobles' attention. Ignoring their disdainful glances, he unsheathed his knife and began to carve his meat. What foolish nobility! 2 of their own had already lost their heads. At this moment, the captured nobles began to realize Derek's identity. They all believed he was within Birch Fortress, and the banners raised by Adrian were also his. No1 had anticipated that Derek would employ a ruse and appear here. In light of this, their defeat was not entirely incomprehensible. However, with the granaries burned, how could they hope to capture Duke Fernandez? Though they dared not voice their thoughts, the captured nobles held their doubts. Despite a fleeting victory, the main forces of the Holy Cross Kingdom remained intact. Defeating them would not be an easy task. Observing the expressions of these individuals, Derek discerned their thoughts. Given the current circumstances, their concerns were indeed justified. Even with several thousand men standing before him, it would prove troublesome to eliminate them outright. Nevertheless, his ultimate weapon had yet to be revealed. As the spring planting draws to a close, are there any nobles from the St. Michael province? Derek inquired suddenly. There was no need for the person in question to admit his identity. The gazes of the others betrayed him. Derek tossed him a small rib and asked, "Come now, tell me, what shall the weather be like next?" The named noble appeared bewildered. Yet having lived his entire life in the St. Michael province, the answer was not difficult. It is the rainy season. The rains are upon us. After the spring planting comes the rainy season, and of course, the rains in the St. Michael province have not caused flooding in nearly a decade, at least, not without external interference. Derek smiled, for despite the cruelty of the situation, the time for opportunity was approaching. Why had he chosen this location as the front line for a stalemate, ultimately leading Duke Fernandez to encamp here? The answer was simple. It was sufficiently elevated. Thunder rumbled as if in response to Derek's thoughts, and dark clouds swiftly loomed overhead. Derek's expression grew increasingly serious, the atmosphere becoming as oppressive as the weather. Driven to madness, Duke Fernandez, faced with defeat, resorted to breaching the riverbank in a desperate attempt to thwart their pursuit. Yet, with the arrival of the spring rains, the western St. Michael province experienced catastrophic flooding, inflicting heavy casualties, and Duke Fernandez reaped what he had sown. Baron Augustus of the St. Michael Legion, the Northern Knight Derek, vowed to hang the sinner of the Bruno family in the St. Michael province, making him atone for the innocent lives lost. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, leaving all present in stunned silence as they gazed at the young Viscount. His cold demeanor startled many. No one had ever dared to play such a game, yet upon deeper reflection, an unsettling chill gripped their hearts. What cruelty! What venom! The truth cannot simply be obscured by Fernandez's cries of injustice. Derek turned, revealing the utility of these nobles. Are you willing to testify against the crimes of Duke Fernandez? Ah, how splendid it was to await us here. It was clear to all that public opinion did not rest in the hands of the million commoners of the St. Michael province. Rather, it lay with the nobles of both warring nations. And no matter how the Rockmen might undermine their own standing, they would not do so overtly. Should a faction of the Holy Cross nobles defect, could Fernandez still absolve himself? Could the royal Bruno family wash their hands of this? As for whether the nobles who testified felt threatened, would the common people care? Would anyone care? All that was needed was a scapegoat. If not Derek, then it must be Duke Fernandez. Even within the Holy Cross Kingdom, many wished for his downfall. What say you? The sword of God, Count Connor? A prolonged silence ensued, for the price of betrayal was too steep. All understood that their foundations lay within their homeland. The Bruno family could do little to Derek, but they could easily manipulate these lesser nobles. As hesitation gripped them, Simon crashed a leg of lamb to the ground, picked up a length of rope, and swiftly ensnared the most handsome nobleman among them. With practiced ease, the rope coiled around the man's neck twice, and despite his pleas and cries, Simon hoisted him onto the flagpole. Watching his comrade's legs dangle helplessly, there was no further consideration needed. I am willing to testify against Duke Fernandez. No, against that sinner Fernandez, who has committed heinous crimes, treating the million commoners of the St. Michael province as lesser beings. He deserves death. He deserves to be hanged. With the first testimony secured, the process became straightforward. For those who remained obstinate, they would meet the same fate. The young Viscount Derek held a strong belief in democracy. Chapter 87. The Augusta swimming training camp. The rain arrived as expected, perfectly timed. Even the rear guard of the Holy Cross Kingdom, who had resigned themselves to their fate, found solace in the heavens. Duke Fernandez abandoned his beloved open carriage and returned to the Augusta territory in disarray. The ground was muddy, and every individual was caked in dirt. Some had even begun to sneeze, indicating that the inclement weather had taken its toll. "Make a fire, prepare the lamb stew," he commanded. Duke Fernandez forced himself to maintain composure as he began to settle the nobles who had followed him. This notable defeat had inevitably tarnished his prestige. Fortunately, the prior destruction of the granaries prevented a more significant crisis. However, he could not afford to be complacent. He needed to soothe the spirits of his followers. This defeat shattered the once unshakable confidence of Duke Fernandez. Even if he was loath to admit it, he had to formally acknowledge his failure, even if it was humiliating to be bested by that commoner named Simon. Indeed, he still believed that he was contending with the knight Simon. As the bonfire blazed, the nobles and knights had changed into fresh garments, gathering around several cooking fires, where steaming lamb stew was soon served. The nobles, still shaken, began to regain their composure. Duke Fernandez glanced at the heavy rain outside, feeling a twinge of regret. Had I known to wait just a little longer, perhaps I could have thwarted the Rockmen? Indeed, had the torrential rain arrived sooner, the attacking forces would have expended half their strength, significantly increasing the chances of a successful defense. However, it was futile to dwell on regrets. In such circumstances, they might have been completely overwhelmed by the Rockmen. Noble blood had no need to clash with a rabble of commoners. Duke Fernandez withdrew his gaze, observing the many eyes fixed upon him, and earnestly stated, "The failure of this battle is my fault. I underestimated the cunning of the Rockmen, the combat prowess of the Northern Knights, and the capabilities of Knight Simon." Though he still held some disdain for Simon, he outwardly displayed a semblance of contrition, sincerely acknowledging his errors. Naturally, the assembly cared little whether he genuinely regretted his miscalculations. "Your Grace, every renowned general commits mistakes. The Northern Knights are legendary. Consider this a mere opportunity for experience," they reassured him. Whether or not it was a prearranged act, the atmosphere was lively, with everyone asserting that a minor loss was not truly a defeat. Duke Fernandez was nearly moved to tears, his emotions surging as he vowed, "Gentlemen, I assure you by the honor of the Bruno family, once I have reassembled my forces, I will seek retribution against the Rockmen. For now, they may be brazen, but once their supplies are exhausted, that will be their undoing. Please lend me your support as we drive the Rockmen from the St. Michael province." With the Duke so earnestly demonstrating his humility, personally serving soup to the nobles closest to him, it was a display of utmost courtesy. Regardless of its authenticity, at least his attitude was commendable. The nobles, swayed by this display, rose in excitement to pledge their loyalty. One declared, "I will lead my private soldiers to capture Simon and avenge your grace." Another proclaimed, "I shall breach Birch Fortress and hang that scoundrel Derek from its walls." There are those who assert that his grace the Duke treats me thus, and I am bound to him for life. Regardless of truth or falsehood, the distinction is impossible to ascertain. Thus, let Fernandez regard it as genuine. The Knights of the Holy Cross convene a council of thought, while Derek remains industrious on his end. The reservoir that was once prepared is now put to good use. After 5 days of torrential rain, the reservoir brims to capacity, and the river swells to alarming heights. A cohort of nobles from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross is compelled to bear shovels atop the embankment. Derek has specially summoned a cadre of artists to create 2 magnificent masterpieces. He jestingly dubs one Duke Fernandez digging the map, saying with a smile, "One shall remain in my private collection, while the other will be publicly displayed for all to admire, as your grace digs alone against all opposition." Oh, and what of those who hang themselves? They accompany his grace. What say you? How should we perceive this? Naturally, we shall observe. Such pretentious masterpieces are mere fabrications. What matters is the name. The captured nobles wear grim expressions as they symbolically wield their shovels. Soon, zealous soldiers usher them to a pavilion for respite. Outside, a gentle rain continues to fall, but within, the warmth beckons one to shed their garments. Several artists brandish their brushes, and curious onlookers cannot help but smirk at the poor technique. The figures on the canvas, brandishing their shovels, are strikingly conspicuous. Such works cannot serve as evidence, yet they are sufficiently distasteful. Should a scandal arise, who knows, they might achieve fleeting notoriety. Meanwhile, in the distance, a group of captives toil to excavate the riverbank. As time progresses, water begins to seep through. The slaves abandon their tools and flee, while the overseers have long since absconded. With a thunderous roar, the deluge surges forth, tearing a gaping wound into the riverbank. The water bursts forth like a furious dragon. Derek finds himself rising to his feet. Though he had envisioned this scene countless times, witnessing it before his eyes stirs undeniable emotions within him. Acting rationally does not equate to a lack of sentiment. The reckoning for all this must fall upon Fernandez. Alas, my selfishness is to blame. Derek turns his back to the assembled crowd, having closed his eyes. After a moment, he pivots once more, his gaze devoid of extraneous emotion. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears Fernandez's days are numbered. I hope you make the right choice. The nobles of the kingdom of the Holy Cross bow their heads. Unable to meet Derek's eyes, beneath their very noses, the raging waters threaten the lives of hundreds of thousands. Were it not for their elevated position, they would all be swimming for their lives. In the wake of the flood, farmland, villages, and all else are effortlessly engulfed. Duke Fernandez, seizing the rainy season, has mobilized fresh troops, preparing for another confrontation with the Locke people once the rains subside. However, on this day, as the rain begins to lessen, a tremendous roar reverberates. He dons his armor to assess the situation. The waters have already breached his estate. He soon sees panicked knights rushing to deliver the news. Your Grace, the walls have collapsed. The floodwaters have breached the riverbank, and the deluge is upon us. Breached riverbanks? The Duke comprehends the concept, yet he cannot associate it with the province of St. Michael. Before he can inquire further, even graver tidings arrive. The camp outside the city has been swept away by the flood. The encampment left by the Locke people was situated in a low-lying area by the river. When the deluge struck, it was the first to suffer. Duke Fernandez sways unsteadily, feeling as though he might falter. It is over. How could the flood strike now? The rainfall of recent days has hardly been considerable. According to local nobles, it would merely be deemed moderate in previous years. Even those nobles tasked with patrolling the riverbanks failed to raise the alarm. In the next moment, he contemplates the even more dreadful consequences. Chapter 88, The Invasion. Just as Augusta's worst-case scenario looms, the water levels continue to rise. Soon, the entirety of Augusta transforms into a vast swamp. The noble duke can do naught but board an open boat. Many remain submerged in the waters, clinging to rooftops. Ignoring the cries for help echoing around him, the duke hastily rescues a group of nobles, embarking on a new flight. Even a moment's reflection reveals the inevitable aftermath of the flood. The Locke people will not squander this opportunity. Before he can even depart Augusta, the water rises further still. Countless bodies drift upon the surface, mingling with the wails and pleas for salvation. Duke Fernandez, pale-faced, sits in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by how everything could unravel in mere days. Hadn't they spoken of reclaiming glory and establishing a principality? The rapidity of events resembles a fleeting dream. The other nobles lack the strength to reproach their duke. All are still engulfed in relief at having escaped with their lives. They have yet to confront the flood directly, and still possess a chance to flee. More unfortunate are the soldiers who faced the deluge head-on. The roaring waves surged to heights of 20 feet, dismantling the once sturdy encampment. The soldiers within the camp had no time to react, swept away by the onrushing waters. Several military camps, capable of housing tens of thousands, were entirely submerged by the flood. When the waters recede, only a scattering of corpses remains, strewn across the land. Survivors teeter on the brink of madness. In the span of just 2 days, everything has come to an end. The familiar has vanished, the known now cold. Surrounding them are only corpses and the stench of decay. When Derek returns to Augusta, the mud beneath his feet remains damp. The acrid odor is unbearable. The rear guard of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross has long since collapsed and surrendered on the very first day of the deluge. Now, the master of Augusta has returned. The bodies are cleared, buried, or burned. Derek issues simple instructions before leading his forces onward. Beneath Birch Fortress, there still remain 4,000 or 5,000 troops from the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. At this juncture, Duke Fernandez has already fled to beneath Birch Fortress. The terrified survivors finally discover a modicum of safety. Though 4,000 or 5,000 soldiers may not suffice to continue resisting the Locke people, it at least assures some semblance of security. Duke Fernandez wishes to linger not a moment longer. The past few days have been a veritable nightmare, one that has obliterated everything. He immediately urges his forces to depart, to leave the territory of the Locke people. 50,000 troops offer him no absolute assurance of safety. Observing the retreat of the soldiers of the Holy Cross, Adrian senses an opportunity. He has been holed up within the city for months. Nearly driven immediately long last, the chance has arrived. Brothers, today is the day to achieve great deeds. Whoever captures the Duke of the Bruno family, I shall reward him handsomely. After months of indulgence, all the soldiers feel like caged tigers. Finally released, in stark contrast, the morale of the Holy Cross forces is abysmal. They are all too aware of the news of the front line's collapse. How can they muster any spirit when over 10,000 elite soldiers burst forth from Birch Fortress? The rear guard attempts to resist. Yet, soon enough, their feeble attempts crumble. When the spirit of the army disintegrates, numbers become meaningless. Moreover, the forces within Birch Fortress exceed expectations. Had they been prepared, perhaps they could have held out a while longer. Now, it is best to flee. Duke Fernandez has scarcely settled for a few hours when he is met with a barrage of dire news. Initially, he believed that commanding troops in battle was manageable, that he could maintain order within the ranks. Yet suddenly, calamity begets calamity, and the army collapses in an instant. In such a moment, he cannot even recall how to regain control or who to assign to rally the troops. Derek, are you my nemesis? Duke Fernandez sits upon his steed, tears streaming down his face unbeknownst to him. It is tragic. Too tragic. In the blink of an eye, 200,000 troops have been obliterated. Such a loss seems absurd even to him. He even contemplates death, yet lacks the courage to follow through. The surrounding knights dare not allow him to come to harm. Let it be. We shall deal with the future when it comes. With a commander possessing such a mentality, the army's collapse is all but inevitable. After waiting for several months, Adrian finally receives a resounding victory. Aside from a few initial skirmishes, the remainder unfolds like a triumphant procession. Devoid of difficulty, by the time Derek arrives at Birch Fortress, Adrian has already surged into the territory of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Charge, charge, charge! Derek presses forward without hesitation. Now is the moment of utmost vulnerability for the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. Fernandez has divided his forces into 3 divisions, retaining control of 200,000 troops, bolstered by considerable reinforcements from the province of St. Peter. Numerous nobles have dispatched their offspring to join Duke Fernandez's forces, and serfs have also lent considerable support. Moreover, as a temporary hub on the front lines, they have stockpiled a significant quantity of provisions. Now, with such a succulent morsel laid before him, how could Derek possibly resist? As the iron hooves of the Locke people descend, the nearby province of St. Peter remains oblivious to the front line's failure. The latest news heralds Duke Fernandez's audacious raid on the Locke's granaries, securing a pivotal victory. Many nobles have packed their belongings, preparing to travel to the province of St. Michael to meet Duke Fernandez. A powerful duke, with dominion over his lands, is on the verge of emergence. The entire political landscape of the eastern regions of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross is poised for monumental change. And then, the disarrayed remnants of fleeing soldiers, alongside the Locke forces, Derek, on his swift steed, charges forth, accompanied by those noblemen of the Holy Cross willing to yield. Swear fealty to me. Submit to my will, and I shall grant you clemency for your transgressions. Thus, Derek proclaims to the captives. Having firmly grasped their culpability, now, with a blade held to their throats, they find no room for rebellion. Will they remain loyal to the fallen Bruno family, or become living vassals of the Augusta house? This choice, how shall it be made? The evidence has shown that not all will choose betrayal. The mid-tier nobility hold loyalty as their greatest political capital, one they would rather die for than forsake. Of course, there are those who, in submission, have changed their allegiances, pledging fealty to Augusta and aiding in navigating and governing the newly occupied territories. Derek did not charge forward, having seized more than a third of the St. Peter province, not for lack of desire, but due to insufficient manpower, as crossing the newly acquired lands would lead into the plains, devoid of defensible positions. The castles linking the heart of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross are now entirely occupied by the Augusta family, while behind them lies a vast expanse of unconquered territory. Some landed nobles have chosen to swear allegiance to their new master, while others have raised the banner of rebellion, attempting to drive out the invaders. Derek turned back to commence the purging of the loyalists of the Bruno family. Chapter 89. Castle Halai, a shadowy fortress, its air thick with murkiness. The oil paintings that once adorned its inner walls have been removed. and the low-quality fat occasionally crackles, emitting a noxious odor. Knights occasionally clatter by, but more numerous are the soldiers coming and going. The castle's servants have vanished, leaving only war and the soldiers who serve it. As a noble of St. Peter Province, there exists no direct border with other nations. To the east lies the province of St. Michael, surrounded by inland provinces, relatively secure. This castle has not served a purpose for many years. Fortunately, its owner has steadfastly maintained it, allowing it to still fulfill its function. Within the castle's assembly hall, due to its structural design, the space is dim and enclosed save for a few limited ventilation openings. Baron Tahar el-Halai is being assisted by knights as he dons his battle armor. This armor, bearing the scars of countless battles, has become more symbolic than practical. Nonetheless, Baron Halai chooses to wear it. As though the lineage of Halai barons stands beside him, Dunwhy knights, the Lockmen have arrived in the land illuminated by our Lord's glory. The double-headed dragon banner of Augusta has been planted upon the lands of King Bruno. The vile traitors have forgotten the loyalty and honor of knighthood, yet the Halai family shall never forget. Those who wish to depart may do so freely. I, Tahar el-Halai, swear by my ancestors to fight to the last drop of blood against the Lockmen. The knights flanking the long table rose, their expressions solemn as they responded, by the honor of knighthood, I shall follow you forever. Just as in the oath-taking ceremony, the knights vow to fulfill their duty and offer their loyalty. Even in the face of the most ruthless Lockmen, Baron Halai managed a faint smile, reassuring them, the glory of our Lord shields the loyal knights. Let us use our blood to tell the Lockmen that the Knights of the Holy Cross have yet to be extinguished. Soon, the Lockmen's army arrived. As a noble resisting the invaders, Baron Halai relinquished all his lands, steadfastly holding the castle. Derek stood outside the fortress, which had endured for an unknown span of time, its exterior now weathered. Even its original structure seemed somewhat outdated. Yet, any who dared to underestimate it would soon suffer a painful reckoning. The Halai family? Is he the one who killed my envoy? Indeed, Your Excellency, Baron Halai is a devout follower of the Lord. A supporter of the king, the Bruno family, and he disregarded your orders, slaying your envoy. Standing before Derek was another Viscount, the powerful landholding Viscount Larry Yanis, representing the turncoat nobles of St. Peter Province. In pursuit of their family legacies, these tardy nobles chose to submit to Derek. Naturally, Derek understood that such submission was superficial, lacking a solid feudal bond. However, this mattered little. They had once sworn allegiance to the Bruno family and were now doing the same to him. As long as he could ensure his power, he had little fear of them backtracking in the short term. He'll maintain long-term rule. A system must be established, which is the very purpose of feudalism. Yet, at present, Derek needed to exhibit strength. These turncoat nobles were trustworthy but not entirely so. Should he show any sign of weakness, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to bite back. Viscount Larry Yanis, sensing Derek's silence, cast a furtive glance. Derek was focused on the castle ahead, his half-visible face revealing a hardened countenance. Yanis could not fathom what Derek was contemplating. Initially, he believed him merely a war genius. Yet, subsequent encounters after surrendering left him feeling increasingly uncomfortable, as if Derek could see straight through him. Suddenly, Derek interrupted Yanis' thoughts. Virat, salutations, Your Excellency. Virat stood tall, a double-headed dragon insignia adorning his chest. Not long ago, Derek himself had bestowed this knightly accolade upon him. As a knight of Augusta, he chose to pledge his allegiance to Derek. Given his status, he had no obligation to do so, yet he still did. Why knight? I wish to dine within the castle. Not a word was superfluous, as if it were a matter of course, akin to a casual picnic in the wild. Virat, brimming with confidence, replied, You may require a northern chef. Otherwise, I fear your lunch may not be satisfactory. Stop with the cleverness. Be gone. Derek jestingly scolded him, prompting Virat to promptly depart. A fortress, with nobles resolved to fight to the death within, appeared impregnable after long scrutiny. The turncoats led by Viscount Yanis stirred in disbelief. Unable to fathom how a castle could fall within mere hours. Derek had indeed created many legends, yet reality adhered to fundamental principles. A castle, barring internal factors, would take days to conquer, even with a relentless assault. All awaited to witness the spectacle. Perhaps this Viscount Derek had become intoxicated by his string of victories? Yanis too found it improbable, yet sensed that Derek did not seem inebriated by success. All they could do was watch. Derek recognized that the majority of these nobles were ingrates. Why? A glance at their demeanor revealed their inability to even perform the most basic act of obedience. While some may genuinely submit, Those individuals do not include him, Theoderic. Any who do not pledge allegiance are deemed ingrates. He was well aware of the challenges posed by conquering a castle. However, having spent 2.5 years in this world, he had amassed some capital. Even cannon fodder has its hierarchy. Peasants and even noble private armies would certainly struggle to breach this stronghold. But what if a battalion of elite soldiers were involved? Although the losses would be substantial and painful for Derek, replicable elite soldiers are not scarce. Time was on his side, and he had some resources to spare. Chapter 90. To kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Virit was rallying the troops for war. This time, he was more suitable for the task than Simon, due to his lineage. Regardless, he was the legitimate son of a baron, a noble born with a golden key. Such a task, involving sacrifice, required a higher threshold of tolerance, or perhaps a greater ability to disregard the deaths of ordinary people. Gradually integrating into the Augusta family allowed Virit to access more secrets. For instance, this elite infantry unit, each soldier a paragon of excellence, with some even capable of rivaling titled knights in combat. Such a force is a dreamlike existence, particularly in small-scale warfare, where it can decisively influence the outcome. When sacrifice is no longer a concern, many previously impossible feats become attainable. Even as they prepared for a siege, many infantrymen donned iron armor, seemingly unperturbed by potential repercussions, for the glory of Augusta. Virit shouted, instinctively prompting the infantry to respond in unison, for the glory of Augusta. This served as a signal, igniting their enthusiasm. Virit was highly satisfied. Such a force is precisely what every commander dreams of. Alas, they were somewhat scant in number, only 400 strong. Naturally, the attacking force would exceed tenfold, with these elite infantry interspersed among them, delivering a devastating blow. This was akin to having 100 titled knights fighting side by side. Extravagantly remarkable. The rallying cry attracted attention, yet the turncoat nobles remained skeptical that heightened morale could alter the fundamental laws of warfare. Time-tested siege ladders and siege towers, familiar to nobles with military training, were well understood. Only those well-versed in military strategy could discern the rhythm of the infantry's assault. The relentless beat of war drums echoed, mirroring the current offensive. A handful of archers occupied the arrow towers. Commencing their volleys, the elite infantry raised their arm shields, protecting vital areas as they advanced. Baron Halai appeared atop the castle walls, personally directing his soldiers in battle. All manner of defensive tactics were employed. However, the Augusta infantry advanced too swiftly, quickly scaling the battlements. Kill, slay these locked dogs. The knights of the Halii family bellowed fiercely, personally wielding their swords to drive away a small contingent of infantry. With a resounding clash, they found themselves retreating a few steps instead. Title-bearing knights. Could it be that a knight of renown has disguised himself among the walls? Alarmed, the knights quickly summoned their soldiers to encircle the foe. Kill him, slay him together. The death of a titled knight on the battlefield would be enough to cause great anguish to the Locke people. The Halii family, however, was intent on ensuring that these Locke soldiers paid an even steeper price. Yet after expending considerable effort to vanquish their adversaries, more Locke soldiers surged forth. The knights soon discovered that soldiers of equivalent strength to the titled knights were not a rarity. They even began to question whether they were trapped in a dream. Was it that the Locke people were too formidable, or had the entirety of the kingdom of the Holy Cross succumbed to despair? Were the soldiers' capabilities truly this formidable? With these doubts swirling in his mind, the night lay upon the battlements. When the first infantrymen scaled the walls, the outcome was already sealed. A melee among a small group of titled knights was akin to a dimensional onslaught. Flesh and blood are certainly not invincible, yet the price of victory was steep. Baron Halii made every effort to turn the tide, yet the strength of the Locke people exceeded his comprehension. In merely a morning, the entire castle fell. Even Virit, after ensuring safety, had already instructed the cooks to begin preparing meals. Soldiers commenced the grim task of collecting the dead, while various spoils of war were neatly organized. As Derek entered the castle, a soldier carrying a bucket to wash away the blood had just departed. The damp floor tiles made a rhythmic sound beneath his deerskin shoes, and many nobles found their fine garments sullied with mud. Yet no one cared for the so-called nobility. At that moment, Baron Halii was being pressed into the mire. Locke people, traitors, may you have a wretched end. Baron Halii remained defiant. Upon seeing Derek, he suddenly thrashed wildly. Were it not for the great strength of the soldiers restraining him, he might have broken free. Virit approached hastily, whispering, "The Halii family has diminished significantly. All his offspring have fled." This was hardly surprising. Though Baron Halei was prepared for sacrifice, he would not forget the legacy of his family, taking his entire lineage down with him. The kingdom of the Holy Cross had yet to perish. And given his actions, his descendants would surely need to be arranged for, unless the king chose to abandon his post. All loyalty comes with a price. Debts once incurred must be repaid. Baron Halei continued his tirade. Hurling every vile insult imaginable, Derek frowned as he stepped closer, towering over his adversary. After a moment of futile cursing from Baron Halei, who received no reply, he paused. Only then did Derek speak. I admire your loyalty. However, you are my enemy. The utmost respect I can offer you is to send your entire family to join you. Perhaps I may not extinguish the kingdom of the Holy Cross within my lifetime. But believe me, within a year at most, whether through assassins or by purchasing the loyalty of certain high-ranking officials among you, I shall ensure your entire family descends to meet you. May the Halei family remain loyal in the afterlife. Baron Halei was momentarily stunned, seemingly unprepared for Derek's assertion. Theoretically speaking, no. The truth was, Derek could undoubtedly fulfill his promise, albeit at a considerable cost. His willingness to face death did not mean he was devoid of attachments. Should the Halei family become extinct, it would indeed be a death unfulfilled. Baron Halei attempted to utter something further, but Derek inclined his head, signaling Virat to act. The latter stepped forward and, with a single stroke, severed Baron Halei's head from his shoulders. Blood sprayed forth, splattering a foot in front of Derek's shoes, eye in the face of the treacherous nobles. Derek flashed a broad grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. My sincerest apologies. The greatest respect I afford my enemies is to eradicate them utterly. Betrayal? Treachery? Apostasy? No matter. If you believe you can withstand the repercussions, then by all means, come forth. The loyal subjects of the first kings did not pledge their fealty for bizarre and unfathomable reasons. To seek revenge against Derek, one must first disarm him. As far as Derek was concerned, he had no fear of retribution. It was either ascend to the pinnacle of power or meet death. Viscount Yanes trembled, adept at scheming, yet he dared not engage in open conflict. Initially contemplating a potential betrayal, he found his courage waning as the lifeless body of Baron Halei grew cold. Perhaps it would not be so bad to submit after all. Derek gazed at the panel, noting a plethora of new icons had appeared. Chapter 91. How many legions does God possess? The cooks hastily summoned from the barracks by Virat were of a predictable caliber. Heaping platters of roasted meat adorned the center of the dining table, portions distributed among the diners. It was a rough and hearty affair. Derek unceremoniously tore into a chunk of meat, his barbaric manner drawing stares. In the past, a noble like Viscount Yanes would never associate with such a person, even going so far as to deride him as a barbarian. Yet now, this is delicious, Viscount Yanes remarked, mimicking Derek's voracious eating while giving a thumbs up. A splendid taste of the North die in the interest of survival. Despite their disdain for the Locke people's savagery, they begrudgingly echoed his sentiments. Virat, displaying a complete lack of decorum, suddenly interjected, "This is the chef from the province of St. Michael." A moment of silence ensued. Even Viscount Yanes was at a loss for a suitable response. Fortunately, Derek set down his utensils and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Gentlemen, Baron Halei has departed to pledge fealty to the Bruno family in the afterlife. However, within my domain, there remain many loyal subjects. Might you relieve me of my burdens? To defect while wishing to avoid offending either side was an impossibility. Perhaps Viscount Yanes and his associates had previously entertained the notion of neutrality. But with Baron Halei's corpse barely cold, who dared voice dissent? Yet once the allegiance was pledged, there was no turning back. Traitors were far more loathsome than enemies. This principle held true across all realms. Under Derek's oppressive gaze, Viscount Yanes fell silent for a moment before offering a wry smile. My Lord Derek, we are willing to clear your path of worldly obstacles. Time? Derek pressed. Clear 80 within a month. And all within 3. Viscount Yanes gritted his teeth. Very well, should you accomplish this on schedule, we shall be as one family. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that certain territories will remain free from banditry. This was a threat. Even the king's favor would be of little consolation in this land. Derek's fist was the mightiest. The king might absolve your transgressions, but Derek could just as easily claim your life. One was Navi enough to believe that a king's command constituted the ultimate decree. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as power-wielding nobility or local lords. The majority of these individuals defected out of necessity. After all, the soldiers of the Augusta family had arrived far too swiftly. Leaving no time to flee, Now that they had boarded the ship of treachery, disembarking would not be so easy. With this thought, they collectively cursed Duke Fernandez in their hearts. Over 200,000 soldiers fell in just a few days. The key issue was their inability to even buy time, leaving them completely unprepared as the Locke people swept through. Why endure such humiliation? My promise is my loyalty, and you shall witness the sincerity of the Yanes family. Viscount Yanes had completely capitulated. The absurdities of King Bruno were numerous, including the elevation of his incompetent brother. Now, with the Locke people advancing, Derek appeared to be a man of considerable ambition. Temporarily bowing his head and pledging fealty was the best course of action. As long as their titles and strength remained intact, the Yanes family would continue to be one of the lords of this land, regardless of who arrived. This shift in mindset allowed Yanes to breathe a sigh of relief. And he seized the opportunity to remind, "My Lord Derek, while we can resolve the worldly troubles, we are powerless to intervene with the Church's influence. You must personally engage them." The Church? In the Kingdom of Locke? There existed churches and monasteries, albeit with minimal power. The nobility, while professing faith in God, tacitly suppressed the servants of the divine. In contrast, the Church's influence in the Kingdom of the Holy Cross was substantial, almost as if royal and divine authority shared dominion over the realm. Not only the nobility but the Church's impact extended deep into the lower classes. Despite Derek's current control over vast territories, should the Church incite rebellion, flames of conflict would erupt everywhere. The power of faith sometimes transcended all else. A recent example was the Schism War 30 years prior, where the once mighty Holy United Kingdom fractured into three, with portions of its territory even falling to barbarian hands. It was only in recent years that they had begun to recover. Derek's expression shifted slightly. He was aware of the peril posed by faith. As a transmigrator, he ought to have been a skeptic, yet he could not afford to dismiss it entirely. Nonetheless, even if he were to believe in a deity, he would never place his trust in the Church's representatives. If there were a true emissary of God, it should be himself. This conviction was unwavering. Thus, it stood to reason that the Church ought to be the one groveling before Viscount Derek. Derek cast aside this tantalizing notion. Regardless of whether they believed his assertions, he feared that they might indeed consider him the true messenger of God and seek to eliminate him. Yet he had his ways of dealing with these zealots. Who held the most influence among the clergy here? Derek inquired of the local nobility. Archbishop John Hadley. He is the head of this diocese, a true servant of the Lord and a man of noble character. If you can gain his favor, you will encounter far fewer troubles. It was difficult to fathom that a man like Yanes would display such genuine emotion. It was evident that he truly believed this. Whether his character was genuinely virtuous or merely adept at deceiving others, it was undeniably impressive. Derek observed that none of the other nobles exhibited any signs of unease. Indeed, Archbishop John possessed the ability to garner universal recognition. "How many troops does the Church command?" Derek inquired suddenly. "What?" Viscount Yanes replied, looking bewildered. How many armored knights does Archbishop John possess?" Derek rose, asserting with determination, "I shall pay a visit to Archbishop John, and he will undoubtedly concur with me." In truth, he yearned to ask another question. How many legions does God command? Yet, in such a profoundly religious atmosphere, it was prudent to refrain from courting disaster. Nevertheless, questioning Archbishop John posed no real issue. Yanes grasped Derek's intent, regarding him with a gaze akin to that reserved for a madman. He began to doubt the correctness of his own choices. However, Derek would not afford him the opportunity to linger. He resolutely decided to visit the esteemed Archbishop. Chapter 92. Come, worship me. St. Peter's Cathedral, the legendary abode of St. Peter. Archbishop John Hadley, a nationally renowned cleric, a loyal servant of the Lord, he was a staunch adherent of the classical faith, espousing simplicity, antiquity, piety, and nobility. Even the most cunning of nobles were compelled to acknowledge the archbishop's devotion to God. The arrival of the Lockers had plunged society into chaos and warfare, shattering the fragile livelihoods of the feudal populace with alarming ease. Archbishop John busied himself with relief efforts for the afflicted, striving to prevent the nobility from exploiting the common folk. Above all, he hoped to persuade the generals of the Lockers to abandon their unjust warfare. On this day, news arrived from the Lockers. The conqueror, Viscount Derek, was soon to pay a visit. Although Archbishop John was stern, he was not devoid of social acumen. He understood that a single decision from the visitor could potentially save countless lives. Thus, he willingly set aside all other matters to await the arrival of his guest. When the church bells tolled at the appointed hour, Archbishop John could not resist rising. Being late was hardly a favorable sign. However, he soon heard the clattering of iron armor. a procession of armored soldiers burst into the cathedral. "Who are you? This is the holy abode of the Lord. You must not act with disrespect." The clerics attempted to intervene. Warfare should never encroach upon the Lord's domain, as was the custom in this world. Yet the soldiers paid no heed to the clerics' commands, their robust forms forcing aside any who obstructed their path. Filling the cathedral in regimented rows, then came the elite knights, clad in full armor, their weighty encasements capable of overwhelming the average man. Each step they took echoed ominously as their iron boots struck the ground. Their massive swords trailed heavily on the stone floor, each knight resembling a formidable iron canister. Even the most vociferous cleric was rendered speechless in an instant. The overwhelming presence of the armored knights, coupled with the scent of blood wafting through the air, silenced all. Though no one had ever seen God, the armored knights stood before them as a tangible testament to power. The knights halted every 3 paces, 2 stationed at either side, facing the central aisle. Their swords were driven heavily into the ground, cracking the stone tiles beneath them. A crimson carpet extended from the entrance to the interior of the cathedral. Archbishop John stood in stunned silence at the sight. As sunlight streamed in through the doorway, he beheld a tall figure approaching, and only when it stood before him did he discern the visitor's identity. Just then, the 9th toll of the bell sounded. "Greetings to you, Archbishop John. I am Viscount Derek von Augusta." "Greetings to you, my Lord Viscount." Archbishop John sensed malevolence in the visitor's demeanor. Even if he were unaware of Derek's exploits, he recognized him as a formidable noble. Moreover, Derek's fierce reputation had spread far and wide, following his fiery and violent victories. Such brilliance was enough to blind those who gazed upon it. Clerics who attempted to approach were thwarted by the outermost soldiers. Anyone attempting to draw near found their way blocked by ironclad chests. Derek waved his hand, and the knights collectively turned, creating space. "Your Excellency, I trust you understand the purpose of my visit. Indeed, you are a conqueror, and I can sense your ambitions even within the church. However, the Lord has instructed me to show compassion to his people." Archbishop John attempted to counsel Derek, urging him to lessen the bloodshed. Yet Derek interrupted him directly. "Your Excellency, I fear you have misunderstood the Lord's intent. His people are also my people, and I shall treat them well. Warfare has never ceased. Only through bloodshed can bloodshed be halted. What I am doing now is preventing future slaughter." Outrageous! Archbishop John could not accept such reasoning. His ingrained beliefs were not easily swayed. A smile crept upon Derek's lips as he regarded the agitated archbishop. "Let us wager, then, if you win, I shall withdraw from the lands of the Holy Cross Kingdom and never set foot on this soil again. What say you?" Though he recognized Derek's ulterior motives, Archbishop John found it impossible to resist such a temptation. The war genius like Derek would inevitably be accompanied by slaughter and bloodshed. Should he manage to dissuade him, it would be a tremendous act of virtue. Thus, he inquired, "If I lose, what do you desire?" He felt compelled to clarify, "I shall not wager the glory of the Lord. Indeed, I require no promises from you. When that day comes, I believe you shall kneel before me, proclaiming me as Saint Derek." Arrogance! Archbishop John's face flushed with indignation. How dare a mortal presume to claim the title of saint? Such blasphemy was an affront to the Lord. Even kings refrained from self-bestowing such an honor. How could he ever kneel before Derek? He would only bow before God. "What you must do is serve me during this time, acquiescing to my arrangements without reservation." How does that sound? The disdain in Archbishop John's eyes towards Derek was now starkly evident. Yet, if it meant halting Derek's rampage, he was willing to endure this arrangement temporarily. "I agree, but you must not compel me to act against the Lord's will, and I require a time frame. 3 months. "Just 3 months?" Derek replied, glancing at the panel, surprised to see the archbishop already on it. Seemed this archbishop was indeed a man of his word. "Now, you need only perform your duties. I ask that all?" "Indeed." Derek cast a glance at the distant clerics, who appeared to be stirring restlessly. He approached the statue of God and closed his eyes in prayer. "If it is you who has sent me, may your servant cooperate with me. If not, consider it a wasted supplication." With that, Derek turned to leave, leaving a throng of bewildered clerics in his wake. One cleric inquired of Archbishop John, "Did that executioner coerce you?" In their eyes, the lockers were but butchers. And Derek was the greatest of executioners. His presence in the cathedral could only signify ill intent, most likely pressuring the archbishop to do his bidding. Archbishop John loathed Derek's arrogance, yet remained silent. He could not accuse him before the wager concluded. Thus, he chose discretion. "In 3 months, you shall know the truth." As Derek exited the cathedral, the sun shone brightly. Father told us to use magic to defeat magic. Engaging in philosophical discourse with a zealot like Archbishop John would yield no fruit. The man had formed an impenetrable worldview and value system, steadfast beyond imagination. Let him witness the miracles for himself. To see what a saint walking among mortals truly appeared like an saint. Those saints might not possess true power. I kill, I burn. I aspire to be a king, yet I am a saint, Derek chuckled. History would undoubtedly record it thus, conveying the tale he wished others to hear. For victors are never wrong, and great kings are invariably wise. If any error exists, it is history that has erred. The wager between the two began the moment they appeared on the panel, and of course, should Archbishop John prove to be unworthy, Derek possessed means to compel his submission. After all, beneath the knight's sword, none could defy him. Chapter 93. The meeting following Derek's encounter with Archbishop John, news of Viscount Derek's inundation of the Seven Armies spread like wildfire among the nobility. The southern and royal nobles dared not believe it. Yet proximity to the event compelled them to accept its veracity, even having witnessed it firsthand. It was said that Count Loet sat in silence for an entire day, neglecting his meals. Meanwhile, Marquis Hussein was both shaken and relieved. Although he had conspired with the unfortunate Loet, who possessed evidence against him, I know Viscount Derek is no ordinary man. I share in the credit for defeating the Holy Cross. This became the phrase Hussein repeated incessantly over the following days. To be fair, he did provide Derek with the location of the southern nobility's granaries, thus claiming a modicum of credit. In the Northern Territory, Count Perez promptly cancelled his scheduled engagement, sending envoys to negotiate wedding arrangements with the Ferreira family. Naturally, the Locke Kingdom was astonished and shocked, but the greatest upheaval occurred within the Holy Cross Kingdom. Count Connell fled under cover of night, deliberately avoiding the St. Peter province, making a hasty retreat. The outcome of this battle might have been fortuitous for him. At the very least, he returned intact and did not lose further territory. However, the one most profoundly affected was King Bruno. Just a day prior, he had received tidings of triumph, only to be met with calamity the next day. In the span of a single night, it felt as though a year had passed. Not only had he lost the reclaimed territory, but a portion of St. Peter province had also fallen into enemy hands. Thus, what shall we do now? His Majesty the King gazed intently at his courtiers, hoping they might present him with a flawless solution. However, the obliteration of 200,000 troops and the substantial stockpiles of provisions falling into enemy hands constituted a monumental defeat. Not a trivial setback. Even considering the vastness of the kingdom, recovery would not be swift, unless the nobles were willing to part with their reserves and dedicate themselves entirely to the king's cause. Such a scenario was implausible. The majority present were court nobles, serving as the king's advisors, who were more interested in profiting from land grants than in providing assistance in this dire situation. Nevertheless, offering suggestions was acceptable. Your Majesty, the immediate priority is to halt any further collapse. I urge you to appoint Count Connell to temporarily command the frontline forces and summon the neighboring nobles to respond to the call. Preventing the Lockmen from advancing westward. Stabilizing the situation is paramount. We cannot allow it to deteriorate further. Very well, I shall send a messenger to find Count Connell and ensure he maintains control. The king accepted this prudent advice, now pondering how to reclaim the lost territories. The Duke of Fernandez had suffered heavy losses, resulting in the loss of both troops and land. Your Majesty must strip him of his title and hold him accountable. This time, King Bruno hesitated, for he was dealing with his beloved younger brother. Very well, I shall summon Fernandez back to face punishment. Why, advisors, how shall we contend with the Lockmen? The king earnestly awaited a sound proposal. A multifaceted approach was essential. Firstly, we should seek to recruit the esteemed Viscount Derek, for it is believed that King Louis will soon elevate his rank. Secondly, we should encourage the barbarians to harass the northern provinces and St. Michael's province, extending them greater respect. Thirdly, preparations must be made for military action. The province of St. Peter is surrounded on three sides by our forces. Once the autumn harvest concludes, we will reclaim the lost territories of St. Peter. It was evident that the king's advisors believed that reclaiming St. Michael's province would not be feasible in the near future, and it might even be lost permanently. The king felt a tinge of disappointment, but had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I require a detailed plan. In stark contrast to King Bruno's melancholy, King Louis was quite elated. Although he was obliged to bestow titles and lands upon the Viscount Derek, the rewards he reaped were far greater. The northern territories were remote and challenging to govern. For the time being, suppressing the local nobility was indeed a shrewd strategy. What of the prominent Derek family? Their dominance was inconsequential. With the full might of the kingdom slowly encroaching, the royal authority would solidify its foothold within a decade. Undoubtedly, the most jubilant was Derek himself. Following the flooding of Augusta, it could be said that he had truly taken flight. Both the sentiments of his subjects and the attitudes of outsiders had undergone a profound transformation. Even Count Perez found it difficult to undermine his position. In practical terms, the younger generation of northern nobility had achieved complete independence. Furthermore, the new scepter of northern nobility now resided in Derek's grasp. A simple truth emerged. The newly risen nobles from this round of conflict possessed territories and influence sufficient to stand on equal footing with the northern aristocracy. Many among them were heirs or progeny of various noble families. What was now needed was merely time. Derek himself was far from idle. The current batch of knights from the northern territories was fervently pledging their loyalty, while he initiated a new round of territorial expansion. The first cohort of northern knight heirs was already ready for graduation. Having witnessed grand spectacles, engaged in the fray, and commanded battles, they were now elite nobles. They could return to reclaim their titles and assume positions within the kingdom. Derek had to write several letters of recommendation daily, ensuring he secured positions in the two provinces beforehand. Concurrently, he allocated the seized provisions for disaster relief, resettling populations and establishing a stable governance. There was much to attend to, and countless trivial matters to manage. It was only when Count Perez personally arrived to hasten his marriage that he managed to extricate himself from his frenzied work. "Derek, you do not intend to call off the engagement, do you?" Count Perez dismounted and casually flicked his riding whip. "Certainly not. I have a wonderful rapport with Tiona. I am merely overwhelmed with busyness lately." Derek had no intention of rescinding the engagement. At his level, an alliance with an earl was the most advantageous match. Who else could he marry? The king's daughter or a duke's daughter? It was not a matter of social standing being inadequate or the benefits being insufficient. In fact, the advantages brought by Count Perez did not quite rival those of the king's daughter. Yet the king was far removed, while Count Perez was right at hand. Derek's ambitions might indeed require the assistance of the Perez family. Upon hearing Derek's affirmation, Count Perez felt reassured. He genuinely feared that the young man might change his mind. "The latest news from the capital indicated that your domain, Augusta, continues to expand, and the king shall grant you the title of Earl of Augusta. It would be prudent to finalize the marriage before the envoy arrives." "No problem. I have but one final matter to attend to before returning," Derek responded with alacrity. Count Perez did not inquire what the matter was. His visit was partly personal and partly official. Derek's rapid assent, even preemptively assuming positions, would be acceptable to the king. However, allowing him to monopolize new territories was out of the question. Count Perez, accompanied by his forces, assumed the role of a temporary counterbalance. In the near future, others would arrive as well. The last matter that occupied Derek's thoughts was of great significance. Within the castle of Halley, he sat face to face with the sword of God, Count Connell, for the first time. Chapter 94. Expensive loyalty and oddly discordant scene unfolded. Nominally, the two parties should be adversaries, each commanding opposing forces. Even their meeting was ill-suited to take place within the castle of Halley. Yet the reality was that Count Connell had ventured into the territory of the Lockmen, risking much to sit opposite Derek. "This is our first encounter, Viscount Derek. I trust it will not be our last, my lord." Their eyes met, and they shared a smile. The very fact that they were present signified that many matters need not be explicitly articulated. Count Connell was certainly no loyal servant of the Bruno family. That much was indisputable. Hence, he was not here on the king's behalf to undermine Derek. It is essential to note that crossing over St. Peter's province brings one closer to Count Connell's own domain. Now, a map lay spread across the long table between them. "My lord, I believe I can fulfill my promise ahead of schedule." Derek gestured for Count Connell to select his reward. "That baronial territory is the compensation we agreed upon. Although the circumstances have shifted, and I could delay, I choose to honor my commitment early." Count Connell took the risk to come here for the sake of profit. A baronial territory, especially one with a population exceeding 10,000, is indeed a significant lure. The map revealed vast expanses of unclaimed land, clearly available for selection. Ironically, not long ago, this had been the territory of the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. The king's stinginess in not granting Count Connell an additional piece of land had now returned to the latter's hands. Count Connell shared a knowing smile. It was indeed ironic, however, he soon discerned something amiss. This region is wilderness, the domain of the barbarians. It could not have been an oversight. Derek would have to be mentally deranged to make such an obvious blunder. It was intentional. What was he contemplating? At that moment, Count Connell pondered many things. Derek did not rush him. This was a choice. Had he opted to select a territory within St. Peter's province, their future interactions would not deepen. Count Connell was unlike others. He had risen from the ranks of a knight, steadily advancing to his current station. He dared to take risks and bore resentment. Therefore here, you may reserve a spot for me. The baronial territory is too small. Let us defer this exchange for 10 years. The location Count Connell indicated was precisely within the barbarian wilderness. Derek smiled, stood up, and extended his hand. Trust me? I shall fulfill my promise. I believe in you. After shaking hands and taking their seats, Count Connell relaxed considerably. We must maintain regular communication and establish a secure means to do so. Now, I must caution you that the Bruno family will not relent. The king's plans cannot remain concealed from a high-ranking noble such as Count Connell. He could even articulate some of the details to provide Derek with insights. However, Derek had his own strategies. Having secured a greater buffer zone, he had transformed his situation from passive to active. By continuously cultivating elite warriors, he could not only triumph over foes but also accomplish more with fewer personnel. A cadre of elite soldiers, combined with high-ranking regular troops, would require minimal expenditure while being capable of countering tenfold the enemy forces. Now, it was the kingdom of the Holy Cross that should be concerned. As they would soon realize they were the ones needing to defend themselves. As for sacrifices, Derek had always intended for his soldiers to engage in battle. Should they attain elite status through prolonged service? Would he then keep them at home as trophies? Every soldier holds value and can be utilized. Elite soldiers, no longer rare, could be employed with greater freedom. This bore no relation to cruelty. The enemy would not surrender merely out of your compassion. What cannot be achieved through war will not be obtained through any other means. As long as it does not constitute deliberate cruelty, any use of soldiers is considered normal, especially in this unforgiving world. Count Connell imparted a wealth of information, providing Derek with crucial references. Once Count Connell departed, Derek had already arranged for several small elite forces to launch proactive assaults. A few hundred elite troops could unleash tremendous devastation. Their numbers dictated that the consumption would not be excessive, and local replenishment would pose no issue. Meanwhile, Derek himself embarked on the journey back. He required a marriage to eliminate any lingering threats. War can achieve everything, yet it cannot sustain dominion. Ultimately, it is the hearts of men that are the most elusive to conquer. Even with external aids, he must maintain the loyalty of his subordinates. Upon returning to the territory of Augusta, the scars of war remain indelible. New fortifications continue to rise, knights gallop back and forth, and farmers have already managed to sow a season's worth of grain. It seems as though nothing has changed. Yet, some familiar faces have vanished, while farmers with foreign accents have appeared in their stead. Derek conducted a brief inspection of his domain, personally meeting with all high-ranking officials and military officers. Those still lingering on the roster need not concern him. As for the missing individuals, the decision on whether to sacrifice or marginalize them would depend on the circumstances. The number of such individuals is, in fact, quite considerable. Whether due to various factions vying for allegiance or emerging ulterior motives, discontent can easily arise. The human heart is insatiable. Why is loyalty so celebrated if it is not exceedingly rare? Derek felt somewhat despondent, for many had followed him from long ago. It was at this juncture that the relatives of the Ferreira family began to arrive in succession. The Ferreira lineage has endured for many years, remaining lukewarm throughout. Derek is the first of the Ferreira bloodline to ascend to the ranks of the great nobility. Regardless of the motivations, no one wishes to miss out on his impending nuptials. Furthermore, the occasion presents numerous opportunities, and many have come to test their fortunes. Even the Ferreira Baron and his wife temporarily vacated their territory to arrive at their son's domain. Derek accommodated them within the city of Augusta, as the environment here is far more pleasant than that of a military fortress. The urgency surrounding the marriage of the Perez family is palpable, as they endeavor to finalize the union before Derek's elevation to nobility, lest they encounter minor complications. Under conditions favorable to both parties, the progression of the marriage is remarkably swift. The Perez family regards the new son-in-law with immense significance, as this union represents a crucial alliance between two countly families, underpinning the ascendance of northern nobility. When three northern countly families unite, even the king must make certain concessions. The northern nobility has acquired more fiefdoms, yet the pressures they face have also intensified. Every northern noble, hopes for the smooth culmination of this politically significant marriage. Chapter 95. The wedding. Count Perez offers a castle as a dowry, inclusive of the surrounding lands and populace. This dowry far exceeds what was previously discussed. After all, Marrying a count with real lands is a vastly different affair than marrying a baron. Derek, too, has made substantial contributions, providing a full set of knightly armor, sufficient for Count Perez to form a heavy cavalry regiment. He fears not the strengthening of Count Perez's power, but rather his lack of ambition. The wedding is to take place in Tiona's Swan Castle. Although the timeline is tight, noblemen exhibit remarkable efficiency at such times. Derek meticulously adheres to the established protocols. At this moment, the first cohort of northern noble youth who have recently graduated begins to reveal their potential. Due to the ravages of war, many have circumvented a decade or even two of arduous paths. The various peacekeepers, officers of the city guard, and all ranks of the St. Michael Legion, alongside the noble officers of numerous private armies, collectively number in the substantial figures. While previously unnoticed, it now appears that the Augusta faction has indeed taken shape. New territories naturally give rise to new interest groups. This is something everyone is psychologically prepared for, and among the elevated nobility, half are their own progeny or kin, making resistance futile. They can only marvel at the acumen of Viscount Derek. That night, the following day, after the nuptials, Derek busied himself once more. Count Perez bore news that was less than favorable. His Majesty the King has dispatched a new governor, and one must be psychologically prepared for this development. Count Perez's expression revealed no surprise. It would indeed be strange if the king remained inactive. He merely worried that the young man might feel aggrieved and provoke trouble. However, Derek's response was remarkably composed. The Kingdom of Locke is the realm of the Lewis family, and the king's power to expand cannot be infringed. True, the Kingdom of Locke belongs to the Lewis family, yet it is also our domain as nobles. The old count spoke meaningfully, gazing at Derek, and suddenly remarked, "We must also thank you for your heavy cavalry. However, the Perez family has no need to maintain a heavy cavalry regiment. It is far too costly. Perhaps it will be needed soon." Derek retorted, "I hope to witness that day." The old count chuckled. He was acutely aware that the loyalty of the Perez family was merely a reflection of their insufficient power. The Perez family is no slave to the king. Rather, they are, to be precise, minor shareholders in this kingdom. Every inch of land belonging to the Perez family has been soaked in their own blood. When the old king was still alive, the count had slammed his fist on the table and engaged in quarrels. This new Lewis king has not yet received the count's fealty, but of course, he cannot confide all this to Derek. The risks remain too great. The territory of the Kingdom of Locke may be small, but to any noble it is a formidable entity, wielding considerable deterrent power. By the way, did not the king promise not to send a governor within 3 years? Derek suddenly recalled a loophole indeed. Not sending a governor to the St. Michael province, but the St. Peter province is not included. Furthermore, a new legion is likely to be established. The St. Peter Legion, perhaps? Derek scoffed. To both serve and establish, truly a noble tradition. The new governor and legion commander will undoubtedly struggle to contend with the local factions. The local nobility, having just endured war, are at the pinnacle of both reputation and power. However, time is the most effective weapon. In 5 or 10 years, those governors and commanders wielding legitimate claims will gradually construct their own frameworks of governance. Unceremoniously, it could be said that at least half of the peacekeepers appointed by Derek will be replaced within a decade. Seeing that Derek had grasped the situation, Count Perez knew there was no need for further reminders. He merely shared his experience. Expressing a modicum of displeasure is advisable. The king will not take offense. This is advice from an elder. The king has gained advantages without effort, at least from Derek's perspective. Disregarding the king's contributions is merely human nature. Naturally, the sagacious Lewis king will consider the sentiments of Derek and the northern nobility, obtaining excessive returns while allowing the deserving to vent their frustrations. What harm is there in that? Thus, the new governor will face a challenging role, needing to balance the northern nobility and the meritorious while avoiding genuine discord, all the while maintaining a subservient demeanor. However, such a position is difficult to attain. And should one endure some grievances, is that not expected? At worst, one could find a few commoners to vent their ire upon. No one would blame a governor for that, Derek understood. Being overly accommodating would only invite greater bullying. He must even present a more defiant front, for it is the brash military nobles that align with the public's perception. As the two discussed the impending governor, the new governor's convoy arrived even more swiftly than anticipated. Accompanied by a retinue of guards, the governor hastily made his way to the St. Michael province. Regrettably, he missed Derek's wedding, but of course, it was not due to an abundance of idle wealth that he failed to present a gift. He merely hoped to arrive before the wedding so that Viscount Derek would not deliberately seek to provoke him. Prior to his arrival, Count Ronald Fakewell was already prepared for potential difficulties. Hailing from a once prominent traditional noble lineage, He had gained the king's trust through the channels of court nobility, ultimately defeating numerous rivals to become the new governor of the St. Peter province. This arduous journey was beyond the imagination of outsiders. However, it represented the best opportunity to restore his family's former glory. At the very least, in his tenure, he would wield powers no less than those of a real count. Should he seize the chance to acquire some fiefdoms, he would truly regain a measure of prestige. Yet, Derek's reputation is evidently far from stellar. The deaths of soldiers and nobles in the St. Michael province serve as a testament. The official narrative is met with skepticism, while the rumors circulating privately have garnered widespread acceptance. Count Ronald Fakewell, too, acknowledges the private whispers, especially considering the infamous reputation of the Northern Knights. It is better left unsaid. He can only hope that Viscount Derek is somewhat amenable. Ronald lifted the curtain of his carriage, burdened with concerns. Recalling the tasks assigned by the king only intensified his anxiety. Cursed connections, he had initially aspired to be a legion commander but was daunted by the Northern Knights' reputation, compelling him to take on the daunting task first. Imagining himself as a governor swooping in to reap the rewards while aiding outsiders and recruiting soldiers, Ronald could foresee the dismal encounters he would face. His trepidation peaked upon entering the St. Michael province, for along the roadside, a row of crosses bore desiccated corpses, swaying in the wind. Chapter 96. The holy symbol. The customs of the northern people are yet to be experienced by Governor Ronald. However, the sight of the wind-swayed corpses is stark before him. The blackened, desiccated bodies are a jarring sight, making it difficult for an onlooker to associate them with humanity. Their twisted forms, after desiccation, bear little resemblance to human shape. Ronald took a considerable time to realize that he was observing mummified remains. Good heavens, he had seen the hanged, but never the dried. Moreover, the sheer number is staggering in the recently war-torn St. Michael province. Such occurrences are not uncommon, and then, the governor encountered yet another complication. At a bend in the road. Just as he rounded the corner, he came upon a squad of soldiers lying in wait. Halt, halt for inspection. The soldiers surrounded the convoy, and several mounted officers ambled over to the front of the procession. The guards of the royal guard would never endure such humiliation. They unsheathed their weapons and shouted menacingly. "Open your eyes and see who we are." "Who are you?" one retorted. "You look like a band of ruffians. Come down and submit to inspection at once." The officer rolled his eyes. The emblem of the Lewis family held no weight here. This was the domain of the governor, and you dare to inspect us? The royal guard officer, filled with indignation, coldly regarded these provincial knights, thinking them nothing more than a bunch of country bumpkins. His retort provoked an immediate backlash. What nonsense! Even the king would dismount for an inspection. The royal guards had never suffered such disgrace, and in a fit of rage, one reached for his sword. But his opponent was quicker. Sitting astride his horse, he kicked the hilt of the sword, swiftly drawing the knight's blade and pressing it against the officer's chest. The series of movements was as swift as lightning, sending the royal guard officer crashing to the ground. Do not overestimate your authority. This is the St. Michel province. So you do recognize us as the royal guard, Governor Ronald realized, understanding that this was merely a provocation. "Stand down," he said as he dismounted from the carriage, a tone of resignation in his voice. "Sir Knight, if you have matters to discuss, please speak directly. There is no need to make things difficult for them. I am fulfilling my duty to inspect for unlawful activities that I understand. Simply inform Lord Derek that I have no intention of causing him trouble." You can convey that yourself. Inspection is non-negotiable. Your threats will not allow you to escape this easily. If you wish to meet the Lord, so be it. But rest assured, you will receive a slap on the face, and not a single one will be spared. This is not directed at you, Governor Ronald. It is merely a consequence of your association with the Lewis family. Thus, Governor Ronald found himself subjected to a thorough personal inspection. This was not an isolated incident. Subsequent inspections continued to drive him mad. After a long wait, upon arriving at Swan Castle, he was informed that Viscount Derek had already departed. Following his visit to Count Perez, the relentless inspections finally ceased. However, in Augusta City, there was no one to be found, compelling him to continue his journey. Meanwhile, Derek had bid farewell to his newlywed wife, for the time of the March appointment had arrived. Upon returning to the church, everyone had grown accustomed to the imposing presence of the Iron Knight. Archbishop John wore a smile, seemingly convinced of his victory. "My lord, your wager has been lost." He found it utterly perfect to resolve the war in such a manner, provided the other party adhered to the agreement. In truth, he feared not Derek's breach of contract. After all, the church was no pushover. Derek too smiled, gazing at the sunlight outside, which was more blinding than 3 months prior. "Archbishop, the time has not yet come." "Very well, I shall wait a while." Archbishop John was remarkably patient, not believing that the final moments could alter his convictions. In recent days, Derek had not compelled him to act in any manner. Although under the efforts of the Lockmen, the occupied territories had not experienced large-scale death or famine, the transition of power was bound to be accompanied by bloodshed. Despite John's best efforts to maintain order, the current state of affairs left much to be desired. If Derek intended to sway him through demonstration, that would be a misguided hope. As for coercion with the knight's sword, there were few in this age unafraid of death. Archbishop John was one of them. In this atmosphere, Derek suddenly stepped forward, placing his left hand on Archbishop John's shoulder. "John Hadley, do you believe in the Lord?" "I do. I believe in the merciful Lord." "And do you believe in miracles?" "Life itself is a miracle of the Lord." "Have you witnessed a miracle?" "This world, the normal functioning of this world, where kings and nobles rule the land, is all a manifestation of the divine will. If you consider that a miracle, perhaps I can allow you to witness one. However, what I speak of is not this, but the true miracle." Archbishop John found himself at a loss for words. Classical miracles need not be accompanied by storms or divine descents. Life, society, and the world itself are the miracles in their eyes. Extending further, the sacred rule of kings over the land is also a miracle. Heroes who establish kingdoms are miracles as well. Observing this, Derek opened his panel. Name: John Hadley. Profession: Elite Cleric. Level: 5, 82-100. Experience pool: 27. 103 months had yielded but this meager accumulation of experience. Nevertheless, Archbishop John was the highest-level human Derek had encountered thus far. Truly, a reputation well-deserved. However, advancing further would pose challenges, unless one were to invest points. "This is the miracle bestowed upon you by Saint Derek." Archbishop John wished to inquire further, but felt an overwhelming wave of enlightenment wash over him. The cleric profession lacks physical enhancement. It is entirely about various understandings of the divine. Thus, its manifestation in level advancement reflected John's sensation of drawing closer to the divine. It felt as if the divine was right before him, more accessible than ever before. That sudden elevation was incomparable to the gradual progress he had experienced. "Lord, I feel it." Tears streamed down Archbishop John's face. He had never felt the presence of the Lord so clearly, nor had he ever been so close. Derek withdrew his hand, waiting in silence, eager for the other's reaction. After a moment, Archbishop John emerged from his state of astonishment. His gaze upon Derek brimmed with fervor. "So saints truly exist, esteemed Lord Derek." He had once thought that saint was merely a title, an unattainable realm for mortals. Yet now, a living saint stood before him. He had never felt such certainty. His previous understanding had been completely overturned. Did the divine saints descend to this world to put an end to the schism in faith? Was my steadfastness misguided? Regardless, the truth lay before him. He fervently knelt, disregarding any concern for his image. "Saint, I shall follow your miracle, fulfill your grand divine mission, and proclaim your name, allowing the name of the sacred to resonate across the earth." Chapter 97. An audience ding. The church bells rang out as expected. Today's sunlight was even more radiant as Derek reached out to assist Archbishop John to his feet. He held a fondness for individuals like John, who possessed a certain purity. Yet, such individuals were scarce within the church. It was not that they lacked piety, but rather that they lacked true purity. Archbishop John, each person is born bearing different missions. Perhaps our encounter is also a divine arrangement. Let us join hands to create something grand. Derek did not conceal his ambition. What if others discovered it? The title of Earl was the pinnacle he could attain within the kingdom structure. At most, he might serve as a governor in some distant province, experiencing the fleeting thrill of a local emperor. A duke? That was nearly impossible. To become a duke, 3 possibilities existed. First, to save a collapsing empire, compelling the king to recognize him. Second, to carve out a territory of his own and declare himself a grand duke. Third, to die. Should he suddenly perish with his current accomplishments, King Louis would undoubtedly smile and posthumously grant him the title of duke. Perhaps even penning a history book in his honor. Since advancing through established channels proved unfeasible, why hide his intentions? Would the king immediately act against him upon learning of his audacious statements? Unlikely. He would wait for the opportune moment. When the time is ripe, he thought with a smirk. By then, it would be uncertain who would fear whom. Thus, he sought to welcome more individuals like Archbishop John, those who would advocate for him, create a favorable atmosphere, and attract a populace, and no matter how potent his advantages, he still required the support of the people. A reasonable title could uphold the status of a duke. Indeed, Derek had no qualms about revealing his intentions. He aspired to become a duke. Archbishop John felt no disquiet. In the name of the sacred, fulfilling earthly endeavors was always just. Were Derek to declare that King Bruno was a heretic who must be eliminated immediately? He might hesitate. However, if Derek expressed his desire to become a duke, John would find it entirely reasonable, perhaps even urging King Bruno to bestow a ducal title upon Derek. At this moment, he felt that his life was truly beginning. He bore the mission of God, awaiting the encounter with the saint to embark on a grand undertaking. Archbishop John promptly declared, "Saint, I shall gather devout clerics to serve you. No, I do not seek such hollow titles." Derek modestly declined, then shifted the conversation. "I have come to this world to establish a divine kingdom on earth. I wish to eradicate famine, war, and suffering now. I need more lambs to bask in the divine light. Go, find me the devout lambs." What a farce! What could a gathering of clerics accomplish? Could they outmatch the knights in battle or be more ruthless in tax collection than the tax officials? After all the toil, it was imperative that they harness their strengths. Let them charm the nobility and talents, enticing them to rally to his cause. Let them persuade the common folk to pay taxes and fight for him. Population was precisely what Derek needed most. Law and order could also exist at the edge of a sword. Upon hearing this, Archbishop John had no objections. It was indeed their duty as priests to ensure that more of God's lambs basked in glory. This also highlighted the uniqueness of the saint. While others focused on oppression, the saint contemplated how to allow the lambs to bask in glory. Derek's ability to sway others was not mere persuasion. It stemmed from a profoundly shocking personal experience. It was akin to encountering a UFO that claimed the moon was their base. Would you believe it? After meeting with Archbishop John, Derek's prestige in the St. Peter province and beyond soared to new heights. A new governor? The nobility bestows upon one the title of governor. Otherwise, one is merely a puppet. It was not until Derek passed by Birch Fortress that the weary new governor, Ronald, finally encountered him. The soldiers of the Royal Guard had completely shed their initial arrogance upon arriving in the north. A series of setbacks had made them realize that the prestige of the Royal Guard was utterly ineffective. Even worse, the Northern Knights were indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested. Even a mere town constable could rival the centurions of their guard, rendering them almost inconsequential. Thus, when faced with Derek's knightly order, the guardsmen were notably subdued. Observing the demeanor of the soldiers around him, Governor Ronald shook his head, his heart already steeped in disappointment. Could this ragtag group really wrest military authority from the Northern Knights? Reflecting on the sluggish connections of his superiors, he felt this was an impossible mission. The king's intentions were noble, but alas, the complexities of the northern situation surpassed all expectations. The Northern Knights, already renowned for their ferocity, had previously struggled to expand due to economic constraints and limited land. Now, with 2.5 provinces and millions of inhabitants, how formidable could the Northern Knights become? Ronald found himself regretting his decision to wade into this murky water. Standing at the periphery of the Augusta knightly order, it was too late to turn back, a dignified governor. Yet his circumstances were utterly dismal. Moments later, a knight emerged, which brought a semblance of long-lost courtesy to Governor Ronald. "Your Excellency, my Lord Viscount requests an audience with you." Very well, Ronald instinctively bowed his head, the other's demeanor leaving him disoriented. Once he managed to stand upright, he adjusted his garments, regaining a modicum of authority. "Please, lead the way." The knightly order, having received a guest, temporarily ceased their advance, seemingly preparing to camp. Though Birch Fortress loomed close, the interior of the castle might not offer the comfort of the outdoors. Dismounted knights rested, dragging their burdened steeds, while busy squire knights attended to their duties. Everything operated with a unique rhythm, orderly and methodical. As they approached, Ronald felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, and no one made any overt gestures. Yet an immense weight bore down upon him, a sensation he had never experienced even within the Royal Guard. Upon nearing the banners, the knights appeared clad in full armor, seemingly having never shed their gear during the march. Their agile warhorses, significantly larger than the knights, were tethered nearby. Each heavily armored knight, leaning on their swords, emanated an aura of authority. The king's royal knights were no different. Instinctively, Ronald halted, prompting the leading knight to glance back in confusion. "Your Excellency?" Ronald felt a twinge of embarrassment and, attempting to mask it, inquired, "Are we not to check our personal belongings?" The moment he uttered those words, he felt even more awkward. Having undergone numerous inspections recently, it had become a reflex. Indeed, the knight smiled with restrained amusement. If you wish to draw your sword in the presence of the Viscount, feel free. Setting aside the vigilant elite knights surrounding them, even the Viscount himself was no ordinary foe. Allowing a solitary assassin to succeed would be a grave mistake. Ronald sensed the knight's pride. Though he feigned politeness, an underlying arrogance permeated his demeanor. As if no individual could rival the might of the Northern Knights, this encounter would prove challenging. Chapter 98. Count Augusta. Ronald had envisioned numerous scenarios for meeting Derek. In his imagination, he might encounter a gallant Northern knight on horseback or a stately noble seated with dignity. He had even considered the possibility of witnessing the torture of a slave on sight. However, he never anticipated that upon their first meeting, he would find Derek attired in casual clothing, seated in a large open-top carriage. Some of the carriage's furnishings had been removed, revealing remnants of its former state. Shield walls had been erected around them, with a table at the center piled with sheaves of parchment. The notorious Viscount Derek was perusing documents while conversing with him. "Your Excellency, please wait a moment while I attend to these papers. In such a vast territory, lacking sufficient clerks, Derek was naturally quite busy. The imagined days of revelry were, in reality, scarce. 1 day without addressing affairs was manageable. 2 days were tolerable, but 5 or 6 days without action would certainly lead to chaos. A month without attention could very well brew insurrection." Ronald gazed in astonishment as Derek swiftly flipped through documents, making annotations. After a while, Derek stretched and finally shifted his gaze to Ronald, surprised to see him still standing. "Your Excellency, why are you still standing? Please, take a seat." Ronald awkwardly sat down, uncertain whether this was mere theatrics or genuine diligence. Derek, however, sincerely grasped his hand and enthusiastically remarked, "Your Excellency, your arrival is fortuitous. I am overwhelmed with matters in my territory while also managing affairs in the occupied regions. It has been exhausting. Once you arrive, the governance of St. Peter can be swiftly transferred to you. By the way, I heard there are plans to form the St. Peter Legion. Where is the commander of the Legion? The incessant harassment from the Holy Cross has left me quite frazzled." Ronald forced a stiff smile, attempting to shake off Derek's firm grip. This Viscount Derek was indeed no ordinary man. What did he mean by transferring the governance of St. Peter? What anticipation for the arrival of the St. Peter Legion commander? The former implied that Ronald should refrain from meddling in the affairs of St. Michael Province, a veiled concession. Yet, could the St. Peter Province truly compare with St. Michael Province, due to prior commitments? The king could not dispatch the governor of St. Michael. Thus, the governor of St. Peter merely served as a faade to reclaim power. This was also a consequence of the Northern Knights' fierce nature. Having presumed that holding St. Michael Province was commendable, they had unwittingly seized even more land, causing the king to reconsider his stance. The latter was a significant burden. The territory of the occupied St. Peter Province lay squarely between St. Michael Province and the Kingdom of the Holy Cross. The pressure from the Holy Cross Kingdom bore down upon the St. Peter Province. If Derek were to withdraw and focus solely on fortifying his territory, the incoming commander of the St. Peter Legion would find himself in a precarious position. To hold the territory would be expected. Otherwise, what purpose would the commander serve? Moreover, defending it would surely come at a heavy cost. It would be a miracle if they could merely contain the Northern Knights, let alone seek assistance. To fail would brand one as incompetent, leaving the king reluctant to intervene. The king's intent was clear, to use the St. Peter Province as a pretext to meddle in the affairs of St. Michael Province. However, such an underhanded tactic would never be acknowledged by the Northern Knights, who would remain perpetually unyielding. Ronald had initially believed that the king's authority would compel the Northern Knights to relent. Yet now, a stiff smile adorned Ronald's face. The pain was palpable. Furthermore, he had no desire to engage in further debate with Derek. Recognizing the futility of pursuing the unattainable, he opted for a more prudent course. With a flick of his wrist, he produced the decree of nobility. "Viscount, I have another matter to discuss in light of your merits. His Majesty the King has decided to elevate you to the rank of Count Augusta, granting you new lands and some blank charters. These were rightful entitlements. Had the king withheld them, the Northern Knights would undoubtedly have raised a ruckus. The blank charters represented goodwill, as well as tacit approval for compensating the Kingdom of the Holy Cross." Clearly, King Louis was well aware of the virtues of the nobility. By sending Ronald to announce this, he aimed to strengthen the bonds of loyalty. Logically, Derek should have knelt in gratitude. However, he simply took the charter and casually placed it on the table. "Does His Majesty have any further instructions?" The king hopes that once the situation in the north stabilizes, you and the new nobility will travel to the royal capital to complete the ceremony of ennoblement. This implied that continuous warfare had delayed the meeting with the king. Ronald discreetly observed Derek's expression, noting that it bore a serious demeanor, devoid of any feigned indifference. I shall expedite matters. Once the north is secure, I will certainly present myself before the great king. Our family has always been a loyal supporter of the royal family, steadfast and devoted. I, Derek, pledge my unwavering loyalty to His Majesty. For a brief moment, Ronald felt that this Viscount Derek, no, Count Augusta, was indeed a loyal subject of the kingdom. Defending against foreign foes and expanding territories, what else could be more the work of a loyal servant? Yet, his rational mind reminded him that Derek was undeniably a formidable figure. Regardless of loyalty, he was certainly a power broker. The amiable and youthful Derek before him was at odds with the image of a brash, ruthless tyrant that lingered in Ronald's mind. As their conversation continued, Ronald sought to glean more about the northern situation while simultaneously securing the support of Count Augusta. However, Derek proved elusive, though he appeared warm. He made no promises until Viret quietly approached the carriage, whispering, "Viscount, it's time for your training, and lunch is fast approaching." Derek promptly rose and addressed Ronald. "Your Excellency, shall we disembark together? I apologize for the jest, but the Northern Knights are no match for the nobility of the royal capital. Martial skill is our means of survival, and we cannot afford to neglect it. I, too, wish to witness the prowess of the Count." Ronald acquiesced, eager to observe the true capabilities of the Northern Knights. As they dismounted, he realized that while they conversed, the knightly order had already set up a temporary camp. Remarkably, there was no sound of commotion. Yet the ground had been leveled, which was quite extraordinary. Derek donned his protective gear with ease and beckoned the knight who had brought him. "Viret, come and spar with me." Viret's expression instantly soured. While he enjoyed training, it did not mean he relished being on the receiving end of punishment. However, the Northern Knights, it is forbidden to say otherwise, and why, Lord? Could we perhaps have a different person next time? With a sorrowful expression, Viret quickly donned his armor and altered his address. "Of course not," Derek retorted. "Your skills still require considerable improvement. You need my specialized training." After saying this, he turned towards Governor Ronald and added, "It is just in time for Governor Ronald to offer you some guidance." Ronald's pupils constricted, and the muscles hidden beneath his voluminous garments tensed. Derek smiled mysteriously. While some things can be concealed, others cannot be. A hand that has long held a sword is unlike that of an ordinary person. A disciplined knight is the foundation of strength. Derek had heard Viret's earlier remarks from below the carriage. If this Governor Ronald were truly to take action, there might indeed be a chance to draw his sword. Chapter 99. The Seed. Ronald forced a stiff smile, pretending not to comprehend Derek's words. In truth, should he strike and kill Derek, the king would undoubtedly execute him, potentially implicating his entire family. The king would never permit Derek to die in such a manner. Yet, possessing formidable martial skills and military expertise was one of his trump cards. If everyone underestimated him, he might indeed muster a reasonably competent army. This was also the reason he had triumphed over many competitors. However, now, that dream lay in ruins. Ronald suppressed his tumultuous emotions, striving to focus on his training. Upon seeing the heavy training armor, he furrowed his brow. When Viret removed several bags of iron sand from his arms and calves, Ronald cast multiple glances at the iron sandbags, realizing that Viret's heavy footsteps were indeed burdened. Although he complained vocally, Viret's gaze gradually sharpened. With daily honing of his martial skills, how could his resolve be so feeble? Complaining was merely a form of camaraderie. Once training truly commenced, he would spare no effort. Thud! Viret took the initiative to attack, fully aware that if he did not, he would lose the opportunity to strike first. The dull thuds of their collision caused Ronald to blanch. He even failed to notice that the two combatants engaged with significantly fewer formalities than he did during his own training. At that moment, he marveled repeatedly at the visceral intensity of their melee. As the excitement built, Derek swung his unsharpened knight's sword, striking Viret's breastplate with a resounding crack point. One should not assume that a dull blade poses no danger. The knight's sword is both thick and heavy, capable of serving as a bludgeon. Were it in the hands of a weaker individual, they might already be coughing up blood. Observing the surrounding knights, each appeared indifferent, clearly accustomed to such displays. These were not mere knights. They were titled knights, among the most formidable in physique. Ronald's heart raced. He considered himself a skilled fighter, also of the titled knight caliber. Yet he could never match the physical prowess of his opponent. Moreover, the robust knights surrounding him, resembling grizzly bears, were evidently no mere aides. In reality, Virat's talent was undeniable. According to Derek's estimation, even without the rigors of war. Through systematic training in peacetime, he would still rise to become a competent titled knight. Thus, his rate of progress far exceeded that of ordinary knights, resulting in a physique that strengthened ahead of others. Among the elite knights, few possessed such a physique. Otherwise, they would not withstand Derek's rigorous training, and it was only when Virat began to plead for mercy that Derek reluctantly cast aside the bent knight's sword. "All of you, join in!" The surrounding knights, familiar with the routine, jovially donned their heavy armor and moved in closer. Derek even took a moment to kick Virat, who lay feigning death on the ground. The latter let out an exaggerated scream before springing back to life, full of vigor. This atmosphere was something Ronald had never encountered in the court. King Louis II, though he claimed to be a knight, possessed decidedly mediocre combat ability. The titled knights in the court could easily overpower the king with a single hand. Moreover, the knightly training in the court resembled a mere game, adhering to the rules without the slightest hint of such camaraderie. The movements of heavily armored knights were naturally not very agile. Derek treated them as moving targets. After some time, Ronald even noticed that the surface of some heavy armor had been dented from the strikes. And only then did Derek graciously call it a day. The attendants swiftly erected a circle of burlap to shield against the wind. When Derek removed his training armor, a cloud of white mist arose. Sweat cascaded down his body. After a considerable time, once he had acclimated to the environment, Derek forewent washing and began to eat. The lunch was rather straightforward, consisting of roasted lamb accompanied by various sauces and fruits. It was unrefined yet expensive. Even ordinary nobles could hardly endure such lavish daily fare. Derek, with great enthusiasm, carved a piece of lamb chop and placed it directly onto Ronald's plate. "Ronald, today there are no counts or governors here. Merely a simple lunch among friends. Please, enjoy." He drew over a small table and sat close to Ronald. Despite the heavy odor of sweat emanating from him, Ronald surprisingly felt no aversion. Perhaps it was Derek's generosity and warmth, or perhaps something else altogether. The circumstances in the north are different from those in the capital. You must adapt in matters of business. I may create some challenges for you, as I represent more than just myself. The northern knights, the noblemen of the capital, and even the king. These are dynamics you should comprehend. Ronald, I hope we can become friends. The north is vast, the nobility sparse, and much virgin land remains untapped. I believe the future of the Fakur family lies in the north. Derek spoke with a conversational ease, analyzing matters for Ronald. His candor bordered on intimacy, yet his words held considerable merit. Rather than confronting the local powers head-on, why not join forces with them? Ronald remained noncommittal, yet he recognized that the power he wielded was a form of capital, capable of standing against the northern nobility or securing what he desired in exchange. What might be lost were the interests and authority of the king, but who truly cared? Ronald's silence was, in itself, a statement. Derek did not press further. After all, his counterpart was a count of the court, the governor of St. Peter's province, and a confidant of the king. To persuade him with just a few words was to underestimate the king's charisma and Ronald's vision. Moreover, capable individuals possess pride. To bow while dining was indeed a hardship. Nevertheless, Derek believed that once reality was recognized, they could indeed become friends. When the opportune moment arose, today's conversation would serve as the seed that could grow into a towering tree. After their meal, Derek personally escorted Ronald out. The latter soon realized that he seemed to have gained nothing from this encounter. What a cunning Count Augustus! Yet, making a friend was not without merit. Political adversaries need not be enemies in reality. After all, the two had not reached a point of absolute enmity. Indeed, should circumstances shift, they could still become political allies. Of course, Ronald was mentally prepared. He understood that his counterpart would show no mercy. But how could he resign without at least trying? If he wished to lower his head, he must demonstrate some capability. What he had observed thus far was insufficient. Upon returning to his entourage, Ronald quickly encountered his first obstacle. While he had indulged himself, the royal guards had merely feasted on the bitter winds of the northwest, and those northern knights looked down upon the noble soldiers from the capital. Moreover, Derek's affectionate farewell to Ronald could have led many to suspect a more intimate relationship. The royal guards were meant to protect Ronald, yet they also monitored him. The king would not trust just anyone without reservation. Chapter 100. This is what noble life entails. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Ronald soon found himself beset by even more troubles. Fortunately, Derek had not completely abandoned him. At least he had not outright given up on St. Peter's province. However, upon Ronald's assumption of office, local sheriffs promptly arrived to demand payment. What debts, you may ask? Naturally, they were the overdue military expenses. Faced with these sheriffs adorned with the double-headed eagle insignia, Ronald felt a wave of dizziness. After much evasion, reclaiming his authority proved to be even more arduous. He had thought that these surrendering nobles, rallying under the king's banner, would provide him with an advantage over Derek, but when it came time to visit them one by one, he discovered that matters were far from simple. Even the local church was extolling Derek as a saint. Ronald found this utterly incomprehensible. Were the followers of the Holy Cross so easily swayed? Succumbing to Derek's influence all at once, he wondered if perhaps he could try his hand at it too. Derek's caravan passed through Birch Fortress, traversing the recently granted territory of Augustus. The remnants of the flood had nearly vanished. For time is the most merciless of weapons, effortlessly erasing all traces. Life flourished once more upon this land. The newly sprouted wheat was robust, and Derek stopped at the edge of a field. "Do not trample the seedlings. Fetch a few elder farmers for me. I have questions to ask." The knights of the Augustus family dismounted cautiously, navigating the narrow furrows of the field in the distance. A plump civil servant hurried over upon hearing the news. The official glanced at the knight's insignia and immediately donned a sycophantic smile. "Why, lord, may I inquire which noble has arrived and how I may assist you?" The knight coldly commanded, "Go fetch a few elderly farmers. The Lord Count wishes to inquire." Upon hearing the title, and recalling the recent rumors, the civil servant lowered his posture even further, nodding and bowing as he said, "Of course, I will fetch them immediately." Before long, several farmers of advanced age, though perhaps only in their 30s or 40s, were brought before Derek. For these lower-class farmers, such an age was considered quite advanced. Confronted by a count, they could hardly fathom the extent of his power in the confines of their narrow cognition. The village chief may indeed be perceived as the pinnacle of authority, while the earl is regarded as an even greater dignitary. In the presence of the earl, they prostrate themselves in abject humility, their very beings flattened against the earth. Although Derek possesses the resolve to unleash the floodgates and can unhesitatingly execute captives, he nonetheless harbors a trace of inconsequential benevolence when compared to the nobility of this era. It may be deemed hypocritical, yet human nature is inherently complex and multifaceted. No singular label can encapsulate the essence of humanity. Thus, upon witnessing the farmers bowing in submission, Derek endeavored to speak in a soothing tone, saying, "Please, take a seat and bring forth some stools." Before long, the attendants presented several rudimentary stools resembling wooden stumps. Yet the farmers exchanged hesitant glances, reluctant to sit. Derek rose to personally assist one farmer in taking a seat, subsequently claiming a stool for himself across from them. "Please, sit. We are all children of God, and there is no distinction between us." Even he struggled to believe his own words. Nevertheless, it managed to instill a semblance of comfort, prompting the farmers to settle down one by one. It was evident that the noble's treatment of them stirred a flush of excitement upon their faces. "How fares the replanting of the wheat?" As the topic of agriculture arose, the farmers' spirits visibly lifted. "Very well. Although we were over a month late and feared a poor harvest, this year's wheat has thrived remarkably. So the impact should be minimal. Thank God, and thank you, my lord." "What of the flood's repercussions?" "Significant. My home was inundated, my second son drowned." Derek inquired further about taxes, security, and daily life issues. It is through these humble farmers that the true state of the Augusta territory could be discerned. The findings revealed that the flood's impact was indeed substantial, primarily manifesting in property and population losses. Conversely, this year's grain yield might suffer limited repercussions due to the effectiveness of improved agricultural techniques. As for the corruption among lower-ranking officials, it was unavoidable, yet it had not escalated to the point of rendering life unbearable for the populace. Derek bid farewell to several farmers, bestowing upon each a silver coin as a token of goodwill. Beyond this, further words might prove unnecessary. Overall, the condition of the territory appeared quite favorable, with minor issues manageable through targeted rectification. Derek then took a circuitous route to inspect several locations, discovering similar circumstances, before finally returning to Augusta. The brief sojourn of the Holy Cross had inflicted considerable damage upon the city. However, through concentrated development, Augusta had not only regained its vitality but had also progressed in urban development. Notably, all that had been taken by the Holy Cross had been returned, including the knightly armor that Duke Fernandez cherished as a treasure, which had now returned to the storeroom. Lady Tiona Perez Augusta had also arrived in Augusta from Swan Castle. As the Countess and a knight of the Northern Realm, she held the position of mistress of the Augusta earldom, a status that would evoke envy in 99 of noble women. Even the king's daughter may not secure such a fortunate match. Tiona felt immensely content. Since her arrival in Augusta, she had wisely attended to her responsibilities. As per their initial agreement, she required only a modicum of respect, disregarding all other matters. The vast Count's estate, with its myriad servants, social intricacies, and operational complexities, was an exceedingly intricate affair. Those capable of managing it did not necessarily possess the appropriate status, and those with the suitable status lacked the requisite capability. The knights under Derek's command were of little assistance, yet Lady Tiona adeptly filled this void. Having been raised in a noble household and educated in the art of aristocratic socialization, Tiona exhibited remarkable competence. While Derek was away, she maintained impeccable order within the household, even proactively overseeing a portion of the merchant caravan, yielding profits. Upon Derek's return home, he felt an entirely different atmosphere. The servants were dutiful. The internal and external security was distinctly organized, and there was even a touch of warmth. Tiona reached out to remove Derek's outer cloak, hanging it upon a rack, softly discussing household matters and some details regarding the merchant caravan. By the way, some northern barbarians have come seeking to trade for war horses. Philip from the stables is exceptionally capable and has nurtured a fine group of horses. I have taken one of his daughters into our household, which should provide him with greater peace of mind in his endeavors. Once trained, we can find her a knight to wed. What are your thoughts, my lord? You may arrange it as you see fit. Philip has indeed performed admirably, and we shall contribute a dowry when the time comes. After bathing under the attentive service of the Countess, Derek sat at the dining table, for the first time feeling as though he had truly embraced the life of a noble.